Chapter 551. The fairy doctor finally finished it. With a triple blessing, I completed the main map. With a one-fold increase, I became twice as strong. It's so amazing. It's worthy of being a state of mind. The basic divine map has a threefold soul enhancement. In this world, fighting against opponents of higher levels is a joke. Sword-casting Villa, the god of food, after suffering a lot of torture, finally walked out of the clinic and returned to the square. He watched this group of people chatting in the square, crossing their legs, chattering, and spitting out melon seed shells. There was a ribbon-cutting ceremony on the stage, and suddenly I felt like I was back in my youth, when everyone in the countryside enjoyed the cool at night and watched rural movies together. There was a kind of rural atmosphere. Just waiting for you. That's it. How about the power increase? Bullshit. What power increase? It's the soul power increase. Several blacksmiths made way for the god of food to go on stage. Today, the god of food is the real protagonist of the event. Ahem. The god of cookery, wearing new clothes, walked onto the stage and said, "Everyone, the new version has been updated. We can explore from a distance, enter dungeons, fight monsters, upgrade, plunder materials, solve cases, and fight wits and courage with the tomb owner. Let's not talk too much. Today is the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the next Marriage Town dungeon." Click. He was very ceremonial and cut the ribbon directly. The crowd quickly applauded and gave him face. This big event, except for a few blacksmiths who were busy and didn't log in, more than 600 people have come. It can be said that everyone is a little excited. I declare, officially attack. Splash. The god of cookery's Dharma image left his body, broke through the sea water, and suddenly flew out of the coast. 1,000 miles in a flash, this is the Dharma. The Dharma is close to the speed of light, so it can travel quickly across the 9 continents and 4 seas. Consciousness is the fastest speed. The god of food looked down at the blue sea, but found that some floating islands had some amphibious sea creatures living on land and water. They pointed at the sky in fear and shouted, "Look, what is that?" Countless people walked out of the street. Some children were so shocked that they even dropped their toys and looked at the sky in fear. It was a mythical giant standing on the clouds, incredibly beautiful. Wow, he shook his body slightly. In the white sky, the clouds stirred, and suddenly there was lightning and thunder. The slightly unnatural large drops of rain fell to the ground, beautiful and magnificent. With a thought, the clouds and rain can be moved. With a breath, it can fly thousands of miles. In ancient times, this is a god. The god of food was extremely shocked and felt that he had truly become a great being at this moment. This is the world of advanced immortals. He has just entered the 5-body realm and has lived for 800 years. If it were in the world of other novels, this cultivator in the 2-phase realm would be a top existence. Do you want to go and have a look? The god of food was not in a hurry to go to the dungeon. He enjoyed the fun of being cheered, knelt down, and brought out basins to get fresh water by the natives below. But Ning Zheng in the dark side, it's true. These animals would not rush to the dungeon. He thought about it, and directly turned on the restricted area function installed on the server before, so that he would not run around. Then he drew an arrow for him to indicate the direction of the dungeon. Except that place, there is no place to go. Hey! Why can't I go down? I hit the air wall. The god of food was stunned. The city below is the background of the game? Can't go there? He thought about it for a while, and could only follow the arrow to the destination. Boom! A breadth of thousands of miles. Jia Town is in the nursery area, which means that he has to fly diagonally to the sky. Hua la la, straight into the sky. Occasionally, a few flowers were seen, flying to the nursery, as if being guided. Keep going. The god of food flew over the clouds. In the distance, several Dharma monks, who were going to the nursery, went to explore a tomb together. Seeing the god of food, they were surprised. That guy, he doesn't want to die? Why did he choose that route? That's a dead end. Yes, passing by the hunting range of several ancient predatory overlords in the nursery on the back will cause trouble. The god of food didn't understand, and rushed along the arrow. Ning Zheng didn't understand either. He was also a newbie, and he knew that the shortest distance between 2 points was a straight line. Even Ning Zheng, who was very good at math, was still thinking, well, I, the Dharma image, have never explored the secret realm. It would be great if the god of food could help me explore the way. Arrow, arrow. Ning Zheng is not a person with a poor sense of direction. The inexperienced Ning Zheng directed the inexperienced god of food to rush forward, but suddenly encountered several obstacles. Swish! A hand suddenly reached out from the clouds. The god of food barely dodged along the fingertips. If it weren't for the main trunk of his Dharma image drawing the divine map, which was blessed by 1 times the soul and doubled the combat power, the Dharma image would have died suddenly. The god of food turned around and saw a horrified scene. It was a group of mountains, one after another, stretching endlessly, like a winding and vast giant, lying between the sky and the clouds. But a closer look. This is a super giant with no head or tail. The texture of the mountain road is the wrinkles of his skin, and the mountains are his fat belly. This is a deformed and twisted fat man. His arms waved over. There were even several giants in the distance, like mountains, covering the sky and the sun, overlooking it, reaching out to grab it. In an instant, the god of food felt like a fly, surrounded by several humans. It's over. Is the direction pointed by this arrow the first copy test? The gameplay of the planner is really hardcore. The planner really loves me. I'm going to die as soon as I come up. The god of food was shocked on the spot, and suddenly had an idea, and suddenly secretly connected these giants, allowing these tough guys to start a fierce Shura field. You? The tomb giants only felt that their companions were suddenly handsome and fragrant, and they looked at each other affectionately for a while, completely ignoring the god of food who walked out from their fingers. Damn, I was scared to death. The god of food gasped for air, feeling that this was too exciting. The mythical giant was too shocking. Only by experiencing that kind of greatness and invincibility in person can you know how small you are. And in the distance, several Dharma monks, who were working in the nursery, were stunned. What is that? Incredible, how did he make the 2 ancient taboos stop suddenly? Wait, are they kissing each other? Oh my god! Stick out your tongue, they're hundreds of tongues. Like a few octopus tentacles fighting, these 2 prehistoric monsters are so scary. Ah, back to normal. Controlled for 3 seconds? Well, the 2 giants are vomiting, and they seem to be very sober. Well, just 3 seconds, although it won't affect the battle situation too much for our strength and immortality, but this way of controlling the enemy. They were very scared in the dark, and they saw a horror scene. They have seen many control-based magical powers. They have seen longer control. But this method is too scary. Forced love. It's the immortal root. A Dharma image monk suddenly said, that Dharma image is extremely solid, it is the breath of the circulating spiritual root, and it is a New Age monk with immortal spiritual roots. Several companions were shocked. This era, crouching tigers and hidden dragons, there are many fierce people. Now looking at it again, the opponent's Dharma image is solid, it feels like a soul amplification map has been drawn. Only a great master at the level of a state of mind can control the meridians in the body. But the strength does not seem to be that strong. Could this be a genius who just broke through the realm of one mind? Several great cultivators secretly speculated that this mysterious and powerful immortal cultivator of the realm of one mind was not ordinary, and they were afraid that they would soon hear of his reputation. Because how could such a fierce man be ordinary? Thinking about it, I trembled. This is not a question of combat power. This humiliation is too strong. This person must be famous all over the world, and everyone in the world is afraid of his evil reputation. Jiai Town. The whole town has a simple style. As an ancient secret tomb, there is a stone tablet at the entrance of the town, on which are written the rules to be followed. A total of 18 rules. The god of food is already familiar with it. In summary, the travelers who enter are all brides and grooms, welcomed by the townspeople, paired, and then sent to the bridal chamber. It seems to be a bad habit in a certain place in ancient times, borrowing seeds. The ancient times were the era of innate spiritual roots. The descendants of the top strong are likely to have top spiritual roots. So some places will borrow seeds. Although now it seems that it is just a pseudo-human sanhua, a way to spread parasitism through parents. Here, the major dermas must enter as brides and grooms, abide by the rules, and don't make each other crazy. Of course. You can also choose to sneak in secretly, or even break in violently. It all depends on your ability. But the lowest level 2-phase copy has a tomb master in the one-heart realm sitting in charge. Otherwise it is not difficult in the eyes of the 2-phase realm monks. Huh? This is the most suitable place for me to play. The god of food whispered. I took a batch of sanhua, used the identity of the groom, sneak attacked them one by one, beat them half to death, and took over the embers. All the newcomers in the whole town are my people. Chapter 552. The god of food stopped in front of the rule stele, and observed the rules carefully. Yes, that's right. It's similar to the secret realm information I bought. Having explored the secret realm, everyone would set up this kind of rule stele to inform the tomb robbers. No wonder the tomb owners cursed them for being immoral. Put yourself in their shoes. I was lying in the tomb, and suddenly a group of animals pried open my tomb for no reason and stole things crazily. Even after stealing, they wrote a rule steal on my tombstone, and proudly wrote the detailed method of how to steal my house at the door of their own house. If it were me, I would feel disgusted too. The god of food stopped at the door of the tombstone, who set up this rule steal at the door of our villa, telling them how to deal with us blacksmiths. I'm going to be mad. However, there will never be such a day in our villa in our lifetime. Unless we are defeated and die and become the biggest horror tomb in Jojo. He didn't realize that he was planting a flag at all. He was waiting for a group of monks to arrive, and then enter together. Coming in together can dilute the other party's attention, which is the most basic rule of tomb robbery. After waiting for about 10 minutes, he saw several Dharma phase monks also came to the door of the stone tablet. Some of them knew each other and came together, while some came alone, put on an attitude of no strangers allowed and stood far away. After a while, about 10 monks gathered. The two-phase realm in Jojo is already the main force of each major sect, and they basically gathered here in the nursery to rob tombs. The two-phase realm equals tomb robbers. Basically no one objects to this statement. If you don't rob tombs, you are not qualified for the second phase realm, and the tombs in Jojo are basically concentrated in the nursery, so people can gather quickly in the nursery. The reason why the number of people gathered so quickly is because there are many dead people. There are more dead people than living people. There are so many ancestral tombs accumulated in successive dynasties. These dead second phases also abide by the rules of their lives, adventure everywhere, go out hunting for the family, and bring back various resources. This is, having an old man in the family is like having a treasure. The god of food saw that an obviously weak second phase cultivator could not restrain the breath of the dead. This is the AFK upgrade ancestor, going out for adventures every day, and every paper house, equipment explodes every day. The ancestral tombs are full of green smoke every day, helping the family to fight bosses and go to dungeons. Who doesn't love this? Every ancestral tomb is a permanent resource refresh point. According to common sense, some ancient forbidden secret realms that are easy to explore have long been emptied out by them one by one. Actually, it is not. Because these secret realms are very huge, equivalent to a huge sect, with countless dead people buried with them, gathering into a living city. If this city is stolen, those dead people will send out Dharma images to collect materials and repair the tombs. After all, the 9 states and 4 seas are too big, with too many resources, and 99% of the places are uninhabited. How difficult is it to send out Dharma images to repair their own secret realms in a tomb-restricted area? So this creates a virtuous cycle. 1. Tomb robbers sneak attack, tombs are destroyed, and the life magic weapon is stolen. The tomb owner is furious and roars in the mountains and forests. 2. The tomb owner works hard to collect resources, refine the life magic weapon again, plant spiritual herbs, and restore the tomb. 3. Tomb robbers come to steal. The god of food thought that this copy was really interesting. At this time, a lone ranger next to him suddenly came over and said, "My friend, you are so good looking." The god of food, ? Turning his head, he saw that this Dharma image did not hide his appearance, and he was actually an acquaintance from Xenia's city. Bai Xingling. He was the first second phase realm worshipper when Shirong Academy opened. Bai Xingling said, "Friend, do you want to join us? I am a worshipper of Shirong Academy. I have always had good luck and often get various treasures, although I often lose things." "Hello." The god of food chatted with the other party. "You are really lucky?" "That's right." Bai Xingling said, 100 years ago, except for a period of bad luck, I was swept away by the space turbulence and some of the magic weapons of the tomb owner, and I have been lucky for the past 100 years. In the dark, Ning Zheng recognized Bai Xingling through the player's perspective. "It seems that I stole the magic weapons that fell from the sky from the second phase cultivator twice when I was at home. Come to think of it, this guy seems to have something. Why do I always steal from him? But you do look quite rich." The god of food took a look at his luxurious equipment. Bai Xingling smiled and said, "You don't bring anything? Are you alone?" Of course, the god of food brought equipment. He brought a few newly logged in little blacksmith characters. The 3 soul pseudo-humans. But he concealed his shortcomings and said, "We are all soul bodies. Carrying material magic weapons will slow down our speed. We can no longer fly at the speed of light, and are very bloated." The speed of light? The speed of light? What an adjective. Bai Xingling thought for a while, and found it interesting. "I am bloated all over, and my movements are a little slower, just like my original body, but my combat power is not weaker than my original body at this moment." The god of food enlarged his pupils, If you die, your equipment will be scattered all over the ground, which is a huge loss. If you are lucky, you can run around the map and pick it up. If you are unlucky, it is your life and property. Bai Xingling smiled. Of course, I am confident. The Dharma phase is generally only about 40% of the strength of the main body. But the general Dharma phase will not be equipped with various magic weapons, so the weapons are several times weaker. In summary, it is good for the Dharma phase to have 1/10 of the combat power of the main body. But his equipment is fully replenished, which is not weaker than the main body. Your Excellency is really a big gambler. The god of food chatted with the other party for a while, and then saw that everyone was gathered, and entered the secret realm with the other party. When the group entered the ancient town, they saw some enthusiastic natives on the street began to greet them, prepare food, and even pull the shy young men and women from their families to get to know each other. Dear guests, our town is hospitable. All guests are brides and grooms, and you don't have to be responsible for anything. The plot begins. Soon, they drink and match up at the table. After various interesting but dangerous blind date activities, the god of food also found his cheap bride. Don't say it. This person is really beautiful, with a melon seed face, giving people a sense of coldness. Couples of couples worship collectively and drink. Wait, we will be sent to the bridal chamber. At the table, Bai Xingling laughed and drank secretly and communicated, Our wives, be careful, they are not human beings, remember to find some good things, our wives are also very fierce. The god of food nodded obediently. Soon, the banquet was over, and they were sent to the bridal chamber. When the god of food walked into the bridal chamber, he saw his newlywed wife sitting obediently beside the bed, wearing a red veil, and the whole room was decorated in a festive atmosphere. This room was bright red, all dried blood. It was indescribably weird. Most monks had to be trembling here, be careful to behave, abide by the rules, and dare not anger their wives. Even if they were stronger than the other party, they could not kill their wives, because once they did, the whole town would find out and surround and kill them. But the god of food didn't care about these. We have deduced more than a dozen routes, and wrote hundreds of pages of strategies. It is precisely because the information collected outside this town is complete that we chose to attack here for the first time. The god of food played a matchmaking role, tying the other party's marriage line to his own. But his marriage line was limited. Normally, it is like boiling a frog in warm water, getting along slowly, and deepening the connection. But things like weirdness are very easy to have a sudden surge of love, enter a pathological state, and start to eat the lover. Otherwise, the Myling Fish clan would have seduced Eugene long ago. Because this Eugene lover is really a cannibal. He is born to love eating. So, I can't slowly pull the strings, I have to control her forcefully, kill her directly, sneak attack, and take over her body. The god of food thought in his heart, took a deep breath, and kept suggesting that it was a script-killing, decryption game, and he would definitely be able to do it well. My wife, I'm here. He whispered with love, and walked to her side step by step. Instant, pull the strings, and use charm and control. Freeze for 3 seconds. Let me open your veil. With a bang, he suddenly raised his hand, and lifted the red veil, and the skull together. Then instantly, the soul power crushed. Chapter 553. This bride is just a female ghost in the 3 Yuan realm, who was killed and suppressed instantly. Madame Rong, it's your turn. The god of food shouted in a low voice, hurry up and take her body. He came here with treasures. This treasure is also a soul, so it does not affect his flying speed. He brought a group of pseudo-human Sanhua blacksmiths to log in as characters, ready to use them in the front line. The bride he chose happened to have a yang spiritual root when she was alive, so naturally he chose a group of Yin spiritual root pseudo-humans he brought with him, and matched them with a blacksmith's Yin spiritual root to take her body. It's you, go, Pokemon. Swish. Madame Rong began to take over. The god of food helped suppress the other party's instinctive resistance. After a while, soul consciousness quickly entered this empty soul shell, and it was like a perfect match. Gradually Madame Rong opened her eyes. It's done. The god of food was ecstatic. They were the first ember to take over the body successfully. Is this the new map? Rong Mama was very happy and said, thank you for bringing me here. Bang, bang, at this time, there was a knock on the door outside. The maid's eerie voice said, groom, what's wrong? Are you bullying the bride? The noise was too loud and attracted attention. If it were someone else, forcibly killing the ghost and breaking the rules, they would have been discovered and dead. But? I'm fine. Rong Mama hurriedly pretended to be calm. It's good that you're fine. The maid hesitated for a moment, and seeing that the person was still alive, She didn't say anything. What should we do next? Rong Mama was also terrified. Next, of course, we log off. It's almost 7 o'clock. We stay here tonight. The god of food spoke. Gui also has a normal schedule. By the way, you won't eat me, will you? The god of food said. Ah? Rong Mama scratched her head. I don't know. I feel like I'm still transforming. A strange force is emerging from my body and circulating. The god of food expressed understanding. You are a dead person, but you are also perfecting the middle grade yin and yang cycle. Let's see if you have anything special tomorrow. 7 o'clock in the evening. All offline. The god of food has already laid down on the bed, and the Dharma image is sleeping peacefully. Other Dharma image monks, who enter the secret realm to adventure, they dare not sleep for a moment. They are all pretending to sleep. But the god of food can only be so careless. If his Dharma image is attacked at this time, it will be a big loss. Walala. The god of food lies down, Rong Mama lies down. But I saw Rong Mama, who was offline, with a strange light in her eyes. She stood up slowly, and stared blankly at the god of food, who was sleeping next to her. Her eyes were eerie and strange. What's wrong with me? My new husband and I just finished that thing? Why is he so tired? The girl was stunned. Sword casting Villa. Ningzheng, who was watching in the yard, was also stunned. Can the 3 flowers of Eugene be like this? The player went offline, and Eugene regained his consciousness as a ghost? It's a bit scary. It just adds a lot of unstable factors. Ningzheng observed silently. The bride did not attack the god of food, but just looked at him with love and gently stroked his face. Although we just met today, you are my husband, and I will follow you for the rest of my life. We will give birth to a very powerful baby. It's a pity that these guests will abandon their wives and daughters and leave. The light and strange sobbing sound began to resound in the wedding room. And it's not just here that the crying sound appeared. Even the several wedding rooms next door also heard crying sounds one after another, which was strange and abnormal. Bai Xingling was lying on the bed pretending to sleep, and he also listened to the crying of the bride next to him, muttering to himself, sighing, "What is the only groom in this life? You don't know how many batches of guests you have received. You cry like that every time." But that's right. For your memory, you are indeed getting married for the first time, and you will only get married once in your life. The next time you get married, you will be resurrected, clear your memory, and get married again. The hidden copy branch of the secret realm of Wedding Clothes Town has long been broken through by the big guys. On the surface, the town deceived the girls to borrow seeds and improve the spiritual roots in the town, without being responsible, and the girls themselves can also have babies with excellent spiritual roots. They raised their children and had a thought. In secret, the town deceived the girls into borrowing seeds and improving their spiritual roots, but in fact, the girls were secretly arranged with evil methods. The moment they gave birth to the children, all their spirit, blood, and flesh would become consumables and be absorbed by the children. In this way, the spiritual roots and bloodlines were improved step by step. Jiayi Town, which looks like a small town, actually has a very exaggerated foundation, comparable to many holy places in the world. However, these relics of the secret realms of the great sects that can be left from ancient times are themselves one of the peak forces in a certain ancient era. Cry, cry? Bai Xingling sighed, poor girls, even if you die, you still keep the logic of your life. Later, you will be strangled by the people in the town, shouting, "Where are the children you gave birth to?" But how can a dead person give birth to a child? After that, you continue to revive, forget the past, and continue to receive guests. Every time Bai Xingling explores the secret realm, it is a time corridor of the old times. Many times, he explores the secret realm not only to obtain resources, but also to enjoy the adventure, the feeling of tracing the past, traveling, and enjoying the journey of time. I wonder how the brother next door is doing. You can tell at a glance that he has just come out to experience, and there is even some smell of sea creatures. Don't be scared by the crying. The 7th batch. In the room of Wu Xingjing, he silently listened to the crying around him. Every day, several groups of guests come to this secret realm. She came to this secret realm 3 days ago. Now, she is already a master of the 2nd phase realm. This 100 years has been 100 years of rapid development. She has also awakened. Artificial awakening. This surprised her at the time. Isn't this an artificial technology that only the Josue dynasty has? Wu Xian's mother just smiled and said nothing. Anyway, we already have this technology. Don't underestimate our infiltration of the Josue dynasty. Don't think this technology is too perfect. You are just a fake Gui King. You have all the advantages of Gui King. You can practice and eat Gui to improve. You also have all the disadvantages of Gui. You have flaws. You will go crazy. As long as you find your flaws. Xi and Shichen, who went crazy and slaughtered in the capital before, will be your fate. Wu Shengjing is an unstable bomb at all times. Her potential has been limited. Jiayi Town. Wu Shengjing looked at the groom next to him. This Jiayi Town is very unique, and it actually has the technology for men to have children. However, in this world, the 5 limbs and 4 organs are immortal, and male reproduction is not complicated by transplanting an organ. Old Mother Wu Sui sent me here to investigate. There are some historical truths that have been covered by time. Even, it is the ancient lost heritage of our Wusheng sect. The city lord here may be our ancient ancestor of a certain generation. Everyone knows it. Wusheng sect was founded by the Changsheng dynasty. At that time, the ancestor of Wusheng sect worked with the Changsheng emperor to overthrow the old dynasty. But they were all rebels. When they should enjoy the fruits of victory, the Changsheng emperor backstabbed that ancestor. The ancestor was unwilling and changed his name to Wusheng, indicating that he wanted to kill Changsheng. But that ancestor was a branch that escaped from a certain force. Our Wusheng sect inherited some heritage of a certain ancient lost sect. So I came. Here, breeding is the main thing, which is very similar to us. I want to burn them. Get their knowledge, but how to burn without being discovered is a problem. Her bloodline is Shadow Crocodile plus Magnolia. The Magnolia grass of the heavenly spiritual root is of course the spiritual root that their Wusheng sect got when they hibernated in the Magnolia continent. It's just that this Magnolia grass is not the Magnolia spiritual root that was improved after Xi and Shichen came, but a very primitive and incomplete version. But Wusheng Whale was originally born in a certain period of the Xian dynasty, when the Wusheng sect set up a trap to seduce a certain lecherous prince of the Xian dynasty royal family, and then ran away with the ball and returned to the Wusheng sect. Her Xian family bloodline, plus Magnolia grass, can already fill most of the Xinhua bloodline. The incomplete Yang Xinhua plus Shadow Crocodile. It made her go the all-knowing and omnipotent route that only the Xian dynasty royal family has. Learn things very quickly, and can also burn enemies. Although because of the incomplete magical powers, the probability of obtaining knowledge books is only 1/3 of the original version. But it's already good. With the accumulation of knowledge, she led the entire Wusheng sect, used the Shadow Crocodile magical power, played the role of Shirong's deputy leader, and forged iron to sell, attracting a large number of people. It's really boring. The main body is forging iron on the ark, and the Dharma image of Shirong's followers is here to explore the historical truth. She sighed. Chapter 554. The next morning, Jiayi Town, god of food, and Rong Mama landed. They saw that the whole room was in a mess, and both of them looked a little tense. The wedding dress was scattered all over the floor, and the room was bright red, as if it had been soaked in blood and dried, but some places seemed to have just been stained with liquid. Is this a trace of crying? What was crying in their room after they fell asleep last night? They looked at each other and began to panic. As a little blacksmith with high attack and low defense, he felt a little uneasy in this thriller-type dungeon secret realm. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door outside. Let's go for breakfast. Opening the door, Bai Xingling and several grooms were already holding their brides and preparing to explore the dungeon. During the process, Bai Xingling glanced at the other's bride, then at the god of food, and whispered, "Can you bear the crying last night?" Crying? The god of food was surprised. The bride was crying in the room. Bai Xingling was speechless. The god of food became nervous and looked at Rong Mama beside him. "Were you crying last night?" "I wasn't." Rong Mama shook her head. The two looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. This is possession. And not completely possession? On this day, the newlyweds, according to the rules, each groom will take his wife to play in the town. This is a very dangerous journey. You must abide by the rules of loving your wife, otherwise something will happen. The brides here all aim to get married before they die. The obsession in their hearts is basically to meet a good man who loves them. This wish is very simple and plain. If they meet a scumbag in their lifetime, they can only cry and endure silently, but if they meet a scumbag after death, the ghost will magnify this resentment and they will go crazy directly. Therefore, most of the rules of wedding clothes town revolve around how to love your bride and groom. But when you go out with your wife for sightseeing, it is the best time for you to steal and scout. The other guests have gone on a tour, but the god of food and Rong Mama still break the rules. Last night, you were offline, and Gui was online. Let's continue to test the rules, and the weirdness of you. The god of food said. Possessing the body of a living person and the body of an ember are completely different. The soul consciousness of a living person can be wiped out. But the embers have no soul consciousness from the beginning. They are instinctive soul shells that can walk, like unconscious zombies, maintaining the movements of their lives. They have been groping all day. Sword casting villa. What do you think? The god of food's body is also being discussed enthusiastically by everyone. This dungeon strategy must gather everyone's wisdom. Madame Rong has become one of the embers. She can't come back unless she commits suicide. The god of food said, he is not like me. I took over the bodies of living people and used the Dharma to go there. My real body is still here. Daojioju, do you want to take over a few more bodies? All over our people? It feels a bit wasteful. Jiao Cairong said, after taking over the embers, our blacksmiths can only move on the map over there and are restricted. We will definitely commit suicide to come back. Of course, they are willing to let them manage the dungeon as the boss. But they can't always be soldiers. No matter how many people go, they will commit suicide sooner or later. There is no need to waste resources. It would be good to send a dozen more blacksmiths to take over the high-level embers of the second phase. Yi Guangxiu said, in the current situation, after we log off, Eugene will continue to hang up according to the original behavior logic. Because they have no soul. Su Yunyang said firmly, they are just a logical shell. We don't have the consciousness to take over his body. He is an empty shell, and does what he should do. Yi Guangxiu pondered for a moment. After logging off, Eugene will hang up by himself. God of food, asked Rong Mama, do you still need to follow his rules? Shouldn't you? Fairy Medicine asked curiously, because Rong Mama is not in control now. How can he still go crazy? That's not necessarily true. Yi Guangxiu said, it's like a person's body instinct, knee-jerk reflex. When the knee is hit, it will bounce up. Is this something we can control with our consciousness? If someone pokes your eyeball, you will instinctively close your eyes. This is a body reflex, not controlled by the brain. Now the rules, obsessions, and conditions for going crazy in Eugene's body may also be body reflexes, not controlled by the brain, even if you are the brain now. This guess is very logical. But if that's the case, then the side effects of this ember's possession are huge. After a while, the god of food's guess was confirmed. Rong Mama, she was crazy and couldn't control herself, and she frantically told me to run away. Everyone was silent for a while. You really abused the bride and made her crazy? There are gains and losses. The side effects of taking over the ember's body are huge, and you must bear the defects of the ember, but the benefits of being an ember are equally great. Su Yunyang smiled. Let's continue the experiment. Today we will explore the side effects of taking over the body, explore the map, and prepare to sneak attack the tomb boss. Time passed by like this. The god of food and Rong Mama began to explore the entire dungeon, and even enjoyed the fun of decryption. Ningzheng didn't pay much attention to this. They were a group of social bulls who liked to play everywhere, play scripts, go to dungeons, fight monsters, and fight bosses. Ningzheng liked to practice in hiding. It's almost time to improve my realm. Ningzheng looked at the 4.19 million accumulated in the past 10 days. An average of more than 400,000 a day. However, the disaster of the fake man and the popularity of worshipping the Shirong statue slowly dissipated. Recently, the income has decreased. Ningzheng also learned the speaking style of the blacksmiths. We have to find a way to continue to hype and get on the hot search. However, more than 4 million can already start to improve the realm. Even if there is an accident, the remaining 2 million luck value should be able to cope with it. Add a little. Subtract 1 million luck value. Boom! Ningzheng felt his 3 flowers, the roots and meridians of the 3 flowers, and the whole person was shaking. The yin and yang phases in the body are majestic and simple, revealing a mysterious aura of origin. They continue to solidify while sitting on the 3-flower lotus platform. The previous Dharma phase was like a gas, but now it gradually turns into a liquid. It takes a few days to break through. The first day. In Jiayi town, they ambush and kill a high-level person in the second phase realm and take over his body. 2 days. Induce the high-level person in the second phase realm to come to a meeting, close the door, sneak attack, and take over his body. 3 days. Induce 2 high-level people in the second phase realm, hold a meeting, and take over their bodies. On the 4th day of Ningzheng's breakthrough, she opened her eyes and showed a smile. The early stage of the second phase realm. The high stage of the second phase realm. There are 3 realms in the second phase realm. The first phase. The second phase. There is also a 2-phase cycle of great perfection. Slow down, the foundation is solid, and in a few days, Add another 1 million to upgrade to the second phase of the state of perfection. Ning Zheng felt relieved. One mind state, is it still far away? It's just 10 million luck points. Even if the basic 100,000 per day, it will only take 100 days. What's more, he has the extra income of Shirong statue. He recalculated in his heart, I still have to find a way to keep Shirong Godsmith on the hot search, maintain this popularity, let the people donate money, and offer 2- crazily. The persona of the first sage in Jiuzhou is too important. Moreover, some restricted areas are also a sharp weapon for me to cut leaks. Why should I limit myself to the Wuxing sect? Some restricted areas are also fanatics. I pretend to be some witch doctors and evil gods they believe in, and cheat them to reduce the embers by 2 every day, which is also a blood profit. For example, this wedding dress town has great potential. Ning Zheng's eyes are on this town. In the 3 days after his breakthrough, all kinds of strange changes occurred in the town of wedding clothes. First of all, there were some mysterious murders in the whole town of wedding clothes. The brides, grooms, and residents in some secret realms disappeared silently. According to the only witness, it seemed that they were burned by a ball of fire. We didn't do this. The god of food looked confused. They had been acting frantically for 3 days, snowballing and infecting. But no one killed the ghost. Who cares? The villainous combat power Yin Shuangying also came, and also took over a second phase realm Dharma. In the whole town of wedding clothes, the second phase realm is a high level. Of course, they would prioritize these people. Tracking, digging into the other party's interpersonal relationships, and when they were sure that they could roughly play this role, the inner ghost Rong Mama helped to sneak attack. Even if he is a blank slate, he is still in the second phase of the immortal spirit root, and he also has the soul amplification buff, charm and strong control, and he can kill one with 1 punch, which is really cool. Wait a little longer, and infect the second phase. Several blacksmiths thought in their hearts. Deep in the town of wedding clothes. In a secret room, a figure frowned and sat on a chair to write a diary. The 13th, Sunny. Today, I saw a traveler who got married on the side of the road. They were in love, but I knew the wife. She was a gentle and virtuous girl in the town, but her smile was creepy, and I felt extremely uncomfortable. It made people feel sick instinctively. The 14th, Sunny. This group of guests seemed to have brought something bad. Some guests were killing townspeople, and the murderer was definitely among them, but I instinctively felt that the murderer was not in the same camp as some bad things. My uneasy premonition became stronger. I separated the Dharma phase and went to the capital and learned a horrible historical truth. Pseudo-humans are breaking out. That is to say, there must be pseudo-humans who have sneaked in from the passengers and sneaked into my place. The 15th, Sunny. My deputy and the senior executive seem to have changed. But I can't find the specific changes. Their smiles are creepy. Their forced anthropomorphic smiles make my heart beat wildly like a drum. I can only be hypocritical with them. At night, they came again. But they returned to their original state and were not possessed at all. It turned out to be my illusion. My nerves may be too sensitive because of a murderer. The 16th, Sunny. During the day, I confirmed again that they are no longer the same as before. This is not a pseudo-human, but something beyond pseudo-humans, far beyond the scope of human cognition. We humans cannot see its essence at all. The world will fall into madness because of this. They only live in the daytime, and return their consciousness to their bodies at night. I secretly spy on them. They laugh and laugh, they are crazy, they laugh and laugh, they squat in a group, they dance in the room, they celebrate with indescribable screams, and they take out embroidery needles to prick each other. They are actually dissecting each other's bodies, and studying each other's structures. They look at my town curiously, secretly hide and pry the floor tiles of the street, as if they are testing the difficulty of prying, and shake the street lights and chatter non-stop. Their actions almost make me lose my mind, and cause me to have a spasm of discomfort physiologically. My town is falling, it is a new type of pseudo-human. I tried to ask for help and contact my friends. They live in various restricted areas, and each of them is the ruler of the restricted area. Among them, there are many overlords who swept the world in the old era, but they all ignored me. They kept saying that I was ##, that it was impossible for a fake person to possess my body, that those abnormalities were just damn tomb robbers who came to steal every day and liked to play tricks in our home, and we should have crushed them to death. Ridiculous. 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 I have seen too many tomb robbers who talk nonsense, but I know this time is different, completely different. This is not the tomb robbers of the past at all. I should have known long ago What help do I and a group of dead people ask for? Only I am the only living person among us, so I can be possessed by a fake person. A group of dead people cannot be possessed. A group of stupid and ignorant dead people. I can only use my diary to reveal this shocking truth to the whole human race. If I die, my diary will become another human ancestor biography, blowing the horn for mankind and revealing the beginning of a thrilling and terrifying disaster. The 17th, Sunny. Something must be done. I feel that everything is heading towards irreversibility. I can kill them easily. But every night, I can feel that my familiar friends and subordinates have returned. I am hesitating, just like the human ancestor in the legend of the human race. I finally chose to be honest, and told my deputy at night that he might have been cruelly parasitized by some terrifying things from morning to dusk. But he thought I was just nervous, and everything was an illusion. Looking at the familiar him. Could it be that it was really an illusion? On the 18th, it was sunny. It was not an illusion. It was not an illusion. They are coming. Chapter 555. On the 18th, it rained. They started to attack. They attacked my stand-in, the lord of the secret realm, and the lord of the wedding clothes town. What kind of horrible creature is this? These new pseudo-talents have extremely high learning and reconnaissance abilities just a few days after they were born. They actually found out the activity sequence of my stand-in going to the capital every 3 days to explore for information through visits, observations, and secret inquiries. They took advantage of my stand-in Dharma image going out and attacked the stand-ins secretly together. The 5 Dharma image monks, with incomprehensible cult beliefs such as for Dalmatia and for the Football Association of the Trash, hugged the stand-in without hesitation and exploded instantly. I dare to swear that it is a creature I have never seen in my life of more than 3 million years. Not afraid of death, not afraid of pain, I saw the shadow of the lowest level of ant colony suicide battle in them, which is a spirit of sacrifice that will never appear in advanced intelligent life. The explosion set off a rainstorm. They began to take over the body. On the 19th, it rained. The body double was taken over. I could no longer describe the fear in my heart. Such an exaggerated attack, those normal high-ranking and confidants of the second phase realm actually believed their crude lies. The town master of the first phase realm was just seriously injured due to being possessed by evil spirits. This is an attack. An attack. Those in the second phase realm seemed to be confused by something. They began to worship a mysterious existence called Master and express their unstoppable, morbid and twisted love. I felt their enthusiasm for an ancient, indescribable ancient evil god from the sky. The whole town is being submerged by an unknown belief, like a bottomless darkness rolling over, swallowing up the entire town of wedding clothes. My city is falling, and I can only rely on a substitute to escape death and hide in the dark. Weird tide. I am facing the greatest and most terrifying and sinister disaster in history, which is older, more terrifying, and beyond the scope of human cognition. Of course, I can escape from this town. I am not a dead person. How can I not run away? I am just hiding in a secret room, observing secretly, and collecting more data for humans. I want to avenge them. I want to avenge them. I still have reluctance in my heart. At least the whole town will return to normal at night, returning from the unknown old cemetery. At least half of the days they are alive, they are normal. Maybe this is enough for me. On the 20th, it rained. They began to celebrate. They controlled my double, pried open the treasure chest in the town lord's mansion, lifted the floor, danced indescribable dances, and hummed songs in unknown languages. I hid in a secret room not far away, feeling my rationality disappearing violently. I don't know when they found me in the secret room. I can only do my best to leave this diary and record their celebratory roars at this time. Hee hee hee, they laughed obscenely. Ha ha ha, they beat their chests and roared. Gaga, they were boiling and chewing the soil. Dong dong dong, there was even the sound of a wooden fish. My mind began to lose control, my rationality was gradually disappearing, and I was constantly trembling. I was afraid, I didn't dare to resist. I was obviously a self-transformation realm. I was obviously one of the strongest peak existences in human history, but I could only hide in a dark corner and dared not make a sound. Because I know that I am the weakest in the Huawa realm. Behind the pseudo-humans, there are powerful saints and gods. What powerful saints are hidden behind this super pseudo-human who is more terrifying than a pseudo-human? Their growth rate after parasitism is 100 times faster than that of normal pseudo-humans. These monsters with semi-parasitic abilities, suicidal cult beliefs, and fearlessness of death are beyond the understanding and cognition of the entire long history of mankind. I don't even dare to send the Dharma image out, let alone communicate with the outside world. In front of this evil and huge mysterious race, I will have no power to resist. On the 21st, sunny. I can't stand it anymore. Facing such despair every day, the twisted and screaming shadows have driven me crazy, and the fear that cannot be expressed in words has strangled my throat. At night, only at night, they must be back to normal. Because I heard their communication, 8 a.m., 7 p.m., this is their online time. Sure enough. Is the upper line a line? The evil human god, the evil three flowers, the line, runs through the entire ancient era, so the line is indeed hiding something. What is the upper line? That night, I walk out of the secret room with the determination to die. My stand-in has returned to normal, returning from the old graveyard, still smiling and greeting me. While we were chatting and smiling, we exchanged clothes as usual. I became the town master and walked out, looking at the residents on the street, still smiling and greeting me. I looked at my former two-phase subordinates, still chatting with myself. I watched the new travelers arrive and marry the beautiful bride. I watched the rebirth of their entire town and felt extremely fortunate. Perhaps this is the tragic fate I will face. For millions of years, I will only be a rat in the gutter, and only at night can I chat with my subordinates, who have returned to normal. Night is the only light in my life. Only at night can I recognize my fallen friends again. Praise the night. On the 22nd, it was sunny. Hiding in the secret room, I vaguely heard that they had replaced the town owner outside, and heard that they were trying to find the serial killer. But I don't care about those anymore. I don't know the specific characteristics of those indescribable mysterious monsters, but I still choose to hide in the gutter and follow the example of the human ancestor in the legend of human ancestor to leave the following messages. Perhaps, like the human ancestor in the legend of human ancestor, we will once again usher in a long dark reign of slavery, but we still have to believe in the night and the future. If anyone sees this diary, please be sure to pass it on. 1. They only take over the body during the daytime. The specific time is what they call 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., and they are very punctual. They call this period of time social animal time, but what exactly does social animal mean? So far, it remains to be explored, and it is likely to refer to themselves. If this speculation comes true, this mysterious and evil race of theirs is likely to be called social animal. 2. The pseudo-human learns very quickly. Although they still cannot break the memory lock and plunder the host's memory, they will soon grow up from newborns, have extremely high IQ, and have strong adaptability to disguise the original host. 3. They have extraordinary sociability. They are inherently cruel and morbid, and like to destroy, knock bricks, pull weeds, and interact with various buildings. But the more complex and intelligent creatures are, the more afraid they are of death. But why are they not afraid of death? This is too inconsistent. There may be some higher king controlling them to commit suicide. What is their king? The black hand behind the human god? I dare not explore it, but it is almost certain that my subordinates are fanatically obsessed with and worship a certain existence, which should be that king. 4. After they parasitize, their combat power skyrocketed. All the two-phase realms have greatly improved their combat power after parasitism, and have become the immortal spiritual roots of the present era. Currently only for the yin-yang cycle spiritual root series. 5 elements have not yet completed parasitism. I communicated with the subordinates, who resurrected at night. They were also surprised by their combat power improvement, and showed an excited attitude, and felt that this was a blessing. They lost their memories of the day, and because of the improvement in combat power, they even felt gratitude, worship, and gratitude to a certain king. I think this should be the future trend of the whole world. Most of the infected creatures would not think this was a disaster, but a blessing from a great and nameless existence. Perhaps, sometimes it is not a bad thing for them to die in ignorance and gratitude. Note, it was this group of immortal root two-phase monks with skyrocketing combat power that injured my one-state stand-in with a sneak attack and self-explosion. 5. The weakness of pseudo-humans. They have extremely high combat power, and are not afraid of death, but they are afraid of seeing naked bodies. After they attacked the stand-in and exploded, the stand-in's body was exposed, which hindered their combat power to besiege the seriously injured stand-in. And they showed a certain degree of anger and fear towards the stand-in, who lost his clothes, shouting words such as too many mosaics, holy light, affecting my view of her fighting movements and other terrifying roars. Final conclusion. The weakness of the unknown super pseudo-human, fear of exploding clothes. Although it is indecent, human survivors can try not to wear clothes, which will cause great lethality to this group of unknown creatures. The reason may be that the other party is extremely sensitive to moral attributes. Chapter 556. Jiayi Town Lord's Mansion. Several second-phase blacksmiths, who successfully took over other bodies, communicated with each other, and studied new body structures. As powerful people, they felt very novel. With this powerful and invincible body, wouldn't it be easy to move bricks in the future? I'm afraid that I can complete all the daily tasks in the villa task bar by myself now. Cool, I can directly kill other blacksmiths. HA. Who dares to tickle me? I am a great god in the second phase realm. Do you have a Dharma image? No, but even the stinky cook, the god of food, can develop a Dharma image in a week. I only need 3 days, no 2 days to get it done. That's right. You think too much. The Dharma image of a living person is obviously easier to condense. You are dead. It is more difficult to condense a Dharma image. A bunch of little trash, you can't even produce a Dharma image. Yeah. Uncle, you are taking a shit here. Don't disgust me. You are the one who disgusts me. The Dharma image is not produced by holding it in like this. Do you think it is a pregnancy of 10 months? The Dharma image is like this. If you do this again, hey! They have been here for a week. These days, the strategy group has been discussing and studying various tactics for 24 hours, and they are also tired for a week. Finally, yesterday they sneak attacked the town master of the One Heart Realm. Although the range of the code of the dog planner is a bit too exaggerated, it seriously affected their battle. But they still won. The opponent was originally an ancient version of the One Mind Realm, and all kinds of technology, foundation, and energy circulation were behind the times, and the combat power was much weaker. The opponent's Dharma body was deceived, and the combat power was weaker. Another sneak attack, 5 immortal roots in the second phase, decisively hugged her and blew themselves up. That was so cool. At the moment of the explosion, the god of food followed up with a 3-second strong control, and another wave of output. This wave of perfect boss killing cooperation reminded them of the feat of killing the first Crow King before, tricking the boss all the way to send the bell room and chopping off the crow's head. The only drawback is that the mosaic is too big, which seriously affects the operation. This is probably because of their lack of experience. Before, almost all bosses were macho men, and mosaics were rarely used. Even the human god boss was hairy, and didn't need to be censored at all. Now the beautiful boss, this mosaic is so big. I cried. It's all because of their self-explosion, which blew off the opponent's clothes. But that boss is too shameless. We have already stated righteously that we will wait until she puts on clothes and continue the fair duel, but the opponent just doesn't wear clothes. Now, they have gradually adapted to the life in the new map and feel that this will be their happy home in the future. This made all the blacksmiths sigh with emotion. It is indeed a disaster caused by pseudo-humans. The pseudo-human species is awesome. After landing on the pseudo-human, it quickly took over the body of the second phase realm, took over the body of the one state of mind and infected. The super virus took over the whole world. Be careful that your friends, family, and lovers will go home with stiff faces. They already have a picture in their minds. Disaster. Strange stories about pseudo-human rules. The scope of the strange story. The whole world. The whole world is a huge tomb. No one is spared. This is a natural disaster. And it is estimated that the real pseudo-human group next door can't take over a few people in the one state of mind, right? Our progress has caught up with the other party. This idiot planner never restricts us. He will take over the body of the NPC of One Mind if he wants to. And what about the town owner who took over the body of One Mind? That was a woman of One Mind, with Yang attribute. So, it had to be a girl who took over the body. So, after a competition, Sister Lin won. The reason is very simple. Suyun Yang is the richest woman. Why doesn't she compete? Because she is the sun and moon, her aura can be easily seen by others. She must not go out. Suyun Yang is still crying for this matter, saying that she is miserable. When the sun and moon look awesome, they are actually not good. She is locked up in the villa and can't go out at all. As for the remaining contestants, the clinic is too poor recently, and Aunt Xiang can't compete. The income of the Hairpin Tower has soared recently, and Sister Lin, the person in charge, will kill the identity of the tomb boss, Jiayi Town. I am so beautiful. In the town master's room, Sister Lin happily put down the mirror. She was wearing a red wedding dress and a golden crown on her head. She was so beautiful that she didn't look like a human creature. She was sitting in the core room of the town, looking through the information in the bookcase. There are so many information. This history is so long. But I always feel like there is something in the room, looking at me in the shadow? Is it an illusion? Sister Lin thought to herself, and looked around, but didn't find any new secret room. In the secret room, the shadow hiding in the dark trembled and breathed a sigh of relief. Just at this moment, I was so close to death. My substitute during the day is not easy to fool. And it is very conceited and a little perverted. They have found the secret room in this place. They have obtained a lot of resources. They won't notice the multi-layer secret room anymore, right? I was attacked by the rules of the embers. The real owner of the tomb has been turned against the sky by this group of animals. She thought about how to explore the rules, study their logic, the conditions for going crazy. How can she survive in this terrifying and thrilling secret place? I remembered the days when I was young, exploring various secret places and exploring the rules of killing. She sighed. At this time, Lin Nimi didn't think too much and thought it was just an illusion. However, even if someone eavesdropped, they would not reveal anything. Now that they are out of the villa, the rules are stricter. In order to comply with the natives and prevent the blacksmiths from destroying the game environment, they have been given a lock that all major holy places have, and many of their taboo words cannot be said outside the villa. This is my kingdom. Walking out of the room, Lin Nimi came to the street. Although she was a blank slate, she was also at the peak of the state of mind. The owner of this tomb was still an enhanced version of the yin-yang cycle state of mind. Whiteboard attributes, but also great ability to fly bricks. This dungeon map waiting closed town is about to start the business mode. She was extremely happy, walking on the road with a look of longing, looking at the local ghost NPC, and the groom and bride Dharma, who were brought in every day to rob the tomb, and she felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment in her heart. What a pity. As a ghost, I still have to abide by the rules. Sword Casting Villa. In the meeting room of the steward's room, a group of people were constantly discussing. I have to say that it is worthy of being an ancient tomb, and its heritage is comparable to that of a holy land. At present, we have self-destructed 5, and there are only 5 left in the second phase realm waiting to be resurrected for us to seize. There are still 11 Dharma monks. We can't seize the body, we can only pretend to be high level and appease these NPCs. Fortunately, they were given the buff of the owner's charm. It's not that they don't want to seize the body, but they are all 5 elements of spiritual roots. The success rate of seizing the body is low. This technology has basically not been broken in the entire JoJo. At this time, there are many notes with information on the wall, and even a city map of the Sea Tribe, showing the sea area around the Bone Demon sect. Of course. Now there is a new map, the city structure of Wedding Town, the surrounding environment, mines, forests, rivers. Their management office has been making various important decisions in various major events since the beginning of the villa operation. Now, their operation map is expanding rapidly. Chapter 557. What's next? We have conquered an ancient secret realm. What should we do next? Su Yunyang felt very bored. She is now a virgin abandoned child. As the real body of Sun and Moon, she can only stay in jail in the villa, which is not fun at all. She also wants to go out and be a secret realm boss. But she also knows, if she goes out and is exposed, the strongest combat power in a certain round of JoJo, Super Sun and Moon, will directly illuminate that copy and come in person. The two looked at each other, confused. That guy has 7 color fairy roots. The strongest embers. The court hides this trump card, as one of the strongest deterrents of the human race. Who knows how strong Dao Yu is now? That's the serious version of Su Yunyang. Although it may be a bit self-boasting and arrogant, Su Yunyang knows her talent, and she is very serious when she is serious, and 100 years have passed. Don't even think about going out, Su Yunyang. Yi Guangxiu saw what the other person was thinking. Su Yunyang was speechless. Whoever wants to be the Sun and Moon can be the Sun and Moon. I want to go out and be the villain boss. Jiokai Rong thought about it, and didn't bother to pay attention to a certain trash woman. Well, we are not in a hurry to open the second copy. Let's take it step by step, digest this town, and let the several NPCs who have taken over the body adapt to the power and condense the Dharma image as soon as possible. Indeed. Yi Guangxiu turned his head, and didn't bother to pay attention to a certain trash woman, and said, especially Sister Lin, as the first one in our villa to take over the body, it is the kingly way to quickly get the Dharma image. Otherwise, the blank board. The combat power is a bit weak. Only when there is a mind state in charge, can it be a real holy land of a big sect. They have digested this town now, with more than a dozen 2-phase realms and a 1-mind state, which is a normal holy land specification. After so much hard work, it is finally not an empty shell. But this also requires thorough digestion of the other party's foundation. Continue to summarize the experimental data. Jiosai Rong thought for a while, observe the process of taking over the body, the feedback of the ember after logging off, and the ember's hang-up. This ember taking over the body will be their main line in the future. We have to be serious. Collecting a lot of experimental data is certain. Moreover, those small blacksmiths who take over the body now need time to adapt to the body and open the Dharma phase. This is a skill. Even if you take over another ember after your ember dies, you can quickly open the Dharma phase. This is like opening 3 flowers. As long as you open 3 flowers once, it will be very simple for you to log in again and open 3 flowers in the future. This is a permanent certificate. In the future, every blacksmith must not only learn to open the 3 flowers, but also learn to open the Dharma image. This is also something that other ordinary pseudo-people cannot do. Other pseudo-people have just taken over the body, just parasitized, are newborns, and are also wastes. They can't open the Dharma image, so it is probably an important way to identify pseudo-people. And now, as soon as they take over the body, they can immediately open the Dharma image. People who identify pseudo-people can't identify them. Very perfect. In Zinnia's city, Ningzheng looked at the huge Shirong statue in the distance, enjoying the +2+2, and watched a very serious parliament in the villa remotely. These guys are still very reliable, and they are serious when they should be serious. Ningzheng was very satisfied. They were becoming more and more mature blacksmiths. With the aura of the monks from the big sects and big schools, they had completely grown up. However, this town always feels a little too simple. One Mind Realm is indeed the level of some tomb owners. The tomb owners are at the level of Huawa Realm. They are only in the top restricted areas. Ningzheng felt that everything was normal. The first dungeon they attacked was the One Mind level dungeon, so they definitely didn't choose the most difficult one. But his intuition made him feel that this town seemed a little abnormal. Look at the luck value. There is no change, which is also normal. The luck value can show good and bad luck, and it will not lie. Is this wedding dress town really done? He pondered. The luck value is just a little bad. It can show a rough display and be used as a reference, but it is only a rough reference, not omniscient. Seeing that his luck value had not changed, he knew that there would be no danger in the short term, so he was too lazy to think about it and directly opened the forum to look at the posts. The forum was also very lively, and the main topic of discussion was, "The mosaic is so big, optimize it, you bastard planner." That's right, here is a suggestion to distinguish between the underage mode and the adult mode. What minors? How can there be minors in this game? They work so hard every day, they must be adults. The internal test of this game is also very competitive, and it is online during the day. It's already very cool, so I quit my job and come here to move bricks and eat dirt, and I earn more than my previous job. Ningzheng raised an eyebrow. Xiao AI's assistant has always been an artificial retard, a little stupid, and the mosaic it puts may really be a little big, affecting the combat performance. Maybe I can find some time to improve Xiao AI's IQ. After all, the luck value in my hand is already hundreds of thousands. This money is still affordable. Look at the central iron processor of other people's villas, that AI linear pseudo-human, whose IQ is much higher than Xiao AI. With nothing to do, Ningzheng clicked on another post and continued to read it with relish. Top post: the distribution of forces in Ji Town. 1 great power in the first state of mind. 17 great powers in the second state of phase. The area is about the size of a town, very small but very exquisite. Ningzheng took a rough look, closed it, and clicked on the next post. Essence post: things to know about logging into the Ember character. Ningzheng clicked on it, and saw a long article, which was basically the basic knowledge, such as the need to hang up after Ember went offline. You also have to abide by the crazy conditions that Ember must abide by. When taking over an Ember, it is best to find an Ember with a hidden place where the madness is going, so that the flaw is smaller, and the enemy can avoid taking advantage of it. Also, after the Ember dies, the other party will regain consciousness after resurrection, and will no longer be taken over by you, so you have to take over again. And so on. And the most interesting thing Ningzheng saw was this one. 18. The Ember character can switch roles. Switch to another blacksmith role in the villa, but the other Ember will automatically enter the night idle mode, which is very good. Give a thumbs up to the planner. But now the Ember blacksmiths don't want to come back to work, time is limited, they directly log into high-level characters, manage maps, and make more money. They don't want to switch accounts. Ningzheng closed the forum, stretched his waist, and looked at the statue of Shirong Godsmith outside the window. He just likes this feeling of peace and quiet. Developing silently, operating silently, the little blacksmiths work hard to conquer the world for him. He just needs to sit there and make money. On the other side, puff, a ball of fire secretly burned a bride to death. Wu Xingjing, who avoided the crowd, shook his body and absorbed the knowledge in his mind. These days, she lurked in the secret realm, and it was unexpectedly smooth. She attacked everywhere, and was not traced. It seems that the owner of the tomb was restrained by something. And not only her, but also by Xingling and others found out, and began to dig tombs and steal resources unscrupulously, which was so cool. This also made her more bold to burn, kill and rob, burning the embers and robbing knowledge. Their skills are very scattered, but if you piece them together and deduce them, there is indeed the concept of our Wuxing sect in it. Ordinary people can't see it. Only she, a member of the same family, with the ability to burn knowledge, can obtain the other party's incomplete skills, and then use her all-knowing and omnipotent Xian family talents to see the clues. Others can't see it at all. No matter how long the history is, these clues can't be seen. Our ancestors? Wu Xingjing pondered for a moment, and looked at the entire Jiayi town. Perhaps we can try to recognize our ancestors and meet the powerful people here. If it is really our ancient ancestor, this place may not be as simple as an ordinary one-heart realm tomb owner, it may even be higher. Her eyes looked at the core position of Jiayi town, the position of the master of Jiayi town. Chapter 558. The sword-casting villa officially welcomed the first new private large map. Wedding closed town because a group of old shady dogs in Shirong City were watching too closely. The Sword Fairy, Yujin Jukarong, and Yujin Yinhua, as autonomous regions, have not been in contact for a long time. There, as the main force of the Shirong faction, appeared in the world. And what are they now? They are the villains of pseudo-human disaster. They have nothing to do with the upright and kind Shirong faction, and they dare not get involved. The core of the pseudo-human power is the Hub Bone Demon sect on the side of the Sea Clan, which spreads outward and spreads out crazily. But this Bone Demon sect is not a large map. It is just a small city surrounded by 9 small peaks. And there are no resource points. A qualified map station must have resource points. Waiting Closed Town is very qualified. Every tomb was built after surveying feng shui, and this so-called feng shui is resources. Every major power has blossomed everywhere, with many mines and branches, and they are also developing in this direction. At this time, after 2 days, the middle and high-level monks who completely confused and controlled the entire secret realm, the tomb owner Lin Mimi, began to arrange the entire secret realm and restart the business. In the conference room, Lin Mimi sat on a chair, crossed her legs, holding a data. There are a total of 5 resource points buried in our tomb. 3 small resources, 2 large resources. Among the large resources, it is Jade Liquid, which produces 1 drop every day, and Suzaku Blood Pool, which can be used for people to soak every month. These 2 things seem to be refined from the bones of some ancient top beasts. When a whale falls, everything comes to life. Once the high-level creatures in this world fall, they are as huge as mountains, and their flesh and blood grow endlessly. Just like the giant pangu, every organ, flesh, tendons, bones, and divine pupils can form treasures. And it goes on and on. The meat tank is just a low-level refining method. Who would refine the corpses of high-level divine beasts into meat tanks? Only Ning Zheng was so wasteful that she spent tens of millions of magic money to sell a few divine beasts in the second phase realm to make meat tanks. Their more advanced technology is to use the corpses of powerful divine beasts and demon beasts in the one-heart realm, or even the transformation realm as refining. Those existing corpses have extremely strong circulation and recovery ability, and as long as they pay attention to maintenance and regularly invest resources, they can exist for a long time. In front of us, these 5 resource points are extremely precious treasures. What are you going to do with the resource points in these secret realms? Yin Shuangying asked. The resources produced can be sold to you, and you can take them back to the villa to be synthesized in the alchemy room, cultivate spiritual plants, forge iron, and throw the yin-yang gourd to condense the original spiritual liquid. Lin Mimi is obviously also good at business, otherwise she would not have become the head of the Hairpin Tower. The previous Hairpin Tower could not develop because of the disadvantage of the version and was powerless. Lin Mimi thought for a while, and said, I have also seen the price. 100,000 magic coins per drop of jade liquid, and 3 million magic coins per drop of the vermilion bird blood pool. I will give you a 10% discount internally. Okay, I asked those animals in the villa. Yin Shuangying had no objection. The resources of the second phase realm and the first heart realm are so expensive. We can't expect a few hundred magic coins of the fifth body realm, right? We are now great cultivators who dominate one side. That's right. Yin Shuangying said, "We have conquered the secret realm in the past few days. Those tomb robbers have been digging our things like crazy. It's almost time for them to spit out the things. All ours." Lin Mimi also sneered. "And that wicked killer, is he a psychopath? He even killed Gue. Now that we are free, we can do something to them." "Okay." Yin Shuangying was very proud. "I am a combat sharpshooter. Let me help you beat them." Lin Mimi rolled her eyes. "When are you going to commit suicide and leave? We are the camp of the Zanyang Tower. It's not convenient for you, a grown man, to log in as a female character here. The town of Jiayi is mostly populated by female monks." You kill the donkey after it has done its work?" Yin Shuangying was speechless. "I was the one who contributed to the previous battle. I will definitely give you a reward for the mission, but you have to leave too." Lin Daiyu adjusted her ancient red wedding dress, crossed her legs, and revealed her unique black stockings and high heels. "I only have 10 second phase realms that can be possessed. You occupy 1 second phase realm quota in my secret realm. How can we sisters survive? The remaining 7 second phase realms are all 5-element NPCs that cannot be possessed. It would be great if you committed suicide earlier and resurrected this NPC earlier, so that we sisters can possess your body and log into your female account." She persuaded her step by step. Before, she lost 5 second phase realm characters due to self-explosion. She also wanted to pay money to buy some special resources to speed up the resurrection of the old ancestor of the Embers. Otherwise, a regular second phase realm will take half a year to be resurrected. Who can wait? Buying resurrection coins and speeding up resurrection will cost a lot of money. It must be said that the old ancestors of this world also have the saying of Krypton gold to speed up resurrection, which is also interesting. I will definitely leave. I will be a master of the secret realm in the future. How can I come here to be your little brother?" Yin Shuangying said, "Wait until I help you knock down those tomb robbers. I will leave immediately. I will wait a little longer." Yin Shuangying's eyes flickered, obviously lying. In fact, he didn't want to commit suicide. What's wrong with a female account? He hasn't played enough. Just having an account is fine. Take the opportunity to adapt to the second phase realm monk, so that when you take over the body in the future, you can quickly separate the Dharma phase, which is a blood prophet. Now is to master the skills. Sister Lin also saw the other party's thoughts, and said speechlessly, "Okay, I give you a week. After you finish the things here, remember to leave quickly. The number of NPC login places here is really not abundant. When can you get the embers of the login 5-element cycle? The number of places can be increased." Sister Lin pressed her temple. This secret realm was still run very primitively. Although she didn't dare to change too much, some mining tools and instruments were very crude. She could bring a batch of mining tools and some advanced equipment to fully exploit the tomb resources here. While the two were talking, they saw the god of food walk into the room. "Where did you go?" Sister Lin asked. "I went to survey the resource points under my command, and then went to the secret realm next door to have a look. As the only cultivator with a Dharma image, the god of food was free. Here, they were all bound earth spirits without a Dharma image. Their bodies were not free, and they had no Dharma image." "Where did you go?" Yin Shuangying said. The god of food glanced at Yin Shuangying, who was dressed as a man, and sneered. "I went to the copper town to see that bronze statue looked like a coward. I didn't expect that I would be beaten when I went there. It's extremely dangerous. It can turn people into bronze at any time. It seems that it has the Midas touch. It seems that the other party is also a rare race that doesn't eat my charm. It has no gender. There is nothing fancy inside. It's full of golden men, comparable to the Shaolin 18 bronze men formation. You can only fight hard." The god of food had a headache when he thought about it. The Dharma monks who went to that secret realm were all strong men, and they all went there to practice fighting skills. If possible, I will practice fighting skills by myself in the future. It would be great to have free sparring. So that's how it is. After hearing this, Sister Lin suddenly understood. The nursery area is open. We should explore some secrets, and walk around each dungeon. The bronze statue looked cowardly at that time because it gathered 7 or 8 human beings in the Eye Realm, and hundreds of super bubble giants in the One Mind Realm. This human coalition, the strongest race in Jiuzhou, would stun anyone who saw it. It would be strange if he wasn't cowardly. He himself is also a tomb taboo existence in the One Mind Realm, very terrifying. You are just a second phase realm. You want to bully him? Make him look timid and cowardly? That's absolutely impossible. Sister Lin said, "He has a gold spiritual root. He can turn stones into gold, and he looks like luck at first glance. No wonder Josue regards him as the #1 mint. and it is certain that the gold boy produces danger from him. Yin Yang 5 elements. The most lethal is the gold attribute. The Yin attribute is the soul, which is very strange. The Yang attribute is flesh and blood, which is more defensive. Don't think that the 5 elements are weak. They are just not as fancy as Yin and Yang. The 5 elements are plain and simple, but also very strong. Logically speaking, they are not suitable for attacking this kind of gold tomb, because they currently do not have the technology to seize the 5 elements of the big cycle. They can only seize the Yin and Yang small cycle, suitable for attacking the secret dungeon with Yin and Yang attributes such as Jiai Town, which is the best to seize. But for a possible hidden branch of the Money Boy, they really want to attack this dungeon, at least get some of the bronze statue's residual limbs and synthesize them. So, the god of food went to check the spot, but obviously did not get any benefits. Chapter 559. On the other side. Sword Casting Villa. Ningzheng stayed in the clinic for a whole morning and looked at the final results. Well, not bad. Thank you for the compliment, sir. The fairy medicine put down the divine map in her hand and said very proudly, my skills are not even comparable to Rong Mama. Rong Mama is the embroidery successor who came in, but she is playing embroidery, and it is very different from medical surgery. Ningzheng also thinks it is good. It seems that the 30,000 yuan she gave to the fairy medicine is still a good return. After she entered that threshold, she was like a fish in water. At present, she has learned the main trunk of each basic divine map. As for the second and third stages of the divine map in the future, it is a bit difficult. However, for the young blacksmiths now, it is good enough to be able to tattoo the entry-level divine map. In the future, the fairy medicine and the fairy ant will study it themselves. Ningzheng looked around and was very satisfied. The clinic is finally on the right track and has become a reliable power building. The fairy of medicine has finally started to do real work. The paid Krypton Gold channel has been completely established. They are everywhere, acting as bosses in various ancient secret realms, attracting those monks who go to dungeons, and then paying taxes to me. I am the most profitable superpower in the entire Jiuzhou, the great holy land. In this world, there are more dead people than living people. The saints of all dynasties have tried to eradicate all the tomb forbidden areas accumulated in history as stubborn diseases, but they are powerless to eradicate them. You can imagine how huge the power of these tombs is, but Ningzheng is now going to do something that no dynasty has been able to do, overthrow all forbidden tombs, and let those tomb owners take over their bodies and wear green hats, control half of their lives. What the emperors of all dynasties could not do, I will do. The tombs that the emperors of all dynasties could not pry open, I will pry open. 50%, as long as I infect 50% of the secret tombs, I will be the largest dynasty in Jiuzhou. I am the human Jiuzhou, the Wei dynasty outside the 4 sea beasts. All dynasties can't compare to my tax revenue. Ningzheng calculated in his heart. Others are all scraped down by corrupt officials, and there is not much left in the hands of the royal family. On the Sea Clan side, just look at Prime Minister Turtle, and you will know that he is greedy. On the human side, greed is open and above board. Local sects and cities pay taxes, and then the king of Jiuzhou filters another layer, and finally comes to the capital. And what about me? Is the little blacksmith greedy? Greedy, but I can control it. There is no middleman to make a profit, and it is directly offered to myself. A crazy idea emerged from his mind uncontrollably. I will establish a super good clan dynasty, richer than the royal family. After leaving the clinic, Ningzheng looked at the buildings of the villa. Little blacksmiths were running around in the distance, accepting daily tasks from the task bar. Today's synthesis furnace, blacksmith shop, and spiritual farming area are extremely busy again. Because the god of food used the Dharma phase to bring back various specialty resources from the tomb's secret realm. Those are rare high-level resources. The two-phase realm will fight for them, and the poorer one-heart realm will also be jealous. At this time, they are holding the core resources and studying them with great interest. As for transmitting these resources over, Ningzheng did not choose to build a transmission array for Sword Casting Villa, Wedding Clothes Town. Although it is very convenient to be able to transmit things, it is also easy to be tracked. Now there are hackers everywhere who are eavesdropping and tracking, so we have to be on guard. It is more convenient to let the god of food bring it back. Speaking of which, the anti-eavesdropping of this ground vein transmission must be solved as soon as possible, otherwise it will always become very troublesome. I want to use the teleportation array and the communication token, but I dare not use them casually. Also, my luck storage device should be built faster. There are more and more places to cheat luck now. Shiman City is constantly adding to. The Bone Demon sect, which is under construction, has begun to add to initially because of the continuous yin shuanying, solving cases every day, cheating the people, and madly accumulating public support, forming a collection point. The Wedding Clothes town was originally a demon sect. A group of dead fanatics fooled them, and pretended to be the Wedding Clothes town master they worshipped, which can also add to. There are too many places to add to. Now, Ningzheng feels that she has to run to various places every day and is too busy. I have to find a way to speed up the construction of the luck collection tool. Otherwise, I feel like I am losing +2 every day, and I can't absorb and transform it. I feel sad. I have too many things to do. Ningzheng feels that he is in charge of a big force, and he is really too busy. This is still based on the fact that the little blacksmiths are autonomous and automatic, and it is super worry-free. For example, when they attacked the copy of the wedding dress town, Ningzheng almost never paid attention, but he is still so busy. In the final analysis, it's still because I developed too fast, and I can't handle many things. The speed of accepting benefits can't keep up with the speed of development. It's a happy trouble. Shirong City. Ningzheng's Dharma image is patrolling in the sword-casting villa, and the main body is adding to at the Shirong statue. Feeling a little depressed, he came to the restaurant and sat down. He sat in the restaurant thinking about the two biggest problems now. 1. The defensive magic weapon of the Earth Vein teleportation array. 2. The magic weapon for luck storage. In the final analysis, he still needs to find a reliable high-level blacksmith. Both problems can only be solved by making magic weapons. Even if the material bronze statue of luck storage is found, it is necessary to find a master to make it. This is a big problem. However, his own blacksmith has worked very hard, and has already made low-level immortal weapons such as Coral Ball. In the final analysis, the foundation is too little, and the time is too short to make high-level immortal weapons. It still depends on talents. Ningzheng looked worried and thought about the solution. At this time, Ningzheng heard the guests at the next table chatting. Have you heard that the Shirong lineage has been born? Ah? Is it true? Yes, I heard that they all went to the sea area to participate in the front line of the outbreak of the pseudo-human disaster of the Sea Clan. I heard that all the major forces of the human race went to support. It is normal for Shirong God Craftsman to go to the sea area after he was born. I heard that it was the deputy leader's lineage who went there, and was also forging iron. That shadow crocodile is absolutely true. It is said that it is the genius of Shirong God Craftsman called Shirong Whale. It is said that this person is very powerful and can forge artifacts. It is extremely powerful. Ningzheng pricked up his ears. Shirong Whale. Must be Wuxing Whale. At that time, he defrauded a group of Wuxing sect and sold them a shadow crocodile 3 flowers. I didn't expect that after 100 years, he would be so powerful. That guy really studied my shadow crocodile thoroughly and is so good at forging iron. I am worthy of being a member of the Xian family. Everyone is a super academic master. Ningzheng shook his head and sighed. What a pity, this fake Shirong God Craftsman is much better than the real Shirong God Craftsman. If I had the level of Shirong Whale of this fake Shirong, I wouldn't have to worry about my magic weapon. As he listened, he saw the drinkers change the topic and gradually talked about the disaster of fake people. The disaster of fake people has now erupted for more than a month. The disaster has come to the human race in Jiuzhou, and even under the promotion of some black hands, small-scale outbreaks have begun in various parts of Jiuzhou. Everyone was very angry. Many people speculated, it must be those sea tribes, so cruel and immoral, secretly spreading the news here. Yes, the sea tribe is so vicious. They are unlucky, and they can't see the good of us humans. We humans support them, big forces, unconditionally support them, drive arcs, sell weapons and elixirs everywhere on the front battlefield, and support them. It's okay for them not to be grateful, but they even attacked us in the rear. Just a bunch of beasts. Now, everyone in the human race is in danger. Even the lower class people have begun to be suspicious, thinking that their husbands, who go out to work, are not themselves when they come back. But in fact, it is not as exaggerated as they think. Pseudo-humans also have to pay attention to energy conservation. They breed pseudo-human 3 flowers. And they also need corresponding resources. To breed a top-grade pseudo-human 3 flower, you have to spend the resources to cultivate a top-grade spiritual root. For them, it is also a heavy burden. The previous Bone Demon sect was crazy about grabbing their gift bags, various medium-grade and high-grade spiritual roots, which made them furious, and even turned the Bone Demon sect into a forbidden area for spreading. Ordinary people may not necessarily infect you. Because it is not worth it. This is an era of personal bravery. It is definitely necessary to spend resources, multiply the 3 flowers, and infect those who are worth infecting. Of course, the people are not uninfected. Because they also need spies and insiders to help them explore intelligence. Ningzheng roughly listened to the information, then got up and left. At this moment, he suddenly received a piece of information. The murderer of the serial murder case in Jiai Town has been caught. It turned out to be Shi Rongjing, whom he had just heard about. Chapter 560. Jiai Town Meeting Room. Town Gate. Get in! Get in! Wu Xingjing was escorted in by 2 second-phase monks. They caught the damn woman on the spot, and she was actually committing a crime, and there was a flame of burning embers. This surprised many blacksmiths. Is this firewood? What surprised the blacksmiths even more was that Wu Xingjing looked calm and composed. I am one of us, the saint of this generation of Wu Xinjiu, and this is my ancient ancestor. Take me to see your master. These words directly blew up the blacksmith's brains. Good guy. Wu Xinjiu, why are you here again? Are you here to recognize your mother? This made them a little overwhelmed. Before, they came to recognize their fathers, and recognize the 3 tombs of the ancestors of Zuelahua. What about now? They became the ancestors of the tomb and were recognized by someone, or the ancestors of the Wuxing sect. This plot is too outrageous. The Dharma image of the god of food happened to brag to Lin Daiyu in the secret realm, and taught her how to open her one-mind state Dharma image. At this time, he learned the news and immediately notified all the blacksmiths in the main body of the villa, and a lively discussion immediately began. Limited time mission. Wuxing sect recognizes the ancestor plot. Task introduction. We may have taken over the body of the ancient ancestor of the Wuxing sect. How can we, who have lost our memory, perfectly interpret their ancestor? Task content. As a qualified pseudo-person, we must play our identity, we must deal with the Wuxing sect, and become their adoptive father and mother without revealing the truth. A sign was quickly put up in the square. Wu Xingjing was taken to the conference room for tea. Wait here for a while. Our town lord has something to do. Come back immediately. 2 high-level maids in the second phase came forward to pour tea and began to ask questions. Sister, where are you from? I think your breath is a little familiar. So it's Wuxing sect. It seems that our master mentioned it occasionally, but we don't know the details. They were ambiguous. In the town lord's mansion, a group of people began to discuss tactics frantically. Have you looked through all the books in the room? Well, there's nothing good, just some ordinary books about ancient customs and practices. Damn! I can't find any relevant records. Sister Lin, you took over the body of the tomb owner. Didn't you find any clues? No. Is this the real ancestor of the Wuxing sect, or a fake one? I don't know. Who cares if it's true or not? Now, we are the ancestors of the Wuxing sect, and we have to act. Wait for the cliché group to continue the routine over there, and we will study the possible dialogues here, so that we won't be confused and be discovered. They kept talking. Sister Lin was also a little confused. Her spiritual root is only a high-grade yin-yang spiritual root, not a heavenly spiritual root. It is estimated that it is relatively weak in the state of mind. And there is nothing special about it. The original supernatural power of the high-grade yang spiritual root is 12 yang apertures, store 12 times the blood and flesh energy, which is used to burst combat power and recover from injuries during battle. Now she has integrated the supernatural power of the newly cultivated top-grade soul separation flower in the spiritual farming area. 12 yin and yang acupoints, store 12 times the flesh and blood, soul power, used to burst combat power and recover from injuries during battle. How to say it? It's quite standard. They are both top-grade spiritual roots, but the difference is huge. It's better to say that the top-grade spiritual roots of my Lingyu are the rarest and strongest ones. The cotton battle suits of the Water Cotton clan and the acupoint storage of the town master are normal top-grade spiritual roots. My thing doesn't seem to have anything to do with the Wuxing sect, right? Lin Mimi thought. Beside her, Yin Shuanging analyzed, speaking of which, this Wuxing sect seems to be the same. The bottom level is engaged in fertility spiritual roots and cultivating high-quality talents. And the high-level combat monks cultivated will not engage in fertility spiritual roots or combat spiritual roots. The Jiai town here seems to be similar, the bottom level, fertility spiritual roots, and the high level, combat spiritual roots. They feel that they do have something in common. In the dark, the shadow in the secret room was shocked, and his heart couldn't help sinking. These damn pseudo-people, they took over our bodies and inherited our interpersonal relationships. The Wuxing sect is indeed their descendants. Run, silly child. She secretly observed the lifeless whale, who was being questioned through the secret compartment. She wanted to send a message secretly. This place has been secretly infected by a terrifying existence. However, Sister Lin is already a great master of the state of mind, and she is also a fairy root. Once she sends a message and shows up, she will immediately detect it. I am afraid that I will die as soon as I show up. The other party just sent a few fake people to infect his entire secret realm. I dare not think about what terrifying things are behind it. She didn't think that once she was exposed, the other party would not send a powerful saint level to wipe her out personally. Just as she hesitated and struggled, she finally chose to endure. I can go out and let Wu Xingjing run away. But I will definitely die if I am exposed. I have to stay alive, because my diary is important information. Once I am exposed, the diary in the secret room will also be discovered by them. She looked at Wu Xingjing, who was drinking tea, and comforted herself. It's not that I am afraid of death, but I am responsible for the mission of the diary. She thought about it, and continued to write her diary. At that time, her high-level second phase realm was attacked, so she could only write a diary. Later, her stand-in was attacked, and she could only watch and write a diary in the secret room. Click. At this moment, the door opened. The pseudo-person who controlled her stand-in, called Lin Daiyu, walked in and smiled. I didn't expect that the descendants of our Wuxing sect would find this place. Meet the ancestor. Wu Xingjing stood up. Now is the time when the era is exploding. She came to recognize her ancestors and hoped to get help. Moreover, she hoped to obtain some information about the Wuxing sect. The ancient sect faults, various backgrounds. Hee hee. Sister Lin smiled faintly. We don't really have much to do with each other anymore. Your Wuxing sect can be traced back to the Changsheng dynasty before the Xian dynasty. You changed your name to Wuxing sect after losing the competition with the Changsheng emperor, right? With the changes of the times, we are no longer a faction, and even our philosophies are different. Please go back. Obviously, the blacksmiths came prepared. Wuxing Will seemed to have anticipated this and said, My lord, the disaster of fake people has swept the world. Do you think you can escape by hiding? Everyone present is alive, and you will also be infected. Obviously. She was lying to the other party. How could a dead person be infected by a fake person? This is a joke. But the dead don't think they are dead. They think they will be infected. In the dark, the shadow was even more anxious. He paced back and forth in the secret room and looked outside nervously through the gap. Silly child, you guessed it right. This place has been infected. Sister Lin's face sank. We are indeed living people, and will be infected, but are you threatening us? Wu Xingjing said, We are not here to take advantage. We recognize our ancestors, and the benefits are mutual. To be honest, we are. The world-famous Shirong god craftsman. The Shirong ark sailing in the sea outside is us. What? Sister Lin stood up in shock and said in disbelief. The world-famous #1 sage in Jiuzhou is actually our Wuxing sect behind the scenes? Yes. Wu Xingjing obviously expected the other party to be so shocked. She believed that if this bargaining chip appeared, the tomb owner would not refuse her at all, and said, We came here not for the ancestors' fighting power, but for the ancient vault secrets. Not for your fighting power. Our Wuxing sect dates back to a long time ago. I heard that there is a big secret that no one in the world can guess, which is related to the human ancestor. We came here for this secret. After saying that, Wuxing Will stomped his feet fiercely and shouted, Shadow Crocodile. With a bang, a huge shadow crocodile rose from behind her, and a surging shadow enveloped the entire hall, hovering in the air, as if people could feel the terrifying pressure. What is this? Sister Lin was horrified. However, the shadow crocodile circled around and casually attacked a maid in the second phase realm next to it. Her bubbles fell, which were the signature toxins of the world-famous Shirong god craftsman. You are actually Shirong. Someone looked at Wuxing Whale, and was acting like a drama queen. I can't believe that our descendants of Wuxing are so good. Someone was ready to win the Best Actor award. Someone's acting skills were even better than those of young actors, and tears flowed. Ha ha ha. Wuxing sect. Our descendants of Wuxing sect are so promising. It is the world-famous Shirong. God wants us to rise in this era. All the beings present were discussing, and full of surprise. This. In the dark, the black shadow was shocked by what she saw, and the overwhelming fear drowned her heart. Shirong, our descendants are actually Shirong. She witnessed the great terror in the war 100 years ago. The shadow crocodile, like a god or a demon, fought against humans and gods, and swept across the forbidden areas of Kyushu. If she hadn't been smart enough to find a substitute, and disguise herself as a tomb owner of the One Heart realm, she would have revealed herself to be a top tomb owner of the Hwawa realm level, and she would have been flattened by the Shirong Godsmith. She was extremely afraid of the Shirong Godsmith, but she didn't expect that he was her own man. If the other party attacked her tomb, it would be like a flood that washed away the Dragon King temple, and the family would not recognize each other. At that time, she was afraid of Shirong, the sage who saved the world. Now, she is ecstatic to know that Shirong is secretly our Wuxing cult, this shocking secret, but now she is surprised with great fear. That is the Shirong Godsmith who saved the world. Shirong wail, you are so exposed and fell into the hands of the other party, and mankind is in danger. In her eyes, Shirong is the main force to resist the disaster of pseudo-humans. Now, the first wave has fallen, exposing the truth. We humans are in danger. Silly child, run away. Run away. This is not the ancestor, it is a pseudo-human. She roared in her heart, but could only write silently in her diary. As a master of the hidden way, she can usually hide with a substitute, and even a dignified existence in the realm of transformation, but disguised as an ordinary secret realm of the realm of One Heart, which proves that she is an expert in the hidden way. Even when the opponent attacked her secret realm, she hid in the dark and observed outside to see if she could fight. As a result, she saw such a terrifying scene. How dare she take action? She was timid and cautious when she was alive, and she was also timid and cautious after death. This is a fixed behavioral logic. If she were still alive, she might be more flexible and changeable, and even now, she would be so hot-blooded that she would choose to expose herself and sacrifice herself. To shout that sentence, silly child, stop pretending, run away. But now, she is a dead person, maintaining the behavioral logic before she died. Therefore, she was still very cautious and careful. She gritted her teeth, watched the fall of Shirong Godsmith, and hid in the dark to write a diary. Well, my Wuxing sect is Shirong's business. Such a big secret should be hidden in the diary. 25th Sunny. Shirong Godsmith unexpectedly came to my secret realm. I had a premonition that something extremely terrible was really happening. Shirong Godsmith had begun to contact those terrifying beings, who disguised themselves as the ancestors of Shirong Godsmith. They might have fallen at the beginning of the disaster. This time, the supreme and great savior of mankind was attacked first. What else can save the world? We can only rely on ourselves to fight against this terrifying unknown existence. The terrible disaster is about to affect everyone, and no one can be spared. She finished writing the diary, gritted her teeth, and looked outside. At this time, Wu Xingjing summoned Shadow Crocodile, and in the eyes of the people, he slowly said, we are the saints of the entire era, forcing the ancient taboos to bow their heads. We, Wu Xinjiu, in the name of Shirong, are destined to become the supreme of an era. She put her hands behind her back, full of dominance. You? Lin Daiyu and other tombs were so shocked by this mythical scene that they dropped their teacups. Some even fell to the ground with their legs weak, their faces full of disbelief. My daughter Wu Xingjing has the potential to be an emperor. I seem to see an invincible emperor rising up. The 5 or 6 senior officials present had different expressions of shock. Chapter 561. Wu Xingjing looked at the ancient embers, who were convinced and satisfied. Only the beings in these tombs know how terrible Shirong is. She has investigated it. 100 years ago, Jiayi Town, after surviving the disaster, almost died. She has done a lot of things in recent years. She is a villain. If she doesn't do some impersonation, is she still qualified to be a villain? Even those righteous monks, who seem to be upright and kind-hearted scholars, don't know what they are doing behind the scenes. Everyone, I am the new saint of Shirong's lineage. Wu Xingjing continued to reveal information to increase his persuasiveness, and said coldly, with the power of the fire, 2 powerful inheritances, you should know what my future potential is. Her goal is very clear, to attract sponsorship and background, so that she can compete in this era. The blacksmiths were also shocked. This girl is really good at pretending. This time, we are actually losing to her acting skills. She wants to turn against Tian Gang. Who is the fake one between us? She is more like the amnesiac fake one who took over Shirong's body. Obviously, we are the amnesiac fake ones, who took over her ancestor's body. They were terrified. Damn the demon sect monks, none of them are easy to deal with. They got angry and everyone was acting. They immediately started thinking about how to act more like this. But it's okay. Their acting skills have been greatly improved recently in Detective Yin Xuanying, not to mention that Yin Xuanying, the leading actor, is still here. You? It's Xinhua. Shirong plus Xinhua must be the strongest immortal power of the era. The son of destiny, the destined person of this era. As soon as Yan Shuanging opened his mouth, he knew that his acting skills had returned to their original state. In this way, isn't my Wuxing sect destined to become the supreme ruler of the world? It's more than just dominating the world, it's going to be famous for thousands of years, and forever dominate the long river of time. Someone exclaimed, plus, it's the blood of Xinqiao, and it's legitimate to ascend the throne in the future. She will be a peerless empress, who rules the 9 states. Someone even thought of something and trembled with excitement. The sun and the moon are the 7-colored spiritual roots cast by the Shirong god craftsman. And you are the strongest yin-yang fairy spiritual root. In the future, you will ascend the throne with the power of Xinhua, and use the power of Shirong to control the sun and the moon. Their passers-by were shocked. This moved Wuxing Whale completely, and he said in his heart, "It's worthy of my ancient master to have such a keen eye for pearls." At this moment, she almost lost herself in the flattery, and even thought that she was the real thing, and she was the inheritor of the Shirong god craftsman. Yes. As Shirong, she can take the opportunity to control the sun and the moon. As Xinhua, she can ascend the throne legitimately. She also began to feel that she was the son of destiny, not a useless blacksmith. Although her main body is now on the ark, hammering the iron like crazy, and her Dharma image has to go to the secret realm to explore, like a super social animal. The current Wuxing sect simply doesn't treat her as a human being, and works like crazy. Ahem, this identity is just the starting point. We still need to keep a low profile. Wuxing Jing calmed down and said seriously, "We came here this time to trace back the ancient history." Quiet. Sister Lin was very cool, sitting on the high hall, interrupting the flattery of the crowd. "I admit your potential, but it's just potential. Don't be too proud of everyone's flattery. If you are arrogant, you are nothing more than that. So what do you want to trace back?" Wuxing Jing smiled proudly and said, "Are you still hiding the truth? Isn't it Renzu?" "What do you mean?" Lin Mimi pretended to be confused, because she really didn't know. "Humph." Wuxing Jing put his hands behind his back and said proudly, "Are you still hiding it? Renzu. Renzu Chuan is the one that came from our sect, right?" Lin Mimi was extremely surprised. She was not acting at this time, but was really shocked. She said, "How did you notice it?" The blacksmith next to him was also silent for a while. This obviously triggered a new plot. Renzu Chuan was actually passed down by Wuxing sect. I have long seen that your demon sect is not simple. It is indeed not a good thing. The big plot has been triggered. It can be said that these blacksmiths are also a group of clever ghosts. They are drama queens and experts in acting. They began to try to ask this NPC, asking indirectly, "How do you know that Renzu Chuan was passed down by us? Where is the evidence?" Someone was horrified. "This is impossible." Someone was surprised. "Yes, this is top secret information. Our inheritance has been broken for a long time. Since you changed your name to Wuxing sect, it has been broken." "How did you know?" They posed in different shock postures again. It is worth mentioning that the blacksmiths attach great importance to the sense of ritual. In order to cooperate with Yan Shuanging to solve the case as an extra, they have developed the shocking 18 postures similar to the 18 postures of eating dirt in the past few days. Each movement is different: the teacup falling posture, the leg weakness collapse posture, the hair standing upright posture, the spine chill posture. I didn't expect it to be used so soon. Wuxing Jing looked at the doubting people and said lightly, "In the human ancestors' biography, there are obscure information marks of our lineage. We have the habit of writing diaries and biographies in all generations, and in the human ancestors' biography, there are marks of our biography habits. This is enough to prove that it was written by our ancestors." In the dark room, someone put down the diary in his hand, hesitating to speak. Even the diary she is writing now has the mark of their lineage. Wuxing Jing said, "The biography of the human ancestor is a forbidden book of the human race. When our Wuxing sect passed through the 4 seas in the early years, we discovered the secrets of the biography of the human ancestor. Some of the contents on it have the secret marks of the Wuxing sect. But we didn't care at the time. At that time, like most monks, they regarded the absurd contents described in the biography of the human ancestor as a joke. They just thought that a certain generation of Wuxing sect was too immoral to write books that confuse people and are anti-human. After all, they are a demon sect, so they often do such messy things, which is not surprising. But now the fake people appear. They realize that the contents of the biography of the human ancestor are true. Then the question is, who are their ancient ancestors, and why did they spread the biography of the human ancestor? The inheritance of a force is very long, and it is often interrupted with the change of dynasties. They have forgotten the name of the cult before Wuxinjiao, and what its history is. So, Wu Xinjiu, which originally had no feelings for its ancestors, suddenly remembered the old ancestor and felt that the old ancestor's thighs could be hugged. So they came. Because they are ancient, there must be a big secret in spreading the legend of the ancestor. So that's it. Lin Mimi was also stunned after hearing it. Wu Xinjiu is related to Renzu? Lin Mimi said, "You are very good. This is a very ancient history, and it can be traced back to this point. Then let me test you. Who do you think we were in ancient times? Why do we spread the legend of the ancestor? Still testing me? Then I just guess." Wu Shenjing sneered. After she came here, she had already enjoyed everyone's shocked expressions. Because the management in Wusheng religion was too strict, everyone wanted their children to be successful, she was exploited and cultivated as a social animal. How could she be as good as the ancestors here? The ancestors in front of her spoke nicely, gave face, and had very appropriate expressions. Although she didn't know what pretending was, she had fallen in love with this kind of human instinctive emotion, trying to shock the ancient ancestors even more. Because if I'm not wrong, our Wusheng religion is the direct descendant of the ancestor of mankind. Her words stunned all the blacksmiths present. We are the direct descendants of the first emperor of the human race. We are the last hope organization established by the ancestors of the human race to resist the pseudo-humans. She put her hands behind her back and showed her saintliness in front of people. In every era, we are anti-human, anti-social, and evil villains who attempt to destroy and subvert the world. All dynasties have been punished. But now it seems that we are not villains at all. We are the last rebel army of mankind, because we are against the pseudo-human dynasty. We are the direct descendants of Jiusui. Although you hide it from me, I know," she said coldly. "Everyone in the world is besieging the Wusheng sect, but they don't know that the Saint Jiusui is the real leader of the Wusheng sect." As soon as these words fell, the whole hall was silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Jiusui is the real leader of the Wusheng sect? The strongest saint in history is actually the leader of the anti-thief demon sect? This time, the little blacksmith was really shocked. He didn't make an exaggerated surprised expression to cooperate with her pretending to be cool, but was really shocked by her kingly aura. They looked at this heroic woman, full of confidence, with an indescribable aura between her words and deeds. All the blacksmiths present would like to call it the arrival of the king. She is like a real fake person. The Shirong master craftsman was actually possessed by her. This person's words and deeds were pretended by her to be the real Shirong, full of style, full of dominance, and those of us who eat dirt, have no style, and lie around and move bricks all day long are more like pirated copies. And the figure in the secret room in the dark trembled in his heart when he heard the sound. It's over. It's all over. Chapter 562. The shadow in the secret room. The whole person was struck by lightning. She thought to herself that it was really over. She only knew part of this kind of information. They have been the direct descendants of the ancestor of mankind since the past. But she didn't guess. The Saint Jiusui is also from their lineage, and is even the leader of the Wusheng sect. Because she was in the tomb, she hadn't contacted the Wusheng sect, which had changed its appearance in later generations, for a long time, and didn't know that they had developed so terribly outside. Jiusui, is it from my Wusheng sect? Even now, Shirong is also from my Wusheng sect? How come they are all from our Wusheng sect? I haven't been out for millions of years, and we are so strong outside? How can these descendants be so amazing? But now, she thinks it is very likely. Jiusui is too strong. It is very likely that he is the ultimate savior born by their countless efforts from generation to generation. Because they have been studying the reproduction technology of repeated babies since ancient times, and have developed the strongest qualifications, repeated 9 babies, 49 babies, and even higher. The number of Jiusui may be the baby's name. But how can this girl be so smart? She is really smart. As a versatile person born from the blood of the Xian family, as the descendant of Shirong Godsmith, and the saint of the world's first sage force, she is perfectly qualified. However, the smarter she is now, the more doomed she feels. This time, the human race is really doomed if this group of pseudo-people know this huge secret. This time, the pseudo-people disaster. Riots will really cause trouble. The blacksmiths all showed surprised eyes, and the famous detective Yan Shuangying was also confused. The new famous detective Wu Xingjing has appeared, and began to deduce the various clues he encountered in the Wusheng sect. Wu Xingjing looked at the ancient ancestors, who were so shocked that their mouths sagged, and said calmly, "Before, when I didn't know the truth, I didn't think there was anything wrong with Jiusui ascending the throne and sweeping out the fake people. Now I think it's inconsistent. How many people in the world know the mystery of the fake people? Even the 4 sea beasts don't know. If Jiusui was just a commoner, How did he know about the fake people? And how did he sweep out the fake people and target them again and again? He must have gotten the news from an ancient force. And this ancient force is the anti-human demon cult force that the human ancestors have been resisting the pseudo-human dynasty. Everyone understood what Wu Xingjing meant. Jiuzui must have had contact with a resistance force left over from ancient times, or even a genius cultivated by a certain anti-fake human force. And this force must be a demon cult or evil cult that has been suppressed by all dynasties, because they are against humanity and are very evil. This is very similar to the Wuxing religion. What is a demon? They are the Wuxing sect, madly researching fertility technology, practicing magic skills, and killing many people and monks. But if they kill fake people, they are heroes of justice. And why do they study fertility technology? Of course, to study how to remove the 3 flowers, to study acquired spiritual roots, and to study the ultimate genius of acquired spiritual roots. Jiuzui. In fact, you will understand if you think about it. The technology of acquired spiritual roots must have been accumulated for a long time. So who in history has accumulated this technology? So, this sect is obviously the Wuxing sect, she said lightly, and there was also a kind of hearty and refreshing feeling in her heart. This feeling made her feel like a gangster who was hated by everyone, and suddenly her father came to her and said, "What I gave you before was all experience. I'm going to show my cards. We are the Emperor's sons. The leader of the righteous." That's why she came here, to recognize her relatives. She felt that she was indeed the destined child. Shiron, Xinhua, Jiuzui, the 3 strongest buffs of the human race have been fully stacked. So, she chose to recognize her ancestors and try to get in touch with Jiuzui. The blacksmiths also looked at Wu Xingjing, who came to recognize his ancestors with a confused look on their faces. "You came to recognize us as the ancestor to get in touch. But how can we be the ancestor to recognize Jiuzui to get in touch? I also want to recognize this relative." Watching Wu Xingjing's hearty pretense, Ningzheng looked confused in the dark. "Is this what I can hear? Jiuzui will not crawl out of the tomb and kill people to silence them, right? But thinking about it this way, it seems that many details and foreshadowings have been completely completed. You said that these research babies and repeated babies are a cult, but now think about it the other way around. They are obviously the last resistance of mankind. They have been hiding all the time, and they are obviously trying to produce babies that are not infected by the 3 flowers. Even the Wuxing sect itself, 99% of the dynasties are made up of pseudo-people. But these pseudo-people who joined the sect don't know, they think they are a cult, researching evil technology. So the human ancestors use these pseudo-people to study repeated babies, and use pseudo-people to establish a cult to study ways to break the pseudo-people. This is called using pseudo-people to defeat pseudo-people. In fact, Ningzheng is more convinced that Jiuzui is the ultimate savior of the world born by the Wuxing sect after countless thousands of years of accumulation. Otherwise, how can he be so outrageously strong? This is not something that can be achieved by innate qualifications. However, since Jiuzui is the behind-the-scenes Wuxing sect leader of a certain generation, the mission of the Wuxing sect has been completed when he established the Jiuzui dynasty. It's time to disband. But why did he still leave the Wuxing sect in Xinjiazhu, still preaching there, killing babies, and continuing to stack babies? It's not that Ningzheng thinks Jiuzui is cruel, but secretly continues to support a demon sect and harm the people. After all, as an emperor of Jiuzhou, the first thing is that the emperor's mind cannot be a saint. They can sacrifice a small number of people for the sake of the world, and even use them for evil experiments. These experiments have been done by the royal families of all dynasties, not to mention the major sects and holy places. This is ultimately an extraordinary world that disregards human life. Humanity has opened up the 5 bodies to transform the realm. Those cycles and system trends are secretly piled up with countless experiments and human lives. Civilization and technology originally advanced on corpses. Even Ningzheng himself is a ruthless character who disregards human life. Others who come to the blacksmith shop in the villa and see the perverted scene will be scared to death. Otherwise, how could he become the world's #1 sage? Because he used his life to pile up the ember iron-making technology. However, after the founding of the country, what did the Wuxing sect plan to do in Xinjiazhu? Keep an eye on the group of traitors. To prevent them from doing something in secret? Or continue to breed babies and research new things? Are they trying to get a second baby Jiuzui? It may also be just a hidden trick left by Jiuzui. If the pseudo-humans counterattack, the Wuxing sect will have to continue to hide, as the last trump card of mankind, continue to research new babies, and continue to serve mankind. Ningzheng thought about many things, and finally sighed, picked up a cup of tea in his hand, and drank it all. Jiosui, why is he dead? But there are so many messes left behind. Every major event has a shadow. Ningzheng felt that when he had time and strength, he really had to go to Jiosui's imperial tomb to take a look. He felt that Jiosui's messy secrets were probably there. There are more things after the death of the person. The awakening conditions of Jiosui are also very obvious. Ramp all the pseudo-humans. If the pseudo-human disaster can deal with Jiosui, he will probably make a complete comeback. Is this also his calculation? Before he died, he had arranged all the funeral affairs properly and prepared the means for his own resurrection? Ningzheng didn't quite understand and didn't want to guess blindly. Chapter 563. Ningzheng recalled the past. When Jiosui died, he was still a weak force that went to Beijing to meet the emperor and cast the sun and moon. At that time, there were many turbulent things and various games in secret that he could not catch up with. He was responsible for selling weapons. And then suddenly heard that this person had passed away. Therefore, Ningzheng had no real feeling about this saint who died suddenly. But now the higher the circle he contacts, the stronger the presence of Jiosui is. This person is really outrageous. He did so many things before his death. The sun and moon he cast before his death, and the release of Xi and Shichen were just one of his countless plans. Ningzheng's eyes were on Wu Xingjing, who was about to recognize his ancestor. I can't control Jiosui's origin and identity, but for now, this person is the real Shirong God craftsman, the top talent I need. Free labor, delivery to the door. Is there any justice if you don't take advantage? Recently, there is a need for God craftsmen to forge iron. The magic weapon to prevent tracking of earth veins, and the magic weapon to store luck value both require a powerful divine craftsman. It is normal for me to fool myself and become the ancestor, and let this junior help forge, right? Besides, 100 years ago, she planted the 3 flowers that she had pulled out during the San Yuan realm. Like Princess Xine, I can take over her body at any time. In other words, she is trustworthy, Ningzheng thought to herself. Not only can I let her help me forge iron, but I also have to use her shadow crocodile forging knowledge. In this way, the iron-making technology of our villa will take off completely. After all, every forging family has an iron-making technique that matches the magical power. The shadow crocodile ironsmithing technique that she has studied for 100 years is a perfect match for the standard skills of our mountain villa shadow crocodile, getting her skills. We are worthy of being the real shadow crocodile godsmith, although it feels weird. We stole the shadow crocodile ironsmithing technique of her fake Shirong, and we, the real Shirong, can really iron. Who is the genuine one? The more Ningzheng thought about it, the more strange it felt. The genuine one stole the pirated technology and pretended to be the genuine one. The wedding closed town. The whole hall was silent. Wishing was wrong. If the secret revealed by Shirong Jing was told, it would shock the whole world. Even some of the past leaders in the Wuxing sect were not aware of it at all, which shows that Jiosui hid it very deeply. It can only be said that Shirong Jing is indeed an all-round genius. With the help of the fire, she burned all the way here, tracing the truth of history, and she really touched some clues and pieced together the truth. Yin Shuanging once boasted that my Lingya is the most suitable race to be a detective. Once the charm is turned on, they will confess their crimes. Now, Yin Shuanging thinks that Xinhua is the famous detective race. Burning people to track, it is a bit unsolvable. Surprisingly, you really discovered our truth. Lin Mimi sighed. This NPC has a high IQ, and can play with imagination. It's really fun. No, this is not imagination. We took over the body, and replaced the identity. How could she think that we are fake? It is natural for her to be tricked by us. I wonder if the Saint Jiosui has any secret connection with us. Shirongjing is a little expectant. Of course. There is a connection. Lin Mimi smiled. No connection. There is no connection at all. In the secret room, the shadow couldn't help but want to run out and reveal the truth. Silly child, you recognize the thief as your father. Recognize the thief as your father. This fake person took over their identities. It was disgusting. This feeling of hiding in the closet when the husband is in the present. Only friends who have been cheated know the despair in it. She was angry, and could only continue to write a diary, and vent all her emotions in it. She firmly believed that in the distant future, her diary would be comparable to the ancestral legacy of human beings, revealing a terrible fact. On the 25th, Sunny, Shirong Jing, as the saint of the next generation of Shirong, will be a sinner in history. She made the Shirong Manor Master, who once paid the price of his life to defeat the fake human god. All his efforts went to waste, and she exposed all the cards of our human race to the other party. I have foreseen a desperate future. In the future, all the people in the world will be half infected, losing the day and only the night. Only the embers will not be infected by this fake human virus. Our hope lies in the ancestor in the tomb. Sister Lin saw Shi Rongjing's expectant eyes. You must not reveal these secrets to outsiders, and do not reveal them to the internal believers of Wuxing sect. Shi Rongjing said, this is natural. There are many people and eyes. Even in the Jiusui period, no one in Wuxing sect knew the truth. What's more, there can be fake people in our sect at any time. She felt a deep sense of mission. She is the most unique one. Look at those old mothers of Wuxing sect, they dare to exploit me like this. She is really tired. I don't know how I have been doing for the past 100 years, forging iron, just because she got the shadow crocodile's spirit root and carried everyone's hope. Living like a dog, a blacksmith in an assembly line, and then letting those Wuxinjiu high-ranking officials take weapons to sell, to make money, and preach. Here, she can get rid of exploitation. Just as she was thinking this, Sister Lin said, as for Jiosui's matter, your realm is still low now. It's no good to know too much. You are just a great perfection in the second phase realm. When you break through the one-mind realm, you will be worthy of knowing the truth. I understand, Shi Rongjing said. She has been in the second phase realm for a long time, but the one-mind realm is too difficult to break through. Many times, a threshold can block the geniuses for a lifetime. In this world, most of the talented geniuses in the second phase realm can reach it, but the one-mind realm is surprisingly rare. Otherwise, it would not be called the headmaster level. Now, let me test you to help us deal with the thieves who come here. Sister Lin showed an image of a magic weapon, which was a group of tomb robbers, like Bai Xingling, stealing things everywhere. This? Wuxing was stunned. Isn't it normal to sweep the ancestral graves and clear the weeds? Lin Mimi said coldly. Yes. Wu Xingjing had to nod. By the way, hand in your shadow crocodile forging technique. Lin Mimi continued to ask for respect for the elderly and love for the young. Wu Xingjing was puzzled. This technology cannot be used without the shadow crocodile. This is the core of her 100 years of hard work. In addition, there is the Wuxing sect. The entire sect has poured a lot of resources together, and a group of bigwigs have helped to research and give advice. Lin Mimi said, of course we can't use it, but just help you see if there is anything that needs to be improved, as a gift for you as a junior. Wu Xingjing thought it made sense, so he took out a jade slip and imprinted the knowledge in it. In the dark, Shadow fell to the ground. Silly girl, you leaked the core inheritance of Shirong sect, and if this group of fake people got it, you will be doomed. Okay, go and get busy. Sister Lin was still very satisfied with the line of Wu Xingjing. In the future, she would treat her as the ancestor, and ask her to come over to pay her respects from time to time. Ning Zheng retracted his gaze. Why are all the fake people in power in the recent development, and are everywhere rebelling against Tiangang? Wu Xingjing pretended to be a fake person to take over Shirong's identity, and show off in front of us. We pretended to be fake people to take over the identity of the ancestor of Wuxing sect. Everyone is playing dirty. Ning Zheng looked surprised, and let out a long breath. Unconsciously, we have changed from pretending to be the deputy leader of Wuxing sect to pretending to be the ancestor of Wuxing sect, and our seniority has doubled. He felt that the line of Wuxing sect could be used, and it was very useful. The other party's intelligence network and various backgrounds could help him get through this transition period. Chapter 564. After leaving the hall and coming to the streets of Bridal Town, Wu Xingjing started to work. She was responsible for dealing with the rampant tomb robbers in the past few days. It was obvious that this was a test given to her by the ancestors, helping the ancestors to weed and repair the ancestral tombs to show filial piety. Although she was still working as a social animal, she was full of confidence in her heart. Once I have a good relationship with the ancestors, I can have a good relationship with the 9-spice saint who is secretly planning in the tomb. This is the real financial supporter behind the Wuxing sect, and the senior leaders of my Wuxing sect don't even know it. She suddenly became curious. I don't know how the 9-spice saint contacted the Wuxing sect, disguised as a Wuxing sect leader? Or use a substitute? Forget it, anyway, I have to get in touch with the backstage. Even those ancestors helped me perfect the shadow crocodile iron making technique. She thought happily. Unlike those senior leaders of the Wuxing sect, the old ancestor here speaks kindly, and the pie he draws is big and round, which makes her very motivated to help work in this town. Listening to their flattery, she feels more and more that she is the child of destiny. Shirong plus Jiusui plus Xinhua. Who else can there be in this world? She walked on the street of Jiayi town and saw a cultivator passing by. Bai Xingling? I start with you first. You dared to steal my ancestor's tomb and dig up my ancestral grave. Except for some hidden cultivators, she knows most of the second phase cultivators, who often come to the nursery. Bai Xingling is considered a master. She followed the young man silently, thinking to herself, after dealing with these sneaky thieves, wait a minute, the old ancestor wants me to go back and show them how to forge iron, saying that he wants to give me some advice. I must perform well. The town hall. Several blacksmiths sent Wuxing Whale away, and they were all studying their performance just now, feeling very satisfied. Serving guests and pretending to be fake people made them feel very excited, and the spiritual refreshment was no less than a hearty battle copy. Lin Mimi said happily, Yin Xuanying, you don't need to do anything to that group of tomb robbers. We already have free thugs. They are real two-phase realm, not you. Yin Xuanying, you are too quick to cross the river and destroy the bridge. And you took over the body of the tomb boss of the One-Heart realm. You are the real waste. Why don't you do it yourself? Sister Lin saw his contemptuous look and explained forcefully, you don't understand, my magical power is a bit rubbish. Next to him, the Dharma image of the god of food glanced at him. What a joke. This moon elder could charm your original body for 3 seconds before, but now you have planted a top-grade pseudo-spiritual root, yin and yang cycle, and advanced to a top-grade fairy spiritual root. The resistance is too high, and the speed of charm is too slow. Do you know what 12 times the mental power means? Now, you are almost immune to most mental attacks. You are so strong that you can fly bricks, and you still say you are weak? Cough, cough, cough. Sister Lin coughed twice. I turned out to be so strong. She likes strong people who can fly bricks because they are practical. But she still avoided the topic and showed off. We should prepare. Wait a minute, the genuine Shirong blacksmith will start teaching us how to forge iron. The forging furnace is ready. Several blacksmiths in the second phase of the state next to him also prepared their things. This time of stealing is extremely critical. After learning the opponent's shadow crocodile iron forging technique, who dares to say that we are in name only, they are going to record the whole process. In the future, Sword Forging Villa will study the whole process and conquer this shadow crocodile iron forging technique. They were even moved to tears. We finally have the exclusive shadow crocodile forging method of Shirong Master Craftsman. In the afternoon, Wuxing Whale officially launched a sneak attack, causing several tomb robbers led by Bai Xingling to trigger the rules, causing the nearby embers to be furious, and successfully attacked and surrounded and killed them. Damn, how did you break the rules? How could it be? It's because you saw that the tombs relaxed patrols before, and you were too greedy and thought that people didn't find it. The two-phase realms were furious, blaming each other, and began to fight back against some residents who came on patrol. But after beating the small ones, the old ones came. Soon, the two-phase embers on the upper floors of several tombs. The blacksmiths violated the rules and became furious. These blacksmiths, they couldn't help themselves, watching their bodies go crazy, and began to deal with those two-phase monks. Boom, the battle broke out. Quickly surrounded and killed. One house after another began to collapse. Several blacksmiths attacked like crazy. At first they were a little nervous, feeling that their bodies were out of control, but later, they found it very interesting. Boom, punch, raise your hands, chase. First-person perspective, watching yourself fight, is like watching a first-person perspective movie with a strong sense of substitution, more exciting than a roller coaster. Wow, wow, wow. Is this a battle AFK? It's so fun. A blacksmith roared in his heart, watching himself punching wildly, pressing the tomb robber up and beating him, and he became happy. Sure enough, my two-phase character is so powerful. Come up and move yourself. Some people feel like they are Ultraman's human body, standing still in Ultraman, watching Ultraman fight monsters by himself. Some people were very nervous at this time. Help, I feel like I'm on a roller coaster, the screen is shaking too much. Some people discussed rationally, oh my god, isn't it said that when Eugene gets crazy, his attacks are very chaotic and disorganized, and his combat power drops a lot? How can he be stronger than when we fight seriously? Is there a possibility that if we control it ourselves, our combat power is not as good as the basic AFK combat of this body? It hurts my heart. Obviously, the new combat AFK gameplay in front of them makes them extremely excited and novel. Before, they guessed that they would go crazy in AFK, and thought it was not a good thing, but now they think how can it not be a good thing? We underestimated the planner's imagination. The AFK function of this game was designed from the beginning, which is the killing rules and madness conditions of Eugene. At that time, they just thought it was a setting of the worldview, but now they think about it. The planner has been waiting for us here for a long time. This foreshadowing is amazing. It seems that the functionality of this game is being improved. Before, it was automatic guidance, and now it is automatic AFK battle, which has the style of some brainless Krypton Gold Web games. And they found that it is good to have strong strength to fly bricks. When the normal embers are crazy, they basically don't know any tricks or magical powers. It's like a mad dog biting people. But after they become immortal roots, their basic attributes are improved, and the blank attributes have become extremely strong, and they can beat the old turtle to death with random punches. Damn it! Damn it! Bai Xingling looked extremely angry and kept retreating. It's okay if I can't beat the other Dharma phase monks, because the Dharma phase is weaker than the main body, and their Dharma phase is not equipped with any magic weapon, so it only has 1/10 of the combat power of the main body with magic weapon. But what about him? His Dharma phase is fully armed and has a combat power close to the main body. How can he not beat him? Although he is the main body, he has already gone crazy as a ghost, and the battle is disorganized, and he was beaten. Is the opponent's basic combat power so strong? Get out of my way. Bai Xingling looked at the other Dharma phase monks, who were robbing the tombs, and they exploded and died. He was constantly anxious in his heart. I must leave quickly, otherwise there will be a chain reaction, attracting stronger tomb owners to attack. He wanted to leave. But he was besieged by several blacksmiths, who were fighting on the AFK, and he couldn't leave at all. These blacksmiths were unusually clingy today. Soon he was the only one left, and suddenly there was an angry roar in the distance. Roar! The crazy air wave broke through the roof. The killing condition of the master of the wedding dress town has been triggered, and a terrifying figure came instantly. One move, bang! 12 times the basic attributes, directly blew up Bai Xingling's Dharma image instantly, turning it into residue. Crash! The Dharma image exploded, and the top equipment fell all over the ground. Lin Mimi, who was hanging up, ? I was so powerful. You should have said it earlier. The built-in hanging up killing rules of the embers are not a weakness for us players, who are not good at fighting, but a benefit, which is a bit cool. Before Bai Xingling died, his face was full of disbelief, showing a similar stunned expression to the players before. But he was not acting, but really surprised. This made several blacksmiths, who could not move in the hanging up happy, and secretly took screenshots. This expression is very accurate. Immediately take a screenshot of the expression package, go back and study it carefully. It is called the 19th style, pupil dilation style. They have to continue to learn as pseudo-people, and be more anthropomorphic. The god of food laughed from the dark. I told you to be careful, don't pretend to be cool all day, go out with a bunch of equipment. Look, the equipment exploded on the spot. Wait for you to revive, run corpses, and come back to pick up equipment. How is that possible? They are all ours. They happily collected them. After the level was opened recently, they had a lot of second phase cultivators, and they were in great need of equipment. The one in front of them was simply a treasure-dropping boy, a great man. Even Ning Zheng was stunned, with a strange look on her face. Why does Bai Xingling feel like a boy who brings wealth? Every time I see him, he throws equipment into my house. Chapter 565. All the players in the spectator's perspective were shocked. AFK. Some people even started to rush to the forum to post in order to seize the opportunity. In an instant, countless posts popped up like mushrooms after rain. Shocking. The AFK system was quietly turned on. The first victory of the AFK battle. In-depth analysis of the impact of the newly updated offline AFK system on the operation of the villa. Planning, I won't pretend anymore. I'm showing my cards. I can't stand your fighting ability. Go AFK. In the forum, countless people started to discuss. And in the square of the entire sword forging villa, hundreds of people crowded into a group, looking at the body of the god of food, and vividly describing the scene seen by the Dharma image. The god of food was beaming with joy. Speaking of Sister Lin, the delicate hairpin girl usually knows how to embroider, and likes beautiful clothes. After the AFK battle, she was like a Sister Lin who uprooted a weeping willow and beat Bai Xingling, who was well known in the Jiuzhou second phase realm circle, to scream. Bai Xingling was shocked when he died. At the moment when his equipment exploded on the spot, I seemed to hear a ding in my mind, and then this line of words appeared. He danced with a pen and wrote and drew on the floor. Ding! You have completed a battle while AFK during your offline period. You defeated 15 enemy Dermas including Bai Xingling, making the enemy terrified. During your offline period, you dropped a large number of weapons through battles, which have been automatically collected into the loot warehouse in this town. The god of food imitated Jiao Cairong and wrote the official AFK battle log on the ground. Everyone looked strange after seeing it. It felt like that. You are the diary boss. You are so good at show effects. God of cookery, you run a canteen, you deserve to be rich. Awesome. Jiosai Rong was shocked, and couldn't help patting him on the shoulder and said, God of cookery, you are very ceremonial. There is no idol record in this idol battle. It's like there is no Jerusalem in the West. Yi Guangxiu was also thoughtful. Or, we can build a broadcast system ourselves to record it. I think the linear pseudoman can complete this operation. Jiosai Rong thought about it, and shook his head. See if the planner will update this idol log. If it is not updated, we can also monitor the idol embers at night by ourselves, so that we don't know what they do when they sleep. It's also very good to stare at the idol embers at night, otherwise it's always a little uneasy. As they discussed, the blacksmiths next to them also chattered and gathered together. Fuck. Fuck. So strong? The favorite of the idol players. Good news for the slackers. The planner is too detailed. He has already done this. We didn't even think of it before. It's all Yi Guangxiu's fault. He always said that he would be able to guess the planner's brain hole setting through the clues. Now he can't guess anything. We just reacted to the obvious idol setting now. The scene was so lively. Everyone shouted at the top of their voices, extremely excited. The response to this new idol function was much greater than expected. Because for most players, who are clumsy and don't like fighting, idol fighting has always been their dream skill. I can only say that the planner loves us too much. You have to know that this is a blacksmith game mainly based on simulation business, going out for adventure. In terms of combat, some blacksmiths who don't like combat are now given preferential treatment, and they can enjoy the fun of watching their own combat. No one dislikes this setting. Su Yunyang reviewed the period of server opening, and couldn't help but sigh. The planner is really awesome. To be fair, he has thought of this AFK setting since the server opening, and has been foreshadowing for so long. Now it comes naturally. I really admire him. Xiao Chai Kun also praised the planner. It's true when you think about it this way. The details are as always everywhere. The god of cookery was speechless. These people were praising the planner so obviously. Do they feel that the planner is peeking at the screen? First, Wu Shengjing was happy, and now the planner is happy. You are really good at flattering. Even if you praise the planner like this, the planner will not give you a chance. Wait, if they really give them AFK, then it's okay. Xiao Chai Kun, but god of cookery, don't you have the ability to broadcast live? I want to watch the first offline battle of Jiayi Town. The god of cookery looked at Xiao Chai Kun. You are a bit outrageous. How can I broadcast live? I need a ground vein transmitter to broadcast live. I am a Dharma image in the distance. How can my main body broadcast live to you here? Maybe there is a projection spell in this regard, but he is a novice in spells, and he just took over the body of a waste. How can he have this skill? He has been taking over the body for a week, and he can separate a Dharma image, which is already a natural talent. I think I have to study a fairy root magical power. Oh, Nijiang found a business opportunity. What magical power? God of cookery blinked. Oh, Nijiang, the Dharma image live broadcast magical power. The Dharma image wanders around and broadcasts live to us. This magical power is a war correspondent. Set up a TV in the square, and we can watch the battles of bosses from all over the country. It must be very profitable. Everyone was shocked and fell into thinking. This is a great idea. If there is a live broadcast, there must be a screen. It would be nice to install a large projection device next to the turtle shell wooden fish in the square of the villa. When everyone comes to the square to accept tasks, they can also watch live TV. In the future, when everyone's resident secret realm opens more branch mines, they can also change the TV channel. No. Even the owner of the secret realm himself can start a live broadcast, promote his own secret realm as a boss, and establish his own secret realm guild. Extend it a little further. When the tomb owner has nothing to do, he can still make a living by live broadcasting and interacting every day to get the blacksmith's magic money in the villa. The picture is already there. Old Iron, Buckle 666. A domineering and fairy-like hero. I just took over the body of this state of mind boss, an ancient taboo. Now I give you a thumbs up. He lay on the ground to make a living, playing the killing mat living, splits and spirals, and the ground was full of mud. Even some awkward things. You can despise my unparalleled bravery as an ancient forbidden overlord, but you can't step on my golden Chelsea. Ancient kings, generals, overlords who swept an era, said in secret realms, my friends in the live broadcast room, today I won't sell the local specialties of our secret realm. I will PK with the boss of the next secret realm. Remember to give me gifts. This picture is very cute in contrast. A group of super ancient taboos in the eyes of outsiders. Doing these here will definitely surprise outsiders. Even when they broke through all the way and came to the sword-casting villa as the monitoring center, they found that the secret realms here were mighty and domineering, and the overlord of the forbidden area, who had killed countless people in history, was broadcasting live, and their 3 views would be overturned. Wouldn't this scare the whole world to death? They will see the truth of the whole world. A great behind-the-scenes mastermind spread his arms and overlooked the common people. Track down, crack our fake people among fake people, come here. There will be the truth of the whole history here. Let the great terror and despair that subvert the worldview, and then survive in fear like a street rat. Many blacksmiths thought, in this way, the style will be there. It seems that the fairy roots of the second phase realm do not have to be strong. As long as there is a fairy root that can broadcast live, it will be very profitable to broadcast the secret realm in the villa square. This requires the study of an innate live broadcast holy body. Chapter 566. Jiai Town. Soon the battle subsided. Without an attack target, the frenzied monsters gradually returned to normal. The blacksmiths also withdrew from combat mode. Seeing that the battle was over, some lower-level residents of the Embers came out of the alleys. Why did someone attack our town? Those outsiders are so hateful. The house is gone. In this extraordinary world where battles are frequent, the lower-level people who don't run away when they see the strong fighting have long been dead. Even the dead still maintain the logic of millions of years ago. They are very skilled in running away. Soon, these people began to maintain the logic of their lives, quickly cleaning the ground, casting spells, and building houses. After a while, the entire battlefield was roughly restored. In the dark, Wu Xingjing, who had successfully completed the seduction mission, let out a long breath. After all, they are a group of ghosts. They went crazy after a random layout. Clear out those tomb robbers. She has been studying iron making for 100 years, but she doesn't have the ability to kill them alone. They can only rely on them to break the rules, and then let the ancestors take action. After all, I am the only living person here. She looked at the crazy ancient ancestors, and felt that she occupied the high ground of IQ here. But she thought about it again, and felt that it was not right. Why should I mock a group of dead people? How can only dead people say I am the living person? Could it be that I am already a dead person at this moment? I am already an ember? She was a little speechless, and didn't bother to think too much. She is a smart person. This time, she was offering sacrifices to her ancestors, and sweeping the tombs to clear out some tomb robbers, who stole, and she was also preparing to test the ability of these ancestors. Unexpectedly, these ancestors are not as simple as they appear. They look much stronger than their peers. They are so powerful even when fighting instinctively and going crazy. I can't imagine how terrifying they will be when they have brains, and can perform all kinds of exquisite magic and spells. As expected of our lineage, we are good at hiding. This Jiai town is not as simple as it appears. There are many things hidden in secret, even a real self-transformation realm. A saint who swept the world in ancient times. She doesn't think it strange. She is happy about this. The stronger the other party performs, the more benefits she can gain by recognizing her ancestors and pleasing her elders, and she will have a bigger backer. These ancestors have passed my test. They are very strong. In this case, it's time to show them the blacksmithing skills. She thought of this, and came to the hall. She saw a red-hot forging furnace placed in the center. The old ancestor Yujin, who had just returned to normal, seemed to have forgotten that he had gone crazy and sat on the chair. Wu Xingjing was not surprised by this. Gui had logical flaws, and would forget the fact that they were Gui. My fellow ancestors, look, my Shirong forging method starts like this. She started forging iron. Although the main body was forging iron like crazy on the Wuxing religion arc, and the Dharma image was also forging iron like crazy here, they were exhausted. But she believed that there would be a bright future waiting for her by forging iron here. Forging iron on the Wuxing religion arc was called being exploited labor. Forging iron in Jiai Town was called realizing a dream. Let me show you first. She started to heat the embryo and swing the hammer. Lin Daiyu and her group were all smiling and learning crazily. It was so cool. After the fun of the idle battle, there was a new and exciting plot. Our Shirong master came to teach us, in the secret room in the dark. The figure was even more furious, trembling all over, biting the handkerchief with his teeth, gritting his teeth. You are our successor, the world's #1 forging force, the sage who saved the world, and your forging technology is coveted by countless people. How could you expose it, and teach these hateful pseudo-people? Duong, Duong. At this moment, Wuxing Whale's hammer hit again and again, as if it was like playing whack-a-mole, hammering a green hat into her forehead one by one. But she has always been an expert in hiding. Forbearance. The handkerchief she bit was bitten to pieces, and she wrote all her anger in her diary. Thinking back then, the ancestor of mankind was also so patient, hiding in the dark, watching the fake people all over the world, and writing down the ancestor's biography. A little impatience will ruin a big plan. I will continue to hide, plan and then act, write a diary, and pass the news to the world. All the blacksmiths studied very seriously. Even Ning Zheng studied very seriously, and had no idea that there was a top boss in the Hua realm who was in a mood like a roller coaster, hiding in the dark and extremely angry. Ding ding ding. Sparks flew. As the hammer hit, only shadow crocodiles were seen, flowing on the iron hammer like a coiled dragon. Every time the hammer fell, there were countless golden sparks, colorful ember bubbles, flying up, beautiful and magnificent, like a beautiful lightning mother, striking the electric hammer in the colorful sky, blooming endless colors. Ning Zheng thought to herself, this blacksmithing technique is amazing. I never thought that my shadow crocodile could be used in this way. This guy caught some monsters and cut out bubbles, which were then integrated into the embryos he was forging. Then, in a certain order, along with the hammer's beating, these ember bubbles were separated and combined to form a weapon spirit. This technique is so exquisite. The previous blacksmith committed suicide, separating two ember shells, and simply merging two embers to form a fairy spirit weapon spirit. How could it be so wonderful? Cut a monster with Yin spirit roots, and Yin spirit bubbles will appear. Cut a monster with Yang spirit roots, and Yang spirit bubbles will appear. During the forging, the weapon bubbles and blends with each other. The divine craftsman has already reached the level of Taoism, and is a top art. Just like what those powerful blacksmiths said before, high-level blacksmiths are all rhythmic, and the forging process is beautiful, just like playing a supreme and perfect piece of music. It is so beautiful that it is natural. Ning Zheng felt that even if he gave his young blacksmiths 100 years, they would not be able to research this technology. Ning Zheng had never added forging technology before, and the points added were all for combat, because there was no luck value to add to blacksmithing. He knew it better than anyone. The top inheritance of a master craftsman is too expensive, at least millions of luck points can be made. And it's the lowest level. Do you think that the major forging holy places in Jiuzhou, accumulated from generation to generation, the inheritance accumulated by countless master craftsmen in their lifetime, and the great sects that have gone through countless thousands of years, are cheap, and the mature immortal craftsman inheritance, beyond the entire era, I'm afraid it will cost tens of millions of luck points, or even hundreds of millions. So, before, Ning Zheng didn't consider researching a secondary profession. Just let the blacksmiths fool you. It's not that I don't forge iron, it's because the blacksmiths are taking too big a step, and I can't keep up with the blacksmithing foundation. He lacks luck points too much. Even if there is only 1 million, he could upgrade to a small second phase. But now, the opportunity comes to you. The Wuxing sect has painstakingly studied the Shadow Crocodile exclusive blacksmithing technology of the entry-level immortal craftsmen for 100 years, and offered it to them. This is a technology tailored for their Shirong divine craftsmen. Sure enough, the 3-flower investment made by Ning Zheng at that time was successfully rewarded with a huge return. It must be said that this Wuxing whale is a versatile talent. At this time, she was talking with great joy, and even the teacher was a famous teacher, and the things she said were even more easy to understand. Even Ning Zheng was a little envious, she knew his bloodline was so strong. You must know that this Wuxing whale was just a mortal without spiritual roots when he died hundreds of thousands of years ago. Wuxing sect took her as a treasure because her talent was too strong. Now, with acquired spiritual roots, he can practice cultivation, and he is soaring to the sky. Maybe he is really like the protagonist in the storybook, sealed in ancient times, and sleeping until now, waking up to fight for the immortal world. Ning Zheng was deeply moved, looking at this determined blacksmith girl. Sparks flew. This scene was so beautiful that it seemed to be forever imprinted in the mythical history of Shirong Villa. This Wuxing whale is the real first generation of Shirong God craftsman villa owner. Ning Zheng did not take all the credit, and even sighed. At this time, she patiently taught the blacksmith and passed down this way. It's more like a real forging ancestor of a lineage. Chapter 567. I will demonstrate the second method. On the stove, Wu Xingjing patiently demonstrated each method. He even used the materials from the secret realm to cast a low-grade immortal weapon and demonstrated the whole process. In this way, it can be regarded as a complete inheritance. Leaving behind the video and secret book will prevent people from going astray. Just reading the book will easily lead to many details. This is why many wild cultivators, talismans, and ironwork are not favored. After learning a lot, Wu Xingjing clasped his fists and said goodbye, smiling. This low-grade magic weapon will be left here for reference. Yes. Sister Lin nodded coldly. We will help you improve this inheritance. Don't underestimate our foundation. There will be some surprises after a while. Wu Xingjing's mind moved. He secretly thought that his background was indeed profound and mysterious. She knew that the Jiuzhui saint had a far-reaching plan. Although he had passed away in the imperial mausoleum and would not understand the outside world, there were still some hidden forces outside that operated on their own, which was very normal. For example, the Jiuzhui royal family fled from the capital that year, and the Jiuzhui prince had been hiding in the dark. Then all ancestors, come and visit again another day. She thought for a while, took a special communication token, and handed it to Sister Lin. Nowadays, communication tokens are easy to be monitored. Each family has its own encryption method. Use this token to keep in touch. I see. Sister Lin took the token. Can this method isolate the outside world? This is the method we studied ourselves. Wu Xingjing smiled gently. We are the great demon sect of the human race on the surface. I don't know how many times we have been hunted down. If we didn't have some confidentiality in this regard, we would have died long ago. Sister Lin thought about it, and it was right. Everyone can kill the Wuxing sect. And it was our Shirong who caused them to be hunted down. Since the battle in Xinia's city, they have repeatedly slandered the Wuxing sect, let the world surround and kill them, and then bought the dead Wuxing members from the Wuxing sect at a low price. Now think about it. As the ancestors of the Wuxing sect, they are a bit too bad. We should be more restrained in the future. Everyone, ancestors, goodbye. Wuxing Whale didn't know that Sister Lin had so many emotions and bowed again. Crash! The Dharma image left the secret realm, fell down the nursery, and quickly entered the East China Sea. East China Sea. In the deep sea, the sea water rolled. An ark that concealed its breath was sailing. The Wuxing sect has also been doing the business of selling weapons these days, and the ark has received many visitors from the Sea Clan. It must be said that the Sea Clan is rich in products, all kinds of divine gold and medicinal materials. Moreover, the labor force of these mining and collection is very cheap. They buy them at a low price, process and forge them casually, and then sell them, which is a huge profit. The dragon tribe was not allowed to enter the country before, so as to prevent the human race from making a lot of money, ripping the industrial chain of the sea tribe, and the imported brands defeating their domestic products. Now, the dragon tribe can't protect itself, so why bother so much? The leader of Wuxing smiled as he stood at the bow. She turned her head and looked at Wuxing Whale, who was frantically forging a magic weapon. With a splash, a statue of Dharma suddenly fell from the top of Wuxing Whale's head and quickly returned to its place. Back? It seems that you have made some gains, Wuxing Whale said. Not bad. Wuxing Whale certainly would not reveal the news he got. The leader of Wuxing said, not bad, very good, heroes emerge in troubled times. In a while, I'm afraid you will break through the state of one mind. Over 100 years old, one state of mind, even in this era, is extremely incredible. And this is all because you are a pseudo-Gui king. Eating Gui will make your realm rise rapidly. As a Gui king, you are not afraid of fatigue, forging iron 24 hours a day, becoming a 100-year-old master craftsman. Humans, after all, have their limits. Because their body is flesh and blood life. Only the Gui king, whose body is an empty shell of the soul, can forge iron madly 24 hours a day, over and over again, almost without stopping for 100 years. When you are hungry, eating Gui will make you perfect, simple and convenient. Of course. The pseudo-Gui king inherited the advantages of the Gui king, and grew up by eating Gui. But he also inherited the shortcomings of ordinary Gui. If his obsession is triggered, he will go crazy. The Wuxing Whale will go crazy. The sun and the moon will also go crazy. Did you go out this time to find out the news about Shirong? Wuxing sect leader said. A little frowned. Wuxing Whale said nothing. The leader of Wuxing said, when we catch him and form an alliance, we will be the real Shirong master craftsman, and you have cultivated these talents for 100 years, all for the purpose of marrying each other better and forming an alliance. Whoever gets Shirong will get the world. This is not a joke. We are all studying yin-yang fairy weapons, and when we haven't broken through the 5 elements fairy weapons, they have already taken out the 7-color fairy weapons. How many years ahead? Yes, we will become the real Shirong, and then dominate the 9 states and 4 seas. Wu Xingjing nodded obediently on the surface and said, Master, Where did our pseudo-awakening technology come from? Isn't this the secret method exclusive to the Josue royal family? Humph, we have our own tricks you don't need to know. The leader of Wuxing said, we Wuxing sect, lurking in various forces, naturally get a lot of secret methods. Wu Xingjing sneered in his heart. She was more certain that there was a reason for her involvement with Josue. But her own Wuxing leader seemed to have only a vague understanding. He didn't even know where the royal secret recipe of the Josue dynasty came from. He thought he had stolen it. But in fact, he was really a clown. He didn't even know that we were the Josue royal family behind the scenes. How sad is that? And I, on the contrary, was slightly better, and saw the truth that the leader didn't see. This made her, who was scolded by the leader, feel superior. Before, in addition to various details and clues about Josue and Wuxing, she also had a strong evidence. The secret method of pseudo-awakening. This is the core of the Josue royal family. Can we steal it? How did you make me a pseudo-ghost king? At that time, he didn't say it in Jiai town because it was impossible to tell a group of dead people about the pseudo-awakening technology of the embers. They couldn't understand their logical flaws. She thought to herself, the Josue forces are still paying attention to our Wuxing sect. Maybe the one behind the scenes is Prince Josue. He is the leader of this generation of Wuxing sect. Even after the founding of the country, our Wuxing sect still maintained the previous method of infiltrating various major sections. I am afraid that we have become one of the eyes and ears of the saint to monitor Jiuzhou at that time. And as the black gloves of the saint, we cannot know that we are the forces secretly managed by the saint, so as not to be targeted and discovered. She glanced at the leader of Wuxing sect in front of her, and a trace of pity flashed in her eyes. Poor thing, he didn't even know that he was a substitute in the open, and he still wanted to know how he promoted Wuxing sect. Chapter 568. Early morning. Bone Demon Sect. Scholar NPC Baiwa practiced cross-legged. He had obtained a lot of practice resources in the past month. Now that he was a top-grade spiritual root, his practice speed was very fast. Huh? My neck started to hurt again. He touched the 3 flowers on his neck. Baiwa was a real person. The bone demons liberated Yuzhou City, killed the gentry, and destroyed the city lord, which led to the current prosperous Pure Land. At this time, he certainly knew that he might be used as a guinea pig to observe the practice progress of a pseudo-human like him, Sanhua, who failed to take over the body. After all, he might be another human ancestor. At that time, the human ancestor in the human ancestor legend had various accidents, and Sanhua might have failed to take over the body, and parasitized on his neck, or somewhere else. Revisit the path of the human ancestor? I'm starting to have a headache too. After Baiwa finished practicing, he stood up, and came to the new school to teach. Today, the Bone Demon sect has accepted hundreds of children into the city, and opened a university, where he is responsible for teaching. Walking into the school, he looked at the children in the classroom with a look of longing. Life has become better. The people in the outside world are displaced, and it is said that the nearby Two-Phase Sect City has also begun to be invaded. Only here, perhaps because of the reputation, the fake people dare not come. But it is also possible that they are holding a grudge and are nurturing a large-scale attack. Just then, a rumbling sound came from the sky above the classroom. The children who were reading aloud couldn't help but look out of the window and exclaimed, "Wow! What a big airship! No, that's a flying boat. It can't be wrong. We have identified the common power symbols of the human race. That flower is the red spider lily. The human race's red spider lily is here. On the ark." Dian Shuang looked down at the Sea Race City below. Is this the Sea Race City that has become famous recently? Well, I can only say that it is very special. Beside him, Wu Wangming spoke slowly. Dian Hua, one of the 9 pillars of the human race. Forget-me-not, a superpower in the Other Shore continent, only below the Other Shore family. They are a big family that makes summoning cards. Forget-me-not, a beautiful name, symbolizing the invitation of old friends to return. Before, the experience books and summoning cards purchased by the blacksmiths are all from the Other Shore continent. And most of them are from Forget-me-not. The summoning technique, the Forget-me-not family, is the best in Kyushu. It's a very special city. I hope to complete a beautiful deal. Dian Shuang smiled. They have been running around various cities of the Sea Race these days. The ark has been fully loaded several times, and can only be transported back through the teleportation array. By the way, have you heard that Bai Xingling and his people were surrounded and killed in the secret realm? Wu Wanghua suddenly said. Many of Bai Xingling's group were young second-phase masters from all over Jiuzhou. They were all killed in the secret realm, which was a big deal recently. After all, They were only in the second phase realm. Well, the immortal way has been in chaos, and Jojo can no longer understand it. It seems normal for the tomb to have some riots. Bian Shuang thought for a while. Why? Do you want to check it out? Well, I will send my ancestor to take a look. Wu Wangming thought for a while. Soon, their arcs gradually approached, connected, and hovered in the sky. After Ning Zheng got the news, her first reaction was to look at the logo of the other arc. The other shore. There is actually a big arc here to do business. And it also brings many specialties of the human race. The other shore, Ning Zheng had rarely come into contact with it before, is a very mysterious continent. After confirming the information, Ning Zheng immediately issued the task as the old steward, and then asked several blacksmiths to go out to receive them. Because it was an urgent time-limited task, many blacksmiths were eager to try and began to prepare quickly. After a while, the holy maiden of the Water Cotton tribe flew up and talked with the two of them with a smile. Soon, she got permission. The ark hovering above her head set up a ladder, and countless strong men came to the square. At the same time, several patrol teams, orderly leading the pseudo-human seahorse, came to check if there were any pseudo-humans. On the rudder, Bian Shuang looked at this scene and said speechlessly, "You are really special, using pseudo-humans as dogs. That is to say, we haven't had any pseudo-human Sanhua flying over recently, otherwise we would have to lie dead and exchange for one, and catch them to make iron." Ancien was responsible for the reception. Bian Shuang nodded. It seemed that the Bone Demon tribe, who managed the city here, was smiling and welcomed them. Unlike other cities, although they were willing to trade strategic materials with them, they were still very wary and resisted them. And Ning Zheng's Dharma image also appeared in person as the old steward. "Dear human friends, you have come from afar, welcome." "Hello." Bian Shuang looked at the other party, probably a second phase realm, with a restrained aura. 2 second phase realms in one sect? Among them, there is also a newly joined Water Cotton tribe. She determined the approximate combat power, and without saying much, she took out a list of goods and handed it to Ning Zheng. Ning Zheng glanced at it briefly, then handed it to Yi Guangxiu next to him, who quickly took it to the back and opened it with everyone else. On the forging peak, several blacksmiths held telescopes and watched the scene on the square below, whispering, "Is this a merchant?" I said, "There must be a merchant. Before, we had the merchant Zhang Huaping in Pingchang City. Now we are in the Bone Demon sect. How could there be no merchants?" "That's right. Merchants are a classic plot in simulated management. Without passing merchants, how can our city make money and do business?" In the eyes of the blacksmiths, this merchant came at the right time. Because they built a secret realm and served as a copy boss, they had a lot of resources. Although most of the resources were inconvenient to sell directly, it was no problem to sell some common resources. The Bone Demon sect has also sold a large number of goods recently, and earned a lot of magic money. If you make money, you have to spend it. What's more, according to their analysis, the magic money will soon depreciate. Because once they develop a new type of legal currency, the old currency legal currency market will face an unprecedented impact. The legal currency depreciates rapidly. They must sell the legal currency in their hands, and exchange it for various resources to hoard. And the depreciation of legal currency will definitely cause some value-preserving assets to rise. This is the law of the market. Before they short legal currency, they must exchange all legal currency. The businessman in front of them came at the right time. "My name is Bian Shuang, sir. What's your name?" The woman said. "You can call me General Gu Yao." Ning Zheng smiled. "It is a great honor for our Gu Yao sect to have one of the 9 great families of the human race come here." Bian Shuang also said a few polite words. "We plan to purchase a batch of coral balls and help you sell them. If possible, we will pay a large sum of money to buy the production drawings of this weapon." Ning Zheng frowned. "This is a local specialty where we live and work. Sorry, I am abrupt." Bian Shuang thought for a while. "We will trade here for 3 days, and if we reach a trade cooperation for coral balls, or even local products, we will build a teleportation array here to communicate and sell directly with us, which will be of great benefit." She obviously wanted the Bone Demon sect to join their Bian business alliance, and become one of the supply chains. The benefits of joining are very obvious. In the future, there will be no need to worry about telephone sales, and you can sell directly to the other party. But the disadvantages are also obvious. The Dragon Clan will hate this place. Although the Bone Demon sect is not small in reputation in this area, it has not yet officially entered the eyes of the Dragon Clan. If they are rebels now, it will be troublesome for the Dragon Clan to settle accounts with them in the future. "Don't worry, we will protect you." Bian Shuang pointed to the arc above his head. In an instant, As long as you send a message, countless powerful people on our ark will come here at a very fast speed to protect our friend's property from being violated. On the ark, a large number of powerful people in the state of mind were faintly revealed. Ning Zheng understood that this was really bringing the ancestral tomb here. Let us think about it. Ning Zheng smiled. Okay, 3 days. We will stay here for 3 days. Bian Shuang smiled, and then the two sides chatted for a few words. Ning Zheng waved and called Aunt Xian, take the distinguished guests and walk around our city. Yes. Aunt Xian was very happy. Bian Shuang nodded, walked on the street, and looked at the prosperous scene around him with a hint of surprise. In his heart, he thought to himself, this city really hides ambitions, and it has been managed to this extent. Chapter 569. By the way, I heard that our famous detective Yan Shuangying is very famous. Where is he? Bian Shuang observed everywhere, silently memorized in her heart, and even ate a skewer of grilled octopus balls. He went into seclusion to practice, sorry, said the fairy ant. Yan Shuangying is still in the wedding dress town. Now all the big guys are busy. The vomiting mud craftsman, with a group of people from the blacksmith shop, is busy studying the shadow crocodile forging method that they just got. The medical fairy, studying the meridian map, and her sword fairy's breath cannot go out, and people will find out that there is another sword fairy here. Zuyun Yang has free time, but she also cannot be found that there is another sun and moon breath here. So, she is the only one who has free time among the senior management. Next, the fairy ant chatted with the other party, and continued to walk around. Bone Demon Sect, City Lord's Mansion. A management office has also been built here. Usually many blacksmiths don't go back to the sword-casting villa, but handle affairs here. Jiuzai Rong and Yi Guangxiu took out the same enthusiasm as before when they were doing business with Zhang Huaping, and listed the products in the entire business list one by one for research. A group of people analyzed frantically. The God Summoning card should be their flagship product. Yi Guangxiu said, and it's quite cheap, sold directly from the manufacturer. We can purchase another batch of these experience books. That's definitely no problem. Jiuzai Rong also agreed with this point. Recently, many new blacksmiths are also clamoring to open secondary professions. Yi Guangxiu said, they came for our coral ball. In the other shore continent, blacksmithing is a weak point, so they came to deal with this product. Other continents didn't come, obviously they have their own weapon sales channels. Why should they help us sell weapons when they sell their own weapons? And, for some forging continents, if they don't sell their own weapons, but come to buy other people's weapons, isn't that a slap in the face? So, Mantiang Xingju and Xinyazu are both too embarrassed to lose face. They didn't come, but Bailanzhou came, ready to form a cooperative alliance. They have no conflict of interest with the Bone Demon Sect, so it's just right to cooperate. They even want to build their own industrial chain. But do we want to surrender? Jiuzai Rong handed the list to other blacksmiths. Joining them and becoming a member of the Merchant Alliance seems to be quite convenient. No, we won't surrender. Yi Guangxiu said, we are eating anti-human patriotic food. If we surrender to the other side, our personality will collapse. Although the collapse of personality is exchanged for benefits, and now we are making a lot of money, we will stop here. Their goal is to overthrow the Dragon Clan and establish a new regime. It's to be a traitor. If we surrender to the human race, our reputation will be a bit bad. Moreover, many of our products cannot be exposed, and the other party's sales channels are not convenient for sales, which is of little benefit to us. Yi Guangxiu said, if we want to open a sales channel, we don't have to use the other side of the continent. It's good for us to use the channel behind the nursery. Behind the nursery? Jiuzai Rong pondered. Yes, behind the nursery. The god of food came out. I used the Dharma image to go around the nursery, and roughly knew the division. Behind the nursery, there is a neutral city that specializes in material transactions with the owners of various tombs. The reputation is not bad. Jiuzai Rong nodded. If that's true, that place is their core sales channel. The things of Shirong Godsmith cannot be sold. But the things in their secret realms such as Jiai Town can be sold. In the future, their secret realms will increase, and many resources can be traded in neutral cities as tomb owners in addition to internal transactions. God of food, you should speed up the production of Lin Daiyu's Dharma image. Jiuzai Rong reminded, Lin Daiyu's identity is the owner of Jiai Town. She must have used the Dharma image to go to the neutral city behind the nursery. Now that she has taken over the body, she can trade with Lin Daiyu's identity. It's a good time to go there and take a look. Her qualifications are not good. God of food touched his head. It feels very slow to grow the Dharma image. Just as they were chatting, The city lord's mansion welcomed a new guest. A monk in the 3 Yuan realm knocked on the door of the city lord's mansion. "Excuse me, who are you?" A blacksmith played the role of a servant, and was responsible for opening the door. The 3 Yuan realm cultivator said, "I am here on behalf of the East China CC Clan Holy Land, the Island Shell Holy Land, to meet your person in charge." Soon, this person was received. Obviously, they had long been eyeing the Bone Demon sect, just waiting for it to develop. If it weren't for the human race from the other shore continent coming to pry their corner, they might not have shown up. After all, in their eyes, if the Bone Demon sect, a force with a very good reputation among the people, suddenly defected to the human race, it would be a slap in their face. Ning Zheng also quickly received this guest, feeling that these people either didn't come, or came in a group. After a period of development, his city had completely entered the vision of the big boss's high-level leaders, and began to forcefully stand in line, and his peaceful life was going to be gone. The 3 Yuan realm cultivator didn't say much, and took out a communication token. After a while, a voice came from the other side. "I am the contemporary headmaster of the Giant Shell Holy Land. You should have heard of my name." Ning Zheng had certainly heard of it. This Holy Land, in the Sea Clan, is only below the Dragon Clan. It is equivalent to the status of the King of Jiuzhou, and is known as a force of heavenly spiritual roots as ancient as the Dragon Clan. The two major branches of the Giant Shell and the Island Shell Clan live under the bottomless abyss, in the ultra-deep water area known as 10,000 feet. Ordinary fish would be crushed by the water pressure there. "I don't know what you want to see me for," Ning Zheng said. "Neither humble nor arrogant, very good." The Giant Shell sect master smiled. "Young man, you have ambition, courage, and ability to be the new blood of my Sea Clan. Why do you need to rely on the human race? You should support a new world in my Sea Clan. If you are interested, I can help you." Ning Zheng looked calm. "Investment, here it comes." Jiuzhou dynasty changed. In the past, every rebel had a family behind him to provide weapons, manpower and material resources. Even Jiuzhou was no exception. Now, it is obvious that there are aristocratic families pushing the chaos and preparing to overthrow the Dragon Clan. At this time, it seems that he wants to use his reputation to promote his own rise, and he is investing in shares. The head of the Giant Shell said, "Rise is not a matter of one day or one night." The saint of Jiuzhou, even with the support behind him, spent more than 100,000 years of tug-of-war before he completely overthrew the Xian dynasty. Now the immortal era is extremely fast, the speed of cultivation is unprecedented, and the fake people are also a disaster. Maybe it only takes a few hundred years to establish the era. "Boy, dare to try?" he said. Ning Zheng frowned slightly. The other party was not as arrogant as the Turtle Prime Minister clan. It was obvious that they came prepared and respected the wise and humble. They were not as arrogant as ordinary Sea clans. It was already incredible. But the other party obviously wanted to be a chess player, using the Bone Demon sect as a chess piece, turning the tide, targeting the Dragon Clan. "Sir, let me think about this matter," Ning Zheng said. The other party said meaningfully, "You must think it through. This opportunity will never come again." Ning Zheng hung up the communication and asked a few blacksmiths to take the San Yuan realm cultivator to the back door to rest. It seems to be support, but in fact it is a hollowing out, supporting a puppet emperor. Next to him, Jiao Cairong heard it clearly. Unexpectedly, they couldn't help it when a human caravan came. In our hometown, many dynasty emperors supported by chaebol seem glamorous, but in fact, they were hollowed out when the dynasty was founded. In history, the 1,000-year-old family and the 100-year-old dynasty are not false. It is not convenient for others to do it themselves. It is just to promote some young and ambitious geniuses to rise, and assist them secretly. The development model of the Bone Demon sect is popular with the people, and the coral ball can be distributed among the people, so people see its potential. The Bone Demon has low potential, but the Emperor may not be able to fight, as long as the person behind the scenes can fight, and the Giant Shell Holy Land thinks it can fight very well. What do you think? Ning Zheng saw some details, but he was not good at these power struggles and hegemony after all. He believed that the almighty little blacksmith would give him a suggestion. Jiao Cairong said, "Sir, we promised him. He wants to support us and undermine us, but he is just letting the wolf into the house. We will undermine him. His tomb and ancestral grave must be very large. We will become his ancestors, and they will become our grandchildren." Ning Zheng's eyes lit up. This plan is unethical, but very good. Ning Zheng looked at them meaningfully. "After Jiai Town, the tomb we want to attack is the Giant Shell Cemetery. Are you sure?" "Of course. Of course." They spoke in unison. The new main line has appeared. How can we stand still? Back then, Josue got the help of the 9 great families and opened up the Josue dynasty. Now, we also need the help of the 9 great Sea Clan Holy Lands to open up a new Sea Clan dynasty. And they can't control us. We control their 9 great ancestors and become their wild fathers. If they dare to bully and control the Bone Demon sect, we will slap them, these unfilial descendants. Chapter 570. The Bone Demon sect started to get busy. The merchants stayed for 3 days, and several blacksmiths began to receive customers and negotiate the sale of some goods. At the same time, the entire Ark City above was open, and people could go up to play. This made countless people and residents run up to the Ark City above their heads with great interest to see the prosperity of the human city, lingering in the shops one by one, shouting and yelling. Even the blacksmiths themselves were stunned. This human race is a big force that knows how to do business, and this place is also a large wholesale market. They also saw some Sea Clan bosses on the ship buying in large quantities here, and then reselling them as second-hand dealers. This made several blacksmiths a little happy. The temporary shop city appeared, and almost all blacksmiths happily went shopping, sightseeing, and playing happily. The streets were extremely lively. Boss, how much is this? This dress is so beautiful. So it's from the other shore continent. It's worthy of being the continent of women. The clothing culture here has developed unprecedentedly brilliantly. And this soul lamp can actually create a sky full of stars. It's so beautiful. I want to buy it back to decorate my room. Hee, how come there is such a cute little pet, bubble dragon? Ah, this is the failed fairy bee synthesized by the master craftsman Shirong back then? Although it can only be upgraded to the 4th organ realm at the highest, it can protect people with small bubbles, and can also fly on bubbles? A group of blacksmiths were buying, like a shopping festival, which made the merchants in countless shops smile. Who said the sea people are poor? This place is very rich. The 5-body realm, and the 4-organ realm of the human race only have a few thousand magic coins in their pockets at most. It is very strong to spend a few hundred magic coins when shopping. But here, wealthy and willful. And it's not an isolated case, it's the kind of rich per capita. Even Bian Shuang, who heard the news, was surprised and smiled. This Bone Demon sect is really rich. Their main livelihood is coral balls. So if they are rich, it's obvious that they have distributed all the benefits of the big head to them. The leadership of the Bone Demon is willing to do so. It seems that we have made a small profit this time. In the dark, Jiuzai Rong gritted his teeth and was very angry. It's so uncomfortable to see these outside merchants making money from the hard-earned money of our blacksmiths. But who made him inferior to others? These blacksmiths are also shameless. Isn't it just a big shopping mall? Can't you bear it? Surrender to the enemy in an instant? Look, they are also joint ventures, loans. Come to me to buy a small pet. That bubble dragon. It is probably a synthetic business they opened 100 years ago. When a group of old men and women synthesized, they made defective pets to deceive those girls. And there are also scarecrows produced by the Inyang rice flour sword for sale. Obviously. 100 years later, scarecrows have become a popular pet that is no less popular than river monsters. Even every household has them, and now they are sold here. Yi Quanxiu muttered in the dark. What do you think we should do? It depends on me. Jiu Tsirong shook his clothes. He makes money from us. We dig his roots. Communicate with the owners of these shops. Come to our city to open shops. We have discounts. Yi Quanxiu was speechless. Isn't it too unethical to steal someone's wool? But Bian Shuang is the person in charge of business planning. How could he not have any brains? Jukerong heard the news when he was poaching people from the shop. It's bad. Sir, those bone monsters are trying to poach allies from our shop while buying things. The conditions they put forward are free rent, all-inclusive water and electricity, and various discounts. Bian Shuang? ? She has been in the Sea Tribe for so long, and this is the first time she has seen a strange person poaching her. No, even on the human side, there is no fierce person who comes to her merchant ship to poach people. At this time, another servant brought news. It's bad, those bone monsters have inserted an inexplicable limited-time copy sign on our stairs. Bian Shuang? ? What is a limited-time copy? What is new? From the other party's city shop planning and the degree of popular support, we can know that they are ambitious. If they were talents who specialize in business in their human race, they might not be able to achieve this level. After all, this is the Sea Tribe, barbaric natives who are not educated. They had seen a lot of sea people along the way. The lower class people were very sloppy. There were no toilets. They urinated and defecated anywhere on the streets. They wiped their butts with their hands and then washed their hands. These habits were difficult to change. But what they saw now was a clean, tidy, sanitary and civilized city. Let's not worry about the poachers first. Let's go see what sign is put on our ark. She stood up and walked towards the door of the ark. I saw a sign, which was also put in front of the stairs to enter the Arkansas limited time copy, shop ark. Time limit, 3 days. Copy introduction. Merchant ships from the other shore continent brought various specialties from the human race's 9 states. Please trade with the human race who abide by the rules, and abide by the rules of the human race on the ship. Put it here right? Auntie Cien directed the 2 bone demon blacksmiths to put down the sign. Then Auntie Cien took a big wall clock and hung it next to the sign, counting down the time limit. Tick, tick, the clock ticked. Bien Shuang, Aren't signs and inscriptions inserted before the tomb copy? They were also confused by the damn ritual sense of this place. Just when they were wondering if there was something wrong with the other party, they saw several Sea Tribe Bone Monster residents walking up the escalator to the ark above their heads, and they also saw the sign. Why put a sign? It's normal. I heard that the epitaphs of the human race are like this. Ah? The tombs of the human race put signs and follow the rules. It's the same here. Oh, this ark is the ancestral tomb of the human race. There are so many ancestors. No wonder signs are put. The residents who were talking to him walked by, and Bien Shuang was a little silent. Why do I feel like it makes some sense? We also have ancestral graves here. Do we need to put up a sign? They are having a lot of fun. In the Bone Demon City Lord's mansion, Ningzheng smiled. Unlike the capitalist Jiao Cyrone who was angry, he felt it was good. It was just a little bit of magic money. It was the blacksmith's own income from moving bricks. They spent it when they spent it. It was not necessarily the money earned by the villa. It was not a big deal if it was not returned to the villa. Blacksmiths play games just for fun. A shopping event appeared in front of them, which was not bad. At this time, the blacksmiths of the entire Bone Demon sect were all happily heading to the caravan. The Sea Clan Holy Land also began to win them over and began to negotiate relations. The Bone Demon sect became prosperous all of a sudden, and 2 docking customers came, so it was a bit busy. But how can a big sect not have a few customers? This is normal. Ningzheng himself is also responsible for secretly seizing some secret realms, attacking dungeon bosses, and quickly digesting the dungeons in the wedding dress town. There are too many things to do. But this is normal. Let alone managing a country or a continent. Even a holy land has countless mountain peaks and departments, which are difficult for the sect leader to coordinate. Even a large company has countless departments and businesses. Why do some companies claim to lay off employees to the aorta? Is the boss a waste? The more direct reason is that the company is big and there are too many branches. The boss himself has begun to be confused. He only knows that several department leaders are coordinating, but he doesn't know who is really working. Ningzheng feels this way now. He is a little confused. After all, he is not a talent for business management. He just practices in the house under the villa. In other forces under such circumstances, the boss loses the ability to coordinate. Corruption, embezzlement, and even being sidelined is inevitable. But Ningzheng is different. He is not afraid at all. The natives would sideline him, but how could the players sideline him? I have a group of audience perspectives who are genuine. If I catch these corrupt officials moving bricks and stealing a piece, they will be reported. As for who is really working in the department, I will go to the forum and find out. Forum governs the country, nothing more than this. But this also presents a problem. The upper limit of blacksmiths in Zhujian Villa is 1,000. Now, 700 blacksmiths have logged in, and 300 blacksmiths are audience-wandering souls, who can switch the blacksmith perspective. Theoretically, there will be no problem for one person to stare at 2. But most of these viewers are staring at the perspectives of those popular players. The audience inspector has to increase the number of people. Ningzheng thought to himself. 1,000 people require 100,000 luck points. Ningzheng looked at the newly accumulated luck points in the past few days. Current luck value, for 0.21 million be decisive. Subtract 100,000 luck points. The server limit is increased, and the number of blacksmiths is increased by 1,000. Ningzheng thought about it, and lightly pressed it again. Minus 100,000 luck points. The server limit is increased, and the number of blacksmiths is increased by 1,000. Now, there are 700 online blacksmiths and 2,300 audience perspectives. It should be enough for monitoring, and now that his power is on the right track, manpower is beginning to be in short supply, and more player limits are being opened. Ning Zheng is a forum browser. He now knows what the game guild in the blacksmith's mouth is. In the future, when building a guild, entering a copy, and forming a secret realm competition, a mere 700 people is obviously not enough. The number of people has to be increased. He took a deep breath. But we must also abide by the basic law of planning, and we can't open up quotas for no reason. It just so happens that they just captured the wedding dress town, so we can give them a choice too. Chapter 571. Ning Zheng is not in a hurry to issue new rewards. Wait until 3 days later, when the merchant ship leaves. He looked at the remaining luck value. For 0.01 million now that he has rested for a few days, his foundation has been re-established, and it is time to break through to the next realm. He took a deep breath. -1 million luck value. Boom, the brain suddenly exploded, as if forming a majestic vortex, swallowing everything. Ning Zheng sat cross-legged, took out a large number of top treasures for soul nourishment from the storage ring, and swallowed them quickly. Luck value only allows people to improve their realm, and it will not generate the energy needed for the realm out of thin air. These resources were not available when Ning Zheng was selling immortal artifacts to make money before. But fortunately, he had attacked many tomb-restricted areas as a Shirong giant before, and obtained various treasures from those powerful people. These soul resources were enough to support himself to break through to the state of one mind. 1 day. 2 days. The time of retreat passed quickly. Ning Zheng opened his eyes again, exhaled a long breath, and silently felt the situation of his body. Yin and Yang cycle. The two-phase state is perfect. He felt the surging power of his body, and his soul was condensed into a powerful Dharma phase close to the entity, 1 Yin and 1 Yang, 1 main and 1 secondary. Others are living people. The main Dharma phase is the Yang Dharma phase, and the Yin Dharma phase is out of the body and wandering. But Ning Zheng is very strange. His main Dharma phase is Yin, and the Yang Dharma phase is out of the body and wandering. This is probably because he is a dead person, and in the cycle of Yin and Yang, Yin is the main attribute. He didn't care, and a look of joy flashed in his eyes. The next one is the state of one heart. At that time, I will be the real headmaster of Jiuzhou, and begin to enter the top of the world. It is also qualified to be the headmaster of a holy land. On average, it was still 1 realm per week. Just like when he was in the 5-body realm, the speed of breakthrough did not slow down. In the old days, even the top genius masters had to spend thousands of years to polish themselves, but he was able to do it by good luck. His eyes fell on a piece of information. Breakthrough in the first mind realm, 10 million luck points. It was the same as what he thought. The next realm not only requires huge breakthrough cultivation resources, but also requires a full 10 million luck points, which is 5 million people, -2. But fortunately, his family is big and his business is big. According to the current speed of luck increase, it will take about 20 days to collect all. This is still based on the fact that the popularity of worshipping statues in Shiman City has declined. But if the east is not bright, the west will be bright. The Bone Demon sect has now absorbed millions of refugees, and the sea people are generally illiterate, very simple, honest, and very easy to deceive. With the promotion of the famous detective Yan Shuanging, it is easy to let them worship the Bone Demon statue in the square. Now, some devout believers of the Sea tribe worship the statues when they eat, and usually take into account the blessings of praying for children, blessings, and fishing and hunting at sea. We also need to urge the town of Jiai. There are tens of thousands of townspeople, and those who can be buried with the statues are all elites. As the original bodies of the Wuxing sect, the conversion rate must be high. It is estimated that 60 out of 100 ghosts can truly dedicate and reduce to. Once the town of Jiai absorbs, plus the prison's daily 100,000, it is estimated that the daily fixed luck value may be as high as 200,000 per day, and this is just a secret realm. If we find a few more tombs with these believers and cohesion, wouldn't the luck value be so high? Ning Zheng sat cross-legged, his mind clear, and smiled. Forget it, let's stabilize the realm first, and the luck value, and then assign a few tasks to the blacksmiths to gather them together. After all, this is an era of personal bravery. I am strong enough and my fists are big enough, so that the blacksmiths can have the ability to waste. In the afternoon, Ning Zheng was still adapting to the new realm, when he received a message from Bian Shuang. We are leaving. Bian Shuang came to say goodbye. During the 3 days of Ning Zheng's retreat, he basically ignored external affairs, and gave full authority to Jiuzhai Rong. After all, this person's management ability is much more reliable than Ning Zheng himself. During these 3 days, Bian Shuang and Jiuzhai Rong fought wits and courage, and both felt speechless. I can only say that this kind of greedy fish is simply crazy and too stingy. No wonder they are willing to lie down and wait for the 3-flower gift package to fall from the sky. The most outrageous thing is that he actually took away the channels of 7 or 8 shops, and directly moved the shops from the Ark to open stores here. You know, the shops on the Ark are all opened by members of the Beyond Business Alliance. If the Bone Demon sect becomes a member, it will also open a Coral Ball shop on the Ark. But what about now? The other party obviously has no intention of joining, but instead takes away their members of the Business Alliance? But she couldn't say anything. They were just members, not her slaves. If the members chose to open branches in this city, she really couldn't say anything. If she was too fussy and forcibly blocked it, her reputation among the members of the Business Alliance would not be very good. Are you leaving now? At this time, looking at the Beyond Frost whose expression changed several times, Ningjung asked curiously, "Won't you stay for 2 more days?" "That's not necessary." Bian Shuang refused repeatedly. "I just sell some things to make some money, and you just dig my roots? If you dig my corner today, won't you steal my money-making channels tomorrow?" "It's the rule not to stay too long," she said seriously. "We are traveling merchants, and it's not appropriate to stay too long. This time we are going to the northern tundra city to see the situation on the front line. When we return, we may stay here for another 3 days." Ningjung thought about it, and it was right. These big forces must not come to him on purpose. Then I wish you a safe journey. "Okay. Good luck to you." Bian Shuang smiled. "Your Excellency, the local customs and people here are good. I will introduce some friends to drive merchant ships here in a while, and you can treat them well like you treat us." Of course. Ningjung didn't doubt him. Bian Shuang left quickly, driving the Ark away from the city. Good people. Ningjung went out and watched them leave. A group of young blacksmiths also stood in the square, waving happily at the sky, reluctant to leave. "Come and play again next time." "Yes, I hope you will like the famous detective Yan Shuanging we gave you." When Bian Shuang, who was leaving, heard the book biography they shouted behind him, his face became more and more strange. This time, there are 3 main special products sold in this city: coral balls, coral vestments, and the vernacular novel famous detective Yan Shuanging. Not to mention, this famous detective Yan Shuanging is still very popular. On the last day, a group of young blacksmiths went door to door to promote it. As long as you buy more than 1,000 copies, you will get a 10-episode law enforcement video, 10-episode TV series, with autographs from the out-of-print collection. In this law enforcement video, Yan Shuanging is heroic and brave, repeatedly solving strange cases, and the expressions of passers-by are even more wonderful and vivid, and the reversal in each episode is wonderful. After all, the plots of the detective novels that won awards on Earth were all used by them. And the whole story has a main line, and one case after another is connected, gradually revealing the chaotic law enforcement phenomenon of the sea people. The murderers have deep hatred, and can only rely on killing to avenge. The motives of many murderers are even more touching. For example, in the 7th episode of law enforcement video that Bian Shuang likes most, the devotion of Salted Fishman X is even more exciting. Yan Shuanging's childhood genius rival, fighting wits and courage, makes people excited. The shop owners were fascinated by it, saw the business opportunity, and thought that even they were fascinated by this thing, so they bought a large number of them. They are not fools, and they also think that it is possible that there are masters in this town who are good at business. They use this method to create gods, establish spiritual beliefs, and gather people's hearts with heroes. But what does it have to do with them? As long as they look like it is real, and adapt the biography of real events, there will be topics, and they will be popular. And these blacksmiths are also very unethical, and even revealed. We have recently sorted out new law enforcement records, and are about to launch the 2nd part. This is a horrible Death Note case. A night god fish who has obtained fairy roots is using the Death Note to kill people. If you are written in his diary, you will be cursed and your heart will stop. That night god fish feels that the law enforcement of the Sea Clan is dark. I want to be the god of the new world. See how our Sea Clan's first detective Yan Shuanging fights wits and courage. Very exciting. The episodes that were secretly released are amazing, and the reversal masterpieces, these shop owners were hunted to death. This is also one of the reasons why Bian Shuang hurriedly took people away. A group of beasts. They are obviously a group of fish, but they know how to fish. Our shop owners are all distracted by them. The money you worked so hard to earn from them, you used it to buy this batch of useless paper books? Several shop owners were lured away on this trip. Now it is calculated that they did not make money in these 3 days, but they actually made a lot of money. This place is very scary. A group of greedy fish who value money over their lives. Their belief is money, and each of them is smart and good at making money. Bian Shuang glanced at the city behind him, stood on the top of the ark, and thought, after a while, I will communicate with other merchant boats and let them come here to do business. Also, the dedication of this salted fishman X is really amazing. I will sell it to restaurants in major cities of the human race and let the storyteller tell it. If the sales are good, I can come back to buy the copyright. Chapter 572. Bian Shuang is a businessman. Merchants have no borders. She can even spread the word of a great hero of the Sea Clan to the human race to make money and increase the reputation of this great hero of the Sea Clan. Even if she knows that this is a trick of the Sea Clan to create gods, what does it have to do with the human race? Even if the story of Yan Shuanging has an impact on the human race, that will be a long time in the future. And it may not be without benefits for her to spread Yan Shuanging. This story is solid, and the plot recording, passers-by, and the expressions and movements of the protagonists are very exquisite, which has the capital to spread all over the world. If he really becomes famous, the whole world will know this great hero of the Sea Clan who resists the fake people. Will the Dragon Clan tolerate it? She is helping to light a fire and disrupt the situation of the Sea Clan. Have you surrendered? She smiled faintly. The informant of the giant shell Holy Land has appeared in the city lord's mansion. Don't underestimate their eyes. Whether as a human merchant force or one of the 9 kings of the human race, their spies must be spread all over the place. The Bone Demon sect now collects a large number of disaster victims, and it is easy to place a few spies to keep an eye on them. Help your Bone Demon sect and increase the bargaining chips. She showed a treacherous smile. I hope you can use the method of blackmailing us to blackmail the giant shell Holy Land. Ning Zheng watched the other party leave, because she didn't know the other party's mental journey during the 3 days of retreat. I think it's just a business transaction. Staying neutral, how could they do anything to me? Unless I am the unlucky protagonist in the storybook, I will get into trouble wherever I go. But obviously not. I was lucky. It was just an ordinary business transaction, no face-slapping plot, no conflict, and the other party failed to recruit, so they parted ways amicably. But she is a nice person, and she is going to introduce her friends here. Ning Zheng felt that these merchant teams might come here often in the future, passing by the Ark every now and then. After all, it is the age of discovery now, and the Archetype Mobile sect is not the era of rooting in the earth veins and binding the earth spirits. He exhaled a breath of foul air, and was too lazy to think too much, looking at Jiucai Rong next to him. How is the purchase this time? Jiucai Rong took out a purchase order, putting aside the things purchased privately by the blacksmiths. The materials we purchased officially are as much as 8 million magic money, which basically fills in a small part of the magic money earned by the coral balls these days. Coral balls are 98,000 each. Now only more than 200 have been sold. It's not that they don't want to sell more, it's that the blacksmiths have limited productivity, and the orders are all scheduled for the next month. The batch of coral balls traded to the other party's ark was deducted from the coral balls that have not been shipped. It's okay. Ning Zheng looked at the purchase order. Most of the materials in it are experience books such as summoning cards, and even some forging materials that need to be supplemented. The Sea Clan is relatively poor. For a 3-element realm Sea Clan force, a few million magic money is all the property. For a 2-phase realm sect, a few million magic money is just a cash flow. You can sort it out, and put it into the warehouse yourself. Ning Zheng thought for a while. By the way, how are the negotiations with the giant shell Holy Land going? Still talking. Jiu Tsirong said, obviously, it was the human caravan that came and forced them out, but our current bargaining chips are not enough. We use the human forces to spread the image of Yan Shuanging as a great hero. Oh! Ning Zheng was stunned. Jiu Tsirong said, wait for the merchant ship to go around again, sell the storybooks everywhere, and even sell them back to the human race. The name of Yan Shuanging, a great hero, should be spread all over the world to gather the hearts of the people. We will have more capital to negotiate. This is our plan. After all, the other party never values the military power of the Bone Demon sect. It is their political level, their ability to deceive the people, and their excellent management ability to run the city. These are the talents of a civil servant. Only these can a qualified emperor be promoted as the chosen master in public, when the hearts of the people gather forces from all directions and then rebel. The human race has always rebelled in this way. Then you can negotiate again. Ning Zheng did not want to interfere and show his negotiation skills. He knows it clearly. The reason for the collapse of a force is often not that the boss does not manage the force, but that the boss loves to command blindly, manage randomly, and invest randomly. Their mission is to practice, fight, and be the pillar of stability, the umbrella of combat power they developed. Ning Zheng looked at the list and confirmed that there was no major problem, and then came to the sword forging villa. As soon as they entered the door, they saw many blacksmiths in the square, happily playing with the new pet, Bubble Dragon. Some even sent it to synthesize. It seems that they are also preparing to log into this new character. Ning Zheng ignored them, but came to the blacksmith shop. After 3 days, the Shadow Crocodile forging technology they got has reached the master level. Especially Dao Jiuzhou, who has fused a high-level soul separation flower, and can also cast a Shadow Crocodile. Duang, they were forging iron like crazy. There were even a few people jumping on the forge in the distance. While jumping on the forge, they shouted, "Men often mature in an instant." Ning Zheng took a look. He was really mature. In the distance, a few blacksmiths were studying the Shadow Crocodile forging technique and discussing it. The planner is really detailed. The planner is so good, the AFK battle is reasonable, and even the Shadow Crocodile forging technology for us is reasonable and natural. How can ordinary people understand the planner's imagination? They talk to each other and praise the planner. Recently, they have become popular with a shocking 18 styles, no 19 styles. Before, they praised the lifeless whale, and it was not enough to play the role of passers-by. Recently, it has become popular to use planner to practice their superb anthropomorphic acting skills. When they get a chance to chat, they flatter the planner. Because now, they generally believe that the planner is peeking at the screen every day, so they praise the planner, and the planner can secretly cheat for themselves and change the explosion rate when he is happy. How could Ning Zheng be a screen snooper? I just think these people really have no morals, and no morals. Am I the kind of person who changes the explosion rate because of their flattery? I have been very good to them. Even if I don't flatter them, I am still very good to them. How is the situation? Ning Zheng looked directly at Dao Jiuzhou. Sir, our technology has skyrocketed. It is a qualitative change. Dao Jiuzhou was obviously very happy, and now we have 2 iron-making modes. What mode? Ning Zheng asked. Dao Jiuzhou said, one is to plant the top-grade soul-leaving flower spiritual root and grow a shadow crocodile by yourself. The other is to rent the bubble clone of the owner of the manor to do iron-making. My suggestion is that renting the clone of the owner of the manor to do iron-making needs to be charged. Ning Zheng pondered for a while. This Dao Jiuzhou is jealous of the medical clinic. He also wants to open a Krypton gold channel in his blacksmith shop. He can control the clone of the owner of the manor to do iron making, and charge on time. Chapter 573. The manor owner's clone rents out the blacksmithing function? The manor's economy is good, and now you are planning to increase the income of the blacksmith shop? Ning Zheng smiled. Seeing that his thoughts were exposed, Dao Jiuzhou scratched his head shyly. Everyone is making money, so we can't not make money, right? Before, those few or dozens of magic coins were no longer up to date. Ning Zheng pretended to be silent for a while, and then under Dao Jiuzhou's increasingly nervous expression, he slowly said, I agree. In the distance, several young blacksmiths were muttering. Did you notice? Ah? The old steward can already joke, has a bad taste, and can even tease Dao Jiuzhou. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed. When we just met, he was a dull and wooden old steward. It seems that the AI has been trained by us. Isn't that right? The planning is awesome. Fuck. So you're waiting here, beating around the bush to brag about the planning. Are you sure he's peeking at the screen? You don't understand. You can practice acting even if you're not peeking at the screen. I practiced with Wu Xingjing before, and now I practice with the planning. Ning Zheng was speechless by them hiding in the dark. They are now training every day. They fight pictures with each other, and perform emoticons. The expressions on their faces are ever-changing, like a drama, with shock, laughter, dilated pupils, erect hair, and hair standing up. Recently, they are becoming more and more deformed, and their logic is no longer like that of humans. Ning Zheng was just used to it. If outsiders saw them, their expressions would change like mud, and they would be so scared that they would piss themselves. Ning Zheng was thoughtful. Could this be a fake person? Could it really affect their nerves? Huh? At this time, Dao Jiuzhou breathed a sigh of relief and took out a report that had been prepared long ago. Sir, look, this is the charging model of our blacksmith shop. Ning Zheng took the list and took a quick look at the new blacksmith shop business that Dao Jiuzhou applied for. Dao Jiuzhou introduced, although we can also grow high-quality soul separation flowers and use shadow crocodiles to forge iron once and for all. However, the power of our own shadow crocodiles is ultimately limited. We are just a blacksmith who has reached the great perfection of the five-body realm. And renting the ember clone of the owner of the manor is more powerful, larger in size, and the shadow crocodile is purer. The strength of forging iron has increased by more than 10 times. I suggest that we start the charging model of 100 magic coins for 10 minutes, and 10,000 magic coins for a month. Ning Zheng nodded, very satisfied. This charging project is well done. Normally, my manor owner's clone is also idle, so it is better to keep it to generate income and open a second Krypton Gold channel. And it is foreseeable that, in the future, as the bosses of the various secret realms of the villa are landed, my manor owner will take action less and less. Life is getting better. Ning Zheng sighed. Thanks to the good management of the old steward. Dao Jiujiu flattered with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Next, Ning Zheng visited the blacksmith shop. I found that they were already experimenting with using the manor owner's clone to split small clone bubbles to forge iron. The original top batch of blacksmiths were already top-grade blacksmiths. Now they have skills, and the yin-yang forging furnace to help melt the metal and complete the rough refining. They were barely a pseudo-god craftsman team, and the leader of the god craftsmen was Dao Jiujiu. Ordinary divine weapons and immortal weapons were no longer difficult. Ning Zheng picked up the weapon and looked at it, and studied it for more than 10 minutes, and finally his eyes fell on a magic coin. What is this? Sir, this is our new research. Dao Jiujiu glanced at the magic coin and said, semi-finished product, the golden boy and the golden turtle, it feels like it's missing something. It's obviously the bronze statue of the ancient bronze town. Oh! Ning Zheng thought, this magic coin has no bronze statue, but the degree of completion has obviously improved. It feels like something else has been added? Yeah. Dao Jiujiu said in his heart, we added something you would never expect, which can strengthen the new magic coin. What did you add? Ning Zheng scratched the magic coin with his fingernails, and the hardness was acceptable. Dao Jiujiu said, in the magic coin, we added the fragments of Bai Xingling's Dharma soul body. Ning Zheng was shocked. You guys are so fancy, putting everything in? Our enemies will be unlucky if they meet you. Dao Jiujiu scratched his head awkwardly. It's like this in our hometown. Everything is synthesized. A few days ago, they wanted to synthesize the poop of Jin Qian Tongzi and the poop of Jin Dui Tongzi. Fortunately, the spirit of the yin-yang synthesis furnace, Yi Guangxiu, was so scared that he pulled up the 4 legs of the tripod and broke through the wall of the alchemy room and ran away. Ning Zheng already had that picture in his mind. But he still opened the forum and found that it was still a hot post. In the post, a square tripod fairy weapon was so scared that it kicked the house and made a big hole, and it was also made into an animated emoticon package. The animated image was also accompanied by colorful splash screen text. Even if I practice the 6th body every night, I can't fit into your perverted circle. Very funny. Ning Zheng retracted his gaze and set a rule. In the future, you are not allowed to play these messy syntheses. Also, if Yi Guangxiu's weapon spirit breaks into the alchemy room, let him pay compensation according to the price. The blacksmiths in the distance looked depressed, as if they had lost some fun. Ning Zheng was too lazy to pay attention to him, but looked at the magic money. Bai Xingling, the synthetic magic money guy, there is something wrong. Next to him, Jiu Cairong jumped out at some point. It is very problematic. According to the hidden settings, I have to suspect that he is a walking magic money. A large magic money has become a spirit. Ning Zheng couldn't understand it. Planning is like this, just like to make these reversals, and then explore the plot all the way. Maybe this is the result. Jiu Cairong spoiler said, Bai Xingling's appearance is definitely not a coincidence. Foreshadowing. It must be a foreshadowing. Ning Zheng was really speechless. These kings of understanding have understood them completely. Ever since they failed to guess a plot twist, they have become suspicious and have developed PTSD, which is too stressful. They often fight wits and courage with the air, thinking that this is a planned twist, and it must be a foreshadowing of the next plot. Jiu Cairong thinks his reasoning is very logical. This guy is rich. He is definitely a VIP Krypton Gold player in all major dungeons. If we hadn't accidentally synthesized him, we would never have discovered that he is an invisible fortune beast. This guy's spiritual root is very mysterious and has an ancient origin. It is definitely inextricably linked to fortune. Ning Zheng was solemn. This guy is the protagonist in the storybook, with good luck all the time, the kind who can find treasures even if he falls into a cave. No wonder he is so arrogant. Even his Dharma image is armed to the teeth, not afraid of equipment explosion. But think about it carefully. With such a large population base, how can there not be a few chosen ones? It is normal to have a few super lucky protagonists. The world is so big that nothing is impossible. No wonder he made a fortune by robbing him crazily before. Now Ning Zheng roughly understands the reason. 1. This guy is relatively weak, only in the second phase realm, but has a huge wealth that cannot match his current strength. Therefore, in the judgment of luck value, he is a soft persimmon. Stealing the treasure of this weak chicken is the most cost-effective. 2. No matter how lucky he is, can he be as lucky as Ning Zheng? Ning Zheng's luck is paid, his luck is permanent. He spent tens of thousands of luck points and stole his magic weapon in an instant. Of course, the persimmon should be picked on the soft. From this point of view, this guy has some problems from the beginning. Jiuzai Rong was even more mysterious, saying, "Look at his name, it's a foreshadowing from the beginning, details." By Xingling, this luck beast, the planning is awesome. You are also bragging about the planning foreshadowing, right? Ning Zheng suddenly felt a headache. So how did this trend of theirs rise? I just secretly cheated for you, and you became addicted, bragging every day, urging every day. Jiuzai Rong continued, "My suggestion here is that we have to break through Fatong Town. By Xingling, we have to catch him and bleed him, use his blood to cultivate his spiritual roots, and steal his magical talents." Okay. Ning Zheng pressed his temples. This task of casting the fortune artifact with magic money is given to you. Our villa is committed to forging immortal artifacts, and the drawings of the fortune artifacts are an indispensable part. Okay. Jiuzai Rong smiled happily, and he was smart enough to accept the task right away. The task of capturing Bai Xingling is started. Then, Ning Zheng was too lazy to pay attention to them, and started to announce directly. This time, the attack on Xiaojia town made the owner of the manor very happy. Next, the owner of the manor decided to give some rewards. The following rewards are 3 out of 6. Great. The owner of the manor is awesome. Sure enough, the major version has been updated, and it's directly 3 out of 6. My father, the owner of the manor, has the talent of an emperor. They boasted wildly. As part of their play, the humanoid practice props, Ning Zheng was too lazy to look at them with a crazy look, and directly announced 6 options and left. 1,300 blacksmith invitations. 2,300 blacksmith invitations. 3. Reset the amount of resurrection money, starting at 10 resurrection money. 4. 1 high-quality pseudo-spiritual root per person. 5. 10 million free distributable public procurement resources can be used to purchase certain beast materials, build new buildings, etc. 6. Jiuzhou Fangding mode is turned on. Blacksmiths can collect luck value. This luck value can modify some parameters, increase the probability of event success, such as entering enlightenment, accelerating practice, and forcibly selecting spiritual routes for advancement. Note 1. Because the owner of the manor becomes Jiuzhou Ding, this mode is turned on, and this mode will have a new currency system, luck coin, for trading. Note 2. When the hidden branch, the luck task of the money is completed, this mode will be further updated. This. Everyone was dumbfounded, dead silent, and a pin drop could be heard. In an instant, they showed off the powerful expression management technology of the shocking 19 style. Suddenly, they were like 100 ghosts parading at night, each with a hideous look. An incredible thought appeared in everyone's mind. This is. The planner finally stopped acting. This is directly opening the backend to change the data mode, right? Chapter 574. Ning Zheng really didn't intend to act anymore. What's the way to make them more active? Of course, let them directly organize people, and work hard to add 2 statues. It's too stupid to hide it. Let them operate luck coin directly. They will naturally have enough motivation. But giving them a commission of 99% of the luck value, isn't that reasonable? At the same time, Ning Zheng is not afraid of being exposed for issuing luck coin. First of all, the blacksmiths themselves will not be exposed because of the sea of consciousness restriction. The only possibility of exposure is that the location of the villa is exposed. Even if there is no function of adding luck value, exposing these blacksmiths in front of them is already fatal. Adding luck value, it's also like too many lice don't itch, too many debts don't worry. Besides, this can allow Ning Zheng to quickly accumulate luck value. As long as the luck value is high and the luck is bursting, no one can still catch the foot of his villa. He is now a qualified planner, and knows how to deceive this group of players from another world. Directly found a relatively reasonable excuse to open up the concept of luck coins. It was you players who fought against the gods before, and opened the main storyline. The Luck 9 States Tripod, that is the strongest luck artifact of the human race that suppresses the 9 states of the human race and sits in the Imperial Mausoleum. It is normal for the owner of the manor to control the 9 states tripod in the capital to make you lucky, right? Very reasonable. This time, it is similar to the telecommunications fraud that blacksmiths are bragging about in full swing in the forum. I am the owner of the manor. I am imprisoned in the 9 states tripod in the capital. As long as you send me money, earn luck to join the sponsorship, and help me get out of trouble year's history book, I will lead you to unify the country and become king and prime minister. Is there a problem with this? No problem at all. Of course, Ning Zheng thought it was reasonable at this time, but the blacksmiths didn't think so. The planner just stopped acting. After Ning Zheng left, Su Yunyang complained loudly, "Don't think you have found an excuse for the main plot that looks so perfect. Qiyun Jiuzhou Ding, I don't know what the planner wants to do. Just give out benefits, cheat, and add points." Obviously, no matter how good Ning Zheng's disguise is, these people don't need any evidence to solve the case. Before, they were still hiding it, secretly changing the card drop rate, and the spiritual roots had been changed several times. At that time, at least there was a fig leaf, but now, in everyone's mind, the voice of the planner has appeared. "I'm showing my cards, I won't pretend anymore, I'm just giving you cheats, letting you enter cheat codes, add points, and play games." It's quite interesting, actually. The fairy doctor took the list of 6 choice rewards and laughed directly. This is the first time I've seen this. The background data modification mode is directly turned on. As long as you pay, you can change it as you want. It reminds me of some standalone games, such as Grand Theft Auto, Warcraft, and Girl Scrolls, which come with cheat codes for the game. The fairy doctor was simply laughing and crying. This is outrageous. Yi Guangxiu was angry. How can you talk like that? Isn't it just updating a deep blue point adding function? I didn't turn it off, so it was turned on. Shirshan, if you are not good at it, just practice more. I am good at it, so I opened the map? Damn, stop playing tricks. Jiao Xiron covered his head and felt a headache. We should choose the reward options. At this time, Dao Jiao spoke. I feel that this mode is not that exaggerated. I guess in the early stage, it is just to change the explosion rate of spiritual roots and the explosion rate of synthesis. The old manager has changed them before. In this situation, we don't need the old manager to change the data for free. We can do it ourselves, but we have to charge for it. Everyone stopped making a fuss, and they were not stupid. It was probably true. In the early stage, it was an advantage to transform a high-grade spiritual root, spend some money, and have a 100% success rate to advance to a heavenly spiritual root. But it was not too big. In fact, apart from the last outrageous cheating mode, the other rewards were almost all cross-era compared to before. There were 100 blacksmith quotas before, and now it is x3. The inflation rate is too exaggerated. This made the blacksmiths present doubt. This game has entered the public beta era directly from a few hundred people in the closed beta. After fixing a large number of bugs and confirming that the basic code is correct, it began to gradually open up the number of people. Of course, 10 million magic coins are a lot of activity funds. And the distribution of the second high-grade pseudo-spiritual root is obviously urging the blacksmiths to quickly seize a character. Before, everyone was hesitant because there was only one top-grade pseudo-spiritual root, and it was expensive, so they carefully selected their characters. Now that they have a second error tolerance, it means they can let go. They don't even have to take over the body of the second phase realm. Some powerful 3-element realms of top-grade spiritual roots can also be within their scope of possession. They kept discussing, and soon came to a conclusion. The options are 1,300 blacksmith quotas, 4 top-grade pseudo-spiritual roots, 6 Jiuzhou Ding mode. On the other side, Ning Zheng didn't bother to pay attention to them when she returned to the villa, and let the bullets fly for a while. In the afternoon, when they finished the bonfire party and logged off at 7 o'clock, Ning Zheng opened the forum. As expected, it was just as Ning Zheng thought, and it exploded directly. Everyone has their own opinions. I am not a black fan. It is called luck, but in fact, the data change mode is turned on. Is it a blessing or a curse for the life of the game? I personally think this is a stupid move. The planner is too exaggerated in giving benefits, which will directly collapse. Yi Guangxiu, on the opening of the new mode? I personally support it. This increases the gameplay and playability, because now the possession login mode is activated, such as Lin Daiyu, who cannot master the power after possession is a waste. If she enters the epiphany mode, Lin Daiyu will quickly grow a Dharma image. Everyone was arguing wildly, and a group of keyboard warriors started to bombard each other. Unknowingly, no matter how outrageous and chaotic Ning Jiang's welfare operation is, there are a group of iron fans to help clean up the ground. Because he gave too much, there is a saying in mini-game circles that as long as I give another 10 consecutive draws, I can forget the stupid operation of the Planner XX. Now Ning Jiang's welfare is exaggerated to an unprecedented level in the industry. Of course, many people are also discussing rationally. Such as the god of cookery and Lin Daiyu, there will be more and more such cases. You ordinary people have taken over the body, just like a primary school student controlling the body of a scientist, but without the corresponding knowledge. Look at the god of cookery. He worked hard for 10 hours a day for a whole week, 70 hours before he opened the Dharma phase. Can a normal person withstand this? Only the King of Scrolls can withstand it, and Lin Daiyu is a state-of-mind Dharma phase, which will be countless times more difficult, and it may take hundreds of hours to separate the Dharma phase. You can imitate the hardcore difficulty of the natives, but not too hardcore. It is normal for the natives to practice for hundreds of hours, but you players certainly can't. There are many players who hold this view. Many people believe that the epiphany mode of cheating and adding points is bound to appear. If it does not appear, the game will collapse. Even the god of cookery himself said, "Okay, I admit that I am not a genius. I have been studying for a week and still have no clue, but I suddenly realized it. I suspected that the planner used me as an experiment to study the difficulty of the game. Seeing that I spent too much time, they directly changed the background data for me." Lin Mimi also appeared. "Ah, you are really a bunch of idiots. Do you know how difficult it has been for me these days? When I knew that the planner had come up with this function, I was so surprised that I screamed. I rolled over with joy. I really love the planner. The planner is really solving the problem for us. He has been paying attention and trying to adjust the difficulty of each function. Opening this mode is simply the best blessing for us." So, after 2 consecutive parties spoke out, the public opinion finally changed at this moment. The wave of praising the planner's wisdom is one wave after another. Some people even analyzed that changing the data and opening the point-adding mode might be to increase the advanced explosion rate of spiritual roots and the Dharma image ability of Lin Mimi and others. Some things that are against the sky cannot be changed at all. For example, I killed Xi and Shichen directly. That must be a string of earth-shattering numbers of luck coins. As the reputation suddenly changed, everyone began to discuss rationally and enthusiastically the value, exchange process, and earning methods of luck coins when they log in tomorrow. One by one, they were like chicken blood. The new gameplay made them very happy. And Ning Zheng just glanced at the forum a few times, and didn't care when he saw the change in his reputation. Even his own luck value can't change those major effects, let alone these blacksmiths. It's the best to do some trivial things in the villa, such as advanced spiritual roots and Dharma image. Others, it can only be said that they think too much. Do you really think this world is my game? I can change it if I want. If the income of luck value really reaches that level, the whole world can be added at will. Ning Zheng dare not imagine what kind of horrible existence she will become. Chapter 575. Ning Zheng ignored them, and opened another post. Lin Mimi. Research on the communication token sent by Wu Xingjing screenshot. Screenshot? This is a picture. You can clearly see the principle from the screenshot. It is still the original communication token, with an attachment, equivalent to a mobile phone case, for encryption. The real core encryption technology is this mobile phone case. The technical strength of small fairy tools is still very strong. I usually use this communication token to contact Wu Xingjing, but secretly sent it to the blacksmith shop for research. Unfortunately, Dao Juju and his friends are a bit water, and can't research this thing. After all, there are many types of blacksmiths. Dao Juju, a rough guy, only knows how to forge weapons, not communication tools. I suggest you study the advanced level of drawing cards, relying on pure brute force, strong enough to fly bricks, and directly combine the fairy tools of communication magic power. This is yesterday's post, and it has ended here. But 10 minutes ago, Lin Mimi added, the newly appeared luck value can make our communication tools appear when we synthesize high-level painting cards. Everyone, hurry up and earn luck coins. This is definitely a monopoly patent. At some points, our communication tools will appear. In the future, the blacksmiths who hold this patent will have a huge market. Every blacksmith will buy it. You can earn patent fees for a lifetime. By the way, I suggest using Bai Xingling to add painting cards. You can give it a try. If he is lucky, he can be used as a supplementary material for the mascot synthesis. This post also has a group of fierce people who quickly replied. You are a beast. What did Bai Xingling do to you? You lack great virtue. I, Bai Xingling, have great luck, a dragon among men, the rising protagonist of this world, and the destined emperor of the human race after Josue. You actually use me as a mascot to forge iron? Traitors, a bunch of traitors. I can't imagine that every communication token in the future will kill a Bai Xingling. There will be no killing without buying and selling dog head. Massive. Ningjin let out a long breath and closed the forum. These people have no moral integrity, no rules, and their ideas are getting more and more outrageous. They are just a bunch of lunatics. The next morning, the sun is shining brightly. Under the scorching sun, Su Yunyang, a new 300 new blacksmiths appeared at the gate of the villa, and the population of the villa officially reached 1,000. Wow! Come in, Grandpa, I finally come in. A group of precious boys and precious lowly chattered and looked around. They look petite and cute, and everyone wears a golden safety tortoiseshell hat on their heads, giving people a sense of vitality and activity. Eat dirt. Look at me eating dirt in 18 forms. How do you look at my expression? Shocked in 19 forms. You look awesome. You're not bad either. These weird and spooky expressions can only be made in games. The structures of living things are different. Look, that's our golden boy's ancestor, the turtle shell wooden fish. Go in and knock it later. A group of people chattered, excitedly exploring everywhere. Feeling the new world, Jiosai Rong also began to come out and give a speech. It's nothing more than bringing the old to the new, letting some young blacksmiths live in the dormitory, and then telling them not to mess with the Ember blacksmith baby in the villa, which is the personal property of the old players. Of course. The latest regulations are, you must reach a certain level in the novice village of the sword-casting villa before you can pass through the teleportation array and go to the next map, the Bone Demon sect outside. Moreover, to go to the map outside, you need to switch the login character. Bone Monster. In short, the two sides are separated and not connected to each other. You don't walk directly over, but switch the characters on the map. Don't be afraid, if you switch this character, the other character will wet the bed. Jiosai Rong patiently explained, we have updated the fully automatic hang-up dormitory 7.0 version to ensure automatic eating and drinking integration. At noon. Finally, the rules were introduced, and Jiosai Rong returned to the housekeeper's room exhausted. And here, Yi Guangxiu and others also studied the new system, and the rules for obtaining luck coins early. From the perspective of their old game players, luck value equals camp reputation. Reputation? In business games, it is often a comprehensive index of power. The level of reputation is affected by public opinion, the mood of the people, the cleanliness of the city, various values. It is a classic setting of business games. It's a management game indeed. Jukaram let out a long breath, and after hearing everyone's analysis, he sighed. Public opinion? That's a bit cool. As long as the people support me, I can do anything. At some points, Yi Guangxiu is also an old player. It feels like the setting is similar to that of the Emperor. The Emperor can change the mountains, rivers, sun and moon, change fate, and manage the world with numerology. If it's the luck value, they think it's cheating and a bit off the main line. But if it's the reputation value, it fits the main line of the game's simulation management perfectly. Su Yunyang has a big brain and said, I have discovered the planner's idea. How to play in the future. Secret realm, manage your own power, and collect the reputation of the people. Even further, use the synthesis furnace to build your own new race civilization, develop power, open up land, build a national wonder, and then lead the people to worship the wonder, and the reputation will increase by 2 + 2 + 2. Everyone is rubbing their hands, eager to try. Isn't this the classic simulation game civilization series? Build a race, manage, collect materials, advance the era, open up a method, and finally build a wonder, collect reputation through the wonder, and then pray to God to obtain all kinds of incredible powers, and finally be omnipotent, of course. Civilization also has a very popular joke, Your Majesty, wonders ruin the country. Now, it seems that they are also a bit expensive to do this reputation value, which is easy to ruin the country. Who cares, I build it anyway. Sister Lin switched to a small account, let the owner of the wedding dress town, the Ember, hang up there, and also appeared here. I checked, the second phase of the sudden enlightenment and condensation of the Dharma phase requires 30,000 luck points, and the first state of mind requires 300,000 luck points. I'm going to save some, anyway, I have believers here, and it should be quick to let them worship. Although literally, it is still luck value. But now they are generally called reputation value. Of course, the luck value of a faction is equal to the reputation value of a faction, which is quite reasonable. Lin Nini thought for a while. Let me see how much reputation value my faction produces every day. If it's not enough, we can lend money here. Jiosai Rong said. Now, the daily reputation value of the Bone Demon sect is also shown, more than 200 per day, which looks good. Ningzheng only gave 1%. In fact, the Bone Demon sect has a lot now, with more than 20,000 luck value per day. These 200 are not much. Xiao Chaikun touched his chin. It's like this in the early stage. A tall building rises from the ground. Su Yunyang analyzed. It must be developed, increase the population, increase the reputation, continue to create gods, and pull up the statue of Yan Shuangying. In the future, you will definitely earn thousands of luck points every day. They discussed for a long time, and built a statue and began to systematically collect reputation. With the data panel provided by Ningzheng, they established a research team. In the afternoon, they immediately organized people to squat on the statues in the Bone Demon Sect Square, and secretly observe the number of each NPC. At 0.02. At 0.02. Well, these two are good, and build a model of personality. They secretly observed the past population, and silently took notes. Big data is coordinated, analyzed, and then the optimal solution is found. They not only collected reputation from the statue of the Bone Demon Sect Master, but also built a statue of Yan Shuangying to try to collect reputation. It turned out that the amount collected was not less than before, so they decisively built another statue of Yan Shuangying and started adding 0.02. In less than 2 days. After a few simple optimizations, the daily luck value they gained in the Bone Demon sect has reached more than 300, an increase of 50%. Obviously, there are more sincere residents. This makes Ningzheng very happy. Sure enough, hiding things from them is stupid. Just revealing things and letting them study how to reduce to is the correct solution. The power of the masses is great, and one person cannot conduct such a large-scale observation. The best solution is to explore this ability systematically and normatively. 2 days later. In the Wedding Close town, with the help of several experts, the map distribution was readjusted and optimized, and a statue of the town master of Wedding Close town was built. At the beginning, there was a daily luck value of up to 70,000, and it was still being optimized. In the room of Xinia's city. In the past 2 days, Ningzheng was very leisurely. He walked around Xinia's city every day, and sat on a chair on the balcony to enjoy the breeze. 30,000 in the Bone Demon sect, and 70,000 in Wedding Close town, but the ones in Wedding Close town cannot be obtained. Because he had to go to Wedding Close town with his main body to absorb it. It was quite fast for the main body to go to the Bone Demon sect. But the secret realm of the nursery was different, and the geographical location was special. It was difficult to travel back and forth between the two places without building a teleportation array in Wedding Close town. It was okay for 1 or 2 times. Going back and forth every day was prone to accidents. Those ancient giants on the nursery road were still quite threatening. I can't get the daily luck value of Wedding Close town. Ningzheng felt troubled. The luck value of Jiai town is like a crab cage. If there were no cages to catch crabs before, the crabs would run away, but now there are crabs in the cages every day, but they can't be picked up every day, so they just rot. It's painful. But Ningzheng is steady after all. He wouldn't go to Jiai town in person for the mere 70,000 daily luck value of Jiai town. On the way to the nursery, those giants were disgusting. In the early stage, it's better to waste a few days, and speed up the work of the luck collector, however. Although it rotted in Jiai town, Lin Daiyu's 700 luck value was still settled for her every day. Anyway, he also had more than 400,000 a day, so it didn't matter what she made. Chapter 576. The Abyss of 10,000 Feet. Endless darkness enveloped the entire sea area. Occasionally, there were a few fishes passing by, illuminating the strange and bizarre fishes around. The deeper the sea, the more bizarre the fishes here are, which makes people feel creepy. Even most of the sea creatures themselves are unwilling to set foot in this deep sea. Because it is not only because the water pressure is too high, but also because the deep sea is too ancient and mysterious, and there may even be some indescribable ancient giants. The giant shell Holy Land is located in the middle, and upper layers of the abyss of 10,000 feet. And the deeper seabed. Even they themselves rarely explore it. Crash! The huge shells hovered above the abyss. This is a super large holy land composed of the 2 holy lands of giant shells and island shells. The dragon clan has differentiated into more than a dozen ethnic branches, while they have only differentiated into two branches. It can be seen that their strength is one level weaker among the heavenly spiritual roots. The difference between the heavenly spiritual roots is also very different. At this time, the Giant Shell Master is a master of the one-mind state, and the one-mind state is also the standard for the heads of the top forces. On the huge square, huge 1,000-meter-long snail shells were talking in the shadows, like a human meeting. He said lightly, "Everyone, I just got the information that the fleet of the other Shorefrost has been selling books all the way. Moreover, they have also reported back to the major cities of the human race, and are trying to make speeches through the channels of restaurants." He took out a book of famous detective Yan Shuangying. The elders revealed a strange color. Is this other Shorefrost helping us to build momentum? The elders of the one-mind state pondered. I'm afraid their intelligence network has long known that we have contacted behind the scenes. After all, we didn't hide, we just knocked on the door of the mansion openly. Another elder said, we were originally warning the human race, but we didn't expect. They also helped the Bone Demon sect that we controlled to build momentum. They helped us fight against the Dragon Clan. The Giant Shell sect master pondered for a while. Don't underestimate every move of the human race. In fact, there is another meaning. The other party seems to be helping them, but in fact, they are promoting the chaos of the Sea Clan and exacerbating the contradictions between them and the Dragon Clan. This is an open conspiracy. But it is also good for them. I thought, slowly develop and observe, but that guy promoted us and put it in the open. The Giant Shell sect master said in a deep voice, we have to speed up. Our good name is resounding throughout the sea. We have to take action to protect the Bone Demon sect. By the way, help them expand their territory. An elder said. From beginning to end, they didn't care about the opinions of the Bone Demon sect. In their eyes, the Bone Demon sect would definitely agree to this opportunity from heaven. Even in their eyes, the various operations of the Bone Demon sect all revealed strong ambitions, and they were pulling in investment openly and secretly. Send a group of masters to station there. The head of the Giant Shell thought for a while, thank you, 3 elders, to take 82nd phase realms. With such combat power, the Dragon Clan dared not act rashly. The transformation of my realm does not appear casually, and everyone has a tacit understanding. Not to mention the external enemy of the pseudoman. This is to empty out half of our ancestors. Is it worth it? An elder frowned. The head of the Giant Shell smiled and said, the era of immortals. Immortal weapons and immortal roots will kick out a group of people. A force that does not produce immortal roots is destined to be eliminated. And our ancestors? They are destined to be eliminated as they have spiritual roots. This is a great era that has never happened before. Neither the human race nor the sea race's ancestral tombs can bless us anymore. It is better to use these ancestors to fight for the last chance for us. What do you think those humans are doing by driving the ark with a large number of ancestral tombs? Because all the ancient tombs will be eliminated by the immortal era. In the future, new ancestors with immortal spiritual roots will appear, and immortal tombs will appear to keep up with the times. The Giant Shell Master paused and said, unless the embers can also have a pseudo-human body and be promoted to immortal spiritual roots, our ancestors can keep up with the times, but is that possible? It is impossible. The elders were all silent. Yes, the times have changed dramatically, and their ancestors are all going to be eliminated. The Giant Shell Master said, all the Dharma Giants, go ahead, use your magical powers to help them expand the entire sect, and strive to build a big city. Don't they like to create gods? Then bring a large number of refugees in, believe in them, and let them be bewitched. In their eyes. The other party pushed out Yan Shuangying, obviously using this method to gather people's hearts. After discussing it, they decided to set off. The other side calculated it, and pushed Yan Shuangying to the forefront, making him famous all over the world. They must protect him. This is the leader of the rebels they pushed in public. The other side did a good job in public opinion and politics. At this moment, an ancient voice as heavy as the abyss came from the depths. Why not let them become emperors directly? This? The Giant Shell Master's pupils dilated. This is directly against the Dragon Clan. Why not develop it, store grain, and slowly become king? Will the Dragon Clan let the Bone Demon sect go if we don't declare ourselves emperor? The ancient voice said, declaring an uprising will gather the hearts of the people. If we want to do it, we must do it thoroughly. Besides, other holy places have also begun to push some forces to rebel behind the scenes. The forces supported by our Giant Shell Holy Land are at the biggest focus. It is better to declare ourselves emperor directly. One by one, the big sects and holy places have entered the world, supporting their representatives to rebel. The Dragon Clan belongs to the wall that everyone pushes down. The giant shell sect master pondered for a while, and finally spit out heavy bubbles. I understand. Bone Demon Sect. Jiozai Rong, we are willing to surrender, overthrow the Dragon Clan, and rebel. Juke Holy Land, you declare yourself emperor. Jiozai Rong was shocked. Seriously? Juke Holy Land said, yes. How many dishes did you drink like this? I thought we were already wild enough as players, but I didn't expect that there are stronger players among the strong. As expected of the Sea Clan, they are the main force of wildness. Ning Zheng was also unable to deal with the giant shell Holy Land. He thought that the blacksmiths were a bunch of lunatics, but he didn't expect that the natives were just as crazy. Do you think that if you hide behind the scenes, the Dragon Clan will not be able to catch you in the future? His rebellion failed, and the giant shell Holy Land was also liquidated. This is too child's play. However, it seems that he has not encountered any normal races since he came to the Sea Clan. The kissing fish are chirping, the beautiful Ling fish is very conceited, and this giant shell Holy Land does not look normal. Forget it, they will definitely get along with the blacksmiths, and they will beat the Dragon Clan together, and they will be wild. When he reached an agreement with the giant shell Holy Land, Ning Zheng decided to run away. They are against the Dragon Clan, it's none of his business. Even if he loses, the Bone Demon Sect will be destroyed, and the ones who die are just a group of blacksmiths. But he couldn't stay under the Bone Demon Sect anymore. Although Ning Zheng believed in the concealment of his immortal weapon arc, he didn't want to play the trick of hiding under the light and show off under other people's noses. Do you really think they don't have masters? But where to run to is a problem. Ning Zheng thought secretly. Going to the nursery is actually the best choice, or even running to the wedding dress town to hide is also a good choice. But how to go? Can't go. It's not that the arc can't fly. But on the way to the nursery, you have to pass the shadow tomb behind the nursery. Such a big arc is too easy to be discovered. Although his immortal weapon arc is powerful, he can't guarantee that it can hide from the sight of those big guys. Well, run to other sea areas to hide first. Ning Zheng thought about it, decisively opened the arc, and quickly moved away from the Bone Demon Sect. Chapter 577. Ning Zheng did not choose to leave during the day. Instead, she took advantage of the night, and drove the arc away after the blacksmiths went offline. To avoid them chattering and praising the plan from all kinds of strange angles. Ning Zheng has had enough recently. Praising, it's like asking for death. They have completely become play puppets for them to practice their acting skills. In order to play the famous detective Yan Xuanying and play a good fake person, they are even preparing to start filming the legend of the ancestor of man. These people are really crazy. Tomorrow, the scene will suddenly change, and it will be good to go online to change the map. Hula, the soil was slowly pushed away. As if it was moving through the soil like a soil walking technique, the heavy soil rolled, and the arc gradually appeared in a valley not far from the Bone Demon Sect, slowly rising into the air and sailing to the distance. The blacksmiths went offline, but the Ember blacksmiths were cheering. Fuck. Is this a plot CG? The villa has moved. My Ember pet only appears during the day, it seems he can't see the scene. Don't be afraid, the recording video can be used, and I sell it to them tomorrow, 10 coins a copy. You are such a clever little ghost. There is no way, our baby is stupid and rich. Why did it move again? In the prison, a group of female ghosts without children were also surprised. However, they have adapted to it, and they have been living a good life these days. At the foot of the mountain, in the courtyard, Ning Jiao and others pulled Ning Zheng out and looked at the excitement outside. It has moved, go fishing. They were very happy. Ning Zheng couldn't help but pick up the fishing rod skillfully. The whole process was very smooth. Because Ning Zheng can see the good and bad luck value, he knows that nothing will happen when he goes out tonight. In addition, ordinary two-phase realm cultivators cannot see the camouflage color of the arc unless they are close. And the two-phase realm cultivators of the Bone Demon Sect are also Ning Zheng's own people. Where to go? He thought about it and chose a way. It's not convenient to drive the boat to the sky, so let's just go to the one on Sea Abyss. It looks safer there, and there is no one around. The Jojo Four Seas are originally vast and sparsely populated, and 99% of them are wilderness. But the Wanzhong Sea Abyss is a wilderness in the wilderness, and the Super Rift Valley is said to go straight to the center of the earth. The huge water pressure is not something that ordinary cultivators can go to. Even if the pseudo-human is infected, Ning Zheng feels that it is impossible to be under such deep water pressure. Because the pseudo-human 3 flowers are too fragile. Even a well-prepared civilian can be beaten to death with a shovel, and he will be crushed to death directly when he comes to such water pressure. Ning Zheng was sitting at the mouth of the well fishing, with Ning Jiao and Su Yunyang hanging, drifting outside, looking at the coral forest, seagrass basin, and shell rift valley below, which was quite interesting. While fishing, he thought, with more than 3 million luck points in hand, I will be in a good state of mind after a while. But maybe I have to save some money, so as not to get into danger when it runs out. I always feel that something big is happening recently. Ning Zheng felt that after the big move of the pseudoman a while ago, there was suddenly no action again. Who knows what they are brewing? There are also forces such as the Dragon Clan and the Giant Shell Holy Land, all of which are thinking about rebellion. I have to be careful to survive in the cracks. Then, there is the matter of Bai Xingling and the Golden Money Boy. The neutral tomb forces behind the nursery are also ready to move. I heard that the Phoenix Clan has begun to upgrade all members to the level of Immortal Roots and advance to the level of Immortal Phoenixes. It can be called the first Immortal Beast Force in Jiuzhou, and it has been very noisy in the past few days. Reality is not a game. Unlike players, one main line is completed before another main line is opened. All kinds of things are happening in the whole world. Jiuzhou and the 4 seas are too big. Just like Ning Zheng had basically not set foot in the other 8 continents before in Xinyazu, everyone has their own story, and everyone is the protagonist. Most of their stories have nothing to do with me. Ning Zheng thought in his heart, avoiding some of them, avoiding disputes, and then working on my luck collector is the kingly way. The next morning, the blacksmiths landed and saw the villa sailing away. They were not stupid, and they reacted immediately. The villa began to run away, and their naturally rebellious Ember baby ran to sell videos to them, looking like a profiteer. This made them laugh and cry. My baby is really outrageous, and I'm cheating myself. Where are we going? Who cares? I go to the forge to synthesize. I go to forge iron. For the players, this is no big deal. Except for the professional blacksmiths, who have to work. Most of the old blacksmiths switched accounts after watching for a while, and went to play in the Bone Demon sect. After all, there are many NPCs there, it's fun, and you can also shoot dramas. 300 new blacksmiths also honestly move bricks, preparing to make money and change maps in the future. Bone Demon sect. Not long after Ning Zheng left. The next morning, Jiao Cairong and other bone demons also began to continue to operate the entire city. Yin Shuanging also switched back to the Bone Demon account and continued to film, preparing for a new wave of crime-solving plot stories in the 2nd season of the Death Note series. A new team area in the villa was also established. Reputation Area Leader, the outrage of both humans and gods. Since this guy made a fortune in synthesis, he has pulled a group of like-minded new blacksmiths to form a new group. He is a man who knows how to do things. The task of the Reputation Area is to earn luck coins, and then sell them uniformly to blacksmiths. It has begun to take shape. These blacksmiths have also developed new businesses, visiting door to door, as neighborhood committees, to build relationships, publicize their great ideals, and bring them a better life. But at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. One powerful being after another appeared above the Bone Demon sect, and then quickly descended into the city lord's mansion. Call your sect master out. The leading strongman spoke directly. This person turned out to be a great master of the level of a state of mind. Report to the Lord, our sect leader has gone out for something. Jiao Cairong hurried forward. The strongman chuckled, I understand, it is normal to not trust, and we must be on guard against others. If he shows up in person, we will underestimate him. I don't know if he can be our spokesperson in public. You are right, sir. You are wise. It is worthy of being the Giant Shell Holy Land. I have admired it for a long time. The blacksmiths looked excited, obviously surrounded each other, and began to quietly brag. Seeing that the other party was so sensible, the elder looked at Jiao Cairong and couldn't help but smile. Since you are left here, you must be able to decide everything. Let's talk about the founding of the country. The elder strode forward and sat directly on the main seat of the city lord, looking at everyone. When he ascends the throne, he must appear in person. Of course, he can appear in the Dharma image, and it is even best to appear in the Dharma image. He must hide himself well. He is the first emperor of our Sea clan who rebelled against the Dragon clan. The Bone Demon Emperor. The elder chuckled, which seemed to be gentle, but actually carried a hint of sarcasm. Jiao Cairong hurriedly said, we will become the Bone King. Build a coral ball tomb, and then declare war on the Dragon clan. But do we really want to ascend the throne? Yes. The elder said lightly, and it will be 7 days later, and immediately ascend the throne. Thank you, sir. Jiao Cairong nodded hurriedly, and his mind was scattered. Ascend the throne. This is to push us into the fire pit. use us as targets, and ignore our lives. Besides, is the bone demon general played by our old steward going to ascend the throne? It's far from the truth. Our old steward has long been a dead fish. He only comes to the villa every few days, and doesn't take care of anything. Isn't it too much of an oppression for an old man to let him be the emperor? But think about it carefully. What kind of person is our villa? The owner is the destined emperor of the human race. He controls the Jojo Ding, the sun and the moon. It's good enough for the old steward to be the emperor of the sea race. Then, the two sides communicated with each other. After chatting, Jiuzai Rong felt that the giant shell Holy Land seemed to be authentic and principled on the surface, and did not look down on them, the weak, on the contrary. I admire them very much. Obviously, they are an ancient and well-educated sect. Even after being defeated by the human race, they have repeatedly studied the culture, military tactics, and various fields of the human race in depth. Moreover, they are eager to recruit talented people. They are not arrogant. They are very optimistic about this bone monster with such amazing talents, because they have analyzed it many times, and the means of governing the city are amazing, but in their eyes, the bone monsters are just scholars. They are civil officials under their command, and they are capable of governing the country. On the human side, there are legends that emperors have repeatedly treated talented people with respect and invited talented people to come out of the mountains, and finally achieved hegemony. They are now the giant shell tribe, familiar with the art of war, so they naturally have to follow suit. Jiuzai Rong was a little moved, and said sincerely, "My lords, you are really a great hero who saves the world. You are so virtuous. The previous elder turtle oppressed us, and the dragon clan abused the people. He was really a tyrant, and deserved to be overthrown." Elder Juku shook his head when he heard this. "No, young man, the dragon clan is the most qualified emperor in the world. The human race and other races are not as good as the dragon clan emperor." "How could it be?" Jiuzai Rong said. "The dragon clan emperor does not care about the world's affairs and allows Elder Turtle to dominate. He is definitely not a wise ruler." Elder Juku laughed. "No, you miscalculated a truth in this world." "What truth?" Jiuzai Rong was stunned. He stood up slowly, his expression was cold, and he was full of powerful spirit. In this world, only creatures that lack military power want to make up for the gap with wisdom. The dragon race is not stupid enough to let the people complain, but they are strong enough to use no brains and break any calculations with one punch. Haha, what is a wise ruler? The giant shell elder sneered and said slowly, "In my opinion, the so-called wise ruler is just a means to maintain his own rule. In this world, the essence of any ruler is to squeeze resources, gather thousands of resources in one body, and let himself reach the top. Let himself live long and immortal. Let himself open up the future. A wise ruler uses the will of the people to keep them from rebelling, because he is weak and can only keep the people stable in order to collect resources. A tyrant uses force to keep the people from rebelling, because he is strong and can ignore the people in order to collect resources. A tyrant does whatever he wants, regardless of the messy affairs in the world. Tyrants are what we yearn for." The giant shell elder said coldly, "The dragon clan is cruel? No. He just doesn't care, and maintains the era of survival of the fittest. The sea clan is not the human race. Evolution. Evolution. Evolution is the main theme of the sea clan. The spiritual roots of the human race can be planted, while the spiritual roots of the beast race grow in death, and their bloodline mutates in oppression and slaughter. They advance to the upper grade family, the heavenly family, and eventually become a great holy land." The giant shell elder sighed. "So, we see people don't need civilization at all, we need killing. And we want to be wise kings and gather the hearts of the people, just because we are too weak and need to borrow strength to defeat him." His eyes flashed with complex colors, and his mind kept flowing through the massacres and battles of the sea people in history. The spiritual roots of the human race can be planted, and the beast race has a breakthrough in the Colosseum. Among the millions of people of the same race, only a winner of the beast fight can have the possibility of advancing spiritual roots. We all understand that the dragon race is the most qualified king, and the tyrant is the most perfect ruler of the beast dynasty. We are against him not for the people. We are for our own selfishness." Jiuzai Rong, Yin Shuangying and others were all stunned. This giant shell elder is a true wise man. He showed some bloody truths of this extraordinary world. The giant shell elder smiled at Yin Shuangying. "You can act, don't get yourself into trouble. Our military force cannot completely suppress the world. We are wise rulers just to prevent the people from rebelling, not to truly save people from suffering. Good people who save people from suffering have no good ending." His eyes were complicated, as if he remembered a human he met when he was young. No matter how amazing your cultivation is, how wise you are, and how many plans you have made, you will still be trapped to death in the end. Chapter 578. This conversation made Jukarong and Yin Shuangying silent. Ha ha ha, just treat it as a simple chat, don't worry about it. Elder Jukas smiled and changed the subject. Everyone, it's time to start. Our Bone King, it's time to ascend the throne. Soon, Juka Holy Land, with swift and resolute actions, quickly led the team to move in and quickly expanded the entire Bone Demon sect. Boom, giants that covered the sky seemed to cover the sky, and the sea water stirred up snow-white bubbles, covering the entire sky, like rolling white clouds. They swayed their bodies, walking back and forth like towering mountains, constantly moving mountains, moving to the vicinity of the Bone Demon sect, and then meeting the peaks. Boom, vast peaks were built one after another. With the Bone Demon sect as the center, it expanded outward in circles, 2 rings, 3 rings, 4 rings. Each ring has a circle of mountains as the dividing line. And these big guys quickly dropped various new defensive formations, and even some new immortal weapons developed by the Sea Clan Holy Land. In just half a day, a huge underwater city has taken shape. All the players were shocked to see this. From the perspective of a bystander. Now there are 2,000 viewers to supervise. They also looked at the animated CG of the sky, the mythical pictures, and some were so shocked that they couldn't speak. The big guys have moved in. Are they going to build the Bone Demon King City? The theory of the Giant Shell Elder is a bit powerful. It must be said that the high-level strongmen in this world are very smart, and there is no brainless setting. Who said that the dragons are brainless? Is the person above stupid? The dragons are not stupid. This is something that can be solved with fists. Why should I reason with you? They have ruled over all beasts since ancient times, and they follow the principle of survival of the fittest. This is the beast race. Humans can have humanity, but the beasts must have animality. If they lose their animality, they will lose everything. Therefore, the beasts must be in chaos, fight, and kill to produce the most powerful monsters of the times. The royal city has been established. This is the rhythm of becoming the king. Just become a rebel, recruit soldiers, the first batch of 82 phase realms, 3 one-heart realms. My god, I said that praising the planner must be useful. The planner is awesome. We have this treatment even if we don't go out this time. This is the Giant Shell Holy Land Cemetery copy that took the initiative to come to the door. Praise the planner. Fresh shells, take the initiative to come to the door to ask for login. Planner, you are so handsome, I want to give birth to a little planner for you. When can I enter the game? Speaking of this wave of possession dungeons, it is definitely not easy to handle. I don't even recommend possession. People have lived for a long time and are too smart. It is normal for them to see the clues. That's right, the difficulty of this new dungeon is hell level, not an ordinary secret realm like the Wedding Clothes town. The Giant Shell Elder is too smart. I don't feel confident to compete with him. Cry, 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 the blacksmiths can't treat them to ginseng fruit. It's not impossible. First stare at one and observe, study the behavior, and perfectly imitate the other party. Then it's safe to possess the body. Don't think about possession. Think about being a rebel, how to develop power, and build an army, right? Army! Yes, we want to build an army and fight. They are all very active. Moreover, some idle players in the forum deliberately ran out to post crazily. Ning Zheng was also a little speechless. Giant Shell Holy Land, is it really going to build a large-scale project? In the current situation, he can only ascend the throne as the Bone Demon General. If it were the blacksmiths, their realm would not be suitable. The only living person in the second phase realm is the god of food, a beautiful fish, which is obviously inconvenient. This identity of possessing the body cannot be made public. I won't really go on stage, will I? Ning Zheng's mouth twitched. Go on stage to become the king, split off, and become a vassal king? Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Soon, the news that the Bone Demon sect declared independence and would become the king in 7 days spread. The entire Sea clan was completely shocked. Of course, and even more explosive news came. In the north of the East China Sea, the Dragon Carp Waterfall, the Grain Carp King, will be crowned king in 9 days. Southwest of the East China Sea, in the Liaoyu Grand Canyon, the Liaoyu Fish Clan will be crowned king in 10 days. At one time, 7 or 8 forces emerged and announced that they would soon be crowned kings. The entire sea area was shocked, and many of the city lords of the shell cities that were moving were amazed. Is this the era of the rise of kings? Are they going to overthrow the Dragon Clan? That's great. In my opinion, The Bone Demon sect is the people's favorite. So many people have declared themselves kings, which shows that he is leading the trend. Countless people are discussing and hate the brutality of the Dragon Clan. Perhaps, as the Giant Shell Elder said, the people are ignorant and only want to believe the brutality of the Dragon Clan that they see, but cannot see the truth behind it. The Bone Demon sect has completely become the center of the vortex of the four seas. Even the Immortal Phoenix Clan, the White Tiger Clan, and the Black Turtle Clan all took action and paid attention to the East China Sea Dragon Clan to see how he would deal with it. The next day, the Bone Demon Clan's communication tokens were all blown up. Especially the Kissing Fish Queen, she received dozens of communications in just one morning, all of which were indirect attacks. And this incident also made Ning Zheng, who was sitting on the Ark, silent. Do the supporters from all over the world support them? No, no. It seems to be an assist, and they will become kings together, but in fact, they are roasting them on the fire. Their thoughts are very clear. I will become king a few days after you become king. If the Dragon Clan doesn't fight you, we will follow and become king. If the Dragon Clan fights you, we will pretend that we didn't say anything and just run away. It's really lacking in virtue. This is using their Bone Demon Clan to test the bottom line of the Dragon Clan. What would the Dragon Clan think? It was you, the Bone Demon Clan, who led the rebellion? We beat you first, the one who stood out. The remaining kings will naturally not dare to say a word, and will not dare to rebel. These people are obviously going to harm us. Ning Zheng looked strange and swallowed his saliva. Luckily he ran fast. If it was a little later, the areas around the Bone Demon Clan would be the focus of attention. How could he break through? If we were to expose and develop like the Bone Demon Clan at that time, this would be the end. As long as you have some achievements and become famous, a bunch of people will appear behind the scenes to control you and use you. But now, what does the Bone Demon Clan's rebellion have to do with me, Ning Zheng? No matter what conspiracy or tricks it has, no matter how the Giant Shell Holy Land and the Dragon Clan fight, it's none of my business. The Bone Demon Clan is just a tug-of-war rope between the Dragon Clan and the Giant Shell Holy Land, and I just have to watch. Ning Zheng continued to sail the boat and fish freely. Wow, so many fish, so many fish. Let the line go longer, there is a big school of fish next door. Below the well, Ning Jiao Jiao and Sun Moon Su Yunyang shouted. EC Dragon Palace. Provocation, it's just a provocation. A Dragon King was furious. Bone Demon sect, there is a way to kill. We must do it. 7 days later? Kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Let them see the consequences of being the first bird to stand out. The White Dragon King also frowned secretly, but didn't say much. This is obviously a test, a provocation. And the Dragon Clan cannot be provoked. In this battle, they pushed out a small second-phase puppet monk to ascend the throne? Ridiculous. The White Dragon King stood up and said coldly, then, starting from this battle, changed the history of the entire Sea Clan era. Chapter 579. Early morning. There are still 6 days before the enthronement of General Bone Demon. A new big plot seems to be about to begin. Enthroned and became a whirlpool in the sea, all the blacksmiths in the villa were very excited. Happiness comes so suddenly. It's all because of that Bian Shuang who tricked them. Of course, some people also complained that if it wasn't for Jiucai Rong who tricked them, how could they increase your strength and help you promote everywhere? It is precisely because you are too famous that the Giant Shell Holy Land took advantage of the situation and pushed you, a big star, to come out to enthronize and seduce the Dragon Clan. Hula la. The Ark was still sailing at this time. Ning Zheng walked into the gate of the villa and came to the huge square. He saw that the 300 new blacksmiths, who had just entered, were accepting tasks before. After seeing him, they followed Ning Zheng happily. These people's ability to lure people is not very good. Ning Zheng shook her head. It was too obvious to eavesdrop from behind. If it were an ordinary person, every time he came in, there would be hundreds of paparazzi hiding behind him and eavesdropping happily, and he would have been scared crazy. Sir, it's cold, put on some clothes. Behind him, Su Yunyang took a beautiful dragon robe and draped it on Ning Zheng's shoulders. Ning Zheng, eh? He turned back and looked at them strangely. Su Yunyang and others laughed awkwardly and said seriously, Sir, do you like this dress? Ning Zheng ignored him, strode into the steward's room, and sat down on the main seat. General Bone Demon declared independence and ascended the throne to become king. What do you think? The fake people haven't been resolved yet, and the Sea Clan has started fighting among themselves. The Sea Clan Holy Land has begun to test the Dragon Clan. This is still the Sea Clan that lags behind in internal fighting. Jukarong, wearing a beautiful court dress, stood up and said, "I think we are just chess pieces they put out to test us. We have no choice." Yi Guangxiu also wore the same court dress and official hat. "Sir, the giant shall Holy Land, no matter how big and round the pie they draw, no matter how kind they are to us, and how they teach us the truth, they are just a smiling tiger, and they are just using us as targets. Although they think we have potential, they don't care about our life or death. They use us as a trap to provoke the Dragon Clan." Dao Jiujiu also wore a beautiful court dress and stood up, the three of them. 80 statues of the realm of mind, obviously set a trap for us. Su Yunyang, wearing a female official's uniform and black silk stockings, stood up. "That damn giant shell Holy Land trapped our innocent bone demon sect. And we can't resist, it's all because we are too weak." The fairy doctor also wore the same style. "Even if we win, we are just puppet emperors of the rebels, controlled and used as civil officials to work, using our amazing city management technology to manage for them. If you lose, the city is destroyed, and they don't care at all. If you win, you will be severely sidelined. This is the fate of the weak." Ningzheng glanced at them, smiling. "Why are you wearing these clothes? Are you always saying that we were cheated and shouldn't be independent?" "Sir, this is the custom in our hometown," Jiao Cairong said nonchalantly. "We called on a large number of designers to design court clothes and imperial robes overnight. Get used to the dressing first, so that you can have the atmosphere of attending court." "Forget it." Ningzheng pressed his temple in distress. "If you have any ideas, you can put them forward." Jukarong. "First of all, as a general of the Bone Demon, even if you have separated your Dharma image on the same day, you should not go to the throne in person." "Oh?" Ningzheng asked curiously. "Because there may be some evil magic, just in case. It can target the main body through the Dharma image," Jukarong said seriously. The blacksmiths have discussed many situations. In their eyes, the last big plot, the battle between man and God, they played a bad ending and sacrificed the owner of the manor. This time, the big plot, the Bone King ascended the throne. If they played a bad ending, wouldn't they have to sacrifice the old steward who ascended the throne? This is very likely. The old steward, now playing the role of the Bone Demon General of the Bone Demon sect, ascended the throne and became the king. He is a thorn in the eyes of the Dragon Clan and the center of the vortex. The owner of the manor died before, and our old steward cannot die again. Moreover, they also smelled a trace of clues. For example, why did the automatic explosion rate change mode suddenly start recently? Originally, the old steward was responsible for secretly changing the explosion rate. Now, the old steward's responsibility for secretly changing the explosion rate has been replaced by a new function. Isn't this a prelude to sacrificing the old steward? So, planning, you are really detail-oriented. You are really damned. There was a foreshadowing early on, and you wanted to write the old steward to death. If it weren't for our wit, we wouldn't have discovered it. It's worthy of the Dark World view, trying to embarrass us in various ways, and secretly giving us knives when we are not paying attention." So, after their discussion, Jiao Cairong said the strategy, "My lord, you must not appear as a Bone Demon General. We must study a new Bone Demon General to ascend the throne as your substitute. After all, it's normal for an emperor to have a substitute, right? If I don't come on stage, who will?" Ningzheng couldn't help asking. "We are trying to find a way," Jiao Cairong said. "Develop a substitute." Ningzheng pressed his temple and smiled. "Then what? Even if you find a substitute to replace me, what are you going to do? Find a way to defeat the Dragon Clan and save the Bone Demon sect." Jiao Cairong said seriously. "As long as we succeed in becoming king, although we are still the puppet rebel leader of the giant shell Holy Land. The royal family on the surface, helping them do things in the royal city, is actually a very perfect start. The giant shell Holy Land will frantically collect refugees for our imperial city, help us earn luck points for free, and unite the people. Then, we add points. Add points. Add points. Step by step, we will seize their ancestors, eat them up, and become their parents. From a puppet emperor, to a real emperor with real power. In their eyes, this is obviously the plot line. And it is quite interesting. It is slower to become an emperor and rebel independently. The giant shell Holy Land behind the possession of the body is obviously a shortcut. They want to use us, and we will be his ancestors. That's the general idea. Jiao Cairong and others have obviously discussed and analyzed it many times in the forum, and said, specifically, we still need to think carefully and set a rule. Ningzheng pressed his temple and exhaled a turbid breath. It's a bit difficult to help defeat the Dragon Clan. We don't have strong combat power, you know? Of course I know. Jiao Tsirong understood that if he couldn't use Shirong's identity, he couldn't find the Optimus Prime family of the 9 human races. Without someone to borrow strength, it would be difficult to interfere in this battlefield. They are still studying the specific plan, and there are already some signs. They have been creating miracles all the way. This time, they also believe that their love and fetters can fight their way out on the day of enthronement. Chapter 580. 2 days passed in a flash. In these 2 days, the blacksmiths made a lot of preparations, designs, and ways to borrow strength, and began to study new substitutes. For the substitute of the old steward, they already have signs: kill the followers of the Wuxing sect and gather the Ember clones with the aura of the Wuxing sect. Kill the Bone Demon clan and naturally gather the Ember clones of the Bone Demon clan. It is not impossible to pretend to be the Dharma image of the Bone Demon General as a substitute. At that time, as long as the order is given, 1,000 blacksmiths will log into the Bone Demon's trumpet in the Villa Square. 1,000 people will be killed and exploded, and the Dharma image embers of a second phase Bone Demon General will be naturally generated. But having a substitute only prevents the old steward from going to the center of the vortex on that day, which only completes the basic life saving. To influence the situation of that battle, many means are needed. After all, the Dragon Clan, the Giant Shell Holy Land, and even the major dark forces are expected to come to watch, and it is hard to say whether they will take action. Even the fake people will come. The whole venue has become a pot of porridge. At this time, while everyone is discussing on the other side, the alchemy room, Rabbi Xiaoxin, a 9-year-old who has not wet the bed, and a trio that is hated by both humans and gods, are studying synthesis. Damn it, we are not allowed to synthesize poop. Rabbi Xiaoxin looked bitter. Many girls ignore me. He swore to the sky that he was not a pervert. The golden money boy eats soil and metal, and what he excretes is also concrete. At most, I am just a synthetic soil block. These people actually use tinted glasses to look at me, a genius in synthetic alchemy. Stop arguing. What are we going to synthesize today? Renshin Gongfen said speechlessly. I have a new idea. Rabbi Xiaoxin said in a low voice. Synthesize ourselves. Ah? Renshin Gongfen scratched his head. You said, now the pseudo-human Sanhua takes over the embers. Rabbi Xiaoxin said, what if our pseudo-human Sanhua takes over our own embers? As soon as these words fell, everyone looked weird. Yes. For example, Dizzy, take over your own Dizzy embers. What will happen? Is this the ember synthesis? Renshin Gongfen said. Well, for example, my ember is a yang spiritual root, and I am a yin spiritual root. If I take over his ember, wouldn't he be a yin yang fairy spiritual root ember? And I'm online during the day, and I'd be offline at night. In this way, there will be no more troubles like Lin Dayu's uncontrollable night. At night, it's another ember. Who knows what I do at night? Who wouldn't be worried? Rabbi Xiaoxin said. This is called ember myself 2 in 1. I control my body from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. during the day, and after I go offline, it's the ember that controls me to continue working. Isn't it great to work 24 hours a day? Besides, is there a possibility that the living me is injected into the dead me, which makes it easier to awaken? Renshin Gongfen raised a topic. This, everyone breathed quickly. Awakening. If this can awaken, isn't it a good thing? Why do I need to take over someone else's body? I am the ghost king myself. I eat ghosts like crazy, and my growth rate may not be slower than that of the body I take over. Give it a try? Yes, give it a try. They saw it clearly. It just so happened that the 3 of them also had their own ember clones, and they were new accounts of Zuelahua and Hunlehua. It just so happened that the 3 of them now had a Zuelahua and Hunlehua that just happened to have a yin and yang cycle. Thinking of this, the 3 of them ran to the next door spiritual farming area to buy the corresponding spiritual root pseudo 3 flowers. They want to buy pseudo-human 3 flower characters? Looking at the 3 people who stir up shit, the mud-vomiting craftsman was a little speechless, but still gave it. After a while, they began to take over their own ember babies. Ah, what are you doing? The baby who was infuriated by both humans and gods was moving bricks. Help me pry his mouth open. Yes, that's it. The head of the ember baby who was infuriated by both humans and gods was beaten all over, and even had a stress reaction and began to go crazy. However, he was still beaten violently. Finally, when the ember baby was trembling, a big and fat pseudo-human 3 flowers crawled into his mouth, and soon he began to twitch. In the body, the meridian network of a 3-flower ember and another 3-flower root that just came and gradually merged together, and the 2 flowers intertwined to become the yin-yang fairy root. Boom! A semi-awakened aura suddenly erupted from the body of the godman, sweeping around, and several people were stunned. Did they get into trouble? Is this semi-awakening? The figure of the old steward suddenly appeared in the square of the villa, frowned, and asked, "What's going on?" Ning Zheng was driving the ark for a long journey when she felt this aura. A bit outrageous. The three people of the godman were also a little stunned, and hurriedly talked about the matter briefly. Three flowers gather at the top of the head, knowing that I am me. Ning Zheng pondered for a few seconds, and said with a serious look, "You are already half awakened. Do you know that you are a dead person? Human and God are angry. ? He was very puzzled. "Sir, how could I be a dead person? I have always been alive." "Then do you know who you are?" Ning Zheng asked. "I know. I am a player." Human and God are angry with a confused look. Ning Zheng fell into silence completely. "Yes." The ember awakened, knowing that I am me, knowing that I turned out to be dead. "And what about the blacksmith awakening, knowing that I am me, but I am still alive? I am still in the villa and moving bricks with me. How could I be dead?" So, the awakening of the blacksmith is different from that of ordinary people. Do they know that they are the baby of the player? Ning Zheng pressed his temples with a headache, and some of it was not clear. But it is a good thing after all. However, you took over your own embers. It's 2 in 1. Ning Zheng thought, it's just that half awakening only knows that you are dead. Only when you are fully awakened can you grow up by eating ghosts. However, half awakening is a very important stage. Awakening is not something that can't be expected. Renshin Gongfen said, "My lord, this is a new era. In the future, there will no longer be so many money-sucking ember babies in our villa. We blacksmiths have merged them all, and then there will be peace." Renshin Gongfen pointed at the brick-moving embers in the distance. These ember babies don't like to listen to their masters, and are born to be rebellious. Not long ago, they were still recording the ark's departure animation at night, and selling it to their masters during the day. It's too wicked. I'm pitting myself. Now, the population of the villa has been reduced by half, and all the ember babies have been killed, and the world is peaceful. Fusion? Ning Zheng thought, the follow-up is not a bad thing. After all, integration looks much more refined, and you don't have to worry about the toilet, and the problem of lying dead at night. Indeed, when you go offline, you will immediately take over the AFK. The more he talked, the happier he was, and he could even half awaken. This is a big improvement for the ember babies in the villa. The baby is possessed. All members have advanced to the fairy route. At this time, Jiuzai Rong next to him also hurried over after hearing the news. He has been busy with his plan for the past 2 days, and he still lacks a fighting force when he ascends the throne. But now seeing the way these animals play, a light suddenly flashed in his mind. "Wait, I figured it out." Jiuzai Rong suddenly shouted, "So that's it. So that's it. This is the big story of Yanhua's awakening. Since you beasts can half awaken after merging, then the already half awakened Yanhua embers, if they merge into the main body, wouldn't it be a complete step into the last threshold and awaken directly? Yanhua, King Gui." This thought echoed in his mind. Yanhua has been in Shirong City, half awakened for 100 years, stuck for too long, and constantly approaching the bottleneck. But there was no breakthrough after all. But a real living Yanhua took over his embers. Yanhua moved in, and completely awakened. No, even if he didn't awaken, with a little luck value, it is estimated that he will awaken inevitably. In this way, the map when he ascended the throne was finally pieced together. Half a day later. In the East China Sea, in a city island somewhere. In the paper house of Rao Tian Yujia, the 4 scarecrows of Yanhua suddenly received news. Fuck, Yanhua was in tears, I'm finally taking off. After he was taken away, the villa seemed to have forgotten him, leaving them here at the hidden vein. He suddenly looked serious and looked at Rao Tian Yujia. "I want to have a formal talk with you. You should have known who I am through the soul breath. I am the inspector of Shirong City, Yanhua." Yanhua's voice made Rao Tian Yujia tremble all over. Yanhua continued, "I come from the power of Shirong God Craftsman. You just need to do me a favor. After I awaken, I will make you king and prime minister." Rao Tian Yujia, Chi Zui Fu, They are not stupid, they feel like they are just making big promises. Even Li Yuzu came over. In the past 100 years, they didn't live very well in the Dragon Clan. Jiao Weiyu's family looked down on them, like the relatives of a son-in-law. And now, the 100-year period has come. Yanhua said, "The son-in-law rises today. Tell me about it." Li Yuzu said. Yanhua smiled, "We have some ideas about the recent turbulent events of the rebels ascending the throne. We need you to do us a small favor. Chapter 581. In the scarecrow yard of Routhian Ugia. 4 scarecrows took root on the blood-colored floor tiles, with a funny smile on their mouths, like the clowns in the movie. You 4 are quite interesting. You have stayed here all the time. You are indeed the messenger sent by Shirong. As a semi-awakened or even awakened Ghost King, Liuju's logical flaws are basically completed. He even has a certain growth potential at this time. He felt the difference of the 4-member group of dizzy people early. And this discovery started from 100 years ago, when Jiaoyu came back with him to find his daughter, but missed the relocation of Zuelahua Villa. At that time, the 2 of them immediately discovered that their own descendants of Zuelahua had secretly surrendered to Shirong forces. It is very likely that at that time, the mountain became a secret branch of Shirong and a base for studying fairy beasts, and creatures such as Qilin Tongzi appeared. The 4-man group of dizzy eyes came down from the mountain. The 4 of them must have had 1,000 connections with Shirong god craftsmen. But, not long after that, the war between humans and gods broke out. The owner of Shirong god craftsman's manor died, and announced the closure of the mountain. The 4-man group of dizzy eyes suddenly seemed to be separated from the soul, disconnected, and these 4 scarecrows became living dead. They didn't know what was going on, so they had no choice but to use a secret method to seal their lives. It wasn't until 100 years later, not long ago, that the 4-man group of dizzy eyes woke up again. At that time, they felt that Shirong god craftsman's manor had been unsealed again, and these 4 people woke up at the same time. In fact, he and Jiaoyu were the first group of people in this world to notice the return of Shirong god craftsman. But Liuzu was patient. Seeing the 4 scarecrows still here at Hidden Vein, slacking off, and studying, pointing fingers everywhere, interacting with this old ancestor, he was too lazy to pay attention to them. In his eyes, who was as smart as a demon, they were the messengers left by Shirong on purpose. After all, the whole villa was taken away that year. Why did they leave these 4 behind? It can't be a stupid reason like forgot to take them away, right? There must be a deep meaning. I'm afraid they stayed to communicate with them, and act as liaisons. Until today, the 4 of them finally spoke, and once they spoke, it was a big event. Liuju said calmly, "Your method looks very special. The mountain villa was closed, and your souls disappeared instantly for 100 years. At that time, I had no idea how your soul consciousness left. It's definitely not the transmission of the earth veins, is it space? Or some other method? Similar to the separation of the body, like the Dharma image?" Liuju's words were very organized. "I thought it was over, but you came back not long ago, and I knew that you came back. I'm afraid you wanted to cooperate with us." With a crash, a huge dragon fell from the clouds above his head. The moment Jiaoyu landed, he turned into a human form and strode over. "Now, are you finally willing to speak? Is it because there has been a big commotion outside recently? Those sea tribes actually provoked the dragon tribe. The ancestors in the dragon palace were all crazy. They were so proud that they had been rampant for millions of years, but this was the first time they saw such a provocation. 100 years later, her sense of oppression became stronger. As the Gui King, or the dragon ancestor of the dragon clan, he had already broken through to the one-mind realm from the two phases realm he was in during the battle at Zinnia's city. The 4 members of the Yanhua group looked at the 2 big guys, and suddenly became serious. You know, they have been dormant for so long, and the mission to take off is today, and they cannot fail. Ahem. Yanhua coughed twice, and took out the words that the forum counselor had prepared long ago. We, the Shirong lineage, have many incredible super-era technologies, such as how we disappeared for 100 years, and why I am still alive. But there is a Yujin Yanhua over Shimen City, managing the city. Liuju nodded. Jiaoyu has of course been to Shimen City several times in secret over the years, and easily sensed Yujin Yanhua, who has the same breath as the Yanhua in front of him. The real living Yanhua is actually acting as a scarecrow here? What happened to the high-ranking Yujin Yanhua at that time? This discovery shocked everyone. The Shirong master craftsman actually secretly developed a disruptive technology that allows a living person to produce embers. If it were to be spread to the outside world, how terrifying would it be? Everyone present was smart, especially Liuju, who knew more clearly what this meant. This means that as long as conditions permit, a person can continuously produce his own embers, and a bunch of his own ancestral graves will appear in this serious atmosphere. Finally, you found it. The dazzled scarecrow stood with his hands behind his back, and said lightly, "Why do I need to rely on 100,000 ancestral graves? I can produce 100,000 ancestral graves myself. I can have tens of thousands of dazzled graves as long as I want." He paused, his eyes full of brilliance, and said proudly, "Why do I need to defeat the ancestors and ask for their blessings? We can become ancient ancestors and our own ancestral tombs to bless ourselves. Make our own embers." Good, good. Beside him, the adoptive father Chizu, who had already thrown down his fishing rod and ran over here, was incredulous and secretly happy. Those boys in our family actually joined such a powerful force, which is the first sage in Jojo. I am a living person, and I can mass-produce my own embers. What else is impossible? As the owner of the house, Rautian Yujia also exhaled a long breath of turbid air and suppressed the shock in her heart. Fortunately, these days, she respected the 4 Shirong envoys who stayed behind and did not offend them. These 4 had a lot of fun. The entire Imai house was used by them to study all kinds of messy things: kites, skateboard shoes, singing, chess, landlords. Although she herself thought it was fun and enjoyed it. But no matter what, the investment was right. She didn't think these 4 people were the bottom of the Shirong god craftsmen. After all, this so-called IS-4, among whom I Dazzle is the Shirong patrol envoy, whose status is just below that of the Sword Fairy, must be a very high management level. Let's analyze it further. I Dazzle is a high-level person, and his other 3 brothers, as scarecrows. What identity does his own ember play at the same time? What position? The status must be not low, it is conceivable. The Shirong god craftsman still values their Zuelahua family very much. Or in other words, he is optimistic about the potential of Li Yuzu and Jiaowu, and is making an investment. After all, this is also a tradition. Most large non-combat forces will cultivate some combat monks as worshippers. I am afraid that they were favored by the Shirong god craftsmen and cultivated as worshippers. But regardless of whether this guess is true or not, the one in front of him is related to the legendary Shirong god craftsman, and I don't know how many people dream of it. Of course, they cherish it. Li Yuzu sighed. I didn't expect that the one who just came into the world had a lot of ideas about the starting point of this war that swept the world. So what are you going to let us do? Yin Hua said coldly. The Bone King ascended the throne, and the Bone Demon sect is essentially just a small force in the second phase realm. This war was pushed by the backstage pusher, and the momentum is unimaginable. Not only the human race, but also the various tribes of divine beasts and other seas will come to watch. It is only natural for us to participate in it. Jiaowu nodded. This is a face-saving battle. The Dragon Clan must go all out. If they give in one step, they will give in step by step. The Dragon Clan will not retreat. If they retreat, the country will be lost and the status of the Dragon Clan will not be guaranteed. The Dragon Clan is the leader of the 4 divine beasts. The Molten Dragon era is an ancient and barbaric era ruled by the 4 divine beasts, but it is called the Dragon era, which shows that it is powerful and even above the other 3 tribes. Over the years, the number of dragon emperors in the year's dragon tomb is no less than the number of human saints in the year's history book, because both sides are accumulating saints' tombs. Theoretically, the number is about the same. After all, the dragon race is difficult to reproduce, and the upper limit is high. But the dragon race does not fight among themselves, while the human race fights madly and consumes a lot of ancestral tombs. The number of ancestral tombs is comparable to that of the human race, which shows how strong the dragon race is. Although the saints in the dragon tomb will not be dispatched in full force, the deterrent power they bring is still terrifyingly strong. This is simply another year's history book. We need a little help from you in this matter. Yin Hua said, the management of the dragon race is now corrupt, so why don't you take the top as the ancestor dragon? Jiaoyu's face changed slightly. The Shirong lineage has greater ambitions than expected. And if you become the dragon emperor, it will be convenient for you to compete in the immortal Dao era. What's more, we will also help your daughter awaken and become the dragon girl of the ancestral dragon, the future heir to the dragon emperor. Are you serious about your awakened abilities? Jiaoyu's face changed slightly. Ning Jiao was the one they worried about the most. At that time, one of them was a stitched dragon, and the other was the offspring of a dead person, as if they were cursed. The eldest child had died, and not even the ashes were left. The second daughter was also weak and sick when she was born, and died in her teens, but they learned their lesson and turned into ashes and advanced to survive. But Ning Jiao died too early. The ignorant and simple girlhood led to no strong obsessions before her death. This ordinary and featureless weirdness is difficult to awaken. Of course, we are very knowledgeable about Gui, and it is not difficult to awaken her. Yin Hua said, you 3 will all be Gui kings by then, and rule the dragon clan together. Even the 9 states and 4 seas will respect your dragon emperors, and will no longer look at you. And for your daughter, we will prepare a brand new dragon body, with all the limbs of the immortal beast, and awaken her to become an unprecedented immortal ancestor dragon. What do you think? This? To be fair, Jiao Wuyu found it difficult to refuse the benefits. She had long been dissatisfied with the dragon emperors, and now it was just what she wanted to introduce external forces to regain power, not to mention helping to awaken Ning Jiao Jiao. As an ancestor dragon, she was the first in this period of dragon history, but as the initial ancestor dragon in the entire dragon history, she was the weakest. Because when she awakened, she had no foundation, and she took ordinary beast limbs, stitched them together, and then awakened, which led to low potential of Zulong. But now, her daughter did not take the limbs of divine beasts, but even took the limbs of fairy beasts directly, and the awakening of Zulong must be unprecedentedly powerful. Where did so many fairy beasts come from? Only Shirong's forces in the world have such a strong foundation. After all, Shirong is the ancestor who created fairy beasts. Before, he even experimented with synthesis in Zuelahua Villa and made a bunch of Qilin boys and turtle boys, which made Li Yuzhu misunderstand that the younger generation learned from him, and liked human beasts. I know about this. Li Yuzhu was silent for a while. When that time comes, we will go. Don't worry, I will go too. The dizzy eyes gradually lost their luster, and he switched accounts and went offline directly. I will go there as the Yinhua Inspector, awakened as the Ghost King. And you will soon hear a piece of news that will shake the 9 provinces, as a token of our sincerity and cooperation. You will soon know that there will be a place for me in the 9 provinces. Yinhua looked indifferent. His eyes contained 3 parts of arrogance and 7 parts of calmness. Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh rose to the sky, resounding throughout the sky and echoing on the island, as if a great hero had been born 100 years later. Go to Shimen to recruit old subordinates, and the remaining 100,000 will kill Yama. Offline. Change the channel. Run after pretending to be cool. Only Routian Yuchia and Chizu's adoptive father and others were left looking at the silent Yinhua scarecrow, and a heroic voice surrounded their ears, making them pale in comparison. Chapter 582. Soon, Yinhua switched accounts and returned to the villa. The scarecrow's eyes gradually dimmed. Jiao Wuyu next to him frowned, showing a bit of surprise and uncertainty. No matter how many times I have watched it, I can't see any clues. I can't see the soul leaving the body like the Dharma image. In a way that transcends dimensions. A method we don't know, it took away the consciousness. I don't know how many tens of thousands of years ahead of the times. Li Yuzhu was also secretly guessing. The 3 scarecrows with eye bags silently watched Yinhua's pretense, secretly envious in their hearts. Yinhua is good at calculating, using the offline mechanism to bluff everyone. How can this paper NPC know the gold content of the server? I don't know what he is now. Routian Yuchia couldn't help looking at the 3 people with eye bags next to him. The 3 people showed a meaningful look. It can't be said, it can't be said. Let's not dwell on this matter. Let's play a hearty game of landlord. Yen Swollen suddenly said. So, they began to pull Routian Yuchia, and Chizu continued to play. Half a day later. Splash. In the blue sea, Shirong Arc opened the camouflage protection shield and continued to move quickly, like a vast deep-sea fish, secretly rushing to the abyss of 10,000 feet. At this time, the farther away from the Bone Demon sect, the better. However, at this time, the Dharma image of the god of food who stayed in the sword-casting villa, took the pseudo-human 3 flowers of the sword fairy, and the dazzling pseudo-human 3 flowers, and flew out of the sea. It's time to set off. Splash. Above the sea, the Dharma image of the god of food looked calm, holding 2 pseudo-human 3 flowers. Go to Zinnia's city to help you too. Take over the body of the sword fairy, dazzling. Enter the awakening mode. The god of food sighed. This is the next strategy. Only by taking every step carefully can we show our strength. Slowly increase the chips in this game. Originally, everyone thought that those Ember babies were lifelong babies, but now they are all eliminated. But it's okay. My baby is disobedient, so 2-in-1 is also a good thing. It's more reasonable for me to log in during the day, and they hang up at night. It's just that things are a bit too urgent. Originally, they could study this new synthesis function again, and then take over the body. It can only be said that their development speed is still slow. If the trio of people and gods, or even others, thought of this trick earlier and synthesized it a week earlier, their time would not be so tight. I can only say that if we don't develop quickly in this hardcore game, death and bad endings will soon catch up with us. To save the life of the old steward who ascended the throne. In his mind, he inexplicably began to recall the memories of last night's forum, the pin mobilization post. The old steward cannot die, fight for the old steward. Do this day and night, until death. The post was touching, with photos posted one after another, showing the old steward's amiable smile, and his kindness in secretly giving them cheats. The good times of guiding them to forge iron in the blacksmith shop, watching them jump into the forge in amazement. The amiable person, who secretly changed their explosion rate in the spiritual farming area, bought them a large number of books in the enchanter's bookstore, and helped them trade with Zhang Huaping. Tears welled up in his eyes. How could such a kind NPC die? Fight to protect the old steward. The dragon robe has been put on. Even if this old man has been slacking off in the villa for many years, and has no energy to manage the sea people and be an emperor, he is more suitable to be an old man playing chess and an old gatekeeper. But they also want to push the dear old steward to the top of the world alive. This is our love and bond. The above is the oath of a group of blacksmiths in the forum last night. The scene was lively at that time, and many brave fighters appeared in the fan circle culture. In this regard, Ning Zheng just thinks you are too dramatic. An old steward inexplicably became your white moonlight, and you are willing to be the enemy of the world for him. Hula la. At this time, the god of food was flying all the way, following the navigation of the map, looking around nervously. Who knows what encounter boss the planner will give him? I was a little uncomfortable with the sensational posts of those bastards last night, but the old steward really can't die. To be fair, the god of food, the old steward is indeed an indispensable part of the villa since ancient times. He flew carefully all the way. He encountered those giants last time and passed through their fingertips, almost dying on the spot. He didn't have the courage to fight with giant bosses, even though he had played games like Dark Souls and Elden Ring and had fought with giant bosses thoroughly. But it was okay. This time, although the straight line between 2 points was still the shortest, the journey was safe and sound. Soon, they arrived outside a huge and majestic city, landed, and entered Shimon's city. The god of food looked around and didn't dare to delay. He quietly contacted the sword fairy using the contact information. After a long while, the sword fairy quietly took away the 2 fat 3 flowers and returned to Shirome Academy. Yeah. In the secret room, the sword fairy and Yanhua looked at the cries of the 2 fat 3 flowers. Sword fairy, this thing can make us awaken. Another login character? It feels weird, but it should be useful. After all, the planner can't lie to us. The sword fairy still maintained the ember logic before her death. She was a player before her death, and she still thinks she is a player after her death. And players are managed by the planner. Chirp! The medical fairy is the 3-flower character of this game at this time, looking at another self and shouting. Awakening? Yanhua on the other side also sighed, but did not resist. After all, there are still logical flaws. The 2 people quickly let the 2 chubby ginseng fruits crawl into their mouths, twitching all over, and a wonderful breath vibrated in their bodies, giving birth. Walala. Then, the 2 people quickly walked out of the secret room. Arriving at the square outside, the 2 just caught up with the aura of awakening. They pointed to the sky. Then let the world see how powerful our Shirong is. Boom! The aura suddenly burst out. Crash! A white lightning flashed across. The semi-awakened aura suddenly rushed straight into the sky, shaking the astonished faces of the students of the entire Shirong Academy, who looked up. Countless black smoke surrounded the sky and quickly gathered. A huge black 3-flower was growing on the ground in the dark. What is this? Bai Xingling, the assistant professor of the academy, who was recovering his Dharma image, was stunned. How is it possible? That woman awakened? How is it possible? Bai Xingling's face was full of confusion. Everyone has paid close attention to the sword fairy in the past 100 years. Everyone probably knows her obsession as a ghost, and there is no possibility of her awakening at all. But now, she is semi-awakened. Is this new technology? Xiniyun looked extremely solemn, looking at the awakened 3 flowers. He didn't expect that their Xenia's city had encountered this kind of strange phenomenon for the second time. The last time was when Su Huan awakened in Xenia's city. This time it was a dizziness. Xiniyun looked solemn. Before, the sword fairy said that they mastered the ability of artificial awakening to worship the Shirong statue, pricked their fingers. Let the owner of the manor be reborn, all with the help of this method. I didn't expect it to be true. Before, they didn't believe it, and thought it was a trick. Who knew it was real? As the lord of Xenia's city, Xiniyun, the contemporary prince of the Xian family, pressed his temples in some distress. If they have all awakened, does it mean that this technology is close to maturity, and has their owner also awakened? Awakening. It turned out to be awakening. Almost every cultivator in Shiman City felt the vibration of the breath and looked up at the sky at the same time. Chapter 583. Hualala. The strange phenomena of heaven and earth erupted on the two people. But the Fairy of Medicine was the first to recover. After all, she was only half awake, and the outbreak of the strange phenomena was only a few seconds. The Fairy of Medicine gradually woke up at this time, watching herself controlling the body of the Fairy of Sword, feeling the power of the Yin-Yang Rice Flower Sword in her body, and thought to herself, I finally succeeded in taking over the body, and landed on a new Ember character. Myself? From now on, I am also the Fairy of Sword. I am responsible for managing Shiman City. This is the super secret realm that I should manage. She felt very happy in her heart. What was Sister Lin proud of in front of her before? My clinic is not really down and out. We have a promising future. Aren't we rising completely now? How can a mere Jiai town compare to my Shiman City? Now, she can log into the Sword Fairy at any time, which means that the Sword Casting Villa has regained absolute control over Shiman City. You can report to the heaven at any time and accept the jurisdiction of the Central Villa. The indispensable territory of Shiman City is finally back. And from now on, whether I go offline from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day, or change roles, the Sword Fairy will automatically enter the idle mode to help manage the entire city. My embers and I alternate day and night, and we play ourselves, and we are not afraid of being discovered. This is the essence of the true possession of the pseudo-human, possessing yourself, 100% not being seen through. She clenched her fists and felt the strength of her body. This ability was unexpectedly compatible. At this time, the medical fairy thought, the awakening of embers is essentially resurrection. And if you inject a living self into the dead self, half dead and half alive, commonly known as half-dead embers, is half awakened, very reasonable, right? The principle of this bug is also reasonable. But at this time, her eyes fell on Yanhua, who was still nurturing aura. Hualala. The aura on Yanhua was more than 10 times stronger than hers. Because this is a real awakening. If successful, it will be the third Ghost King to be awakened publicly in Jiuzhou in the past 100 years. Boom! The sky of Shiman Academy was filled with black lead clouds. A series of oppressive auras kept flowing, and all the embers in the Tomb City felt the aura of the top of the food chain, like the king of the species, coming. As one of the two people that the people of Xenia's city were paying attention to, Yanhua, who was undergoing transformation at this time, also felt his body. I successfully logged in, exactly the same as what the strategy group in the forum envisioned. We must use this method to take a different approach and win by clever means. The surging power in my body is exploding, but the strength of this awakening seems to be a little insufficient. He began to panic. He seemed to be stuck here. At the beginning, Su Huan's awakening was also such a strange phenomenon, but it didn't take as long as his. Sure enough, the living self took over the body, and the complete awakening still lacked stamina. So, the emotions were completely in place, and he couldn't help shouting in his heart, I, Yanhua, must rely on the love and bond of my friends to live a second life. Barrier, break it for me. Add points. Add 1,000 luck points. Add 1,000 luck points. Since this function was turned on, all the luck points accumulated by everyone have been transferred to the current Yanhua. These luck values all symbolize the love and bond of the villa, and contain blessings from friends. They have already bet everything. How could I lose? His face was ferocious, and a trace of vicissitudes flashed in his eyes. Because, the love and bond one borrowed from them must be paid back double. Those damn bastards. Roar. As the manic thoughts surged, the power of Yanhua's body increased rapidly, and the angry roar was accompanied by the surging power. I bet everything, explode for me. Fill it up. Fill it up for me. Add 12,000 luck points. This is all the luck accumulated by all the blacksmiths in various areas these days. Ningzheng saw this, and felt that no matter how passionately he shouted, it might not be enough. So he silently cheered him up, and added 80,000 luck points. It has come to this point. If I suddenly wither, where will I, the Shirong Master Craftsman, put my face? Boom! Yanhua looked at the attention and expectations of the crowd, as if he really overlapped with the protagonist in his dream, and the two slowly merged, and the conditions of obsession were completely met at this moment. I, Yanhua, must reach the highest step by step. Success and fame. Puff. Finally, a black 3-flower finally sprouted branches. The 3 flowers on the top of the head lingered and rotated, emitting a dazzling black light. 3 flowers bloom, knowing that I am me. At this moment, I know who I am. Yanhua sighed, and he became steady after living a second life. It was as if the impetuous him, who played games in his 20s at this time, and the extremely steady him, who had experienced 100 years of ups and downs, were completely integrated. His eyes were no longer impetuous, and the whole person became unusually calm, as if he really had the indifference and temperament that those powerful monks should have, as if he really traveled through another world and 100 years had passed. The third Gui King was born. What is this? In the nursery, in the imperial palace of the capital, the strongest emperor, who was sitting on the throne and looking at the historical murals in the history books of the years, suddenly turned his head. His eyes seemed to pass through the clouds and looked down. He frowned and looked, showing a little surprise. Gui King? The back of the nursery. Almost the back position directly below the capital. An old man was hanging a bait and throwing it to the land with countless overlapping clouds, and suddenly he showed a little surprise. Gui King. We have a new tribe member. Even this old man, who has experienced many vicissitudes of life, showed a little surprise at this time. The number of Gui King population is very small, but the appearance of half awakening and awakening at the same time means that Shirong may have mastered the technology they have dreamed of, artificial awakening. If they can get it, the number of their Gui King population will usher in an unprecedented surge. In this unprecedented prosperous age of immortals, they will also get a powerful bargaining chip to make the final decision. Shirong, Shirong, he whispered softly, watching the rise and fall of the shadow giants in the nursery in the distance, and stretched out his vast giant hand like a mountain, intercepting the 3 flowers of the ascending nursery in the screams, turning them into a flurry of energy particles, which were scattered endlessly. He reached out and grabbed a broken energy particle of the 3 flowers, and hung it on the hook of another fishing rod again. The second rod swung down and fell into the endless land of Kyushu below. The times have really become something we can't understand. Old, we are completely old. Shimen City. The pupils of countless tourists and spies from various forces have dilated. The sword fairy is half awakened, and the dizziness is fully awakened? What is this? What amazing method! The vision of dizziness awakening soon stopped, and the black 3 flowers dissipated in the sky. I only saw Yanhua openly pulling out his earth vein roots and slowly speaking to the surroundings. From today on, I am a living being, living a second life. His breath carried a kind of nobility unique to the higher life class, and the breath gradually restrained and fell into the earth. He is Yanhua now, and after he goes offline, it will be Eugene Yanhua who takes over. The 2 sides merged into one, taking turns to control the body. The 2 high-level Shimen awakened together. Is this the opening ceremony to announce the return of Shirong God Craftsman? The strong men from various continents who were touring were all stunned when they saw the scene. Some young men and women hurriedly took out the communication tokens, calling friends, and some even directly delivered the news to major daily newspapers. Chapter 584. I have to say, the people in the Forum Strategy Group are really good at it. Many of them are water posters, who are good at making hot searches on the internet, commonly known as water army monsters. They know how to use public opinion and stir up the heat, build momentum, operate, and improve the reputation of the forces. They pushed forward step by step, with a moderate rhythm, allowing Yanhua and the fairy doctor to show their amazing power, perfectly using their own pseudo-humans to take over the body to pretend to awaken, pretending that I, Shirong, have developed the technology of artificial awakening. This really caused a huge wave. Suddenly many forces were shocked. Countless writers in the new Xiandao era all came through the teleportation array to strive to obtain first-hand information for their own families. Before Xinqiao, the ground veins were not popular in Jiuzhou, resulting in the primitive dissemination of information in various cities and continents, and almost no one knew about each other. During the Jiuzhou period, Jiuzhou built the earth veins himself, which led to the teleportation array. With the popularization of communication tokens, everyone could travel far away and communicate remotely, forming waves of tourism and an unprecedented flourishing era for scholars. Today's Xiandao era has gone a step further. The earth vein communication tokens have long been modified from tokens to text communication, and this era has become the first version of Jiuzhou newspapers. The speed of information dissemination has increased. The word newspaper was still led by the Sword Fairy of Shirong Academy. In the past 100 years, the villa has disappeared, but as a time traveler, how could the Sword Fairy be idle? She took the lead and popularized many newspapers, videos, and many industries. Today's city newspaper was jointly founded by the Sword Fairy and the major forces in Xinyazu. It used headlines such as shocking and became popular in less than 2 years. This made the major Holy Land families see the hotspot of making money, and they copied and entered the market. The original intelligence networks of each family were bottomless pits that consumed money, with only money coming in but no money going out, but they had to maintain the intelligence networks. Nowadays, the intelligence networks of these major forces have begun to do part-time business of selling some intelligence, and convey some ordinary intelligence through newspapers to the middle and lower class people. This era of popularization of Earth veins is the era of information warfare. Even this era of stealing hackers is still led by the Sword Fairy. It can only be said that the boomerang that the Sword Fairy shot in the past 100 years has hit the sword-casting villa 100 years later. The Sword Fairy made Ningjung suffer a lot in the information war, fearing that she would be attacked by these unethical people and tracked down. At this time, many people gathered in front of the Sword Fairy and Yan Hua. Facing the media that came to interview one after another, Jian Zian, as the founder of the media, pointed at one of them and said, "Don't panic, media, we've chosen you. Come up and interview first." The writers of other forces immediately gritted their teeth and chose Cunning Daily right soon. Cunning newspaper began to publish a hot information. It introduced the process of a wave of awakening, but the two parties involved revealed that the specific content is still confidential and will be revealed after a while, which is very appetizing. In addition, the writer also wrote at the end, "I heard that only the Josue royal family of that year had the unique secret method of artificial ghost king, but they are fake ghost kings, and they will still go crazy and crazy because of the ghosts killing rules. If this artificial awakening is a perfect ghost king awakening, it will be a huge variable for the times." What will this mean? It means that the existence in the tombs can be resurrected, and the ancient heroes can walk out of the tombs and live a perfect second life. If it comes true, the change of the times will be immeasurable. All the great heroes born in the past and in history will be resurrected. Well, the tombs in history are all fake people. They are not worthy of our resurrection. Soon, the Cunning Daily, which was the first to report, quickly spread this explosive information to various local cities in Xinjiang. In tea houses, restaurants, countless storytellers were stunned, scrambling to report the matter, and the whole nation was discussing it. If the embers can be perfectly resurrected, wouldn't this world be able to form the original version of the mythical era of immortality? Yes, death turns into embers, resurrection again, and the cycle of life and death in this world. No one will die anymore. Incredible. Incredible. Is this impossible? How can it be impossible? The ancients in ancient times could have thought that the five-body realm would live for 800 years? We are myths to them. And the future era of immortality is also a myth to us ancients. Everyone, it's just a theory. Population expansion is not a trivial matter, and this kind of technology will definitely not be used by civilians. Indeed, even if you enjoy immortality, it is only enjoyed by the top group of people. The scholars in Xinjiang were stunned. Although the immortal era is an unprecedented era, all kinds of incredible abilities and immortal arts may appear. But this resurrection immortal art is really a bit explosive, which has overturned many people's three views. Shirong, are you going to officially announce your return? At this time, when the Sea tribe is in chaos, before the coronation ceremony, the major organizations secretly pondered Shirong's deep meaning. They still can't catch him, but his reputation has been improving, and his technology is really amazing. The other side of the continent. Everyone in the other side of the palace looked at each other in bewilderment. Everyone present was the best at studying the soul in Jojo. But 100 years ago, Shirong's divine craftsman. No, it was Shirong's divine doctor, who used his soul medical skills to hit them hard and slap them in the face. Now, could it be that their soul medical skills have advanced to this level? Embers, artificial intervention awakening? Ember awakening. If this technology can produce a perfect ghost king that can only be produced by natural awakening, then the whole era will change. The king of the other shore continent looks solemn. We are best at studying souls. Let's go and see what the awakened Yanhua is like. If it is a pseudo-awakened ghost king, it would be fine. No, pseudo-awakening is already very powerful. East China Sea. On a small island. Jiao Wuyu looked at the information he had just received and frowned secretly. Yanhua, awakened. He didn't lie to us. Is he showing us his muscles? Li Yuzu said slowly. He discussed with us first, and then he awakened and showed his background. It seems that he is very confident. If he awakens, and comes to our side to participate in someone's coronation ceremony, he can indeed become one of the forces that influence the outcome of one side, no matter how turbulent the outside world is. At this time, Fairy Medicine and Dazzle had returned to the secret room and deployed an isolation barrier. Begin to study the changes in your body, and try to receive the political legacy left by another self. Later, they landed every day during the day, and felt that they had to come to the city most of the time, and they were very busy. A happy trouble. Shiman City, we have reconnected and returned to our territory. The fairy medicine sighed. I'd nod. I go back to see my Arya later. The Minotaur is you. The fairy medicine was shocked. I'd said lightly, what Minotaur? I'd is me, and Ember-eyed is also me. I am called Jiwa. Do you understand? The fairy medicine was too lazy to pay attention to him, and looked at her sword fairy body modification. Weapon repair? After 100 years, the sword fairy was indeed successful. In the past 100 years, the sword fairy has made a lot of money, and deceived those god craftsmen to help her build an eternal body. She is now made of more than 1,000 weapon parts, with the yin yang rice flower sword as the core, and each part has a small innate magical power. Very powerful. But the utilization rate is very low, because it is too difficult to control at the same time. It's like a person who can do many things at the same time, controlling hundreds of computers. I feel that I need a linear pseudo-human brain, artificial intelligence assistance, and multi-threaded operation. Sword Fairy thought that Guy is really the core of mechanical cultivation. And Yenhua. Unlike Sword Fairy's mechanical cultivation, he is completely awakened. So, Yenhua decided to quickly start his growth plan, eat tricks, and quickly become stronger. Ningzheng sat on the chair, looking at the statue from a distance, revealing a faint smile. After Sword Fairy and Yenhua left the square, it was still crowded with people. Everyone was immersed in the shock just now, and countless people began to worship the Shirong statue. They did a good job. They did a great job. Hype in public and detonate public opinion. The Shirong statue, which was originally going to decline in popularity, suddenly rushed up again, +2 crazy surge, and Ningzheng was stunned for a moment. In 1 hour, 100,000 luck points are added. According to this trend, it will be more than 2 million in one day. Too exaggerated. This is also the Sword Fairy, confirming the awakening technology. Before, their rhetoric was that they worshipped the Shirong statue, poked the finger bubble, and sponsored the awakening of the savior hero Shirong Manor. Now, their artificial awakening is completely confirmed. This makes countless people more confident to come to the statue to sponsor, and add 2+2. It has skyrocketed, directly skyrocketed. If the popularity of 1 to 2 million a day is maintained recently. Ningzheng sighed. According to this trend, in 5 days, when the Bone King ascends the throne, there will be an explanation. 10 million luck points, let alone anything else. First break through a state of one mind, steady and solid. Ningzheng felt the luck points that were making a fortune every day, and his expression became complicated. They are really good at it. Chapter 585. Shirong Academy suddenly awakened and half-awakened 2 spokespersons in succession. This academic leader published an academic paper that immediately shocked the human race in Jiuzhou. Such a clever time period happened to be 5 days before the Sea Clan rebel ascended the throne. In everyone's eyes, this contained some political significance. Now, the trend of various forces in the human race is to go to the Sea Clan to get involved in politics. I'm afraid Shirong also wants to get a piece of the pie? Jiuzhou, Sihai, every force is discussing. As expected of the academic leader of Jiuzhou, now is the era of scholars. This move is much more powerful than the current saint. TSK, the saint is going to be sidelined. This is the slave bullying the master, the units are in power, sidelining the royal family. Such a huge reputation, how can it be? That's right, the mere academic leader of the human race actually threatened the royal family. If this is not eliminated, the storm is big, it is inevitable to attract criticism. Some ill-intentioned forces took the opportunity to create public opinion, and tease the relationship between Xian Shichen and Shirong. These two were once close partners, and Shirong even became a helper before Xian Shichen ascended the throne again. But now, they may not be hostile to each other. After the emperors of all dynasties ascended the throne, many of them killed the founding heroes, and the forces that helped them ascend the throne behind the scenes to prevent them from becoming bigger and affecting the imperial power. In the Joseon era, it was a rare human dynasty that did not kill the founding heroes. The enfeeblement of the Jiuzhou king was almost completely autonomous. The territory managed by the saint himself was even less than any other continent. The map ruled by the saint was the nursery of the 10th continent in the sky, but everyone knew that the 10th continent was in name only, with tombs everywhere, and it was difficult to control. What he did was equivalent to the emperor guarding the country's gate, and leaving the most difficult continent to rule for himself. But the king of Jiuzhou lived up to the expectations of the saints. He did not rebel against the royal family, and fully assisted in the construction of the earth veins, communication tokens, and teleportation arrays, and together they built a prosperous reading dynasty. Putting aside the court politics, some academic leaders, who were seriously discussing, were very emotional. Before, it was the ember splitting and fusion technology. Now, it is the ember awakening technology. The ember field in Shirong is far ahead of the times. Maybe, the mountain is closed for 100 years to study the technology of ember awakening. Maybe. The spies of their forces lurking in Shirong Academy began to take action, and began to study the awakening of Yanhua. And according to the current situation, they conducted personality analysis of Yanhua and data exploration in all aspects. Never underestimate the level of immortal weapons in the new era. Under various top-secret magical powers, Yanhua's data files soon entered the vision of major powers. The Pseudo-Gue King created by the Jiosui royal family before, after awakening, still retained some defects of Gue and would go crazy. But now, through testing, repeatedly using colors, sounds, to try and trigger the killing conditions of the dazzling, he did not have the madness and killing conditions of the Pseudo-Ghost King. However, his combat power is weaker than the Ghost King of the same level. The preliminary conclusion is, he is more skilled than the Pseudo-Ghost King of the Jiosui royal family, but weaker than the naturally produced Ghost King. But this is also reasonable. The artificially awakened Ghost King is flawed after all. But this technology alone is already very good. There is no targeted weakness of the Ghost, so what does it matter if the combat power is weak? The entire Jiozhou's high-level officials are discussing again. This is a preliminary judgment. Indeed, the value of Yanhua himself is very low. He was a weak scholar in his lifetime. After he was resurrected, he was still a weak scholar. He was a blank slate. Whether he inherited his previous skills, magical powers, knowledge, and personality, these are impossible to discuss. The template of Yanhua cannot give too much information. If a high-level strongman uses this technology to awaken the Ghost King, will there be other characteristics? It can only be said that Yanhua is an exception. Some people even speculate that this is just a signal. The awakening of the owner of Shirong Manor is the real core of studying the strength of this technology. Wait and see whether that person is resurrected, and then the truth will be revealed. This Jiozhou is really lively. Li Yuzu sighed. On the island, the sea breeze blows. Since the accident of the Zuelahua family, the hidden vein has been completely activated, and it has reblossomed here. There were living people of the Zuelahua clan in the hidden vein before. But they were all scarecrows with only human heads left. Now the hidden vein is restarted and revived. Some young people of the Zuelahua have appeared. After all, 100 years have passed, which is enough time for the younger generation to grow up. The 3 ancestral tombs are still cultivating young people. In fact, because of the connection with the dragon clan in the past 100 years, their blood separation flowers had now completely advanced and become high-grade blood separation flowers. The young generation of high-grade spiritual root geniuses cultivated have reached the level of the 4 internal organs. It can be said that after 100 years, they have completely reborn their own lives. At this time, outside, the blood separation flower clan members are coming and going, but in the paper house of Raotian Yujia, the eye-bag trio is bragging. It's just a pseudo-awakening. The world is relieved, but that's all we show to the world. Eye-bag said lightly. Swollen Eyes said, you know better than us what we are hiding. We are alive. We just split an ember and awakened it as a Ghost King. Ro Tian Yujia and others were even more shocked. They knew the truth. The other party is alive. They gave birth to embers, and now they can awaken? They remembered what the other party said. Go to Shimen to recruit old subordinates, and 100,000 embers will kill Yan Luo. The first awakened Ghost King's old subordinate has appeared in front of them. But what if in the future, the living person Yanhua continues to split his own embers, and artificially awakens embers one by one, and finally brings 100,000 awakened Yanhua Ghost Kings? How earth-shattering will it be? Of course, they don't think it will be so exaggerated that there will be 100,000 Ghost Kings. But if 1 or 2 more Yanhua Ghost Kings are created, their own Ghost King clones will be very strong, and they can all rule one side. The most important thing is that they are still alive. The Ghost King of their clones can eat ghosts to grow. As long as they are given time, they are guaranteed to be strong people of one state of mind. As expected of you, Mr. Eyebags. Raotian Yujia complimented. Not bad. Yanbao nodded. As expected of you, Mr. Eyebags. Godfather Chizu also said. Not bad, not bad. The Eyebag trio was very happy. Godfather Chizu, Raotian Yujia, now they are living up to their old saying, he is a hero. As expected of a demon cultivator, he can bend and stretch. But it's normal. Those who want to curry favor with our Shirong god craftsman can line up from Sini continent to Qiangwei continent. At this time, Yinbao was secretly happy. In the past, they frantically curry favor with their godfather and recognized him as their father, but now the situation is finally reversed. He felt that his cowardly inner demon had been broken. Goodbye, father, and my cowardice. This is the fun part for players. When you see an NPC, you will frantically call him dad, then fight monsters, level up, and finally stand up. The next NPC is Xiao Qi. But it seems a bit too immoral. Yinbao silently reflected, why do I feel like I have become a wolf-hearted and dog-hearted online novel protagonist? That won't do. We are the most loyal. So Yinbao said lightly, don't worry, we will lead you to develop the Zuelahua family, build islands, hunt and fish, and you will definitely develop. We will definitely bring out your ability to rob. Obviously, this is the right way to play. The Zuelahua Secret Realm Management copy was opened. We are the boss here and are also responsible for management. The secret realms over there are all dead people, but here there are still living people, and we are surviving on islands and in the wilderness. Nearby, I heard there are seagulls, auks and other races that specialize in fishing. No wonder the sea tribe likes to build cities on the seabed, because close to the sea level, the lower class people of the sea tribe will encounter natural enemies, and can't escape at all. New map, listen to my command. The three people with eye bags felt that the new map was unfolding. Shirong Academy. Unlike the noise outside, the academy was very quiet. At this time, the focus of the vortex that shocked the world of Jiuzhou, the mansion of the Sword Fairy, had a different atmosphere. The major forces outside were clamoring, and they would never have thought that the Sword Fairy was watching her new map here. Audience perspective. 2,000 blacksmiths were watching crazily. Wow, a new perspective, it's finally opened. Look good. This aesthetic is good. We are back. I declare that Shimen City is our sacred and inviolable territory. They commented on the Sword Fairy's mansion, the gorgeous palace, the murals, the various thoughtful little fairy buildings, the lighting, and the switches. The perspective can only be hung on the player, and it is impossible to switch to the Ember Baby NPC side. But now, the Sword Fairy was dazzled. All of them were live players who had logged in. So a group of blacksmiths, who were trying out new things, came to see the scene here. The Sword Fairy and others were happy to take them on a tour for a whole morning. This Shirong Academy is indeed huge, with many students. Hello, Principal. Hello, Dean. Hello, sir. When they saw the medical fairy, they all saluted respectfully, which made people feel very happy. The enemy who had been talking nonsense with the medical fairy all day, the 5-star General Xiao Chai-kun, commented, "It feels like the harem of the Sword Fairy, and there are thousands of handsome male models of the son of the saint." This made Xiao Chai-kun very envious. Damn it, in today's era, old players have been sent out to occupy lands and become dungeon bosses. Why am I still here? This so-called second academy of the human race in Jiuzhou has only been managed by the Sword Fairy and Yin Hua for 100 years. It can be ranked second just by reputation. The first academy is the Xian Family Royal Academy in the capital. After a tour, the Sword Fairy began to do business, and commanded some of the academy's confidants to frantically guide the public opinion of Shirong resurrection technique and even detonate public opinion. Increase the heat in various ways and operate. Reputation improvement. Reputation improvement. After finishing the work, the Sword Fairy and Yin Hua began to discuss future plans. Those animals said they also want to come here. What do you think? The Sword Fairy scratched her head. Why come here? There is no great power to take over the body. Come to be a little chicken? Yin Hua was speechless. Do you want to come here to tyrannize? I can only say that they think too much. It's not easy for them to be the person in charge here. The whole world is watching. Chapter 586. 7 o'clock in the evening. Reluctantly, Fairy Doctor and the other two logged off. Ember was dazzled. Fairy Sword was stunned for a moment, paused for a while, and then continued to work as if nothing had happened, perfectly connected. Successfully achieved the first seamless connection of 24-hour work. Ember was dazzled and thought for a while, and said, "Do you remember what happened just now? Can you see what they did during the day?" "What?" Fairy Doctor looked confused. It seems that she doesn't remember. Only I can see the second personality working for me. But it's normal. Fairy Sword is half awakened, but she is still a trick after all, and has a certain degree of logical flaws. Just like she can't recognize her own death, her logical flaws cannot recognize the existence of another self, and she will complete her own logic. It seems that I am the only one who remembers and sees what happened during the day. There is no way to talk to Fairy Sword, my comrade. Ember was dazzled and thought for a while, and went home directly after get off work. His mansion is also in Shiron College. After get off work, I came home. Several servants opened the door and prepared food. After changing shoes and hanging clothes on the rack, I came to the dining table. Arya was sitting opposite me eating. You don't look very happy? Arya looked at Eugene Yanhua. Nothing. After dinner, Eugene Yanhua went to the study alone and began to think about what happened tonight. His mind was still quite confused. Although he was half awake before, his logical flaws made him instinctively accept the parasitism of the pseudo-human and let Yanhua land. He was extremely angry at first, then thought about the pros and cons, and gradually accepted it. First of all, he was sure that accepting the login of Yanhua was not a bad thing. Because if Yanhua did not log in, he might not be able to awaken completely in his life. There are many semi-awakened embers in this world, but how many of them can truly become Ghost Kings? Otherwise, it would not be so scarce. He knew clearly that his qualifications could not be awakened naturally. Awakening in this way is beneficial to him. Even before awakening, I was not a person at all, I was just a walking corpse, not really alive at all. I have no soul consciousness. It's an empty shell that walks automatically. Today I awakened, my soul shell gave birth to real self-consciousness. I am truly alive. From the beginning of awakening today, I am a living life. Before, I was just the suicide note left by Yanhua in the world. Was I really myself at that time? It was the shell left by Yanhua. When he thought of this, he felt that he had figured it out. Now that I have awakened and come back to life, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. This is probably the golden finger of the time traveler. Every time traveler has a golden finger. I am probably the me in the parallel time and space, who comes to help me work from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., and I just need to hang up. He is responsible for moving bricks and working, and I am responsible for enjoying myself after get off work and having free time. He thought in reverse. Moreover, he clearly understood that the dazzled on the other side of the earth would not live long. He would soon grow old, die, and become the dust of history. And here, as the isotope of the time traveler in the parallel time and space, he would go to eternity. That earth dazzle, in his long life of tens of thousands of years, only occupied 20 to 40 years at most, as a golden finger to help me earn opportunities and help me rise. He thought, then silently lowered his head to look at a certain place. It had grown again. But he knows the secret method. The sea of consciousness encryption of the 3 flower meridians, modifying the meridians, and instantly sealing it back. Whoosh! The 6th body quickly retracted. He knew that the blank-eyed Azel did not have enough cultivation and knowledge to control the regrowth. Well, this is good. The ember-eyed Azel said lightly. If he wants to go to work, he should work well, and don't think about doing bad things. He thought about it, and then began to eat the trick to practice. At the same time, his 100 years of accumulation quickly poured into his mind, which greatly improved him. I have awakened, and my foundation has been reshaped at this moment, and I can plant new spiritual roots. The original ember-eyed Azel was the first ember of the villa, an ember without spiritual roots that had not been cultivated. Today, the body that Yanhua took over was planted with a top-grading spiritual root. This made him a single top-grading spiritual root. According to reason, he awakened the Ghost King and reshaped his foundation, so he could have another chance to plant a young spiritual root. Practice at night, eat ghosts, enjoy, work during the day, and hang up from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. He chuckled. After going offline, the Sword Fairy didn't notice the problem because she essentially has no self, just an empty shell of the soul, equivalent to a brainless AI, without self-awareness. But Ning Zheng looked at Yanhua, who was practicing silently at night. He reacted a lot. His facial expressions were almost like a palette, and he could ask those blacksmiths to learn the new 20 shock styles. The first case of the indigenous ember blacksmith with self-awareness should be carefully observed to avoid problems. He is now a real living person, a real NPC native. But it seems that there is no change, and he lives the same as before. Ning Zheng pondered. He seems to regard himself as a time traveler? He regards the earth as a golden finger? Ning Zheng frowned slightly. After all, he has achieved extraordinary success. The blacksmiths on the earth have a short lifespan, and are just a short scenery in his life. And Yanhua relied on the blacksmiths in the villa to get to where he is today. He can't give up the golden finger of Earth Fellow before crossing. After all, if he, the Ghost King, does not have Shirong as a background, even the Ghost King is not that strong. This time traveler can be regarded as a pure native, and looks harmless. And He has some special subjective initiative. What's more, the 3 flower roots of every player character nowadays are encrypted. Today, the roots of the pseudo-human 3 flower character used by Yen Hua to seize the body were encrypted and merged with the 3 flower roots of Yujin Yen Hua, and Yujin Yen Hua also carried out the latest encryption. This is enough to make him unable to tell many details of the villa. But Ningzheng always likes to take precautions before it happens. Someday, I will further encrypt this consciousness seal technique to achieve the control level of human gods. No, it is more encrypted than human gods, with dense lines in the body, controlling it like a puppet. After all, this is the era of immortal roots. The encryption method of the human gods' heavenly roots is outdated. And controlling the body with secret methods is one aspect. The best way is that I have to save money, save 10 million luck points, and open a channel for the natives to log into the server. Ningzheng had asked about it before. 100,000 luck points, 1,000 more server places. 10 million luck points, more channels for natives to log in as blacksmiths. The astronomical figures that seemed astronomical back then are not impossible to achieve now. If the natives can log in, it means that Ning Jiao Jiao, and even all the ghosts, can become blacksmiths, so there will be no future troubles. Of course, Yen Hua is just an experimental case. If there are problems later, I will consider eliminating the hidden dangers in this regard. After the Ghost King awakens, it is also a way to prevent the awakened consciousness from being generated. It is also a way to have the characteristics of the Ghost King. After all, the embers have generated consciousness, and there are too many variables. As for Yen Hua, in the first case, if Yen Hua does not rebel, since he has already generated individual consciousness, he can be regarded as a special combat force, and there is no need to eradicate him. For details, you can go to the forum to discuss with the blacksmiths. See the opinions of the blacksmiths. In the future, the awakened Ember Blacksmith Ghost King should be allowed to generate another real consciousness. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Ningzheng opened his eyes and looked at the money in his pocket. The luck he got yesterday was much higher than he thought. 2.51 million. It broke the historical record. And this is the harvest from Shiman City. There must be a lot from other places, but it's a pity that it was lost. Adding the income from other places, his savings have exceeded the 6 million mark again these days. It seems that as long as he saves a deposit, he can break through to the first state of mind tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I hope they can make the storm bigger. Ningzheng liked the skills of these water army. On the other side, Shirong Academy at 8 o'clock in the morning. After landing, the fairy doctor looked at the rising sun outside and felt that life was so beautiful. Her previous spiritual roots were low-grade soul separation flower, shadow wine rice, plus medium-grade blood separation flower. As the first ember weapon of the sword-casting villa, shadow rice flower sword, the sword-casting villa at that time was still very old, and the medium-grade spiritual roots had not been researched, and the low-grade wine rice was used. And yesterday, as a pseudo-human, she used the medium-grade soul separation flower to replace the original low-grade soul separation flower, shadow wine rice. Replacing the original spiritual roots was something that all pseudo-humans could do before. For example, in Yuzhou City before, Baiwa and his students changed from low-grade spiritual roots to medium-grade and high-grade spiritual roots overnight. That is, the original spiritual roots were replaced by the pseudo-human. But this method can only replace the original spiritual roots when your realm is low. You are an acquired spiritual root, and it is not deep-rooted enough. But the middle-grade spiritual root is still too low. When I awaken, I should have a chance to change my spiritual root. The sword fairy looked at the awakened Yen Hua. I envy you a little. Humph, who told you not to half awaken in the past 100 years? Otherwise, you would have awakened directly. Yen Hua also logged in, felt his body, and said, well, last night my baby Embers practiced on his own and installed a high-grade spiritual root to form a circulating fairy spiritual root. It seems that the effect is not bad. The sword fairy was even more envious. When I awaken, I will have the opportunity to reshape my foundation. I want to become a pseudo-human linear spiritual root. That central processor? Yen Hua said in surprise. Yeah. Sword fairy said, if I were the CPU, I could use these magical organs perfectly, and I would be able to ignore the realm. My combat power is not determined by my realm, but by the weapon accessories I have. Yen Hua was speechless. However, Sword Fairy has indeed always been on her path of cultivation, mechanical ascension. Don't look down on me. Medicine Fairy sneered, you blank slates, who have taken over other bodies, you only have realms, and at most you can only emit a Dharma image. Can you fight at the same level? Become a driver, Use the strong mana and basic values of your body to drive the shell of the magical instrument and drive the mecha. Only then can we perfectly exert our combat power. Seeing Yanhua's face of disbelief, Medical Fairy took off one of her eyeballs and stuffed it into Yanhua's eye socket, where the combat power detector I have made over the years. Yanhua installed the mechanical eyeball. Sword Fairy took off one of her fingers. Look at this thing. Yanhua saw a row of values displayed on this mechanical finger through the recognition of the mechanical eyeball. Part, Sword Fairy's ring finger. Version information, Eternal God Body version 0.1. Level, low-grade immortal weapon. Skill, Destruction Finger, causing a 300% attack with a range of 100 square meters. Number of uses per day, May 5th. Degree of damage, 1%, no need to repair. Remarks. Low-grade spiritual root Ihong Grass plus low-grade spiritual root Yonghui Wood. Cast by Shirong Academy's Foundry Instructor, Xin Ishiu. So cool. Looking at the information panel of this equipment, with a dazzled look, I felt that taste. Chapter 587. This equipment panel is so cool. Sword Fairy has been enriching herself over the years, co-founding Cunning newspaper, and using the money earned by Shirong Academy to get such top-notch equipment. What a way to play. Look, this is the most suitable combat system for us. It is also a new subject that has emerged in Shirong Academy in the past 100 years. Weapon repair? The scientific name is human transplantation and magic weapon transformation. Specially suitable for those academic masters who have no combat power. They have poured their life's efforts into their profession, making them very weak. This one is to give them the power to protect themselves. Medical Fairy smiled. It is also suitable for those of us. The waste who has taken over another body, has not undergone formal training, does not understand magic, magical powers. These things cannot be made up in a short period of time without hundreds of years. To create a combat core, assist in combat, and mechanically cultivate immortality is our kingly way. After we establish a country, we can serve as an army to defend our country. What kind of fourth disaster is it that cannot be fought? Although it is mainly for management, it is necessary to have the power to defend oneself. When defending the country, a group of fearless blacksmiths rushing up should give people a feeling of destroying the world, rather than a group of fearless waste rushing up and being slapped to death by someone, which would really become a clown. You are a bit outrageous. You haven't established a country yet, and you are still a puppet on the throne. You are thinking about the development after the establishment of the country? I was dizzy and speechless. Although the players are very inflated and self-righteous. But now the 8 characters have not been drawn yet. The fairy doctor smiled and said, anyway, after the establishment of the country, the Sea Clan can take this route to gather the power of the entire Sea Clan rebel uprising army, and the equipment system can appear. Gauntlets, wrist guards, leg guards, chest armor, main hand weapon, secondary hand weapon. The Fairy of Medicine had a light in her eyes, imagining the future, undersea mechanical city. With my artificial eye, I can see the attributes, how cool it is. Even Yanhua had to admit that it was very tempting. So far, Sword Forging Villa has not given them anything, too much freedom, and each attribute function is created by themselves. The appearance of the most critical equipment function is a big change. But this will cost the whole country's strength, and it will have to make a name for itself in the Battle of the Sea Clan 5 days later before there will be a chance. Yanhua pressed his temple. Your equipment mechanical road seems to be one way, but there are other ways. What other ways are there? The Fairy of Medicine snorted coldly. Yanhua opened his mouth, a little speechless, just can't stand the Fairy of Medicine being so arrogant. And he thinks that now that the Fairy Spirit route has infinite possibilities, there must be other ways. For example, beast control? Yanhua couldn't help but ask. Beast control? Fairy Medicine was speechless. What do you mean? Make a magic weapon that can inject our magic power into the fairy beasts, and let the fairy beasts fight for us. Yanhua tilted his neck and thought for a while. Many beast control sects also started out by fighting with beasts. That's okay. Fairy Sword thought for a while, but artificial eyes must be standard. Seeing data and information, building a central processor for quantitative analysis is the scientific cultivation of immortals. Big data integration and collection will make us progress rapidly. Let alone Fairy Medicine and Yanhua, who have already expanded to the sky and are already talking about their future civilization path of ruling the Sea Clan and becoming the emperor of the Sea Clan. On the contrary, the current sword forging villa has ushered in a major transformation. Or, it was a major streamlining. The entire villa was full of embers running around in panic for a whole morning. But in the end, the body possession project was completely completed, and every ember baby disappeared, completely gone. Only the blacksmiths were left. The blacksmiths themselves were cheering. My baby is born with a rebellious nature. He didn't hand in the money he earned from moving bricks, and asked me to hand in the money to him. Now he is finally gone, and he has become one with me. Someone cried, and accused his baby of being insidious and cunning. Everyone looked at him with a strange look. You scolded the baby for being immoral. Are you sure you are not scolding yourself for being immoral? Yes, yes. Someone said quickly, your baby is a big idiot with a wolf's heart. Someone else said, also, Eugene's logic is flawed. Because he didn't remember that he would harmonize everything related to death. When he died, he didn't remember that we were online. We are responsible for spending the money he earned. Tai Ku Law. Squeeze, 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 hee ha ha. I love you so much. You have optimized many things, allowing us to have more energy to devote ourselves to new functions. It feels like we are back to the beginning. Jiu Tsirong shook his body. My Eugene Jiu Rong, you can work at night. Yi Guangxiu also laughed and nodded. My Eugene baby, hang up at night, let him work overtime. I will be responsible for reviewing during the day, and then I can have a lot of time to play. Jiu Tsirong also laughed. At night, let him make the daily task announcement for the next day, and handle various affairs and operations of the villa. You don't have to go to work during the day. You can just take care of some important things and have fun everywhere. This newly launched hang-up function is very cool. For the whole morning, everyone was adapting to the new hang-up function. The villa lost nearly half of its ghost population, and the square seemed much emptier. And with their yin and yang fusion, many of them became the embers of low-grade and medium-grade fairy roots, and their combat power suddenly soared. The evil ghost who was originally a perfect five-body realm directly became a fairy root evil ghost of the four-organ realm. The four-organ realm cultivators outside had to drink a pot of wine when they came. The blacksmiths also had initial combat power. The strength of iron making was also stronger, the precision of sewing needles was also improved, and the durability of moving bricks was greatly improved. It can only be said that it was a big improvement in all aspects. The popularity of fairy root blacksmiths, which also have the hang-up function, is enough to increase their daily output by more than 5 times. This is a very amazing number. At the same time, here, after going offline, the evil ghosts are everywhere, and they have begun to have the initial danger level of the secret realm. Noon. After lunch in the cafeteria, they welcomed the first afternoon without embers. Nowadays, many blacksmiths believe that offline at night can also get a fixed amount of magic money, which is more and more like some idle placement mobile games. So they are not keen on moving bricks, and many people continue to study the strategy of the dungeon, and how to deal with the matter of the Bone Demon sect. There are still 5 days. It looks short, and in fact, it is indeed short. They can only make the final sprint. On the Shirong Academy side, the eyes are dizzy, the fairy doctor quickly adapts, and increases a wave of combat power. On the side of the sword-casting villa, they began to chop the newly logged and small bone monster, generate bubbles, and gather into the Dharma image of the Bone Demon General, preparing to study the substitute. The proportions are a bit wrong. What's wrong? It doesn't have the kind and amiable salted fish temperament of the old steward. I think add something else. What? Add some of the Dharma of Miling Fish, the god of food, come and get chopped, 90% of the Bone Demon bubbles plus 10% of the Miling Fish bubbles. If you mix them, there should be a kind of friendly temperament that charms everyone, which is very suitable for the Emperor. Fuck, that makes sense. The anti-thief Emperor who appears so friendly, it will be interesting to have a CG appearance. It's better to add a few lines. When the time comes, who will control this Ember substitute? Control it together? Why are you so enthusiastic, substitute? Go to the throne. You will be beaten and besieged. Go and see how you are killed. Time goes by, 1 minute and 1 second. For days passed slowly, the whole Sea clan was in turmoil, and all forces entered a wait-and-see state. Tomorrow, he will ascend the throne. The ark on the other side. Bian Shuang pressed his temple and said in distress, I didn't expect things to develop like this. I feel like I cheated the other party. Wu Wangming smiled, they cheated us first. Who knew that just cheating them a little, and helping them promote would trigger such a big chain reaction? This is not a chain reaction, it is the general trend, and it just happened to be the point to test the Dragon Clan. Bian Shuang smiled. Although I feel a little guilty about cheating the Bone Demon sect, the guilt is only fleeting. If it were the human race, there would be such a talented new force. They might protect it and inject capital. But the Sea clan is not our human race, so it is normal to cheat. The racial struggles of the past generations are there. Let's go, let's look back. Bian Shuang said. We are taking the ancestral tombs with us. Will we not participate in the war? Wu Wangming was worried. Of course not. Bian Shuang showed a cunning look. We are neutral and cannot participate in the internal fighting of the Xi clan. It's against the rules. We have so many ancestral graves. Going to the battlefield is just to protect ourselves. I discussed with others, and we all drove the ark over there, formed a circle, and watched together, as a coliseum, and we can also sell some food and drink supplies, and also sell combat resources. Wu Wangming, the human race is really wicked. Forming a circle, what's the difference between this and the ancestral wall? A group of human races stood on the ancestral wall of the human race, watching the internal fighting of the Xi clan from all directions, eating and drinking and watching. It's a bit too cheap. Let's go, he will ascend the throne tomorrow. Bian Shuang turned the bow. Look at that Bone King. The scene of his enthronement must be very interesting. Chapter 588. Bone Demon Sect. After the expansion of giants, it is now completely different from the past, like a huge holy city of the Xi clan. And the core teleportation array has been established. Various encrypted communications have formed a temporary central fortress, a gathering place before the war. Tomorrow is the time to ascend the throne. We received a tip-off that the Jiuzhou human race is going to open an ark and gather here to watch the ceremony. It's simply abominable. Let's not talk about the human race. We will settle accounts with them after the matter is over. The giant shell master and the leaders of some major Xi clan holy places have all appeared here. It seems that only the giant shell master's lineage supports the rebellion of the Bone Demon Sect. In fact, the supporting forces behind the rebels who announced their claim to the throne, the Grain Carp King, and the fierce Jadefish clan have basically come. One rebel ascends the throne, and the rebels from all directions support it. This is called rebellion first leads to rebellion later. After you declare your claim to the throne successfully, there will be no obstacles for the rebels, who claim to be the kings launched by various forces. As the first one to come forward, the Dragon Clan must fight, so the forces behind them each took action to ambush a wave of Dragon Clan. This is an open conspiracy. At this time, almost all the holy places and major sects in the East China Sea have come together, and even some major Xi clan forces in the West, North, and South China Seas have quietly arrived to conspire to overthrow the Dragon Clan. As long as the Dragon Clan, one of the four sacred beasts, is overthrown, the major holy places in other seas will have confidence in overthrowing the White Tiger, Phoenix, and Black Tortoise in their own seas. A headmaster from the North Sea said, as long as we work together to help you overthrow the Dragon Clan in the East China Sea, you will come to our sea area to help us overthrow the Black Tortoise Clan. Of course. The Giant Shell Master said calmly, as long as you overthrow the Dragon Clan, even if you can't overthrow the Divine Beasts, you can come to the East China Sea to develop. We overthrew the Dragon Clan here, and it's not bad for everyone to gather together and govern peacefully. It's no wonder they chose to fight in groups. There are also differences in the spiritual roots. The Dragon Clan is undoubtedly the strongest group of spiritual roots. The number of Dragon Saints in the Dragon Clan's Imperial Tomb is no less than that of the Human Clan's Imperial Tomb. But when they gather together, with so much combat power, they are not without confidence for the Dragon Clan. As for the Bone Demon Sect, now, the so-called enthronement, emperorship, and popular support of the Xi Clan are all secondary, performed for the people to see, and used to provoke the Dragon Clan. The core of this world is to compete with fists, so seduce the Dragon Clan to come here. As long as they win this battle, their anti-thief coalition army will be completely established. Dear adults, have some tea. In the distance, several Bone Demon Lolita with graceful figures and full skinny, wearing cheongsam, trotted over with plates. Various exquisite snacks, grilled skewers, and pastries were served, exuding fragrance. Go down. The Giant Shell Master waved his hand. Yes. Several Bone Demon maids stood behind and secretly recorded the screen. These big guys would never have thought that there were people here openly, peeping at their secret meeting. Moreover, the maids stood in the 8 corners, with a full range of 3-dimensional projection. In the eyes of the players, this is part of the cutscene CG, explaining the reason for this battle, and the cause of fighting the dragon boss. In order to avoid the plot being incoherent, and the viewing experience being bad. The planner was attentive. They continued to praise the planner. Eat first. The Giant Shell Master said gently. Speaking of the Bone Demon Sect, they have learned a lot of human skills from the human race, the treacherous political art of ruling the people, the means of managing the city, and this delicious food. The Giant Shell Master showed a hint of pride. Look at this, colorful mushrooms, delicious, It is a mountain delicacy in the human race, and it can't be eaten in the sea. Everyone took a few bites and showed astonishment. It's so delicious, these fresh fragrances, they have never eaten. Don't think they are ignorant. The world says that the sea race is poor and backward, but that's the bottom. Which high-level demon has not been mixed with the human race and traveled? But this kind of delicacy may be a delicacy that only the top human race can eat. A powerful man laughed. It is said that the delicacies from the mountains and the sea are delicious, and the deliciousness of the sea makes the human race salivate, but the taste of the delicacies from the mountains is indeed very good. You are too kind, sir. We will grill a few more skewers for you. You pushed our Bone King to the top, and in the future, our Bone Demon can be the chef of the palace. The god of food and Xiao Chai Kun were grateful. The two were switching to the Bone Demon trumpet here, grilling in front of the grill, humming a little song. Haha, how can their skills be average? Everyone thought that he, the god of food and Xiao Chai Kun, had nothing to do every day, and they were crazy fooling around in front of the yin-yang synthesis furnace, spending all the money earned from the cafeteria and crazy synthesis. They were the first gamblers in the villa who did not do their jobs properly, but in fact, he spent all his money on synthesis, that was to synthesize ingredients and study food recipes, as everyone knows. A business casual game basically has a function called recipe. The mushroom they are eating now, recipe formula, is the super corpse mushroom synthesized by corpse mushroom, cat grass, wine fragrance, etc. Enhanced extreme deliciousness, enhanced extreme diarrhea. In the past, the cafeteria was very popular because of this corpse mushroom. They didn't know about the diarrhea after eating it, and went offline. As for here, he believes that these big guys, with their 5-body cycle and immortal body, can withstand the side effects of super corpse mushroom. The current god of food firmly believes that his cooking skills are close to the best in the world, with the synthesis of delicious food. Who said that he, a courier, doesn't want to be the real #1 chef in Kyushu? Of course, if outsiders know that the world-famous yin-yang creation furnace is used to synthesize ingredients, many people will definitely curse it as a waste of natural resources. Sir, new dishes are here, while they are hot. The god of food ran over happily. Ha, it's good. It tastes great. Later, we can take a few of these Bone Demon chefs back. Although the war was imminent, the guests were in a good mood as they ate all kinds of delicious food. They were not afraid of being spread by spies when they talked here, because they would ascend the throne tomorrow, and now this place was completely closed, unable to go out, unable to spread information. The confidentiality technology of their Sea clan was no less than that of the human race. Otherwise, they would have been infiltrated and exterminated by the eavesdropping magic tools of the human race. While eating, everyone kept discussing and expressing their own opinions. The Dragon Clan has actually not made a large-scale move for a long time. Indeed, since the Melting Dragon era, they were driven into the sea by the human race and have hardly made a move. We don't know the magical powers of the newly born ancestor dragons in the past few million years. There are too many branches of their Dragon Clan, unlike us, whose magical powers are fixed. Don't think that 100 years ago, Shirong alone pacified the ancestral tomb of the Dragon Clan in Book of Years. But that ancient dragon era is too long ago. As the human race progresses with the times, the ancestral tombs of the Dragon Clan are also progressing and becoming stronger, and the stronger they are in the future. After they came to the sea area, most of the dragon emperors in the ancestral tombs never took action until they died, bringing their abilities into the tombs. Who knows how powerful they really were in their lifetime? The magical powers of the newly appeared branches of the ancestral dragons are naturally fixed and easy to target. But they have to be killed by Chu Jian once before they can target the magical powers of their branches of the Dragon Clan. Especially, recently, a new branch of the ancestral dragon has appeared, Jiaowu. That guy's Dragon Clan magical powers are not clear either. And he is also a great master of the state of mind, so I'm afraid he will be the main force in this battle. Don't worry, everyone. This is ultimately a battlefield of the One Mind Realm. Our ancestors of the past generations of the One Mind Realm saints are just confronting each other, and it shouldn't end. At this time, the giant shell sect slowly analyzed. After all, the pseudo-humans and the human race are both powerful enemies who are eyeing us covetously. If we lose our existence in the One Mind Realm, we will definitely die in the vacuum period of our ancestors' resurrection. Another coral-shaped plant Sea clan sneered. Yes, the human race is known for its neutrality. If we fight among ourselves and kill all the One Mind Realm saints, without the support of the ancestors, they will directly tear their faces apart. We can only kill the One Mind Realm saints. If the One Mind saints of these levels die, the vacuum period of resurrection will not affect them too much. They kept discussing and debating. Suddenly someone said, I wonder if we can contact Shirong's forces? They suddenly broke out a few days ago, and seem to have ideas about our Sea clan. Shirong, who previously excavated the ancestral tombs of the Dragon clan. Although there were reasons for the incident, the hatred has already been established. How could the proud Dragon clan tolerate the excavation of their tombs? I heard that in recent years, the Dragon clan has also been studying and tracking immortal tools, secretly looking for Shirong's true body. The two sides are mortal enemies. If we invite the other party to come. Someone was turbulent in his heart. I'm afraid this combat power is enough to completely affect the situation. Someone sneered, you are crazy. This is an internal fight among the Sea clan, and the human race can only be neutral. Whoever introduces the human race is a traitor. We must attack together. The internal fight among the Sea clan has a bottom line, and no one will go too far. But if the human race is introduced, it will deteriorate and form a race war. Now, the Sea clan and the human race are secretly dealing with each other, but it is impossible for a full-scale war to break out. Both sides must cooperate to kill the fake people first. Can't collude with the human race? That's ridiculous. The straightforward fish was dissatisfied and cursed. Don't think I don't know that you are secretly colluding with some human races, and even in this battle, you are allied with some human races to overthrow the dragon race. No one is a fool. Even the scholars of the human race are neutral on the surface, but they collude with the sea race in secret. Are those neutral merchant ships really neutral? When they pass by their sects to do business, are they just doing business on the surface? Is there any hidden cooperation behind the scenes? Who knows? This wave of provocations, testing the dragon race, may also be sponsored by some human forces behind the scenes. Ahem. The giant shell master said lightly. The human race, indeed, cannot interfere with our battle openly, otherwise they will definitely attack us in groups, and even Shirong is no exception. The hidden meaning of this is that if someone secretly contacts Shirong, it is not impossible to do it secretly. After experiencing one incident after another, all the sea races present have never doubted Shirong's strength. If there is such a person to help, it is not impossible to defeat the dragon race. The ancestral tomb of the human race, book of history, is very scary, and there are too many ancient horrors hidden in it. If a human god walked out at random, it would almost destroy the world. If it had not been closed urgently back then. The ancestral tomb of the dragon race, although there are not so many magical changes, is still mysterious. Who knows what powerful trump cards and abilities are hidden? Shirong, who has attacked the Dragon Emperor's tomb and the ancestral tomb of the human race, is very experienced. Everyone, don't worry, we are the main combat force of the One Mind Realm. The giant shell master stood up and encouraged confidence. I believe that many of your families have mastered the One Mind Realm and have reversed the body of the pseudo-human and advanced to the upper-grade fairy route, right? Everyone's face remained unchanged. They did reverse the body of a group of pseudo-humans. But this imperfect temporary fairy route has a lot of flaws. Implant the 3 flowers of the pseudo-human, and let the other party fail to take over the body into the brain. Those 3 flowers will grow from the neck and the back of the head, often causing severe pain in the brain and going crazy. They are taking the route of the human ancestor. The incomplete immortal roots they advanced to, the dragon clan also advanced to this kind of immortal roots, they reshuffled, they may not lose to them. Chapter 589. They were chatting happily. Why did they bring up Shirong? Ningzheng ate his meal and glanced at the onlookers of the Bone Demon sect as if nothing had happened. 8 maids stood dignifiedly in the corner of the meeting. It can only be said that the all-round projection had no blind spots. The god of food in Shao Chai Kun had a lot of fun grilling and cooking before the meeting. They were cooking like crazy. They never thought that the sect they thought was closed could be transmitted here through the server's onlooker perspective. It seems that we are more advanced than the communication token in some aspects. Ningzheng sat cross-legged in the room. After 6 or 7 days of sailing, the arc of the sword-forging villa is almost reaching the abyss. In Ningzheng's eyes, it's still slow, because the size of the villa's power is too large, and the mountain of several thousand meters cannot fly at the speed of light like the energy body Dharma. He lowered his head, and looked at the luck value accumulated in the past 5 days. 18.91 million, enough to break through the state of mind. The war is imminent, and there are many variables. Ningzheng is thinking about whether he should break through directly. Keep a lot of luck points to cope with it. After all, who knows what big things will happen, but after thinking about it, he still feels that he may be too suspicious and too cautious. It can't be that a human god ran out of the human ancestral tomb, and a human god ran out of the dragon tomb, right? Let's take a step back. Even if something big happens, he has buffer time. If the sky falls, the tall man will hold it up. If he runs to the sea abyss, away from the vortex of war, he will definitely not be the first to be beaten. Ning Zheng has always been cautious. There is only one life, hide and protect yourself first, and then think about other things. Forget it, add it first. His thoughts turned, and he was too lazy to think about it. Add some. Minus 10 million luck points. Boom! A huge breath suddenly burst out. Ning Zheng felt that the circulation of her whole body was trembling, and the circulation circles were accelerating, boiling like a rolling river. The outer circle is the 5 bodies. The inner circle is the 4 organs. The brain circle is the 3 elements. Yin and Yang are the 2 phases. In the human body perspective diagram, the big circles are rolling rapidly. In the end, countless tempered internal organs, limbs, souls, all gathered on a heart in the center. This is a mortal heart that has never been tempered. People have 5 internal organs, but only 4 of them are cultivated, leaving the heart untempered. Because the heart, in the existing immortal cultivation system, it is the core of all human circulations. It is too fragile, too sensitive, and easy to get into trouble. Therefore, cultivators below the first state of mind have a fatal weakness, the heart, and their hearts will not regenerate. Only when you cultivate to the state of one mind, the heart is no longer a weakness. Temper the heart as the center connecting all the cycles. The heart is the closed hub of the first 4 realms. Hence the name, One Heart. One Heart is also a cycle, but it is the core cycle that circulates all the cycles. Boom! Ning Zheng closed her eyes slightly, and the countless cycles of cultivation in each realm were quickly injected into the heart. Boom! Boom! The heavy and dull heartbeat sounded like a huge bell. The chaotic bell sound that shook the chaos in the body opened up the turbidity of life, as if the world was created, and all things were born here. Ning Zheng slowly opened her eyes, swallowed, and spit out resources in big mouthfuls, and the various natural treasures in the storage bag in her hand kept pouring out, turning into a dense torrent, and pouring into her body. These resources were robbed from the owners of the restricted areas before, and now they are almost exhausted, with the cost reaching an astonishing 5 billion. These are top resources that are in short supply. For ordinary Tinji to cultivate to the state of one mind, it may only take more than 1 billion magic money, but this is already very huge. After all, as a master, only a large sect can afford it. Ning Zheng spent more than 5 billion, as if he had become a giant beast that sucked money, swallowing and spitting out madly. Time gradually came to night. The sound of the rapidly beating heart finally became even, and the heart turned into an immortal exquisite heart, beating slowly and powerfully, as if it had become the power source of the entire cycle. Ning Zheng slowly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. One mind, it's done. He felt the omnipotent power in his body, and felt the urge to vent, and even wanted to roar out all his magic power. But he still suppressed this urge. With that roar, his villa would be gone. The whole mountain, including the villa, would be shattered, revealing the copper head of the little cake master in the one-mind realm, and then all the soil mixed with the blacksmith's body would be shaken onto the ark's protective shield, forming a big pot crust. The 2 phases realm can move mountains and fill the sea, and the one-mind realm is the front-end combat power of the Jiuzhou Great Sect. How could it be simple? Not to mention Ning Zheng's extremely exaggerated special one-mind realm. What a pity, I spent too much money. I actually spent all the money I saved before. Ning Zheng's face changed slightly. The one-mind realm is indeed a big consumer. His resource consumption may be comparable to that of the less powerful Hua realm. He actually bankrupted his own forces. At the same time, he was extremely sober. If it weren't for these blacksmiths, who supported him to earn a lot of resources, if he had gone to the secret realm dungeons and robbed tombs to earn resources, he didn't know how long it would take to save enough. It's time to make money again. The villa has been emptied. He sighed, calmed down, and felt his body again. The state of one mind is actually divided into 6 small realms. One heart is called the 6-orifice exquisite fairy heart. Entering the state of one mind, the heart itself is the first heart in 1-orifice realm. At this time, the practice must be reversed to open up the circulation. The heart first opens up the circulation of the 2-phase realm, which is the 1-heart 2-orifice realm. The heart then opens up the circulation of the 3-element realm, which is the 1-heart 3-orifice realm. The heart connects 1 circulation, which is 1 orifice. When the outermost circle of the 5-body circulation is opened, it is the 5-orifice realm, which means that the circulations in the 5 bodies are all opened, and all circulations form an iron plate. But in today's era, the skin and meridian circulation is also 1 orifice. Therefore, after the appearance of the human god, the one-mind state actually had 1 more small state. The human god stole the fur of humans, and stole a small state foundation of humans. Before the appearance of the human god, it was a 5-aperture exquisite heart. Now, it is a 6-aperture exquisite heart. Including the latest for meridian circulation, the human body has a total of 6 large circulations. Ning Zheng pondered, the 6-aperture exquisite heart is the perfect foundation of the human race today. But if the human god can steal a part, there is no guarantee that there are no other creatures in history who stole another part of the foundation. Maybe the limit of humans is a 7-aperture exquisite heart? Although Ning Zheng was still young when she traveled through time, she had watched a mythological TV series at that time, and had some memory of the term 7-aperture exquisite heart. After all, the realm is very high now, and the things in childhood are very clear. No matter what. The difference in combat power between the masters of the one-mind realm is very obvious. To open up all the acupoints and reach the great perfection of the one-mind realm, few people in this era can do it. This is the most normal. There can be many masters in an era, but at most 1 or 2 of the saint level in an era in the past. Let me see how difficult it will be next. Ning Zheng was mentally prepared to see astronomical figures, and tentatively clicked on the luck value. Breakthrough in the one mind and 2 acupoints realm. 5 million luck value. Only 5 million for a small realm? Ning Zheng smiled. That's it? Underestimate me, believe it or not, I will spend 5 million to upgrade you in the next second. It seems that what limits my breakthrough is no longer the luck value, but the buffer after the breakthrough. I need to spend a few days to consolidate and adapt to the realm. Ning Zheng thought secretly. If the contemporary masters outside knew Ning Zheng's thoughts, they would beat him to death. What do you mean by just this? The heart is the hub. Every time you open up each cycle, you need great perseverance, courage, and hard work to succeed. At this level, resources are not enough to improve. It depends on understanding. Why is it said that the upper limit of the Ghost King is very high, but the upper limit is the state of one mind? Because the Ghost King eats ghosts to grow, but after reaching the state of one mind, no matter how much ghosts you eat or how much energy you provide, you can't become stronger. This state depends on understanding and enlightenment. At this time, many cultivators go to travel and practice their minds in the world. Practice the mind, then you can reach the state of one mind. That's why there are so many plots of masters hiding from the world in vernacular novels. But it just so happens that Ning Zheng, a genius, has the most abundant understanding in his life. He knew that he was a rare genius with extraordinary comprehension in history, and he could not be compared with ordinary people. As long as he had a little luck to help him, he could suddenly realize most things. He didn't need to enter the world at all. He could only practice his mind in the mortal world, and suddenly realize things on the spot. In the stage of the state of mind, there is no need for comprehension or anything like that. It is simply not challenging at all. Ning Zheng felt that the difficulty was reduced and a little boring. He was too lazy to think about it, and continued to consolidate his cultivation and adapt to his body's ability. Tomorrow. His eyes flickered. Chapter 590. The next morning. The sun rose, and the gentle red glow covered the sky, reflecting the sea, and the sun shone on the underwater city. A large number of corals and seaweeds made of jungle were swaying. In the distance of the Bone Demon sect, the human arcs had already appeared faintly. These arc cities had teleportation arrays on them. Countless human race strongmen were willing to pay for the intercontinental teleportation arrays to come and watch the ceremony today. Because today, something big is bound to happen, and even history will remember it. Crash! The teleportation arrays of each arc were shining, and the human race from each state appeared. Is this the seabed? I feel a little dizzy. Large intercontinental teleportation arrays are like this. These arc cities can make a lot of money just by opening teleportation arrays to receive customers. What's more, they also held festival celebrations, and every restaurant launched popular drinks to welcome tourists. The human tourists were very surprised. They looked around. The stalls in the streets and alleys were all selling all kinds of snacks with the flavor of the sea tribe. There are quite a lot of sea tribes here. Well, it seems that other sea tribes have come too. Dao your Shi family also brought disciples to watch the ceremony? Ha ha ha. Such a prosperous era only happens once in 10,000 years. How can we not come? Shi Yu, who has reached the 3 Yuan realm and is already the new leader, smiled with his new successor. Maybe the fake people will also take action. Are we humans a little too wicked? You don't understand this. We humans are here to record history. Yes, we are here to watch the ceremony and see which sea tribe member will establish his own country. What dragon tribe will come to stop it? Will a war break out? Those are all rumors. I don't believe that the dragon tribe has no tolerance. It must be said that the human race understands yin and yang. And with a full sense of honor as the strongest race in Jojo, looking at those backward sea races, they feel more and more, I am very happy to be born as a human. In the past, no matter where the internal fighting happened, they liked to stand on the ancestral city wall and watch the decisive battle on the top of the forbidden city of the Central Palace. As we all know, in Jojo and the Four Seas, the human race is the most curious race. This race has a characteristic, like to join in the fun and eat melons. For example, the previous Xenia's city. They did not run away when the Wuxing sect attacked them. Countless literati and elegant guests ate melons with their lives, and stood on the 3,000 city walls to watch the battle of Xenia's city. It can be seen that in the prosperous era of human scholars join in the fun, and it is their nature to die. It's all because Jiosue made them full, and they like to die after being full. The excitement in front of them is even more inevitable. Damn it, why are there so many humans here? That's right, it's clearly our Sea Clan's dynasty that has been established. The young generation of the Sea Clan and various forces came here, queuing up one by one along the stairs, passing the pseudo-human security check, and entering the human Ark City. At this time, the streets of the temporary circular Ark City wall were half and half of the Sea Clan and Human Clan. They looked at the Human Clan coming and going on the street, and felt a little annoyed. Damn it, the Human Clan bullies us like this. They even drove the Ark here to do business, set up stalls, and buy food and drinks. They claim to be neutral, but this neutrality is too disgusting. The Sea Clan was furious. But they still traveled around, implementing the strategy of learning from the barbarians to control the barbarians. The Sea Clan's geniuses came here to buy human snacks, walked around the stalls, bought a few cine daily, read the latest news praising Shirong, and went to the human bookstore to buy some classic books of the Human Clan. In this situation, reading our books and admiring our culture, how can there not be spies? Yen Hua and the Sword Fairy went through the teleportation array together and walked around. It was the first time for them to leave Xenia's city and see the deep blue sea. They were very curious about the civilization-style dress and those strange sea fishmen here. Soon they came to the bookstore. Seeing the most popular book famous detective Yin Xuanying on the door, they were shocked. The human race bought it because the plot was really exciting, and the main line of the story ran through the backwardness of the sea race, and they could learn a lot of knowledge. The sea race bought it because of faith. They all thought, we all sell books to the human race, reverse transmission, national self-confidence exploded, bye. And in the eyes of everyone, the Bone King of the Bone Demon sect became the emperor, which promoted the sales of this core book. So good at making money. The Sword Fairy complained. Before he had time to say to take a look, there was a thunderbolt in the sky. There was a loud bang. As if the heavens were angry, the son of the sea race hanging overhead suddenly shouted, "This is the business of our sea race. How can you humans come and watch?" Obviously, the sun reflecting the East China Sea was going to drive people away. But at this moment, the human race arc suddenly emitted a powerful aura and collided with it, fighting each other, and sending out secret voice transmissions that ordinary cultivators could hardly sense. The two sides exchanged some words, and the confrontation suddenly stopped. The sun in the sky was no longer angry. Awesome. The Sword Fairy smiled. It's worthy of being the strongest clan in Jojo. If you really come here to do business, these hateful capitalists will also create hype in order to make money. Not long after, the coronation ceremony began. In the distance, the Bone Demon sect beat gongs and drums and began the ceremony. Yin Hua sighed. This founding ceremony is so ceremonial. These blacksmiths will cause trouble wherever they go. The Sword Fairy was fascinated. This dance is good. Can it be twisted like this? I have to say that the joints of the Sea tribe are anti-human, and the movements designed by the dance masters outside have a beauty that exceeds what humans can express. The whole ceremony was very exciting. The blacksmiths of the Bone Demon sect still pay attention to the sense of ceremony. They dance and sing, which is extremely beautiful. In the second half, there is also the great hero of the Sea tribe, Yin Xuanying, who appears in person. Yin Xuanying. Yin Xuanying. Yin Xuanying. This made countless people excited. Many scholars and talented people who are as calm as chrysanthemums have no feelings about politics. They come here just to see if the legendary detective is as powerful as in the storybook. Is that Yin Xuanying? He's so handsome, so cold, and so impartial. A Sea Clan woman's eyes widened, and she was in love. TSK, this Sea Clan also has heroes, such wisdom, Amazing case-solving reversals. I've read that book several times and can't put it down. A young scholar touched his chin. This feeling is like a fan of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, who traveled through time and space into the novel, and saw the righteous detective who has been admired for a long time and has great personality charm. I heard that after the Dragon Clan is overthrown, the new capital and the judicial department here will be managed by him. A Sea Clan member looked forward to it, and was looking forward to the prosperous era under the rule of this hero after the Dragon Clan was overthrown. Our puppet emperor is really good at this. Even the group of people behind the scenes who launched the Bone Demon sect were secretly surprised. These guys are indeed very powerful civil servants. Whether it is the holding of this coronation ceremony or the various performances, everything is in order. They have seen too many Sea Clan managements who are weird and messed up. Especially Yin Shuangying's fame is very popular among the people, which is exactly what they hoped for. In the amazement of everyone, Yin Shuangying finished the ceremony and shouted, "Welcome our king, the new king of the self-proclaimed country, to the throne. The king comes to carry, the king comes to save. Offer a salute to the Sea Clan emperor of the immortal era." Boom! Fireworks and salutes burst out one after another. In the endless rolling light, only a Bone King with his hands behind his back, a fluttering dragon robe, a handsome face like a god, came in the air, and with a gentle and kind charm, people can't help but feel good about it. With every step, a golden dragon hovered under his feet, turning into a ladder, and he was about to step onto the golden dragon throne. This scene. Some dragons couldn't help it, and were furious. So bold. You actually wear a dragon robe. Step on the dragon ladder. Sit on the dragon chair. A huge dragon that covered the sky and the sun roared. It appeared in front of him like lightning, and its huge body did not cause any turbulence in the sea water. It was like a beast dissolved in water, coming silently, and suddenly slapping its dragon claws. Boom! I wear you as clothes, step on you as a ladder, and sit on you as a chair. What can you do to me? The Bone King Emperor slowly raised his head and looked at the terrifying dragons that covered the sky, showing a trace of disdain. Little Dragon King, you actually want to challenge me? How dare you? I will definitely kill you. A little second phase. A cold and cruel light flashed in the golden dragon eyes of the giant dragon. He was completely angry. How dare a second phase realm? Isn't he afraid of death? Dragon roar. Countless sea water exploded, and the giant dragon's body swelled up, as if it was burning, grabbing the shameless little second phase realm bone monster. The masters of the Holy Land behind the scenes, who were ready to escort, were also stunned at this time. I just let you ascend the throne. How can this bone monster pretend so well, wearing a dragon robe, stepping on the dragon ladder, and talking about the little Dragon King? Their faces turned green. They wanted to provoke the Dragon Clan, but they had to leave room for it, not to completely anger him into a deadly enemy. Anxious voices rang out one after another. Save him. Can't die. This little guy is a little crazy, but he still has to be saved. Boom! The emperor they pushed forward was beaten, and their faces were also beaten. Everything they did became a joke, which they could not bear. Powerful masters of the One Mind realm quickly attacked. Boom! The giant dragon quickly retreated and was hit hard and flew away, spewing out dragon blood, staining the surrounding area. Here it comes! On the ark, the well-prepared tourists took out porcelain bottles, collected the blood in the seawater, and quickly washed the ground, cleaned the battlefield, and made the sea water clear again. Seeing this, the giant dragon was so angry that he spit out blood. Little Dragon King, you are so shameless, and you dare to approach me? The Bone King waved his sleeves and sat on the chair. He looked at the embarrassed dragon with a temperament as calm as a chrysanthemum and said proudly, "Genius is the threshold to see me, and only evildoers can catch up with my back." And you? Ningzheng sat on the dragon chair, looked at the fighting dragon, and said coldly, "You could only be worn on my body, stepped on my feet, and sat on my buttocks." The voice was cold and extremely domineering. He wore a golden dragon robe, waved his long sleeves, and had an overbearing temperament, like a lion descending from the clouds, like a tiger roaring on the cliff. I, the Bone King, ascend the throne today. I will rule the East China Sea and bring peace to the people. The voice swept and shook the 8 directions. Everyone on the ark was shocked and dumbfounded. Is he going to play such a big game right away? He provoked the Dragon Clan like this, with his contemptuous eyes, his overbearing temperament, and his ruthless tone of a cold and overbearing president sitting on the dragon throne. He couldn't help revealing that the Bone King who had just ascended the throne was so arrogant, and his demeanor was really like an overbearing and invincible emperor. Chapter 591. Time goes back to 10 minutes ago, when the old steward went up the mountain. As soon as they arrived at the gate of the villa and entered the square, a group of people in court robes ran over. "Sir, there are still 10 minutes before your coronation ceremony." Jiozhairong rubbed his palms happily. "Don't worry, it won't be difficult. Old people can also operate it in a foolproof way and ascend the throne quickly." There were more than 900 of them, almost all wearing various official uniforms. There were more than 600 first-class officials alone, and the rest were princesses and princes. It was very ceremonial, and it was obvious that they had made a lot of preparations for today. Click, click, then they started to chop Bubbles. "Old steward, we are going to chop you, bear with it." They began to say treasonous words. Bone Demon Bubbles 80%, main body, plus Miling Fish Bubbles 10%, temperament, plus Old Steward Bubbles 10%, protagonist. This is the formula they have studied several times. Ning Zheng was a little uneasy when she saw them so excited holding knives. As an old steward, she refused righteously. "Since everyone has a substitute, I don't have to go at all." "No, sir," Jiozhairong said seriously. "Today is your coronation day. You must go, so that there is a sense of ceremony. Don't worry, we have designed the whole process. It is a foolproof coronation. You don't have to do anything. We will help you speak the lines and design the movements. You just control the substitute of the Ember Bubble to ascend the throne. You just need to pose and you will look handsome." They will not waste too much energy of the old man, because in their eyes, the old steward is a retired old man who is lazy and sloppy. He comes up occasionally to take a look. He is the kind of doorman who may be a little out of breath when walking. The above are all players' self-perceptions. Because the leader of a country in my hometown is also like this, a little demented and slurred, but fortunately, the old steward does not have a habit of incontinence, so there should be no problem when he ascends the throne, right? So Ning Zheng also followed them into the bubble clone of the owner Eugene. Time goes back to the present. When he appeared. "Sir, just walk like this, there is nothing wrong." When walking. "Where is the special effects team? You guys control it, the dragon ladder under your feet, idiot. Don't mess it up." "Yes, yes, yes." Sitting on a chair. "Sir, that's what the lines say, yes, yes, yes." Just provoking the dragon clan, mocking him that genius is the threshold to see me, and only monsters can catch up with my back. Ning Zheng, So, he watched them perform, ascended the throne in a fool-like manner, and fed the food into his mouth. Then he ascended the throne, sat on the dragon chair, and silently watched those guys fight and provoke the dragon clan. Ning Zheng felt that he was really going to give up, as if he didn't need to do anything. Even his words were planned, he had everything he wanted. If he continued like this, he would be spoiled. The above are all behind-the-scenes footage of the play. At this time, the sea was surging, and the Bone King sat on the dragon chair, watching the war. His expression was cold and charming. In the eyes of outsiders, this Bone King was so arrogant. Boom, boom, boom. "How dare you? How dare you humiliate my dragon clan? I won't tolerate you." The second dragon clan of the One Mind State appeared, the third, the fourth. Giant dragons covered the sky and the sun. The pressure from the top of the food chain, the vast dragon power of the first beast in Jiuzhou swept open, as if it was suffocating everyone. In the words of the blacksmith, there is rice cake, which sticks to the throat. Can't speak, legs are weak, want to kneel. Countless sea tribesmen who were watching looked at the terrifying figure, as if the fear of the dragon clan accumulated over time rose again in their hearts, and the memory of the food chain was deep in the genes. Just like a rabbit will instinctively run away when it sees a tiger, the blood memory is deeply engraved in the bones. The power of the dragon is terrifying. We can be afraid for a while, but not for a lifetime. At this time, the Bone King slowly opened his mouth, not afraid at all, looking up, as if muttering to the sky. No species can always stand at the top of the food chain, whether it is a human god, a pseudo-human, or you and me. In the era of immortal roots, no one is the only one in the world. Only everyone is like a dragon. Everyone. Like you. He stood up, pointed to the sky with one hand, pointing to the group of dragons. Everyone in the world is as powerful as a dragon, as immortal as a phoenix, as brave as a tiger, and as resolute as a black tortoise. In the era of immortals, we all have the opportunity to stand at the top of the world, become an immortal, and see the immortality and vicissitudes of the world. The voice is like a soul-stirring symphony, stirring up amazing music on the throne under the ocean. We establish a country today, like a solemn oath of opening an era, bringing hope to thousands of bottom-level lives enslaved and destroyed by the food chain. It is like a joyful dawn, ending the dark night of speciesism and birthism. In the era of immortals, new classes begin to change. I believe that the world will give birth to a new great axiom: all people are equal, and there is no strong or weak race. The voice surged and stirred the world. This moment was extremely silent, and everyone's pupils were shining, as if they wanted to imprint this emperor who swore in glory in the historical mythology forever at this moment, immortal for thousands of years. Boom! As soon as the words fell, the whole place was dead silent. This is an oath. This is a newly established emperor of a dynasty, using a touching roar to declare the establishment of the dynasty to his beloved people. All the fish seemed to have seen the most exciting clip. Tears welled up in their eyes, and began to worship the Bone King sitting on the throne, with a thought bursting out in their hearts: if he ascended the throne, the era of primitive and barbaric divine beast oppression would end. They didn't know that this Bone King was a puppet that was pushed out, and the people were ignorant and easily fooled. They really thought that a savior similar to Josue was born to overthrow this corrupt Sea Clan world. Ah! Why am I crying? Woo woo woo? In the crowd, the Navy began to stir up emotions, and cried loudly. The Josue belonging to our Sea Clan is about to appear. The Sword Fairy burst into tears, making the spies who were staring at the Sword Fairy's true body look weird. What do you mean, you Sea Clan? They thought this guy was also against the will of heaven, and he was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. Finally, a Sea Tribe member spoke up in the crowd. Great! We have the famous detective Yin Xuanying and the wise and brave Bone King. We must win. I only believe in the dynasty you have established. You will definitely win over the Saint Xin. No, the prosperous era built by Josue. Damn dragons. It's because they are greedy for pleasure that our family has been destroyed. Bone King! Bone King! Bone King! In the circular wall of the human Ark City, the Sea Tribe members on the street couldn't help but shout wildly and actively, as if they saw hope. The shouts gathered together to form a sound wave, surging heavily. This made the human cultivators present, and all the powerful people in the open and in the dark, see how vast and magnificent the power of the people's hearts is. Even so, such a magnificent and passionate people's hearts are still not worth mentioning in front of personal force. But all the humans who came to watch were deeply moved, and a thought came to their minds: we came to the right place. Endless dragons fighting in the sea above. The great emperor swore his oath to ascend the throne below. This scene was truly heroic, and could be imprinted in history. Chapter 592. King! King! It was like a tsunami. Even the human race watching were shocked and began to silently calculate the significance and impact behind this battle. The current situation seems that the sea race will end the chaos, and a king who truly wins the hearts of the people has ascended the throne. However, this barbaric sea race is ultimately based on strength, and the current public opinion is secondary. With insufficient combat power, this talented and powerful Bone King can only be inferior to others. It's a pity. Countless people cast their eyes on the Bone King, knowing that he is a truly selfless emperor. If the other party is a qualified puppet, who is greedy for life and afraid of death, how could he say those words? Deliberately disgusting the Dragon Clan, making the Dragon Clan want to kill him. He was showing his determination. If the defense line was breached in the next second, he would be killed directly. He would know that now he has some immortal magic power, and if he can kill your Dharma image, he can also curse your body, right? They think they can't dare to sin against the Dragon Clan to death, and dare to sit on the throne calmly without running away. They, the scholars, were silent in various places in the Ark, looking up, watching the other party sitting quietly on the chair, and an inexplicable thought came to their mind: this king would rather drown in his faith. It's a pity that he is a Sea Clan, an enemy. Yes, the enemy's hero is my enemy. Although it may be a bit mean to say it, for the sake of my human race, I hope the Dragon Clan will kill him now. It's useless to say more. We can only be neutral and watch. It's the maximum tolerance of the Sea Clan. Yes, we each record it, no need to say more. On each arc, some people used recording instruments to record. Some people collected the splashed dragon blood. Some people began to brainstorm, and began to use this as a prototype to draw wonderful novels for profit. In their minds, the passionate story of Bone King and Yin Xuanying, who appreciated each other, worked together, and founded the Bone Demon sect, had already appeared. There were even countless painters standing on the street sketching, all painting on the drawing board, trying to record the Emperor's charm at this moment in the distance. It can be seen how the human race is good at eating melons. In the past heroic battles, they are used to this mode. After all, these big guys fight the immortal system, and the blood and flesh are splattered, and the blood flows into rivers. It's no joke. Not only can you watch, but you can also collect materials. It's a big opportunity. Unless you have a special killing ability, no matter how strong you are, it's just a matter of time. Two meat shields grinding each other. Wow, you draw so beautifully. On the street, listening to the sound of fighting in the distance, the sword fairy leaned over and watched a scholar painting with a drawing board. The picture was vivid. A sun shone down in the sky. Countless dragons were dancing, as if they were performing the final ceremony, and countless golden lights fell on the throne of the high-altitude palace of Fishbone City. It was a figure that told the truth and fired the first shot for the people of the Sea Clan. He was emitting silver light all over his body, and this Bone King slowly stood up. Under the blood of the Dragon Clan, the throne and the man, countless Sea Clan heroes, and the fighting Dragon Clan, these elements seem to form the eternal painting color. Your paintings are indeed very vivid, as if they are all alive. Yin Hua also came over and looked at this unknown painter. Would you like to come to our Shirong Academy and be a teacher? My painting skills have always been very good. The scholar turned his head and smiled at the sword fairy. He took the brush and finished the last line. The whole scroll is composed of black and white lines, without more colors, but it seems to be alive, and the creatures inside seem to be moving. The sword fairy blinked and saw that the creatures in the scroll stopped again, as if everything was an illusion. The painting returned to being ordinary. This may be a big guy who came to me to show off. The sword fairy is not stupid, she is smart. She is familiar with various online novels, and hides herself in the crowd. Except for the spies of major forces, who can discover her true identity, only those capable people who come from the hidden world can find her true identity. For example, the ancestors of the Tomb Dragon Clan, and those ghost kings in the neutral tomb, are likely to come to me. Do you like it? The scholar smiled. I like it. The sword fairy looked at the painting, the Bone King's enthronement picture, and couldn't let it go. If you like it, I give it to you. The painter handed over the scroll, looking very easy to talk to. Boom! At this time, the battle had passed the trial period. The two sides fought, and almost most of the One-Heart Realm masters had been dispatched, and one giant dragon after another kept attacking. At first glance, there were more than 100 giant dragons. Most of them were the ancestors of the weird dragon, and a few were living dragons of the present. It can be seen that one of the main reasons why the Dragon Clan can dominate is that the Dragon Clan is the most fertile among the divine beasts, and there are many of them. The holy places of the Sea Clan have also taken out 3 or 400 One-Heart Realm ancestral tombs. 2 or 3 of the same level surrounded and killed a Dragon Clan, which looks very outrageous. The madness of this battle is rare in Jiuzhou. The first generation City King, the white-robed woman, laughed. Both sides restrained themselves from using the Hua realm, and hundreds of Eastern realm were fighting against each other. Afraid of our human race. The head of the Mantiangsing family spoke slowly, silent. The new king of Rose smiled faintly. We definitely can't get hundreds of Eastern realm. That's for sure. The fire on Cindy's forehead was very red. In our Jiuzhui era, there was a historical fault. All the previous stocks were cleared out. Our thin Jiuzhui dynasty has only been around for tens of thousands of years. How can we get so many Eastern realm ancestral tombs? There is no accumulation. Let's take a look at the Dragon Clan's ancestral tombs. What's the situation? The King of Rose pondered. Now, the disaster of pseudo-humans broke out, and the ancestral tombs of the human race were full of pseudo-human emperors. This largest human race foundation has now turned against us, and almost no one in the whole Jiuzhou can stop it. The human race themselves cannot stop the book of time history. This is a huge hidden danger after all. Therefore, the essence of their plan to counterattack the pseudo-humans is to spread the disaster of pseudo-humans to the 4 sacred beasts, and force them onto the warships. Then, use their ancestral tombs to attack our human race's ancestral tombs. Otherwise, how can the little shrimp of the current Jiuzhou king withstand the human race's heritage of the book of time history? Just the emergence of a human god almost destroyed the world. Therefore, using the dragon tomb, which is said to have a heritage comparable to the human race's tomb, to counterattack is the best way. In front of them, they looked at the heritage of the dragon race. It seems that the dragon race is playing bad and not caring about things, but in fact, they just don't want to care, and their heritage is very deep and mysterious. Now, they may want to explore the background of the Dragon Clan's Emperor tomb to see if there are any problems with the group of historical dragon emperors in it. Can they serve as the main force to resist the disaster of pseudo-humans? Boom! Both sides continue to fight. Cindy suddenly raised his eyebrows, showing extreme shock. Why do those masters of the Sea Clan Holy Land look wrong, as if they are in great pain? Maybe it's the magical power of some poison? A king of the other shore also came over and said, "It looks like they are not feeling well." It's rare that all the kings of Jojo gathered together, although they didn't come in their real bodies, but only in their Dharma images. But it's enough to prove how much they value this battle. Just when everyone was in doubt, a scene that stunned everyone appeared. Puff! Those masters of the Sea clan suddenly jumped out, and quickly turned into jet fighters one by one. Chapter 593. Ah! What is that? The first to bear the brunt were the monks, who had not yet reacted, and were holding up porcelain bottles in the Ark City to collect blood and flesh. They did not react at once, and only felt that the porcelain bottles collecting blood suddenly absorbed a large amount of turbid things in the sea water, and their faces turned green. And those sea tribes in the battle, the giant shell elders, and other masters also had green faces. They lost their composure in public, and the sudden change. They lost face. These sea tribe masters looked at each other, and puffed like machine guns, shooting circles of bubbles in the sea water. The dragon masters in the battle were extremely disgusted, and laughed, "Ha ha ha! What tricks are you using?" Imitating Shirong of the human race, blooming colorful bubbles to kill the enemy. A dragon was even more mean. "You guys are worthy of standing up for the lowly sea people. Are you imitating them to defecate anywhere on the streets and pollute the seawater, and use this kind of people-friendly way to win the hearts of the people? Ha ha ha! I admit that this trick of yours is very popular with the people. You imitated it very well." The faces of those rebel monks, who were guarding the Bone King, became more and more ugly. And in the Bone King Ember clone, countless blacksmiths, who were controlling it, were also stunned when they saw this scene. Where did the mutation come from to increase our difficulty? We were so pretentious, but now it has fallen to the ground. I, the Bone King, speak so pretentiously, sit on the throne so handsomely, and get the protection of a group of fart guards. Where can I put my face? What makes everyone blush even more is that the group of neutral humans in the distance have already started recording history. Lack of virtue. Faced with this sudden crisis, countless blacksmiths were anxious. How could this happen? Is the planner increasing the difficulty for us? I knew the planner wouldn't be so kind. Brothers, is there a possibility that it's not the planner who is intensified, but the god of cookery and Xiao Chai Kun who are intensified, and there is something wrong with the food they cook? Everyone reacted at once. I was so angry that I exploded. The god of cookery and Xiao Chai Kun were two big scumbags. Only the god of cookery and Xiao Chai Kun looked weird. No way, our super corpse mushroom is so strong? Diarrhea is also effective for the state of mind. In fact, this toxin is not strong, and it does not affect the battle. The foundation of the state of mind is not afraid at all, it just makes people die easily. But everyone is smart after all. The Bone King, sitting on the throne, looked at the battle in the distance and slowly spoke to save the situation. I didn't expect that you dragons have now researched a branch of the poisonous dragon lineage, so vicious, mean, and vulgar, doing such dirty things. I wish everyone in the world could be like a dragon, but this is wrong. You are not worthy. The dragons didn't react at once. The famous detective Yi Guangxiu next to him came out to reason, and quickly reasoned. You dragons are proud, and I'm afraid you can't stand the human race collecting your blood. So you use this trick to discuss those human races and mix filth into the blood. What a vicious heart. You? So brave. The dragons were caught off guard, and the whole person was severely blamed. Even the human race talked about it. It seemed like something that the arrogant dragons could do. They disgusted the Sea Clan rebels, and disgusted the human race. If there really is a poisonous dragon, this move is simple. And the group of elders of Giant Shell breathed a sigh of relief. They thought they were going to die, but they didn't expect this little guy to be so eloquent, and pointed the spearhead at the dragon clan and picked them out. This puppet emperor behind him is very good. Many monks in the battle side, thanks to this person's rescue, otherwise their lives would have been added with a heavy stroke of ink. And some great monks also began to believe that it might be the work of the dragon clan. After all, who could poison them? They had been closed in the Bone Demon sect before, and it was absolutely impossible to poison them. It can't be the Bone Demon clan that poisoned them, right? Not to mention that the other small force does not have this ability. Even if it does, it is impossible to poison. Because I am their backer, if they fall today, the dragon clan will kill them to establish their prestige. So, it is indeed very likely that the dragon clan in front of them poisoned. Elder Ju could carefully analyze the logic, and felt more and more that it was the dragon clan who did it. He didn't expect that the dragon clan today was so despicable and shameless. Although wearing dragon robes, stepping on dragon ladders, and sitting on dragon chairs did slap them in the face. But now, these dragon clans are also slapping them in the face, almost killing them. You are looking for death. Humiliating us like this? Elder Juka sneered, very angry. It seems that today's matter can't be settled peacefully. You are looking for death. The dragon clan was completely furious. That Bone King must have been arranged by them, with dragon robes and dragon chairs, to humiliate their dragon clan. Now, they are also tarnishing their reputation, and using dirty and cheap means. Their hearts are vicious and premeditated. They were originally arrogant, but the White Dragon King, the think tank of their clan, asked them to be a little tolerant. They chose to tolerate it, but what about them, since they are so shameless? This matter will not end well. Kill! Just do it. After that, they invited out the real core combat power. Jiaoyu of the One Mind Realm, and even several top masters of the One Mind Realm in ancient tombs. You must know that the combat power of the Dragon Clan is also very different. Although the basic magical powers of each lineage of the Dragon Clan are fixed, they can only differentiate in the Dragon Clan's skills, so they have a very deep study of the skills. For example, the Blood-Leading Flower Spirit Root has 3 branch skills. Their most difficult skills are almost impossible for dragons to practice, and once they are practiced, they are almost invincible at the same level. At this time, this group of invincible strong men at the same level were dispatched. Your Sea clan is really powerful. Jiaoyu finally walked out, and a huge momentum gathered around him, but once I take action, the rebellion of your bone monster lineage will be completely over. But in fact, she has been bought off and exists as a core player to let the water go. It's you. The giant shell elder looked at him solemnly. You, a junior, went to the human race and disappeared for thousands of years. I didn't expect to get such an opportunity and transform into an ancestor dragon. Jiaoyu was not very noticeable and very mediocre in the younger generation of the Dragon Clan. But who knew that after going to the human race, he was killed and turned out to be a blessing in disguise, and awakened as the Ghost King and became the first master of this generation of the Dragon Clan? Even the major sea clans could only sigh that things are impermanent. Kill! One after another master suddenly took action. On the other side, the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. This is the central territory of the Dragon Clan. Countless huge palaces of 10,000 meters in size stand here. The dragons here can enter and exit here in their bodies. Even these gorgeous golden palaces have dragon cave entrances inside, which are connected in all directions. After all, strictly speaking, the Dragon Clan is a cave-dwelling creature, and the Dragon Palace in front of them is essentially a dragon cave. Xi and Shichen and Dao Yu arrived quietly. Your Majesty, there are no guards around. Xi and Shichen nodded calmly. The dragon emperors of all generations in their tombs have separated their Dharma images to watch the battle in secret. Although their bodies are still here, their defenses have been relaxed for the most part. Others don't know. But they know that it seems that they are fighting in one state of mind. In fact, there are countless suns rising and falling in the clouds directly above the sea. The ancestors of the major sea clan holy places, and the ancient tombs of the Dragon Clan are confronting each other. Go in. In front of him was the entrance to the dragon tomb, a huge dragon pattern gate. He stretched out his hand and pressed it, as if he had known how to open the Dragon Clan tomb long ago. The dragon tomb opened a crack, and the two of them walked in quickly. Not long after they entered, Master Shirong Manor has arrived. Ning Jing's Dharma image, and Li Yuzhu also sneaked in here quietly, and stood in front of the dragon tomb gate. Chapter 594. Jiaoyu went outside to attract hatred. As for Ning Zheng, apart from spending a little time to play the Bone King's Ascension with him, he secretly used this inner ghost to sneak attack from behind, and used the Dharma image to rush straight to the dragon tomb. This is called making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. After all, he has broken through the One Mind Realm. The Dharma image is not afraid of death, so why doesn't he dare to come to the dragon tomb? As long as he succeeds in sneak attacking one person and taking over another person's body, and then slowly disperses, it will be a lot of fun. He has always been bold. Why doesn't he dare to test it? If he loses, it's just the death of a Dharma image, which is not a big deal. Such an opportunity is rare. If we don't take advantage of this ascension, the Dragon Clan will fight outside, and I'm afraid there will be no more in the future. Infection, infection, infection. This is the fate of the disaster of pseudo-humans. In terms of combat power, other One Mind Realms can never be Ning Jing's opponent. They have advanced to the fairy root very few. Even if they advance, they are the kind of defective immortal roots that fail to take over the body of a pseudo-human, such as Baiwa, with 3 flowers growing on the neck and the back of the head. This seems to have immortal roots, but in fact, the potential of these one-heart realms is wasted. In this world, before the system of this kind of second spiritual root is perfected, the only one who really has normal immortal roots is the normal awakening Ghost King. Take the route of Ghost King awakening. Ning Zheng is a super Ghost King who awakens normally. His immortal roots are perfect, and they are two top spiritual roots. Even if the one-heart realm has just entered the first orifice, he doesn't think there is any one-heart realm that can be his opponent. Immortal roots can't beat a group of heavenly spiritual roots of the same level, then I might as well die. Of course, this dragon tomb still needs to be vigilant. After all, it was a bunch of tombs of the Hua realm, and I, who was in the Eastern realm, might not be able to defeat them. The premise was that I didn't chop up the bubbles. Once I chopped them up, the army of clones would snowball. At this time, Ning Zheng, under the leadership of Li Yuzhu, the ghost son-in-law of the dragon clan, successfully sneaked in here. Li Yuzhu stood in front of the gate and said, "This gate has a top-secret method to encrypt, so they are so confident to go out and relax their defense." To be honest, he didn't know why this mysterious Shirong Manor master came here. This is the Dragon Tomb. Except for the history of the years of the human race, the Dragon Tomb of the dragon race is the most dangerous. Going in is to seek death. And Li Yuzhu looked at this mysterious Shirong Manor master and felt a little familiar. There is nothing wrong with the level of the one-mind realm. The heads of the major forces are all in the one-mind realm, and everyone's Hua realm is hiding behind the scenes in seclusion. Who will manage these old antiques? However, this person's behavior, speaking style, and even soul breath are a little familiar, as if he has seen it somewhere. He couldn't help but recall his life and focused on Zuelahua Villa. Because this is the only point of intersection with the Shirong forces. He soon understood where this familiarity came from. Ning Jijiao's brother. This person and that person have a familiar taste. Could it be? He was shocked and had an incredible thought. Is it the son of this manor owner? After all, great monks are basically a different species from ordinary people. Their descendants will even inherit some of their great power, flesh and blood strength, and soul aura, which will be somewhat similar. Bloodline inheritance is not a lie. He did not doubt that it was the person at that time, because he was clearly a five-bodied little monk at that time. How could he soar to the state of one mind in 100 years, and become the manor owner of Shirong's lineage? Then, the situation back then should be like this. Li Yuzhu is a smart man, and he restored the whole picture of the matter through clues. This person may be the second-generation owner of the manor. At that time, he had not yet taken office, and he let his child go to the branch of Zuelahua Mountain Manor for training. By chance, he met my daughter. He recalled the first time they met in a bookstore, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. At that time, when he saw this guy, he brought his daughter in for no reason, and he wanted to kill him. Where did this little trash come from? And he actually seduced my daughter. But fortunately, he restrained himself at that time, otherwise he would have killed him at that time. He was just a small Sanyuan realm at that time. Once he wanted to take action, his guards would have killed him directly. He even uprooted him, and couldn't even do tricks. He recalled that his life was hanging by a thread, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Ning Zheng now looked at Li Yuzhu with nostalgia on her face. I never thought that the bookstore owner who led me on the path of cultivation at that time, I have stood at such a high level without knowing it. He still remembers the first time he ventured to the bookstore to look for books. His life was hanging by a thread. That was the only time in his life that he was closest to death, and he couldn't help but be a little scared. After all, Ning Zheng was the first to run away in all the subsequent events. No matter how dangerous it was not like meeting Li Yuzhu, exposing his true identity. At that time, Li Yuzhu really hoped to kill him. After all, he was too weak before, and had not accumulated. As a small miner, even the little demon cultivator of the Zuelahua family could easily kill him. Sir, the road ends here, and I can't lead the way anymore. As a demon cultivator, Li Yuzhu has no problem being a guide. It's okay. Ning Zheng nodded, and looked at the defensive gate in front of him. This gate turned out to be a living flesh and blood gate. But it was just a living body with its own 3 flowers and meridians. It was a seal similar to the 3 flower roots of the Sea of Consciousness. To decipher it, I'm afraid it would take hundreds of millions of luck points. He frowned secretly. Just like deciphering the encryption of the meridians in the body of the human god, this soul 3 flower roots encryption. Is it going to be a failure this time? He doesn't have that much luck points. He thought about it, and still stretched out his hand, and slowly pressed on the gate. Deciphering the Dragon Tomb Gate, 10 million luck points. Why only 10 million? What Ning Zheng didn't know was that because Xian Shichen had just entered, There were traces of residual heat from the operation of the Meridian network, which greatly reduced the required luck points. This is the role of his tens of thousands of permanent daily luck points. Although it may not be as good as Bai Xingling's permanent luck value, and he can pick up opportunities everywhere, but he himself is also a protagonist halo that is 1 in a billion. Go in. Ningzheng stretched out his hand, and the door slowly opened a gap. Minus 10 million luck value. Originally there were 8 million, and today he saved up just enough to break 10 million. He threw all the luck value in front of him into it, hoping that he would not lose a lot. This? Li Yuzu was stunned. In his eyes, this was an extremely incredible thing. The door of the dragon tomb was open like this? Let's go, you are a Dharma image, and you are not afraid of death. You can choose to go in and take a look. Ningzheng said, but if you are afraid, it is also a good thing to leave now. Li Yuzu thought about it, and still gritted his teeth and followed into the tomb. Crash! When the two opened their eyes again, they had come to a beautiful fairyland with green mountains and clear waters. There were cattle and sheep, grass, flowers, and trees everywhere, and there was no trace of water. People couldn't help but wonder if this was really the tomb of the Dragon Clan, but when you look up, you will find the mystery. Because the clouds above your head are a vast ocean of mist composed of water mist, which is exactly the environment that the Dragon Clan likes the most. In an instant, Ningzheng thought that these dragons really know how to enjoy themselves. The clouds above their heads are like an ocean, and they can enjoy the beautiful scenery of the mountains and rivers below. If they are hungry, they will fly down to catch a few cattle and sheep to eat. Even Ningzheng soon discovered that there are human towns here. Obviously, humans are probably also a part of the Dragon Clan's hunting play. In the human cities where they multiply, there are always evil dragons from the Dragon Clan falling and preying on them. Chapter 595. On the other side. The grass was green, and the breeze was blowing. Two shadows flashed in the sky, flying like meteors. Puff, a slight crisp sound. A strange dragon that was floating in the clouds was burned to ashes silently. Now that he has been promoted to the immortal root, Xian Shichen's flame has become a colorful rainbow flame, which seems to vaguely reflect people's 7 emotions and 6 desires. Crash! A large amount of information poured into his mind. Before, the famous detective Yan Shuangying said that Wu Xingjing was a famous detective, using firewood to burn Jiai Town and trace the historical truth. Now this sentence can be perfectly applied to Xian Shichen. He is the real super detective, coming here to trace the ancient history. This is also the goal of his trip. Xian Shichen looked at the sea of clouds in the sky coldly. We have to hurry up. We will be discovered soon. They will definitely return immediately, and the focus will be on the dragon's nest. Your Majesty, please rest assured. Dao Yu said, by the time they notice, we have already discovered a lot of ancient information and the truth lost in history. They have made a lot of preparations to enter the dragon tomb. For example, this time when the Bone King ascended the throne, there was a vague sponsorship of the human race behind the major holy places to help them rebel against the Dragon Clan. This is his Xian Shichen's method. Draw their attention away, fight outside, and take the opportunity to sneak into the tomb. This is the second largest ancient tomb group in Jiuzhou. As an ancient overlord race older than the human race, the ruler of the earth earlier than the human god, it ruled a more distant molten dragon age. They must know something. We don't have much time. Dao Yu looked cold. 100 years ago, those ancient human tomb saints finally went out once, supplemented their information and knowledge, and were re-improving themselves. At that time, it was just the human god who relied on puppetry to kill ahead. If the owner of Shirong Manor at that time had not sealed the tomb at the cost of his life, then other ancient emperors, and even other terrifying things might have walked out. In the end, although the entrance was successfully sealed. But only Xian Shichen knew that because of that information convection, an unprecedented civilization era really broke out in the tomb at this time. They absorbed the knowledge of the outside world, and have been advancing, growing, and developing rapidly in the past 100 years, incomparably terrifying. How ridiculous! They are obviously a group of ghosts, who have not awakened yet, but have the means to improve their cognition. It is obviously a backhand left before they died, preparing to live a second life. They left means just like him, Xian Shichen. Before Xian Shichen died, he became a ghost, and still used Xinhui to burn ghosts to obtain knowledge, absorbing knowledge and growing like a living person. Those ghosts also have similar means. As they become stronger, the book of history may not be able to suppress their group of monsters forever. What's more, those in there are not their ancestors. They are all a group of pseudo-human monsters before the Josue dynasty. They have not yet realized that they are pseudo-humans, but just want to fight their way out of the tomb as human emperors and rebel. But there is definitely a backup plan for them to restart their race cognition. This backup plan may be in a pseudo-human leader in the early days of human civilization. So, that too is a time bomb. They can't wait for it to explode before solving it. So, they took the initiative to launch the pseudo-human disaster, dragged the 4 major races including the Dragon Clan onto the chariot, and together sought a way to clear the human ancestral tomb book of years. Their idea, according to the blacksmith's words, was, kill all the human ancestors, shout out that sentence together, goodbye father, and my cowardice, and cut off all the past. This time, they came to the dragon tomb here to find out the origin of the pseudo-humans, to know themselves and the enemy. Humph, the truth of the world? Let's start from here. Xi and Shichen suddenly laughed. If I'm not mistaken, the sacrificial era before the Ronglong era was the era of line rule. It may be the era of their pseudo-humans. This will be the era of our pseudo-humans. Ning Jing's eyes glared, and instantly attacked a one-hearted dragon floating in the clouds, chopped him into bubbles, and beat him to death. Hula la la. The large number of bubbles that fell quickly returned and rushed to Ning Zheng. Let's go! Ning Zheng glanced at the dying dragon, and then left quickly. Why don't we kill him? Li Yuzu said. Gui can also eat Gui to grow, but the speed is very slow. When Li Yuzu died, he was in the great perfection of the 3 Yuan realm. It has been a long time. In addition, with the advantage of semi-awakening, his wife barely broke through the second phase realm with the help of various magic materials. So the Dharma phase can be distinguished in front of us. We must be compassionate. Ning Zheng said, besides, our enemies are pseudo-humans. Now attacking the Dragon Clan is just some minor friction. With the help of their souls, we can cut some bubbles to increase the combat power at this moment. The Dragon Clan cannot suffer too much loss, so as not to cause trouble when fighting against pseudo-humans together. So that's it. Li Yuzu suddenly realized. As for the truth, why didn't he kill this giant dragon? Of course, he beat him half to death and threw a 3-flowered pseudo-human with the heavenly spiritual root into his forehead and began to parasitize. The blacksmith landed. The era of pseudo-humans has arrived. Wait, your dragon tombs are the ancestral tombs of our entire sword-casting villa, the super-large map of our sword-casting villa, and the invincible playground. Ning Zheng felt the situation behind him. Character number 1 has landed. However, the cost is a bit high. Although he had prepared for these days, and cultivated various heavenly spiritual roots in advance, he only cultivated 13 plants after the resources were exhausted. After all, one plant is worth tens of millions to hundreds of millions. He was completely out of money to save this wave. 13. Logically speaking, the best solution is to sneak attack 13 dragon saints in the transformation realm and parasitize them. Wait until I cut more bubbles and become stronger. It's not that I can't beat them in the transformation realm. But Ning Zheng is conservative after all. First, I make a bottom line and parasitize a one-heart realm. How can the great power of the transformation realm be simple? He silently calculated in his heart. Wait until I sneak attack 5 more one-heart realms to take over their bodies, and for the remaining heavenly spirit roots, I will try to sneak attack the existence of the transformation realm. Unknowingly, Ning Zheng has reached this level. Boom, boom, fights broke out quickly. On Ning Zheng's side, take over, take over, take over. On Xi and Shichen's side, burn, burn, burn. And the battle on the sea side finally showed abnormalities. One by one, the dragon masters in the battle suddenly exploded, and all the Dharma images disappeared. What's going on? Why did they suddenly have problems? It was the main body far away in the Dragon Palace that was attacked. Voices came out one after another. Did you do it? Because of the continuous targeting, the dragon race's paranoia broke out completely, and they looked at the giant shell elders and others on the opposite side angrily. The giant shell elders and others didn't know what was going on. Seeing that the dragons retreated quickly and the Dharma image returned, the giant shell elder also shouted, "Let's go, follow them. Go to the Dragon Palace and see what conspiracy they have. We want to move the battlefield. What about the Bone Demon City behind us?" A strongman asked, "If we stay here, we're afraid we will be attacked. Take it away." The giant shell elder stretched out his hand and clenched it. The entire vast Bone Demon King City was quickly dragged onto a magic weapon similar to an ark and sailed away. And the human arks also began to follow up inexplicably. Swish. 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 Hundreds and thousands of lights followed closely. The entire city was moved away, but the Bone King sitting on it was not afraid at all, and he was still resting his eyes. But a lot of people were clamoring in his heart. We attacked the ancestral tomb, and we were discovered so quickly. That's right. This is not right. I don't quite understand. Our royal city was moved away, and we went to the Dragon Palace, and we directly changed the map and followed the plot. The entire Bone Demon arc was moving quickly. Under the full pull of a group of Dharma giants, it was much faster than Ning Jing's arc. The Bone King was still sitting on the ground with great style, but Yin Shuanging next to him suddenly got into the play and shouted, "Your Majesty, this is destiny." As soon as this was said, many spectators gathered here. Even the dragons who were traveling in the distance frowned, wanting to see what tricks this guy was up to. "Oh, what is destiny?" Bone King couldn't help asking. Yin Shuanging looked solemn and analyzed, "Your Majesty, you just ascended the throne, and the Dragon Clan encountered misfortune as soon as they tried to attack you. This is the end of going against the Emperor of Destiny. The world will not tolerate their presumption." The people in the distance showed strange colors when they heard this. But Yin Shuanging continued to strike while the iron was hot. "Once they attack you, black smoke came out of their ancestral tombs, and they were attacked by someone. And our newly enthroned emperor, on the first day of his reign, even killed his way into the main tomb of the Dragon Palace. This is an unprecedented great achievement." The high-level cultivator hesitated, thinking that there might be something strange about this matter. Most of the people of the Sea Clan and the lower-level cultivators believed it. After all, the more backward the place, the more superstitious it is. Such an unexpected incident is obviously the destiny of heaven. Anyone who goes against the emperor, who is popular with the people, will end up with all kinds of bad luck. Looking for death. A giant dragon suddenly roared again. In an instant, the sea water surged again. The dragons in the distance were already proud, and they were on the verge of rage after being provoked repeatedly. Now their ancestral tombs were dug up, and the emperor was acting weird. He killed them in their ancestral tombs on the first day of his accession to the throne. If they really let this traitorous emperor drive the ark into the Dragon Palace and the ancestral tombs, would they still have the face? Stop him! Don't even think about getting through! The dragons attacked again. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying pressure swept across the sea, as if the ocean had turned into a quagmire, and it was difficult to move forward. Facing the overwhelming pressure, the Bone King Emperor did not change color, and the great master of the second phase realm in the distance could not help but protect him, and they fought again. Ha ha ha. Waste time, desperately waste time. Anyway, it's you dragons who are in trouble. We couldn't ask for more. In the sky, several Sea Clan saints from past generations also surrounded the Dragon Emperor, laughing. "Look, you're in a hurry." That's. The Dragon Emperors felt the explosion of their main bodies, and several unknown beings were killing their deepest core secrets in the Dragon Palace, and they couldn't help but turn pale. Not good. The Dragon Emperor was trembling. If that thing was released, another disaster would erupt. The two most terrifying disasters in ancient times. The two most terrifying disasters in ancient times would reappear. Chapter 596. In the Dragon Tomb, several dragons opened their eyes, looking silly and confused. Dang dang? Fuck, I'm a dragon, I'm a dragon. Don't be arrogant, go offline, go offline. Enter the idle mode. After the hang-up, the Ember will automatically control it, and keep the original Ember style, so it won't be discovered. Offline, don't log into it easily for more than 10 days, or even a month, so that it can maintain its previous life. Ningzheng smiled, as he listened to their laughter. After killing all the way, Ningzheng finally collected 5 dragons in the first state, and beat more than 200 two-phase states to the point of death. But he didn't choose to kill them, because he had to let his 5 parasitic pseudo-people blend in with these severely injured dragons, so that they wouldn't be discovered. Almost, this power, Ning Jing's power, is geometrically infected. Any ancestral tomb may become the foundation for him to improve his combat power. It was very easy to guard against him. All they had to do was monitor the whole situation. If someone died suddenly, they would immediately arrest Ningzheng. They would be powerless. They had the advantage of time, place, and people. They were distracted by the group of rebels, and they didn't know that the gate of the Dragon Tomb would be cracked. I feel like there is a white value of the transformation realm. Ningzheng clenched his fist. Although the giant dragon of the transformation realm was powerful, he had killed so many people, and his temporary combat power had increased by more than 10 times. The other party was a dead man, and he was only at the level of heavenly spirit roots. It was not impossible to fight. It was just that the magical powers of the Dragon Clan were different from those of other mythical beasts. Other mythical beasts, white tigers, phoenixes, black tortoises. The magical powers were basically fixed, and even if there were branches, they were only small branches of magical powers. Only the innate magical powers of the dragon race are all kinds of strange and different. After all, think about it. How did each dragon ancestor come from? For example, Jiaoyu is a composite beast stitched together by countless beasts. So the magical powers of each of their dragon ancestors can be completely different. But they are undoubtedly extremely powerful. Think about how strong the power will be after dozens of limbs are stitched together. The dragon race is worthy of being the leader of the 4 sacred beasts. Moreover, they are very strange. The other 3 have fixed talents, and they are random. Ningzheng sighed, and suddenly saw a town in the distance, and there was a sound of fighting. Ningzheng has seen the human town here several times. It is basically a town of dead people, used for burial. It's not that living people can't afford it, but dead people are more cost-effective. It's more convenient for dead dragons to eat dead people. And the eaten ghosts will grow again after a while, perfectly satisfying the evil dragon's various hobbies of attacking towns and eating people. But Ningzheng felt that the huge blood seemed to be a living person. He frowned and hurried over. When they arrived at the destination, they saw a woman wearing primitive human leather clothes. She glanced at Ningzheng and the others. One is in the 2-phase realm, and the other is in the 1-heart realm. She glanced at Ningzheng coldly and said, "I haven't seen you. Which side are you from?" The 1-heart realm should be on the top 100 dragon slayers list. This place is being attacked by the evil dragons in the transformation realm. You better leave immediately. Ningzheng suddenly paid attention to the other party's words. Top 100 dragon slayers list? Sure enough, there are not only dead people buried here, but also a group of living people being domesticated. The other party's spirit is very full, and it seems that there is also a group of human civilization. There is no doubt that the dragons are playing house with them by locking them here. The human society here seems to have no idea where they live. Li Yuzhu also thought of it at the same time, showing a trace of pity. This is a common method used by many tombs to keep the buried races captive, but he immediately said, "Excuse me, is there anything chasing you? Do you need our help?" I said, "You should leave quickly. Curiosity will kill you." The woman's tone was very bad, but she looked the type of person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She seemed to feel the fluctuations in the distance, and her expression changed slightly. "But you can't run away now. I will take you away." After she said that, she stretched out her hand and pulled out a protective shield, forming a force field. A temporary vein was formed under the earth, which wrapped everyone up and quickly moved to the distance in an instant. Ningzheng was slightly startled. Is there such a teleportation technology? By establishing a temporary channel of a private earth vein and then forming a teleportation array, one-way transmission? How come such a practical technology has not been passed down? Ningzheng is no longer a wuxia man, with extensive knowledge and profound background, and guessed the reason at once. It is because the current Jiuzhui period is full of earth veins. Under the mutual interference of a large number of Jiuzhui earth veins, establishing a temporary private earth vein will be entangled with the existing channels, network busy, and it is impossible to transmit at all. And, if I am not wrong, this temporary earth vein technology is not something that humans can do. It is a technology that only the pseudo-human race can do. Because if modern humans can do it, they would have done it long ago, and this is obviously not a technology that humans can master. The earth vein is also one of the 3 flower forms of the pseudo-human roots, and the earth vein transmission is a unique racial magic power of their race. Li Yuzhu is also an extremely smart person. He immediately secretly transmitted the message to show his value. This seems to be a great discovery. Does this also mean that the Jiuzhui saint from more than 100,000 years ago was an unprecedented super-killer embryo? When he destroyed Xian dynasty, he almost created a mass extinction of extraordinary strongmen and killed 99% of the pseudo-human strongmen. The roots of their 3 flowers shape the earth veins of the entire Jiuzhou. Ningzheng frowned. Since the Wuxing sect, Ningzheng discovered the shameful side of Jiuzhui behind the scenes. He himself is far from being as upright and sacred as the folk legends say. The earth veins are the greatest achievement of Jiuzhou, nothing else. Now the prosperity of the entire human race is built on the earth veins, communication tokens, teleportation arrays, otherwise it would still be in the primitive period when information was not developed. But now the truth is very cruel. We stepped on the 3 flower roots of countless pseudo-people to build a prosperous human civilization. Puff, puff, they teleported again and again. Soon the woman was exhausted and panting, and asked in great confusion, "Why do you feel so heavy?" Ningzheng now has too many bubbles gathered, and the energy level is high, so of course it is heavy. Puff. Behind her, A scarlet dragon quickly flew over. Long King. The woman turned her head with great solemnity. This is a long creature with sharp claws, a wolf head, sheep horns, and a crocodile tail. The main shape is a dragon, but the organs and races are completely different, as if countless forms are sewn together with thread. Are you still running? The meat is delicious enough when running. A strange and soft voice slowly sounded. The dragon emperor named Long King sneered. I will kill you well, and turn you into ashes. I will kill you, and eat you several times every year. Enjoy the pain. The woman said nothing, and the two sides suddenly started fighting. As a high-level one-mind state, she was no match for this dragon, and the other side was playing tricks on her. Ningzheng watched the battle quietly from a distance, and had no good intentions towards the pseudo-human master who saved them. This was obviously a group of pseudo-humans buried in ancient times, toys of the dragons in the tomb. After they died generation after generation, they would become the dead ghosts of the town. The dragons were playing an interesting dragon game. Run! The one-mind state woman struggled to support, retreating step by step. In Ningzheng's surprised look, her spiritual roots suddenly changed, began to twist, and turned into another attribute, from with spiritual roots to fire spiritual roots, and her breath suddenly soared. Then her body could not bear the change in the spiritual root attributes, and began to collapse. It was obvious that she was fighting desperately. The spiritual root attributes can change. What kind of pseudo-human branch is this? Ningzheng finally wanted to save people. Her three-flowered branch of the fathead fish needed such excellent genes of the same clan to join, and welcome, the glorious evolution together. This guy must be hiding a big secret. Just when the pseudo-human woman was desperate, the whole dragon seemed to be attacked by an unknown person, and suddenly fell from the sky. The dragon screamed loudly, and a large amount of immortal-level toxins were injected into his body. His whole body began to bubble, a lot of bubbles, gurgling. He was like a water dragon evaporating, and his whole body began to collapse. This dragon slammed the earth out of the valley, and its tail slapped the ground, pulling out a large number of narrow rifts, looking at Ningzheng standing in the sky in horror. The tiny bubbles on his body were still oozing out like cold sweat, and his pupils widened. What kind of monster are you? Who created this creature? Ningzheng thought about it, and suddenly remembered the introduction on the attribute panel. I am a new human. The next moment, countless bubbles and light enveloped the giant dragon. At the same time, his entire soul was rapidly depleting, shrinking, and dismembering, and he could vaguely see ant-sized shadow crocodiles devouring his empty shell. Chapter 597. The giant dragon in the transformation realm in front of him has a powerful heavenly spiritual root magical power. It seems to be a branch of the dragon clan awakened by stitching together the limbs of countless fire monsters. The strong high temperature, scorching heat temperature, gathered him into a pure fire dragon, but in the final analysis, he only has a single spiritual root. Ningzheng has a double circulation spiritual root. This is the difference between fairy spiritual roots and heavenly spiritual roots. Moreover, he is only the ember of a pure soul body after all. Facing Ningzheng's soul poison, he can't react at all. Ningzheng's ability is a natural counter to the ancestors of the tombs from the beginning. It's okay for a single ancestral tomb, but if a group of ancestors are poisoned, it can be directly called a killer of the ancestral tomb group. However, even though Ningzheng had long guessed that the other party's era was very old, he was still very surprised. Why are you so weak? Ningzheng sighed slightly. Your circulation is too poor, full of gaps. 5 limbs are broken, joints, acupuncture points. These gaps are all vital points. There are 18 weak points of the indestructible body. You actually trained 5 of the 4 organs, and train the mind in advance. Are you a fool? It's not the 3-element circulation of essence, energy and spirit, but it is divided into 3 souls and 7 spirits. What kind of cycle is this? There are too many divisions, and you have split yourself into a madman. The state of mind is the accumulation of understanding and cognition, and the foundation of self. At this moment, Ningzheng looked at this primitive dragon in the state of transformation, as if he saw a huge treasure. The state of transformation in every era represents the peak of that era. The dragon in the state of transformation in front of him is full of the historical background and stories of that era. Just like the famous detective Yan Xuanying said, the corpse can speak. Ningzheng wanted to say that the whole body of this dragon was talking. He felt that knowledge was calling him. As an intermediate product of an era, there were too many traces of the evolution of the cultivation system on his body, which could make him understand the course of history more deeply and realize his own essence. The door of truth was opening to him. Why did he have 3 souls and 7 spirits? because ancient humans had undergone an evolution in the soul system. Today is the three-element cycle, and in ancient times it was the cycle of 3 souls and 7 spirits. Why did he practice 5 organs with 4 organs? He practiced the mind in advance, blocked the last weakness in advance, and created imperfections in all aspects of the body. King Longhong's senses were very sharp. As a creature standing at the top of the food chain, a perfect dragon formed by the totem of all beasts formed by countless great creatures, his beast instinct as a dragon told him that this person was terrible. Every cell in the body was issuing a warning that this creature was terrible, and the farther away the better. The coldness from the dragon marrow was invading the brain, and bubbles all over the body were surging in the body, gathering into cold sweat and flowing out. He was clearly a dragon in the transformation realm. Would he be afraid of a person in the one-heart realm? But in his body, in the fear, a trace of desire, yearning, and ancient instincts emerged as if he had seen his ancestors. It was not only King Longhong who had this fear. The pseudo-human woman also felt similar oppression and inexplicable intimacy, and the ancient blood and genes were calling her. It was as if the other party was the ancestor of the dragon clan and the pseudo-human at the same time. You are? The first sage of the human race in the world, the owner of Shirong Manor? Suddenly, King Longhong reacted completely. How did you get in? As the owner of the tomb, he certainly knew that this was a dragon tomb. He did not think that he was dead, but that he was living in seclusion in the tomb and encountered an outsider at this time. He just heard that a war was breaking out outside, but he did not care much. Because his era was relatively long ago, and his combat power was very low, those arrogant dragon descendants always looked down on him. Obviously, he was the old predecessor. Without him, how could they exist? However, the dragon clan was so arrogant that they ignored seniority, and the capable were first, so he could only put this anger on the human race who teased the tomb. Unexpectedly, the guys outside actually came in. He was shocked and angry in his heart. Those guys said that they were so powerful, and said that they would deal with the guys who provoked the dragon clan today, but they were beaten to their homes? Human race, outside, the world outside? There is a world outside? The fake woman looked at Ning Zheng in shock. She didn't think there was a world outside. The dragon tomb is not as detailed as the history books. The tombs are all separate painted walls. The dragon tomb built by the dragon clan is a huge series of aggregates. It is very large and can accommodate a huge human settlement. They originally thought that the world was so big. They and the dragon clan have been enemies for generations, and have been growing up under the oppression of the evil dragon. Who knows? This is just the garden of the dragon clan. And from the tone of the other party, our human race outside is so strong that the dragon clan has to be in awe. He is in a state of mind. With a state of mind, he beat such a giant dragon into fear. What kind of world is the human race outside now? How did you get in? King Longhong has never encountered such a strong toxin, but he is a powerful self-transformation after all. All the cycles have been refined into a piece of iron. He quickly cut off 80% of the infected parts of his body, took out the storage ring, swallowed a lot of spiritual energy, and repaired his body again. In just a few moments, his body recovered. You are very powerful. The Dragon Rainbow King looked at himself, which was almost transformed into colorful bubbles and absorbed by the opponent, becoming the opponent's foundation, with a solemn expression. Is it really attack, split, absorb, and grow? This ability to fight to support the war can be called a natural disaster, but it is just the first time we meet in front of me, and I just caught him off guard. I won't suffer this loss again. Don't you understand the difference in realm? Huami, what am I? I am a celestial phenomenon, a natural disaster, a god who controls fire, a perfect structure of fire and flesh and blood. The class gap between our lives is like grass and giant trees. You can't beat me. Although he was surprised that the other party appeared here, the Dragon Rainbow King was, after all, a sea dragon emperor who swept the world in ancient times. Although the dragons could only stay in the ocean at that time, he was one of the overlords of that era. At this time, he took the opponent in front of him seriously, but his tone was still arrogant, which was the arrogance of the dragons. Take my move, he said lightly, and a huge fireball quickly gathered in the dragon's mouth. The wide area destructive power of the flame is enough to kill you. After that, the flames quickly gathered and rose. The next second, he suddenly spit out a fireball. Ning Zheng slightly deviated, and the fireball quickly hit behind him. At this time, King Longhong was only an empty shell. His body had long turned into that fireball and ran away. Ha ha ha, you can't imagine it, this is my way of escaping. I won't fight you at all. You will soon know the consequences of invading the dragon's lair. Perfect system. Terrible fighting mode. The incredible bubble magic hit me before I even noticed it. It hurt so much, I must report this guy attacking us. He gritted his teeth and turned into a fireball and flew quickly. How come the times are getting more and more outrageous? It's okay for the same level, but now even a little guy can bully me, damn it. Just wait, I will root you in the human town, and you will stage a good show every day to lead humans to resist the dragon, and then be enslaved, slaughtered, and exploited in front of us, and you will kneel in front of me every time and beg us to let you go. Just as he roared, the pseudo-human woman next to him had already taken on the role of a human, and anxiously shouted to Ning Zheng, "Don't let him run away. Otherwise, it will be a big trouble." "It's okay, he has been poisoned again, and it will be enough to cut him once more." Ning Zheng looked at the fireball and retracted his gaze. "You have been here for so long. Do you know the history of this place?" "What history?" The pseudo-human woman quickly got into the role, thinking that everyone was of the same race. Ning Zheng said, "For example, the origin of our human race, the origin of their dragon race, and any interesting myths and legends." "Of course there are." The fake woman was still thinking about asking the humans outside to rescue her group of people, and was very active. "Those dragons have a stone tablet of dragon ancestor biography. They are placed in the dragon temple. And, I heard," she hesitated, "inside, they also worship the living dragon ancestors, and they call them the immortals who created all things." Above the ocean, the restrained dragon emperor was completely furious. "You don't know what is suppressed in the depths of our dragon tomb. Our dragon race has guarded the 9 states and 4 seas for generations. There is the greatest terror in the history of life, the great terror that created all things. The disaster of the fake man is only one of the 2 ancient disasters, and if he is released, the common people will face the second disaster." The faces of the Sea Clan ancestors were surprised and suspicious. 2 ancient disasters? The Dragon Clan has been suppressing the source of some disaster for generations. If what the other party said is true, then if an accident really happens, the whole 9 states will be in turmoil. "Don't lie." The giant shell elder sneered. "Where did the disaster come from? If there was, history would have recorded it. If it was comparable to a pseudo-human, it would have been integrated into our lives long ago. You wouldn't say that there is another kind of pseudo-human lurking among us, right? Another kind of pseudo-human has been lurking among us for a long time." A dragon emperor sneered. "That disaster has long been integrated into our generations. Every one of us is poisoned by him, but it is too common in daily life. You don't pay attention to it at all. Just like the pseudo-human spiritual roots of humans, it is partially inherited and born with innate toxins. This toxin will only cause disease in some people. If you stop us, the world will be destroyed." Another dragon emperor sneered. The powerful people around no longer dared to stop people for a while. Sitting on the throne of the Bone King, Ning Zheng's consciousness quietly watched this scene. The second disaster? This thing is locked up deep in the dragon tomb? It seems that I can't attack the tomb, but I just want to get some ability to possess other bodies. Ning Zheng wondered whether to quit while he was ahead. The ancient tomb of the human race locked up a pseudo-human ancient disaster human god, and the ancient tomb of the dragon race also locked up a second ancient disaster terrifying ancient monster? What a bad mouth he had. He is not stupid. In the story, many protagonists seek death by going to the sealed land without permission and releasing the terrifying world-destroying existence. Ning Zheng thought about it, and simply used his luck to test it. Whether to go to the dragon cave. Ning Zheng directly looked at the changes in luck between going and not going. But he found out. Going to the depths of the dragon cave will increase the luck value by 300 million, an unprecedented great opportunity. What does adding 300 million mean? This premonition is unprecedentedly strong. If I miss it, it seems that I will lose the greatest opportunity in my life. If I don't go to the dragon cave, my luck value will slowly decrease, but I won't die. The Dragon Clan, they won't let us go. Are they lying? Are these old dragons hiding something? Ning Zheng pondered. The current Dragon Clan's logic of action was a bit weird. Originally they were just stealing people. Now, I really have to go and see. The second disaster, which ranks alongside the disaster of fake people, has long been the source of disasters lurking in our lives. What exactly is it? With a crash, he decisively rushed directly into the Dragon Clan's ancestral temple. Boom! A shocking shadow slammed into the ground. Inside the Dragon Temple, Xian Shichen and Dao Yu were quietly sneaking in, revealing a heavy look in front of a gate. We can't open it. What should we do? If we force it open, it will definitely attract attention, and we will surely die. Don't underestimate the ancestral tomb of the Dragon Clan. There are countless people in the state of transformation, and they have been the top overlords of the world for generations. Boom! There was a sudden vibration outside, and the two people were shocked. What's outside? Bold. Who dares to break into the ancestral temple without permission? Powerful auras suddenly burst out. Ning Zheng fell down, and a huge meteorite crater appeared on the ground. After the smoke and dust disappeared, he slowly stood up and looked at everything around him. He felt like he had returned to the era 100 years ago, when he attacked the Dragon Clan in that tomb. Chapter 598. In front of the entire Dragon Clan ancestral temple. It was as if a huge black shadow fell, with thousands of black lights, illuminating the entire magnificent Dragon Palace ancestral temple with a layer of gray. Ning Zheng stood at the door, as if bringing darkness to the world. His figure was like a shadow god of death, surrounded by bubbles, and each transparent bubble contained the figures of various dragons, surrounded by their breath. It was as if each bubble around him was a transparent cage, imprisoning a giant dragon. At this moment, Ning Zheng's soul-body ratio only accounted for 4%, and the remaining 96% was composed of the soul-body bubbles split by the Dragon Clan. He was filled with a huge and vast ancient dragon breath, more like a mixed super ancestor dragon than an ancestor dragon. What are you? Why do you have a friendly breath? Like an ancestor dragon. It's because of the Gui King, the Gui King's breath. Hundreds of Dharma dragons raised their heads. Every ancestor dragon is a Gui King. The Dragon Clan can be said to be the descendants of the Ghost King, and Ning Zheng is a perfect super Ghost King with soul turbidity and soul body, which makes them feel a sense of intimacy and familiarity from the ancient bloodline. But they haven't reacted yet. Hula la! Ning Zheng stretched out his hand and waved fiercely, and the rainstorm suddenly fell. The fine and dense black raindrops hit the ground fiercely, and hit them, turning into a rain hell, almost covering all the giant dragons that appeared. Ning Zheng didn't want to reason with them. Why should he use his mouth when he can speak with his fists? Sneak attack. Killing at first sight is his best method. Only by attacking them, when they are unprepared, can they roll a snowball. When they react to the fact that it is the owner of Shirong Manor who attacks them, they find a way to avoid and deal with it, and don't let their bubbles burst, then they can't roll a snowball. A large amount of heavy rain quickly hit them. In an instant. 10 arrows burst bubbles. 10,000 arrows. 1,000,000 arrows. Under the extreme attack speed, countless rainwater merged into the earth, and the bodies of the giant dragons of Dharma images were shrinking rapidly, bursting a large number of bubbles. At this time, the leading few great monks of the One-Mind Realm, the Dharma image, had just returned from the Bone Demon sect, and saw this sneak attack. Suddenly, his eyes were red, and his mind was blank with anger. He suddenly rushed out of the tomb. Bold. Don't even think about it. It's just a small One-Mind Realm. You want to use the same trick again, by absorbing the weak to increase temporary combat power. Ning Zheng ignored their anger, and attacked again without saying a word. These few One-Mind Realm, they could still entangle before, but now, he has exploded so many bubbles gathered by strong men. If the Dharma image is fully spread out at this time, it is enough to cover the sky and the sun. Times have changed. From a strategic point of view, his immortal spiritual roots One-Mind Realm, with its explosive energy, was comparable to the old era's heavenly spiritual roots Huawa Realm cultivators in combat power. Puff puff. A large number of One-Mind Realm cultivators quickly transformed into bubbles, and the endless bubbles infected them, shrinking their bodies. At this moment, the bubbles did not return to Ning Zheng's body. Stand up. The bubbles gathered and became shadow archers with black gas all over their bodies. These bubbles vaguely showed the original appearance of the fallen dragons. In the rain curtain, countless bubble archers quickly raised their bows and arrows, and shot arrows at the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, bigger raindrops began to sweep across the earth. The entire dragon cave was welcoming an unprecedented heavy rain, and it was spreading at a very fast speed, as if it was going to submerge the entire dragon cave. The natural disaster is erupting. Bubbles are appearing rapidly, and this is just within a minute. On the other side, deep in the tomb, 9 giant dragons as long and winding as mountains, with their slender bodies stretched out, forming a winding and exquisite 9-dragon pattern on the ground, sitting in a huge seal. The invaders may be related to Jiosue's plan. A dragon hovering like a mountain spoke, and his voice was like an ancient wild beast, revealing a sense of vicissitudes. Jiosue took out the ancient original plant of pseudo-human from the crazy human ancestor and spread it in Jiozhou. I am afraid he guessed something and wanted to verify it, testing us. Another dragon emperor said coldly. The original plant of pseudo-human is only available to the human ancestor who has been silently fighting against pseudo-human. Because the larval period of pseudo-human is too short. By the time the dragons reacted, The pseudo-humans had already infected 99% of the human race. They were no longer spreading through parasitic plants, but through the blood and spiritual roots of the human race. So, when they saw the original plant, they knew it must be related to the human ancestor. The redispersal of the pseudo-human original strain also gives us a chance to control Xian. After all, only pseudo-humans are the natural enemies of Xian. Otherwise, when the disaster breaks out, the disaster of pseudo-humans will not be even 1/10 of that disaster. What a pity. Give us some more time. We can use the pseudo-human original strain to study how to take over the pseudo-humans, and take over the pseudo-humans to control Xian. They frowned silently. They were very dissatisfied that they had come here to kill. Those descendants of the dragon race fought to death outside, and confronted those sea race holy places from all over the world. They didn't care at all, and just regarded it as a trivial matter. Even if the dragon clan is overthrown and withdraws from the East China Sea, it is acceptable. The dragon clan's military power is still there, and there will always be a time to return. But now, the other party has quietly come here, coveting the ancient second disaster they sealed, which is a bit troublesome. If this thing comes out, the disaster it causes, the disaster of pseudo-humans, is just a joke. And this is their hope for further growth. We can only take action. Drive them away. Behind the scenes, there may not be Josue and Xi and Shichen manipulating us, testing us, and want to know the origins of the two disasters in ancient times. They are not stupid. They promote the outbreak of the pseudo-human disaster to pull us on board, and we are already on board. How can we give time for the pseudo-humans to grow up completely? They are taking action now. They are not stupid. There is no chivalry spirit of giving you time to wait for your pseudo-human to develop, and then fight fairly. Spreading pseudo-humans is just a means to pull them on board. But I didn't expect it to be so fast. Fast, because they saw that our dragon clan had no urgent idea to deal with this outbreak of pseudo-human disaster. Ning Zheng continued to slaughter the great monks of the state of mind, frowning slightly in his heart. Why haven't they appeared yet? But in the next second, a majestic and cold voice suddenly appeared in the depths of the dragon clan's ancestral temple. Shirong, Master, how did you do it after 100 years of resurrection? Finally, a powerful dragon emperor walked out from the depths of the tomb. He was majestic and solemn. His whole body was shrouded in golden dragon flames, and the brilliant golden light and thunder flashed around him, giving people a strong sense of oppression. You attacked our other ancient dragon tomb before, and now you dare to come to our main tomb? Are you here to die? Behind him, another real dragon emperor walked out, his voice like thunder, shaking the sky. There are many dragon saints in the past dynasties, as many as dozens, but the 9 dragon emperors who appeared are the real strongest fighting force, and the bottom of the box. Because they are all real, living dragons. The other dragon emperors are all out in their dharma forms, and have gone to the bone demon sect. As the strongest trump card of the dragon clan, they are suppressed here. You can imagine how strong they are. 9 living dragon emperors? Ning Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly, finally came out. He is not afraid. He is here to explore the tomb in his dharma form. The dharma form is a traditional skill of the disgusting tomb owner. At most, they can kill the dharma form, but what can they do to Ning Zheng? Even if they have developed the so-called soul magic power of attacking the main body along the dharma form, Ning Zheng believes that he will not fall for it. Chapter 599. However, the foundation of the dragon race is really scary. The few dragons in front of us have lived for hundreds of thousands of years without dying, and the oldest one has even lived for more than 3 million years. It's simply exaggerated. And there are not so many living saints in the human race, only a few in an era. Because the human race loves internal fighting too much. The idea of the human race is very simple. Why save foundation? Beat them to death, put them in the grave, become the ancestral grave, and naturally become a new foundation. Even if the peak existences of the era at the level of saints have a low probability of becoming ghosts, they can't help but die a lot. The dragon race reproduces slowly, and dares not die. Death will hurt the bones. What about the human race? It's like weeds, one batch dies and another batch grows. Moreover, every peak saint of the human race represents one more person to share the cake. This has led to the fact that the human race in all generations is not afraid at all. A saint who lives for 300,000 years is considered long-lived. Once he has passed his golden age and falls behind in the version, he will be beaten to death on the beach by the new generation of saints. For details, the young descendants Xi and Shichen beat the old generation of saints in their family to death. They despise these old guys for eating too many resources, and they can also beat them to death and burn them to absorb knowledge and create immortal cultivation methods. Even some radical new generation saints fight each other crazily. In an era, only one saint dies and becomes the emperor of Jojo. The others are all ancestral tombs. Isn't that beautiful? Therefore, the crazy internal fighting has caused the civilization of the human race to explode rapidly. And even if they die all the living saints, the Dragon Clan dare not attack, for fear of their ancestral tombs in the year's history book. The cultural styles of both sides have led to the fact that the Dragon Clan does not fight internally, and has accumulated 9 living Dragon Emperors, or the 9 generations of Dragon Emperors who have ascended the throne in the past few million years, all of whom have not died. I have no ill intentions. After a sneak attack, Ningzheng saw the real 9 Dragon Emperors of all generations lined up, and put away his fists, and began to reason, "Everyone, I didn't kill these embers. Each of them was just dying, leaving room for them. They don't need to be resurrected, they just need to recuperate for a while. So you just gave us a warning?" The leading 9-headed Dragon Emperor sneered, but he didn't kill them. The other party did give them face, and left room for them. Otherwise, the higher the level of embers that died, the slower the resurrection cycle, and a lot of resources would be spent to revive the other party. From this point of view, it can be seen that this Shirong saint of the human race still pays attention to human relations when fighting. Look at the group of people in the Bone Demon sect. They did all kinds of bad things. They left no room for them, wearing dragon skins, stepping on dragon ladders, sitting on dragon chairs, and slandering them for poisoning and polluting the seawater. They don't understand human relations. When the two sides compare, the winner is immediately judged. Haha, you have some conscience. The 9-headed Dragon Emperor snorted coldly. But don't think I don't know what you are doing. You are just a Shirong master in a state of mind. You don't kill them, but hunt them to gather bubbles, increase their combat power, and confront us. Who made you senior so powerful and stand on the top of Jojo? Ningzheng smiled. Tell me, what do you think? As soon as the 9-headed Dragon Emperor said this, Ningzheng knew he was scared. I have come to the door. With the pride of the Dragon Clan, he still asked me what I think. I want to drive me away as soon as possible. I am afraid that there is something shameful deep in the tomb. Ningzheng said, I came here this time to come to the Dragon Tomb again to ask for some historical information. Good. 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 What a Shirong! Are you really looking for death? To provoke a war between our human and dragon races, and let the pseudo-humans benefit? The leading 9-headed Dragon Emperor suddenly laughed in anger. I think you, Shirong, the god craftsman, are a traitor to the human race. Are you colluding with that pseudo-human, and are a spy for the pseudo-humans? Ningzheng shook her head slowly and said, Now that the pseudo-human disaster has broken out, our human race is here to explore the origin of the pseudo-humans, and has no intention of war. Ha ha ha, the 9-headed Dragon Emperor finally laughed, and that smile was cruel and nakedly murderous, just like when we entered the Dragon Tomb before and asked our ancestors about the origin of the human gods. What is Shao? At that time, our ancestors clearly wanted to tell us, but they were afraid that our ancestors were lying, so they insisted on burning them to confirm the truth? Now, we are afraid that even if we tell you the truth, you will also burn us to confirm the truth? He coiled his dragon and shrank slightly, like a giant snake ready to launch. Then let's fight, little bug. The immortal root is not the confidence for you, a junior who has not even broken through the transformation of me, to be complacent. I saw his body suddenly launch, and the 9-headed dragon roared fiercely, and the whole air seemed to explode, and hurricanes burst out in all directions. Boom! Ningzheng felt like being hit hard by a heavy continental plate. The whole person was hit hard and flew out, like a meteorite directly hitting the tomb, smashing a blank road in the vast Dragon Palace complex. And in the distance, a group of figures just arrived. It was the elder who had chased here, carrying the giant shell of the Bone Demon sect, and even the rebels from the major holy places all stared at this scene in amazement. The one who was beaten away was the owner of Shirong Manor. How could he, who was in the realm of a statue and a heart, fight with the peak existence of Jojo in the realm of transformation? So fierce? The battlefield shifted, and even the arcs of the human race arrived one after another. Seeing this scene in the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea, they were all dumbfounded. Everyone had speculated before. After digging up the ancestral tomb 100 years ago, the dragon race and Shirong had become mortal enemies. Shirong made a big move 5 days ago, and seemed to have ideas about the sea race. But I never expected that Shirong's lineage had such ideas. Before, digging up the ancestral tomb of the dragon race in the Book of Years was already shocking, but at least it was an isolated tomb deep in the human race's imperial city. Now, they are using the same trick again, coming to the East China Sea to dig up the ancestral tomb of the dragon race. This is the core tomb. It is the real super tomb of the dragon race in all dynasties, which is not comparable to that ancient tomb. What's going on? The giant shell elder was extremely surprised. I was wondering why they came back. It turned out to be Shirong. Attacking the Sea clan here? Digging up the ancestral graves. No wonder they were beaten. Are we going to help the dragon clan? A Sea clan elder, who looked like a coral, said solemnly. After all, our Sea clan is fighting internally, and they, the human race, are intervening, which is a violation of the rules and a slap in our face. A silver octopus laughed loudly. How can it be a violation of the rules? Shirong does not represent the human race. This is a personal grudge. Everyone knows that Shirong and the Dragon Clan are mortal enemies, and the Dragon Clan has been looking for their specific location for years, making various immortal tools to spy on them. The other Sea Clan holy places did not speak, and obviously acquiesced to this move. Anyway, the Dragon Clan suffered a loss, so they were eager to fight again to weaken the Dragon Clan's strength. And they never expected that the Dragon Clan's foundation was so strong, and there were actually 9 living dragon emperors. One of them was a 9-headed old dragon that had lived for millions of years. It seemed that one of them could almost suppress their ancestors in the transformation realm and beat them to death. It was worthy of being a dragon clan. Let alone the other 8 dragon emperors, the leading 9-headed dragon was comparable to 9 of the same level. With 9 times the power, who could stop it? It was probably a powerful branch of the dragon clan. At this time, in the Bone Demon sect, the blacksmiths were also surprised. No one thought that the day of the Bone Demon clan's enthronement would cause so many changes, and they came directly from the battlefield to the Dragon Palace in the middle of the fight. But how could the famous detective Yan Xuanying be so simple? He shouted loudly in a voice that everyone could hear, "Your Majesty! The Dragon Clan will perish if they do too much evil. Even Shirong, the first among the human race, has come to trouble them. And on the first day of our accession to the throne, we moved into the Dragon Palace and moved the capital directly. Once we defeat the Dragon Clan, the Dragon Palace will be our palace. This is the destiny." The Dragon Clan, who had just run back from a distance, heard this, and was furious again. They have already found that this Bone Monster clan has no other combat power, and only relies on a mouth to discuss people. The elder of the giant shell next to him felt that this Bone Monster was handy, and he liked to see the Dragon Clan furious. "How dare you? Do you really think you can overthrow our Dragon Clan?" A hot-tempered Dragon Clan couldn't help it at all, roared, and once again got together with the elder of the giant shell and others. Chapter 600. Ning Zheng was knocked out. He stood up slowly, feeling that the other party was a real monster. Only at this moment did he feel the power and terror of the dragon race, which was worthy of being the strongest race integrated from all the powerful creatures in JoJo. Compared with the dragon, the human race of the same realm was like a weak ant attacking a tiger. The reason why the human race could beat the dragon race was that the dragon race had fixed magical powers, and could make dragon-slaying magic tools to target and occupy the number advantage of fast reproduction and iteration, using quantity to defeat quality. "You retreat now, it's not too late." The 9-headed dragon emperor slowly spoke, looking at Ning Zheng, who was still motionless, frowning slightly. "We are living people, not the pure soul body of the ember. As long as we shrink our souls, your soul toxins will not work very well on us." The other party was a Dharma image, very disgusting, and could not be killed. Persuading him to retreat was the best choice. Wait for them to delay for some time, and then find an opportunity to settle accounts with him. After all, there are big secrets in the Dragon Tomb, and they are in a hurry to go back and guard it. The things in the ancestral temple involve too many causes and effects, and you cannot interfere. Another female dragon made a cold voice. Her body was as white as jade, and she exuded a holy smell. Judging from her temperament, she should be of the same clan as the white holy dragon that Ning Zheng met in the ancient tomb before. But she is obviously much stronger. After all, her era is later. Ning Zheng frowned slightly. "Tell me the truth about the origin of the pseudo-human. How about it?" In the distance, the black archer with bubbles covering the sky quickly returned, strengthened his Dharma image, and became more solid, with a huge and terrifying aura. Even in a hurry, Ning Zheng attacked 80% of the dragon tombs before they could react. How huge can a creature made up of 80% of the ashes be? "It's my turn." As he spoke, a huge torrent of bubbles burst out from Ning Zheng's body, and he turned into a huge giant composed of bubbles, covering the sky and the sun. The huge Dragon Palace complex seemed to have become a small fortress under his feet. The dragons were like earthworms under his feet. Countless arcs became small boats under his feet. Endless bubbles spread out from his body, and the density at this time had been reduced to the level of fog. This guy, the nine-headed dragon emperor, narrowed his eyes and looked solemn. He felt that the other party's breath was as vast as the sea, and the body composed of dragon ashes seemed to be the real dragon. And the enlarged gaseous body can greatly reduce physical attacks. The only thing that can hurt him is the 5-element spell and soul attack. It seems that we have to use our magical powers. A nine-headed dragon emperor sneered. Huh, does he think his magical power is so strong? Said another slender figure in the abyss, whose shape could not be seen in the shadow. The one who spoke was Shadow-Devouring Dragon, the former dragon emperor who had ruled the era for 300,000 years. In the habit of the dragon race generally not liking to manage the dynasty, he seemed to be extremely diligent in governing. This was not because he liked to work, but because he had a strong clone power and used Dharma images to do his work. His ability was called Endless Dragon Image. Generally, a cultivator only had one Dharma image, but as long as he was given enough time, his Dharma images would condense and produce an unlimited number. The upper limit of his Dharma image is determined by his ability to control. At this time, after years of accumulation, the number of his Dharma images has reached 8,700. One Dharma image has 1/3 of the combat power of the main body, and he has more than 8,000 Dharma images. What is this equivalent to? His terror is called the Lord of 10,000 Dragons, and the King of the Endless Dragon Image Legion by the Dragon Clan. In the entire Johto continent, he is a monster that can be ranked in history. The most important thing is that he is still alive. Instead of those defective dead people, he still has the possibility of endless growth. Humph, it's just a waste that can only grow by sneak attack. At this time, a golden dragon sneered, "You don't need your Yin attribute ability, my Yang attribute, pure physical force, can also kill him." The speaker is Boang Shunlong. He has a strange braid, full of beard, and his temperament seems extremely rough. It is said that this person is a hybrid of the dragon race. He was born with the power to lift the entire dragon palace. At a naughty age, when he was only a teenager, he once carried the entire dragon palace on his back for fitness, which made the dragon palace at a certain period of time known as the palace on the back of the dragon. What is Ning Jiao Jiao doing at the same age? He is still playing in the mud in the yard. Everyone looked at the strongest nine-headed dragon emperor, who is known as the strongest overlord in the history of the dragon race, one of the strongest monsters in the history of the dragon race, and the nine-headed dragon emperor known as the Invincible Dragon. The dragon race rarely fights among themselves, but the Invincible Dragon killed 8 holy dragons. Yes, there were not only 9 living dragon saints, but 17. He hunted 8 of them alive, and became one of his heads. He absorbed their power into his body, and gathered the power of other great beings. He is an incredible miracle of the dragon race. He is considered by the entire dragon race as the only hope for the entire dragon race era to return to the peak. Many beings believe that now that the age of immortal roots has exploded, if every dragon head becomes an immortal root, then he will have 9 immortal roots. He will become the most incredible miracle in the history of immortals. You know, the combat power of heavenly roots is also very different. Some heavenly roots can crush the immortal roots of this era before they are promoted. A dragon emperor next to him looked at this 9-headed dragon emperor with admiration and respect. Shirong. His heavenly roots are strong and outstanding among heavenly roots, but that's all. The dragon clan was not afraid of those ordinary sea clan holy places from the beginning. Their heavenly roots are fixed magical powers, and have no potential at all. Only the dragon clan has unlimited possibilities. Individually speaking, they are perfect and are the kings of Johto. Clear his Dharma image. The 9-headed dragon emperor looked at the shadow-devouring dragon next to him. You are all Yin attributes, and even the type is similar. You alone are enough to beat him, right? Hee. Please rest assured, my thousands of Dharma images are enough to clean him up. Shadow-devouring dragon was already extremely angry, but the 9-headed dragon emperor wanted to talk nicely and persuade him to retreat, which was extremely cautious. The 9 of them are the peak dragon emperors in history. It is obvious that any one of them can match or even surpass the power of the other party. Boom! He suddenly stretched out his hand, and the Dharma images came out one by one and turned into a huge army. Boy, are you ready to die? How can your soldiers compare to my Dharma images? It was as if countless vast dragons had descended, and Shadow-Devouring Dragon turned into the master of millions of dragons. In the distance, the 9-headed dragon emperor turned into a human form, folded his hands coldly, and watched the scene. But the next second, his calm expression finally broke through, because he felt something behind him attacking the depths of his ancestral temple, fiercely blasting his seal. A huge breath suddenly hit him. How did this guy wake up? Who let that monster out? Only fake people are his nemesis, but now the new generation of fake people has not grown up yet. The 9 ancient dragon emperors, who were originally extremely proud, could not help but tremble slightly, and the fear from the depths of their souls completely enveloped their bodies. What's going on? Chapter 601. Time goes back to 5 minutes ago. Xi and Shichen hid in the dark, watching the 9 dragon emperors slowly leaving. After confirming that they had completely left, he sneaked in and entered the sealed area. Soon, after passing through the long corridor, he saw the murals deep in the ancestral temple, which wrote the story of the legend of dragon ancestor. This story is completely different from the legend of human ancestor. It is very simple, even crude. There are only a few seemingly true murals describing the historical scenes of the legend of human ancestor in ancient times. The first picture. It is a mysterious figure on the top of the mountain, accepting the sacrifices of tribal creatures, kneeling creatures, including plants, marine creatures, animals, and other ancient monsters, worshipping instinctively. They offer various animal limbs and food, and seem to pray to that figure. Sacrifice? Xi and Shichen's first reaction when he saw this was, "This is just as I expected." In ancient times, there must have been a period of time when sacrifice ceremonies were popular. However, since it is worship, sacrifice must be for something? What are those ancient creatures looking forward to? He narrowed his eyes, and carefully considered the information above. Soon he discovered a hidden point. These beasts were all very old, and in their twilight years. What do they hope to get? Longevity or something like that? Longevity and immortality are what the strong men of every dynasty of every era pursue. Even the emperor cannot escape this. Otherwise, they would not have carefully built their own tombs after death, looking forward to their resurrection and living a second life. Xi and Shichen's eyes fell on the second picture. The god being worshipped seemed to be weaving something, and studying something in front of the old corpse. Behind him, corpses piled up like a mountain. After countless studies, a devout believer's corpse was resurrected, and a spirit appeared on it. The believer's spirit absorbed flesh and blood, was completely reborn, and returned to its youngest appearance. Seeing the lost corpse resurrected, countless creatures cheered, and more devout believers appeared. Weaving, researching, and a ghost appeared on the corpse? Xi and Shichen's expression changed slightly. That mysterious figure is creating the world's first ghost? The third picture. Those resurrected creatures were fine at first, but gradually as the days passed, their bodies began to twist and deform, and they began to eat their companions, went crazy, and went in an uncontrollable direction. They spliced the limbs of various creatures onto themselves. The common people were caught off guard by the resurrected creatures, and suffered heavy casualties. In the picture, they devoured various limbs, and turned into creatures with 2 frog legs growing out of their eyeballs, and there were giant monsters with palms wrapped around their heads dancing wildly. There was also a big toad, with heads, chicken heads, duck heads, snake heads. On its back. The resurrected creatures on the body collapsed. The immortality they longed for seemed to have suffered a huge disaster. This mural is from the ancient times, the sacrificial period, and it is indeed the primitive period, the birth and origin of the ghost. Xi and Shichen smiled, and his face flashed with joy and happiness because of the knowledge and information. The ghost is indeed not a natural thing. In the ancient times, they lost their relatives and friends and wanted to revive the corpses, so they studied the corpses. So, the first batch of resurrected relatives and friends appeared. Like the pseudohuman, the ghost is also a kind of biological disaster. However, the pseudohuman lurks in the innate spiritual roots, and the later generations of humans gradually get used to it, and have no idea that they will be possessed in an instant when they open the 3 flowers. And the embers are hidden in the dead, and can be resurrected. However, this disaster has no self-awareness, and will not possess the body. It is a passive outbreak of the ember virus. This virus has continued to this day, making people accustomed to it. The ember virus exists in every living thing, and people have already felt that it is normal for a certain probability of ghosts to appear when a living thing dies. These ghosts should be the first generation of ghosts. Today's ghosts have structural stability and circular logic. Human-shaped ghosts are human-shaped, dragon-shaped ghosts are dragon-shaped, and the first generation of ancestor ghosts in the mural in front of us are more brutal and violent, and have structural instability. Their ghost bodies will collapse and twist, and they can hunt at will and integrate into other creatures, and eventually become unrecognizable. The entire era has entered an incredible evolution and leap mode. Every day, a large number of deformed ghosts are stitched and born. With just one mural, Xi and Shichen, a knowledgeable all-rounder, and the first true detective in Gyozhou, understood what happened. That era of sacrifice was the most terrifying in history. Countless primitive creatures were devoured, stitched, and became part of the limbs. And these monsters look a lot like the giant prehistoric mountain creatures behind the nursery. Miss Dao analyzed. Those giant prehistoric embers behind the nursery should be the first generation of embers at this stage. They are twisted, deformed, huge, and exude an extremely ominous aura. It's disgusting. This can be regarded as a historical mystery solved. Some of the ghost things on the back of the nursery are most likely the mixed ghosts that appeared in the sacrifice era. The ghosts of that era were very unstable. The harm caused was countless times more terrifying than the pseudo-human disaster. After all, the pseudo-human is a rational race, with survival as its goal. Taking over the bodies of humans, or other behaviors, are all logical. The pseudo-human disaster is simply not comparable to this chaotic and crazy embers disaster. So, how did they solve this world-destroying disaster at that time? They continue to look at the next mural. In the mural, the sky is dark, and the end of the world is coming. On the earth, countless monsters appear, twisting and roaring. But those mixed ghosts, under the huge base, some of them actually entered semi-awakening. They began to know that they are dead, and knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. These mixed ghosts regained their sanity. They began to try to end the chaos. Moreover, they started the mode of big fish eating small fish, and began to use their own characteristics to splice the limbs of various creatures to complete their glorious extraordinary evolution. They even saw the original forms of some of the dominant beasts in ancient times. Because of the splicing and stitching, some extraordinary top creatures began to be born. Fifth picture. They saw the birth of dragons. The dragons awakened in chaos and became the first generation of ghost kings in the world. They became the most perfect creatures in that wild era by splicing the organs of various species. The first ancestor dragon was born. In the picture, the ancestor dragon was roaring, and below it were countless mixed and twisted ghosts, exuding a dark and ominous atmosphere. Does the mural end here? Xian Shichen frowned, and there was nothing behind him. From the perspective of the legend of Dragon Ancestor, the plot is complete, telling the story of the birth of the first dragon ancestor. But how did the chaotic era end? How did those violent and crazy super first-generation embers become relatively mild embers in later generations? What about pseudo-humans? How were pseudo-humans born? Seeing this, Xian Shichen felt more confused in his head. The disaster of pseudo-humans and the disaster of embers are probably two major disasters, and they are vaguely related to each other. That is to say, what super embers from ancient times are sealed in this seal under his feet? The previous human god was the king of pseudo-humans, controlling the pseudo-humans in the world. This unknown creature in front of me. Is it the king of embers, controlling the embers of the world? Xian Shichen said. Perhaps it is the first generation of ancestor dragons. Or it may be the immortals they offer sacrifices to, the mysterious creatures that created the strange? Dao Yu sneered. No wonder they guarded it so tightly. If this thing is released, the embers of the world will probably return to their ancestors, their forms will collapse, and they will start to absorb organs everywhere. This disaster is 100 times more terrifying than the disaster of pseudo-humans. They may not be kind. Xian Shichen sneered. The dragon race is a super race born from the collection of emeralds. They originated from the emeralds. They locked this thing up and treated it as a treasure. Maybe they want to study the other party, and want to obtain the other party's supreme power. There are only two possibilities for what is sealed inside now. The first possibility is the immortals in the sacrifice in the mural. The second possibility is the first generation of ancestor dragons, which is on par with the first generation of human gods. No matter which one it is a very tricky thing. Xian Shichen thought. At this moment, suddenly, the entire seal trembled violently, a weak voice came, and an ominous cold current suddenly emerged. Are you looking for me? The voice paused for a moment, and gradually regained vitality, as if some truly terrifying ancient and wild creature had returned to this era. Welcome, return to my evolutionary world. Chapter 602. The Era of Evolution? Xian Shichen chuckled, listening to the creepy words under the seal. Ancient creator, you want to make the era like the era of the murals? It sounds scary. That is. Before the existence under the seal could finish the next sentence, Xian Shichen suddenly tore a corner of the seal. Boom! Under the seal, a huge and ancient breath rushed out. The flame between Xian Shichen's eyebrows burned fiercely, and his golden eyes were majestic and cold, as if he was a ruthless god who mastered fire and knowledge, and quickly burned the information that the other party had scattered in the air. Just a trace of breath leaked. He got a lot of information. There is no circulation. And the creature underground is actually an ordinary creature? Has he never practiced since he was born? He is not even at the level of the five-body realm. Immortal? Contains incredible power in his body. This power has never been seen before, similar to the roots of immortal spirits. No traces of splicing. Isn't it a dragon? It doesn't even look like a creature? Is this shape a human? There were no humans in that period, right? No, it's interesting, too interesting. You contain something incredible. His eyes flashed with curiosity, and a large amount of information was constantly analyzed into his mind. He scanned the circle coldly. What my clan likes to burn the most is you ancient guys. Ancient tombs and forbidden areas always make people look forward to and excited to obtain strange and interesting knowledge, customs, and folk customs. Compared to burning those guys, I can foresee that burning you, the origin of the most ancient times, is much more interesting than burning my ancestors of the Exine dynasty. Boom! While speaking, the flames burned up, as if burning the entire dragon cave, and quickly burned the entire huge seal array. Crack! A crack suddenly appeared, and then, as if in a chain reaction, the entire defense array was broken, like cracking porcelain. Then, an ancient and long-lasting breath suddenly burst out from the gap in the array diagram. Just release it, okay? Miss Dalyu sharply complained. Your Majesty now is like the stupid supporting role in the storybook. He seems to be extremely arrogant, but in fact, he serves to promote the plot, breaking the seal, and then causing the catastrophe in order to allow a certain protagonist to turn the tide. Exine Shichen was a little speechless. The present world is not a storybook, and the older things are not stronger. If you get stronger as you get older, wouldn't you be ignoring the development of human history over tens of millions of years, and the struggles of countless people? Even the guy in the ancient tomb of history of the years is crazy about learning the knowledge of this era. How could the super ancient earthbound spirit in front of him, who is only 10 million years old, hurt him? Miss Dalyu looks cold, but in fact, she has been fascinated by various story books in recent years. She even got the autographed famous detective Yin Shuanging, which is very popular recently, and has become a half fan of this Sea clan's magic. Her personality has basically been formed now. She looks cold and elegant, but in fact, she is sharp-tongued and has amazing ability to taunt. I really don't know what she was like before she lost her memory. Exine Shichen said lightly. Jiao Sui likes to mess up the backhand the most. According to his will before his death, after supporting me to ascend the throne, he asked me to help him promote the disaster of the false man. Although the process deviates a bit from the plot, it is basically the same. After the pseudo-humans broke out, we were asked to sneak attack the Dragon Clan, and there was no special instruction when we came here. No special requirements, obviously according to my style of doing things, there will be no problem. So of course, I will do whatever I want. You can't understand the temptation of this thing to those of us who have the strongest thirst for knowledge. Exine Shichen said lightly. Jiao Sui couldn't go out when he was alive, and he spent most of his life squatting in the palace. I suspect that he was so bored that he used a notebook to write various plans every day, the route of civilization, how to defeat the pseudo-humans, and clean up history. He used his little notebook to plan for hundreds of thousands of years. I think he is such a boring guy. He paused. He even used me, the emperor of the Exine dynasty, my dynasty, to plan his resurrection. With a crash. Just as the two people were talking, the seal was completely broken, and they saw an empty cube cage below, in which a dull and demented statue squatted. Who am I? This is a two-dimensional linear sketch creature squatting down with legs hugged and head down, like the sloppy line drawing of a failed art student's sketch. The black figure composed of sparse lines is like a flat creature in the two-dimensional world entering the three-dimensional world, giving people a weird feeling that it doesn't look like a creature from this world. It squatted on the ground, raised its head woodenly, as if its brain has not yet fully awakened, and looked around blankly. Welcome to the present world. What appeared in front of Xian was a tall and handsome man. He was gentle and elegant, with a brilliant flame flying in the wind between his eyebrows, as if it was the civilization fire of all human knowledge. At this time, Exine Shichen was squatting down, smiling at this primitive ancient tribal life. You are the one who is worshipped, the immortal worshipped by countless tribes, the guy who created the immortality virus? So, can a guy worshipped by feudal superstition still move? Come up, and next, I, the contemporary emperor of Jiuzhou, who leads the knowledge of the times, will play with you. Xian tilted his head, still not reacting, but his body was reorganizing and his mind was returning rapidly. A pile of embers? Dalyu raised her eyebrows coldly, her hands folded in front of her chest, as if everything had nothing to do with her. Seeing this creature made of line drawings, some people would believe it was a child's doodle with a pencil. This ember looks very special. If the twisted and mixed giant embers in the murals of Dragon Ancestor are first-generation embers, this ember, even if it is Ancestor embers, has only an outline, which is so sloppy that it is amazing. But it's too weak. Xian Shichen looked coldly at the ember that was still looking back at the past. His dementia doesn't look as powerful and mysterious as described in the murals. And he doesn't seem to be as powerful and mysterious as described in the murals. And he opened up an era of sacrifice. But he is behind countless times, and he has not even practiced cultivation. He is not even a mortal in the five-body realm. He is born with this peak power close to the transformation realm, which is terrifying. He looked at it curiously with the look of a research test subject. Miss Daowe, for a group of embers that have not awakened, the pitiful earthbound spirit, if we attack together, it will be too much of a face for him. I will take charge of it. Dao Yu showed a trace of helplessness, knowing that His Majesty wanted to study the other party's ability and structure. As the Emperor, who led the torch of civilization, he wanted to explore the other party's details, and even burn this ancient ember. She took 2 steps back, obviously acquiescing to Xian Shichen's willfulness, and coldly blocked the door. Your Majesty, the sun and moon of my original body are still circulating on the nursery. I am just a Dharma image, and can't help you too much. I will support the protective shield for you for 5 minutes. I will only support the protective shield for 5 minutes. If the 5 minutes are not completed, the barrier will be broken, and the dragons outside will know that this thing has crawled out. Don't worry. Xian Shichen said lightly. I can burn him 100%, and even become him to gain his ability. His torch has already turned the world upside down. Today, he can not only gain some knowledge, but also some abilities by burning the enemy. This is the result of his hard retreat for 100 years. He is no longer the same as he was yesterday. Even Jiosue had the courage to fight him. He raised his hand. A ball of civilized golden flame swirled in his hand, and endless human characters danced in the flames, as if a ball of data was burning. The Lord of Creation, the 4 divine beasts, and even the species in the world are all the origins guided by you, Xian, Xian, Xian. These are all the names praised by the world in your history. For you and me, I am looking forward to it. Boom! It turns out that I have come to the future. Before the words fell, the flames hit the graffiti figure, who was still a little unresponsive. Chapter 603. On the other side. On the battlefield of Dragon Tomb. The battle changes rapidly. For top cultivators, they can fight hundreds of times in 1 second. In just a few minutes, the fighting between the various forces has almost reached a fever pitch. In the distance, the giant shell elders of the Sea clan and others are still fighting bravely, occasionally looking cautiously at the cold-eyed 9-headed dragon emperor in the distance, and feel fortunate that he came here in the form of Dharma, not in the real body. And the ascended Bone King is watching this group of royal guards fighting hard, and Yin Shuangying next to him occasionally makes shocking remarks and mocks the Dragon Clan. What area of Dragon Palace can be planned as a canteen, and that area can be planned as a judicial area, as if he is confident that he will succeed in the rebellion and move into Dragon Palace on the first day of his enthronement. And in the distance, in the core battlefield that attracts the most attention. Master Shirong? You are just a non-combat power in the One-Heart realm. How dare you challenge my dragon race? Even though the human race is known as the largest race in Jiuzhou, it is only slightly stronger than our dragon race. You should think twice before fighting with us. The eyes of shadow-devouring Dragon Emperor were dark red, with a weird look, looking at the vast and huge fog bubble figure of Ning Zheng in front of him. I am one of the Dragon Emperors of the Dragon race. In horizontal comparison, I am comparable to the emperors of your dynasties. You should be proud enough to be defeated by me. He turned into a human form, with his hands behind his back, and thousands of Dharma images appeared behind him. Each one has 1/3 of the strength of the transformation realm. Even though he is a cultivator in the transformation realm, because his magical powers do not bless himself, the basic values of all aspects of his body are very low. But the thousands of Dharma images with 1/3 of his strength are enough to make up for too many deficiencies. What's more, the bubble figure in front of him, which is so tall and deep, is simply the strongest target for his Dharma image army to attack. Boom, 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 he waved his hand, and the Dharma images cast various spells, forming dense firepower, which fiercely bombarded Ning Zheng. Too exaggerated, is this the Dragon Clan's spiritual root? In the battle in the distance, the giant shell elder was always paying attention to this battle, and was shocked in his heart. Master Shirong, a successful and perfect sneak attack, condensed 80% of the embers of the Dragon Clan's tomb. The combat power is already terrible to the extreme, but his 80% energy giant is not as good as the shadow-devouring Dragon Emperor in front of him. Next to him, another coral-shaped elder said, "What energy can the bottom fish of the dragon cave have?" 90% of the energy of the tomb is concentrated on several ancient dragons in the transformation of my realm, and the 9 living dragon emperors. In other words, cut the ember bubbles, grow infinitely, look strong, but actually not that strong. No matter how many weak ancestral tombs you attack, the energy gathered cannot beat the body energy stored by several core ancestors. The extraordinary world is a serious pyramid structure. One Hua realm is equivalent to hundreds or thousands of middle-level tombs. The ability of Shirong Manor Master is to bully the weak with the big, but now, even if it rolls, it can't beat a Dragon Emperor. Shirong Manor Master is already very powerful. He has long surpassed the general Hua realm. Who knows that he will meet another Dragon Emperor with the same supernatural power? The Dragon Clan has not taken action for a long time. The new ancestral dragon branches in the past 2 million years. They don't know the Dragon Clan's abilities and specific magical powers of these veins. Although the Dragon Clan's magical powers are fixed, they are easy to target after research. But the Chu Jian Sha in front of him is too terrifying. If there is no targeted restraint method prepared in advance, who in the 9 provinces can beat his thousands of Dharma images? The heart of an elder of the Sea Clan Holy Land fell to the bottom of the valley. At this moment, they realized the terrifying foundation of the Dragon Clan, and Dragon Tomb is worthy of being the second largest tomb in the 9 provinces comparable to Human Emperor Tomb. Too exaggerated. A dragon from these 9 Dragon Emperors is enough to sweep away most of the anti-Dragon Clan coalition forces. This made him feel despair and endless jealousy. Just this Dragon Clan magical power, this line of Dragon Clan endless Dharma images, if placed in their holy land, is enough to sweep the world. But think about it. As one of the 4 sacred beasts, the Dragon Clan has the highest fertility rate, but it is also much lower than that of ordinary Sea Clan monsters like them. This endless Dharma lineage, no matter how strong it is, only has dozens of dragons, which is nothing. Looking at the distance, those dragons that look like bloodlines seem to have only 7 or 8 Dharma lines. If there are more, they can't be controlled. They can't compare with the control level of this Dragon Emperor. It seems that the difficulty of their practice is also high. Talent? This thing they don't have enough. Just dozens of dragons. Why do you think you can give birth to a talented dragon genius? Just like you randomly catch dozens of people on the street, can you catch a scholar embryo who can bloom 3 flowers? Thinking of this, the giant shell elder felt refreshed. Their Dragon Clan is miserable, they have supernatural powers, but they are born to a group of trash. It's useless. If it grows on me, if I have talent, plus their powerful bloodline, it would be great. Regardless of the different expressions they had, when they looked at this Dragon Emperor with endless troops. Ningzheng frowned. I was just here to test him. The Dharma image is not afraid of death. I can only say that he is worthy of being the Dragon Emperor. It is a bit exaggerated to be comparable to the level of human saints. It is even beyond my expectation. This guy is the same type as the Shadow Crocodile. He is a soldier-bursting type, but he saves his troops, while I burst my troops temporarily. But I can also save my troops, plant 3 flowers, and cultivate an army of embers. Unfortunately, I don't have time. Ningzheng is confident that if he is given a long time to cultivate this dragon, he can also cultivate a bunch of embers with his own 3 flowers, like cultivating the Dharma image. At present, there are only 2 poor guys in his army of planting 3 flowers, Princess Xine and Wishing Whale. The army is still in its infancy. It can only be said that Ningzheng's training time is too short, and his foundation is far inferior. The overwhelming army is attacking, and the target is too big. I have to put away my bubble state that resists physical attacks. Ningzheng's figure flashed, and he quickly turned back to a normal Dharma image. Because there were too many dragon bubbles, the shadow bubbles were compressed and compressed again. After countless bubbles were compressed, they finally gathered into a pure black shadow. At this time, he was as black as ink, and the whole person looked like an obsidian statue, entering another qualitative change form, swallowing all the light around him. Pure shadow form. Without face and facial features, it is just a 3-dimensional shadow. This is Ningzheng's precise control ability that has been awakened, just like breaking through a state of mind, and his control has greatly improved. 100 years ago, he was too rough to control the huge ember clone, and he couldn't even compress his body. Now that he is compressed, his body has undergone different changes. Hula! Ningzheng flashed and entered the opponent's shadow. Hide in the shadow? The shadow-devouring Dragon Emperor showed a trace of dullness. Puff! The shadow behind him began to attack him continuously. The shadow-devouring Dragon Emperor also quickly fought back, and suddenly began to attack his own shadow, but unfortunately his own shadow seemed like a phantom, and had no effect on it. Is this guy really playing with shadows? The shadow-devouring dragon emperor showed a trace of anger. You know, he only looked down on the opponent, but in fact he treated him very carefully. Shirong's reputation was already loud, and with this master of the one-heart realm, the basic values of all aspects have now surpassed an ordinary Hua realm. Even at this time, the combat power is comparable to the average level of a saint in all dynasties. Being beaten by a higher level is not a glorious thing. What made him laugh the most was that the other party had inexplicably become his shadow, and his name was Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor. If he couldn't eat his own shadow, wouldn't he be laughed at by the world? He should have changed his name to Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor. What's the principle? Shadow is originally a part of energy, but there is no reaction to the attack. Shadow is like a black hole swallowing energy. He showed a bit of weirdness. No, it will never ignore the attack. It should be swallowing the Yin attribute ability. I am Yin attribute, absorbed by his kind, Shadow, afraid of fire, afraid of gold, using fire, gold attribute attack should work. There are all kinds of magical powers in the world. In battle, exploring the opponent's various powerful magical powers, and avoiding being killed by the first sight, have always been a compulsory course for the strong. At this moment, he instantly realized Ning Jing's ability, took out a fire attribute of the top-grade immortal weapon from the storage ring, and stabbed his shadow fiercely. Swoosh! His shadow shook fiercely, twisting his waist to avoid the attack. It is so! Shadow-Devouring Dragon sneered. You kid, I admit you, a little guy with a state of mind, can fight me to this extent. In the distance. Are you sure it exploded? The white holy dragon made a gentle female voice, and said solemnly, I used my spiritual sense to explore here, and nothing happened. She is a rare auxiliary healing system, and has a very high exploration ability. Under her spiritual sense exploration, nothing happened in the sealed place, everything was normal. And that seal is not something that can be torn casually, even if she has to spend a lot of effort to get it done. The several holy dragons next to him didn't notice anything. I felt a trace of breath. Even if it was only a trace, I was basically sure. The nine-headed dragon emperor sneered. That guy actually sneaked in, relying on his immortal spiritual roots, the current #1 person in Jojo, and doesn't take us, the old heavenly spiritual roots, dragons, seriously. He had to admit it. The immortal path was opened, and the 9 dragon emperors were a little behind the times. When they evolved into immortal spiritual roots, they would also undergo a major qualitative change like Xi and Shichen. If that thing comes out, it will be really troublesome. The 9-headed dragon emperor looked solemn. That guy is not a blindly arrogant person, he should be very sure, his confidence should come from the immortal path, and he was ready to burn that offering. But he didn't know how terrible that thing was. When the 9-headed dragon emperor rushed back, he saw that the seal formation had been broken. The offering had disappeared. Who am I? Xi and Shichen squatted down and hugged his legs, lowering his head, as if he had just been born from the seal and just adapted to the environment of the whole world. I am Xian? No, I am Xian. The 9-headed dragon emperor fell into silence. Are you scared? Xi and Shichen stood up and said lightly, that thing has been burned by me. It is on my forehead. See, it is already a ball of fire. The 9-headed dragon emperor looked at Xi and Shichen's forehead meaningfully, the flame swayed, and countless words vaguely formed the figure of Xian. Now the ability of this Jojo emperor has really changed greatly. Can he gain part of the other party's ability by burning the other party? In other words, he is now another incomplete Xian. The human race is really cunning, making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. He really succeeded. Burn it, and you get what you want. The 9-headed dragon emperor's eyes turned slightly cold. I don't want to pursue this with you, but our current problem is how to seal Xian back, otherwise the whole world will be in trouble. This guy, if you don't burn him, he will disappear. After he said that, a scribbled figure reappeared on the ground. Obviously, he was resurrected as an ember, and the speed of resurrection as an earthbound spirit was not in line with common sense. His strength at this moment was also not in line with common sense. Is it the type of phoenix? Ember reborn quickly? Xi and Shichen's face changed slightly. Looking at the guy's rebirth speed, he felt it was unreasonable. How can this guy be reborn so quickly? What type of phoenix? It should be one of the ancient ancestors of the phoenix. The 9-headed dragon emperor snorted coldly. No, the energy is not infinite. Where does he get the energy to revive? Xi and Shichen suddenly realized something, and found that at some point, the dense earth vein embers under his feet had become like the roots of a big tree, growing with Xian as the center. Xian is a tree, the ember roots in all directions. The infinite Kyushu earth veins are rapidly changing their routes, rushing directly to provide him with huge resurrection energy. Sizzle. The earth veins are surging, like thin snakes, and the roots covering the sky and the earth are guarding their supreme king. The whole world seems to be cheering for the return of the source of all things. This ancient mysterious existence that caused the changes in the world, Xian finally spoke at this moment. Countless line drawings squirmed into a living figure, and said the first sentence. He came to the future in a complete and fluent way. I have weakened my ability to the minimum. Future guys, you need to kill me again. Chapter 604. Behind the nursery. Countless ghost kings gathered together, and terrifying and pure ghost energy spread over them. All the ghost kings felt the call of their bloodline at this moment, which was the arrival of their ghost king ancestors. A powerful figure lowered his head, looked at the endless sea water, fell into silence, and exhaled a long breath. Really, is the real king of this world coming back again? Even if the supreme king of the origin of the world tried his best to cooperate with suicide and remove all his defenses, it would still be difficult for us to kill him. In a secret town somewhere in the East China Sea, the young pseudo-human three-flower man sat cross-legged, with 5 flowers on his head circulating, gathering into 5 elements, over and over again, and a steady stream of pure 5-element soul power continued to flow into his head, releasing evenly and slowly, swallowing and spitting. What's the matter with this call of bloodline? He stood up, as a new generation of pseudo-human king, showing a hint of confusion. It's as if some terrifying thing is forcing us to return to the body that belongs to him. As the king of this generation of pseudo-humans, the purity of his blood allowed him to vaguely see some fragments of ancient images. He saw the birth of pseudo-humans. Kill me, kill me. Due to the dark earth, blood covered the entire continent, and the blood formed a thick black ocean. A terrifying existence roared to the sky, kill me, kill me. The giant collapsed. Countless beings jumped up. In the endless bloody battle, they took off each other's brains, and the snow-white brains were squirming and stretching like tentacles. His pupils suddenly dilated, and he stood up suddenly. Is that the birth of a pseudo-human? It turns out that we are a race that was split from that guy's brain. The history book of the years. Between the red? A seemingly plausible voice sounded in the tomb, the voice of a human god. Stop interrogating me. It's useless. I don't have the ability to awaken the pseudo-human emperors of all generations. I don't know which generation of them began to seal their pseudo-human memories. However, since a certain generation of pseudo-human kings has been sealed, there must be a way to awaken them. You just wait for the pseudo-human tombs in the entire history of the years to riot. His emperors of all generations are not that simple. I am just the first emperor among them. The human god looked at the Josue saint in front of him. But, are you really crazy? How could you awaken that thing? Josue smiled. As I guessed, in ancient times, people killed Xian, the first emperor of the legendary myth. His soul body, Xian's embers, were sealed somewhere, but they still split into ember viruses, and became the ember disaster of later generations. His ember turbidity and brain flower turned into pseudo-humans, crawled out of his brain, and became the pseudo-human disaster of later generations. Josue looked calm. He didn't know history at all. But all of this is the truth he deduced through the existing system, and let the current Xian Shichen verify it. After all, the cultivation system is constantly evolving, and many clues can be deduced. After death, the creature will split into soul body and soul turbidity. Soul body is the body of the soul, called embers, without self, only logical behavior, and the head is empty. Soul turbidity is the brain of the soul. These turbid remnants are scattered between heaven and earth, gradually disappearing, preventing scholars from opening the 3 flowers, and are also the materials for making the summoning tablets. What happened after Xian died? His soul body was sealed in a certain place, and became the source of the disaster of embers. His soul turbidity turned into brain flowers, pseudo-human 3 flowers, and spiritual roots, and a new race was born. After all, pseudo-humans, no matter how you think about it, are like the brain flowers of a certain creature, his soul consciousness, and turbidity. First of all, pseudo-humans are parasitic and rooted in the brain. But if the brain flowers of a creature like to take over the brain, it is reasonable, isn't it? Pseudo-humans have the attribute of changing spiritual roots. And the brain of Xian, he has all kinds of extraordinary attribute origins. Isn't it reasonable? One whale falls, and all things come into being. The 2 major disasters in ancient times were essentially the fall of a powerful existence. The soul body turned into the disaster of embers. The turbidity of the soul turned into the disaster of pseudo-humans. The human god was silent for a while. You have confirmed success. He is instinctively summoning his brain. We pseudo-humans don't want to go back. Jiosui said lightly. How did you win back then? The human god said, he wanted to die and wanted to end his own process. I don't want to say it. Anyway, if we kill him, the pseudo-human race as his brain consciousness will be born, and his ashes will be taken away and sealed by the dragon clan. After all, we are his ashes consciousness. Once the brains are close to his ashes body, they will be sucked in by him as brains. We don't want that. Letting the dragon clan take it away is the best choice. Jiosui suddenly realized that many incomprehensible things were completely explained, and showed a hint of understanding. Suicide. No wonder you can kill him. Boom boom boom. The 9 states and 4 seas. The huge earth veins mutated, like the pulse waves of the brain nerves, rolling like a wave. The countless earth veins are like the nerves of the brain, calling for the tumors that are rooted in the brain neurons. The embers. In the 9 states and 4 seas, in each country, continent, town, and sect, even the powerful ancient embers could not help it. What happened? I feel the earth veins are pulsating? This kind of impact wave frequency, as long as the Taoist who has dissected the brain should know, is like the wave frequency of the brain? Interesting, very interesting. How can the earth veins be like the brain? I feel that you are on the earth veins. No, it is a parasitic tumor on the brain neurons. Are you calling me an ember? You are an ember. In the dragon tomb. A big change that can affect the whole world will happen here. The ground veins are constructed with the 3 flowers of the pseudo-human. That is to say, the ground veins under his feet are his brain? Xian Shichen showed a trace of disbelief and looked at Xian in the distance. No wonder he can control so many ground veins instinctively. No, so many brain neurons. It's because his skull is empty, and he is instinctively absorbing the brain under his feet. The ground veins. The nemesis who can kill him is the pseudo-human. The 9-headed dragon emperor pressed his temple. The principle is also very simple, because the pseudo-human is his brain. The pseudo-human enters his empty brain of the ember, and can act as a brain to temporarily control his crazy body. But now, we don't have a living pseudo-human strong enough to enter his body of the ember. Xian Shichen found it interesting. The ground veins are changing, but I have tried my best to isolate the ground veins and the information from the outside world. The 9-headed dragon emperor said lightly, we have to kill him again. Please hurry up. Xian looked gentle, raised his head, and looked at everyone chatting, studying how to kill him, and was not angry. He committed suicide before he died, so that everyone would besiege him. After his death, he maintained his logic before he died, and was also waiting for everyone to besiege and kill him. The books of this era are very interesting. Ignoring the discussion of those guys in the distance, Xian sat on the chair, elegant and dignified, holding a book, like an elegant scholar drinking afternoon tea. I didn't expect that I led the tribe to rise in the past, studied various things for immortality, and resurrected the immortal corpse. The future has become like this, the chaos of Changsheng, the disaster for eternity. Miss Dao Yu handed over a book. Famous detective Yin Shuangying coldly, the first great emperor in ancient times, the supreme king who led the tribe of all living things to rise. I suggest reading this. It has been very popular recently, very interesting. Thank you, very polite descendants. But I don't deserve the praise of descendants. I have caused a lot of disasters. Xian was also very polite, took the book. Famous detective Yin Shuangying and started reading. By the way, I must remind you that I can't control myself. You must kill me as soon as possible, because I feel I am getting stronger like crazy. My body is instinctively recycling my brain neurons. The ground veins, that is, the 3 flowers of the pseudo-humans. You are so cruel. You made the pseudo-humans into this thing, everywhere. In addition to the ground veins, I am also absorbing the tumors rooted in my brain, the guys you call embers. So what have you turned me into in the future? Xian pressed his temple, seemed distressed, and said coldly, I told you back then that you should respect the remains of life. You played with my body like this, and scattered my brain and body all over the world. You don't respect me at all, and you made it so deformed. Miss Dao nodded, deeply agreeing. It's indeed a bit perverted. For example, I am Einstein. Well, no, I am Shinja Hashirama. I have made great achievements in the era and created the future. After I died, someone cut open my brain and body, studied various slices, and even scattered them all over the earth. And there are a lot of body tissue clones and clones. Wouldn't you be so angry that you would open the coffin and get up? They are like this, killing ancestors all day long, and have no respect for the ancestors at all. Miss Dao, you couldn't help but say, too wicked, great first emperor of all races, I want to ask, what will happen if your brain and the tumor on your brain are taken back? Xian smiled and said, didn't you see those murals? If too many foreign objects come in, I will immediately become similar aggregated stitched embers. I will soon go crazy and become an unprecedented super stitched giant monster embers. At that time, the guys of your era may have a little trouble. Super monster? Miss Dao Yu thought about the picture, sucking up the earth veins all over the ground as the brain, sucking up the embers on the earth as the brain tumor. It seems that this little trouble is a billion troubles. Chapter 605. Because of the popularity of the earth veins, the entire Jiuzhou fell into chaos at this moment. What happened? Is the earth vein trembling? Is the earth vein aging? This is impossible. The Jiuzhou saint has only established the earth veins for more than 100,000 years. How could it break so quickly? The people, monks, and even the monsters in the deep mountains and forests of the major cities could not help but feel the slight earthquake on the ground, as if something was resonating and trembling. It was as if the source of the earth veins had revived, and a kind of fear from the depths of the blood kept pouring out. It was the ultimate horror, deeper than the fear of the sun and the moon, accumulated from generation to generation. It was as if there was the origin of the end of mankind, and the devil of all things had broken the seal, and was born completely, coming back to the world and destroying all living things. Xinya's city. Everyone in the Cini family was looking at the earth veins, and the detection instruments were constantly tracing the source, and finally concluded that the source of the trembling was the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. The first generation Cini king, the white-robed woman, frowned. What's going on? Isn't the other party fighting for the royal power of the Sea tribe? It's my father's choice. The old dynasty's Prince Jiuzhou has appeared beside her, and told her what is happening in the depths of the Dragon Palace in a few words, and said, don't worry, as long as that Xian is completely resurrected. My father's wish will be completely realized soon. Did you do it on purpose? This first-generation Cini king was very smart. She felt the restlessness of the earth veins and the panic of the whole Jiuzhou. Even the pseudo-man imprisoned in the dungeon was trembling. It was as if some creature at the top of the food chain had returned. All the pseudo-people and embers in the whole Kyushu are afraid, because they are driven by instinct to reconstruct his body. Is he crazy? A terrible thought was born in Cini's mind, and she couldn't help but say, he wants to drain all the embers, empty all the tombs, and all the pseudo-people? Yes. There are no embers and pseudo-people in the whole Kyushu that can resist the return of Xian. To think of the worst, Xian, which gathers all the accumulated power of the whole world, will turn into a super terrifying giant. But to think of the best. Xian sucked away all the ember walls in the whole world, the major ancient forbidden areas of the nursery, and the neutral tombs behind the nursery. Gathering all the ancestral tombs in one place is equivalent to returning a bright and clear world to the world, a perfect and prosperous era full of living people. At this moment, the emperors of all dynasties, their dreams of emptying the ancient forbidden areas will all come true, and what is sucked away is not only all the dead, but also all the pseudo-people. The pseudo-human emperors of all dynasties in the Book of Years will also be sucked away by this vacuum cleaner through the earth veins, and cast into the brain of Xian. This is equivalent to directly and fiercely defeating the general. The most terrifying and difficult pseudo-human headquarters was wiped out in one fell swoop. These table-turning levels are really amazing. Cini stared blankly in the direction of the capital, but if all the ancient forbidden area owners and all the Book of Years are cleared out and gathered into a huge unprecedented monster, wouldn't it be more terrifying? She couldn't imagine how scary that thing would be when gathered together. What kind of guy would all the embers and all the pseudo-humans form? Xian might not be too strong back then, and he was very weak for this era 10 million years later, and Xi and Shichen could kill him. But what happens after gathering so many things? His body was cut into pieces, embers, and pseudo-humans. Now no one knows what it will become if it is collected again. Prince Josue shook his head and smiled gently. Everything in the world is balanced in the dark, and fate will make us give and take. We have cleared the two biggest hidden dangers of mankind, and we have to pay some necessary things. No matter how terrifying the gathered things are, they are just huge mixed monsters, chaotic, manic, without brains and self. Now we just need to drive the ark to avoid him, and then slowly deal with him later. The complete Xian can destroy the world, but it can't destroy the entire Kyushu. We creatures only live in 1% of the environment. No matter how big he is, can he occupy 10% of the area of Kyushu? We just hide from him. Xian will be like a world-destroying hurricane, moving mountain torrents. It is not difficult for us to hide from him. After all, the insidious and cunning years history book pseudo-human emperors of all dynasties are the most difficult to deal with. Their brains are too smart and too insidious. Just flip the table, surprise them, use Xian to suck these bastards to death, and then talk about other things. Prince Josue's voice was decisive, even revealing a sense of ruthlessness. They just want to cut the Gordian knot. This wave of people in the world did not expect it, and those guys in the tomb would never expect it. They will be sucked to death from behind. But will this really not cause any problems? Sunny suddenly said, isn't this too extreme? Too crazy? Then if we keep the status quo, the Book of Years will not cause any problems? Prince Josue said, do you think that our generation can really defeat the countless generations of pseudo-people in the tomb? What are they planning in the tomb? No one knows. And no one wants to bet on how many of them are like human gods, and they will secretly plot against you again. Cindy was silent, showing a painful look. Yes. Any war is inevitably accompanied by sacrifice. And sometimes sacrifice is in exchange for permanent peace. They can't wait for Book of Years to take action, and then passively retaliate. They must kill them first. Any prosperous era is forged on the land of blood and tears, just like Josue destroyed Shinch and created a prosperous era. Now, all the forbidden tombs and ancient pseudo-human emperors have been wiped out, and a new prosperous era is unfolding to us, allowing us to better study the new immortal era. What's more, this is the choice of the geniuses of this life. Prince Josue smiled and said slowly, this is a test. Test? Sunny looked at the Dragon Palace in the distance. What test? If they win and stop Xian's expansion, it means that the young geniuses of their generation, Xi and Shichen, have enough power to empty the pseudo-human tomb and the ancient taboos with their own means. If they can't win and stop Xian, it means that their generation is just like that. At that time, Xian will completely expand and become the greatest terror of this world. Xian will empty the Book of Years and the embers on the entire earth. Father's awakening obsession will also be achieved. He will awaken completely. He will live a second life, walk out of the tomb, and lead the world to fight against Xian. He will create a second miracle again. In despair, he will lead the people to roar, constantly move bases, avoid the complete Xian, and finally weaken him and defeat him in a long era, and open up the next future for mankind. Prince Josue's voice was cold, explaining a more cruel fact. Sunny suddenly laughed when he heard it, and couldn't help laughing. He is still so confident that he thinks that if he is resurrected, he will have the opportunity to lead the people to escape, and even defeat the thing? Is there any other way? Prince Josue shook his head. No matter what, the world was completely broken at that time, and the survivors could only fight and resist. Alas. Sunny sighed. As a comrade in arms of the founding dynasty, he knew clearly what Josue's goal in life was. 1. Clean up all the pseudo-people, including the pseudo-emperors in the imperial tomb. 2. Clean up all the embers, including the owners of the restricted areas and ancient tombs in the nursery. But any one of them is more difficult than ascending to the sky. The ancient tumor is a historical legacy. Every emperor wanted to flatten those ancient taboo tombs, but failed. But in each era, those guys prepared tombs for themselves. Now the dead have more combat power than the living. Josue's 2 awakening conditions are almost impossible to achieve. And now, through Xian, 2 of them can be achieved at the same time. Sunny's expression suddenly turned cold, and she sneered. Can I understand that Josue is greedy for life and afraid of death, and for his own awakening, he released Xian and endangered all living beings? Prince Josue was stunned, and suddenly showed a pure smile, and said, Father has a clear conscience. He just regards his birth as the last trump card. He always gives the right to choose the future to the younger generation. Winning Xian means that their generation has the ability to directly clear the nursery forbidden zone and destroy the year's history book without relying on his crooked ways. Losing Xian means that they are too useless and can only use crooked ways to use Xian's power to drain the entire ancient imperial tomb and major forbidden zones. It can be regarded as achieving the goal, and Josue can also be resurrected. In short, if the young people can't resist this time, he will be resurrected and come out again. Humph, Sunny sneered. I don't think we need to be so extreme and pessimistic. I believe they can defeat Xian and seal him. Then, this generation of young people will sweep away the embers forbidden zone and the pseudo-human tomb. I hope so. Prince Josue's figure gradually turned and left, disappearing in the city wall and disappearing in the shaking of the earth, revealing a cold smile. The stage is set for everything. Let's see which path they choose for the future. I look forward to their victory. Chapter 606. East China Sea Dragon Palace, deep in the Dragon Tomb. Looking at the leisurely Xian, who was reading a book silently without any resistance. Xian. Everyone looked alert and solemn. They all knew that time was running out. If this guy continued to grow a brain like this, he would soon become a ghost and go crazy. So they had to kill him together when he was awake and took the initiative to cooperate in suicide. The nine-headed dragon emperor transformed into a human form, folded his arms, looked at the ancient Xian with interest, and said, "You caused trouble, and you got some of Xian's abilities. What do you think? The ability I have now is to control the earth veins and the embers. I am half a pseudo-human king, the Ember King." Xian Shichen replied indifferently, "I have become stronger, but I can't seem to be as exaggerated as him. That one is special." The nine-headed dragon emperor said coldly in the direction of Xian in the distance, "When you digest the other party's abilities, and have some of his magical powers, he will completely suck up all the embers on the earth veins, forming an unprecedented disaster. I'm really sorry." Xian Shichen was actually very satisfied with his action of burning Xian. This is a huge opportunity. As long as he digests it well, he will be a smaller version of Xian. How terrifying is this one? The embers are just his body, and the pseudo-human is just his brain. But the problem now is that there is no time for him to study and digest this mysterious supreme power. At this time, they seem not to have taken action, but in fact, they had set up a series of isolation arrays on the periphery to prevent him from communicating with the earth veins. If they did not isolate him and let the earth veins absorb him infinitely, who could defeat him? Walala. Xian Shichen, nine-headed dragon emperor, and even other dragon emperor masters are setting up formations. If you can't win, just drive the ark and run away. Nine-headed dragon emperor said, "Anyway, the extinction of all living things is not a bad thing for us. After all, we are the last few lives in the world to die. We can wait for all living things to enter the era of great evolution while we reap the fruits of the labor, watching the birth of the 4 new divine beasts after internal fighting and raising poisons. This is much stronger than the yin-yang creation furnace of Shirong of the human race, with 1 synthetic furnace per person." Nine-headed dragon emperor's eyes revealed a trace of blood and fighting spirit. "I am more and more curious about what interesting changes will appear in this era." Xian Shichen knew that the other party was the most bloodthirsty and warlike dragon emperor of the entire era. He was a master at killing people in his clan. He killed 8 saints of the same clan. He was unscrupulous and arrogant. Who cares about the life and death of his fellow clan members? After all, there are too few people in this world who are worth their efforts. Especially in recent years, they have stood at the top of the world. Their fighting power has already surpassed the ordinary saint level, and reached a level that all ancient saints could not imagine. Anyway, it has reached this level. At this time, the nine-headed dragon emperor showed a hint of ill intentions and looked at Xian. Xian Shichen said, "If you can't win and can only run, the era of evolution and weirdness will come, and a group of splice weirds will appear. The weird dragon ancestor in your tomb will also become splicing material, and my human race will also become splicing material. In this case, I want the human race to splice, 8 arms and several heads, to become a new lineage of the human race, and become the leader of the new 4 great beasts." Xian Shichen suddenly laughed, "And your dragon race will be a waste in this evolution. My dragon race can also have 9 heads, just like me. So, the whole world will become a world of multi-headed creatures? What a distorted aesthetic, just like you hairless monkeys." The nine-headed dragon emperor mocked, and continued to be too lazy to argue with the despicable human race, because he had never won. They are too eloquent, but if they let that guy from the Bone Demon sect talk to him, maybe there will be some chance of winning. Let's fight him first. The nine-headed dragon emperor couldn't help but said, "The only way to defeat him now is to block the earth veins, reduce his absorption speed, and reseal him." "I know." Xian Shichen sneered, "I just killed him once, and I just sealed him this time. He has become much stronger." The nine-headed dragon emperor said, "If he continues to grow, Xian will clear all the pseudo-people and embers, and Jiosue will be resurrected. Don't think I don't know what you humans are thinking. Sorry, I fell into the trap, and I don't want Jiosue to be resurrected." Xian Shichen started to act directly, so Xian must be sealed. He stretched out his hand and waved, and the flame suddenly erupted. Boom! The Xian who was reading the book still didn't move, and even took the initiative to let go of all defenses and actively asked for death. But the endless flame attack hit the opponent, and the opponent's body was actually recovering passively. The recovery ability was so strong that it was unimaginable, and the defense was even more terrifying and unbelievable. The nine-headed dragon emperor also began to attack. As the strongest dragon emperor, he was accumulating 9 kinds of energies in his body: wind, fire, thunder, lightning, rock, yin and yang. Yes! He is pure and powerful. Each head is a spiritual root of a certain attribute, but it is not the kind that can be recycled and exist independently. He once thought about hunting the magical power of infinite Dharma and taking Shadow-Devouring Dragon as one of his heads, but he finally chose to give up. He knew clearly that any fancy number was meaningless in the face of absolute power. He only needed purity, pure invincibility, pure power, which was the most perfect creature. Therefore, out of the 17 Dragon Emperors, he killed 8 Dragon Emperors of pure attributes, and the ones left were all fancy and powerful characters who fought alone. Is your strength limited to this extent? The 9-headed Dragon Emperor sneered. Immortal spiritual roots, that's it? I am a skilled person, not a reckless man like you. Xi and Shichen continued to take action, and the sound of explosions continued. This guy is much harder than before. They began to attack Xian quickly. As the whole incident broke out, everyone felt the regular vibration of the earth veins in the entire sea area. The monks fighting outside, and countless arcs also rushed in quickly. Boom! Because the entrance gate of the dragon tomb was not big enough, it was torn into a big hole and crashed in. On the ark, someone opened his mouth in horror and shouted, "What? The culprit of the earth vein vibration? He is also rooted in the earth vein. He is the Ghost King, but how can he control the earth vein?" They didn't know that he was not rooted in the earth vein, but in his own brain. All the strong men from the 4 seas of Kyushu looked at this gentle and sloppy line-drawing figure, who was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed and reading a book, with a leisurely feeling of seeing through the world between his eyebrows. Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor looked at this scene in surprise. It's a big trouble. Something is going to happen in our dragon tomb. Shadow-Devouring, you're just in time. The 9-headed Dragon Emperor snorted while attacking. Use your more than 8,000 Dharma Image army to pull out all the ancestral tombs in our dragon tomb. It's time for us to move the tombs. If we don't move the tombs, they will be sucked away by the offerings. Okay. The Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor immediately took action. Xi and Shichen also spoke quickly. Miss Dao Yu, move your original body over. It's already on the way here. It will take some time. Miss Dao Yu replied. Xi and Shichen looked at the arcs in the distance. Drive their ancestors away, he eats embers. And fake people? These boats of ancestors are no different from extremely delicious cakes. At the same time, in order to stabilize the morale of the army, Xi and Shichen told everyone a good news. Don't worry, everyone. If we can't win, Josue will be resurrected, and he will help us clean up the mess. It looks like you will be great in the future, Xian said. Facing countless attacks, even if he opened his defense and actively accepted the attack, his body was already instinctively defending and evolving, which was not something he could control at all. He was just an ember, and embers followed circular logic. The body in front of him instinctively followed logic, and evolved itself. All kinds of attacks were becoming less and less effective on him. Xian put down the book and looked up at the countless people in this world. My brain is itching, and I can clearly feel that I'm going to grow a brain. Since you've let me out, are you ready? Let the entire world, and even the entire world, usher in a major reshuffle again, an unprecedented biological evolution. He held the detective book in his hand, and said coldly without looking up, it seems that it is a good thing to reshape this era. The current organs and creatures, if pieced together, will grow into new 4 great beasts, and all the new people will return to the starting line of 10 million years ago. Even if the isolation array cuts off long-distance communication, the pulsation and resonance of the biological bloodline cannot be simply isolated by them. Now he seems to have turned into a black hole, instinctively absorbing everything around him, and some nearby embers, and pseudo-people are slowly being absorbed by him. Although the Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor is moving a large number of dragon tombs, a small part of the dragon tombs has been absorbed. On the major arcs, some weak embers can't resist the call of blood and are being sucked away. Go! Arcs are driving quickly at full speed to the distance, but some weak embers are still sucked away, like dandelions pulled out of the soil and flying. Xian felt something entering his head at this time. It's my brain. It seems that there are also pseudo-humans hiding nearby. No matter how many embers there are, they only make up his ember body. Only by absorbing the 3 flowers can his brain be formed. There are obviously pseudo-human 3 flowers nearby, which were absorbed by him, and formed into the empty shell brain of his ember shell. Countless pseudo-human 3 flowers entered his head, and made terrified sounds. What's going on? We were ordered by the king to hide here, and wait for an opportunity to move. Impossible. Not good. There are also some special pseudo-human 3 flowers of another species, that make strange sounds. Fuck. What happened? Where is this? I understand, this is Shang Xian, Macau Casino Shang Xian. Xian went crazy. Xian had long guessed that with the influx of these brains, he would go crazy soon. But now, he listened to these inexplicable crazy voices, and felt that he was going crazy. So my future brain is already abnormal? He began to look ferocious, with veins popping out. Listening to the crazy giggling, he began to want to remind these descendants, but when he opened his mouth, suddenly, a thick and strange scarlet tentacle suddenly emerged from his mouth, like countless wriggling hair threads flowing out of his mouth continuously. Help! Where is this? Jia Jia, offer it to me, gaga gaga. Countless voices began to explode in his brain, and countless brains made his thinking completely confused. In an instant, he went crazy and began to fight back. Chapter 607. Boom! Xian started to attack. As he raised his hands and feet, countless arms and legs stretched out, like a huge thorn ball, punching and kicking. The most ordinary, simple and plain attack, but it brought a shocking power effect. One by one, the dragon emperors flew backwards. He went crazy a little fast. Is there a pseudo-human San Juan nearby? Damn it! I'm afraid those pseudo-humans are lurking nearby, forming his brain and affecting his brain. He's a little crazy. Xian. What do you mean? Is there really a problem? It would be great if there was a powerful pseudo-human to cooperate, enter his brain, become his brain, control some of his behavior, and then be attacked by us. Don't think too much, form a formation, Xi and Shichen, you should use your comprehensive knowledge and think of a way. The 9 dragon emperors quickly started to act. The white holy dragon was responsible for treatment and blessing, while the shadow-devouring dragon emperor was responsible for leading thousands of Dharma images to form a formation on the periphery, strengthen the isolation formation, and weaken the opponent's swallowing and spitting power. The 9 dragon emperors worked together perfectly. Boom boom boom, they began to form a formation quickly. Ning Zheng was still trapped in the shadow of the shadow-devouring dragon emperor, watching the scene silently. It's a bit scary. The shadow-devouring dragon emperor snorted. Why don't you come out quickly? You are also a fighting force. At present, you have reached the middle and lower levels of our 9 dragon emperors, which is not bad. Ning Zheng was not surprised by this. He was just a state of mind. Even if he had all kinds of preparations for snowballing, ambush successfully, and temporarily possessed the fighting power of transformation, he could not reach their top level. Of course. This is another ability that Ning Zheng did not reveal, the human god's spiritual root. From the beginning to the end, he only used 50% of his magical power to fight the opponent. Of course, Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor must have a trump card, and the two sides have not fought to the end. If we consider that the opponent has the ability to synthesize Dharma images, it will also become more than 8,000 synthetic Dharma image giants. This guy only used 50% of his combat power. He is worthy of being the top Dragon Clan combat power, one of the top in the world. I can't attack. Ning Zheng said coldly. Do you know why he is so weak? Because he emptied your tomb in advance, he can't absorb the ghost dragon. 80% of the ghosts in your tomb are on me. I am now a large-scale aggregate ghost, the kind that will be sucked away by him as soon as I show up. If I am sucked away by him, what do you think will happen in the battle? Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor frowned and replied, It seems that you are doing good for us by cutting our ancestral tombs? Heroes always bear the misunderstanding of the world. Ning Zheng replied, Your ancestral tombs are cracked because... Save the world. I don't have time to chat with you cunning humans. Go away. This is not a battlefield for you ghosts to stay. Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor said coldly, You gave up this huge aggregate ghost body, and you don't have to come back to help, because then you will fall to the state of one mind, and you will be a complete waste. Ning Zheng said, Build a shadow ladder. I may be sucked away if I leave and show up. I feel the strong suction. The call from the origin of life is like the call of a mother. This is why Ning Zheng did not show up. He really felt the terrifying suction. The fake people will be sucked, and the embers will be sucked. He, a fake person plus embers, is simply a super delicious pastry, bearing double the suction. You are so troublesome. Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor cursed, and still used his Dharma image to form a ladder, allowing Ning Zheng to flow out of the battlefield along the shadow. I am equivalent to transporting 80% of your ancestral tombs outside. Hula, Ning Zheng came out quickly. He looked at the explosive battle behind him, revealing a solemn expression. Boom boom boom. The entire Dragon Clan's ancestral tomb was rotten directly, the air was twisted and compressed, and the terrifying shockwave produced a series of explosions. The entire tomb was torn apart in an instant, and the terrifying power like the ocean rolled heavily in all directions. At this time, The strongest peak existences in the entire Jiuzhou are here. The two major clans of the human race and the dragon race have joined forces, which is rare in history. Ningzheng came out quickly. The ember arcs outside were all driven away, and everyone stared blankly at the battlefield in the distance. The terrifying light covered the earth. Ordinary saints would be shaken to death in the center of the battle. It's exaggerated to the extreme, said the giant shell elder and others. The terrifying battle, the sound of explosions again and again weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, and the depressing atmosphere made the scene dull. Can't other saints take action? Someone said. It's not that they don't want to take action. It's that saints of ordinary levels will be strangled to death instantly if they enter the battlefield. One existence said in horror, the gap is too big, too big. Countless people held their breath, waiting for the world to change. Just now, a cultivator from the Cine family told everyone the information. Winning or losing does not affect the world, it is just a choice of fate. Winning means that the living people of their generation have enough combat power and the ability to clear the historical forbidden areas by themselves. Losing, Xian will devour all the historical forbidden areas and become a real terror. They will drive the ark to escape and enter another era, and Jiuzhou will return. No one can tell which is better or worse in this change of win or lose. They can only watch and pray silently. Too powerful, too powerful. The Rose King watched this scene from afar, and the pressure made him breathless. It's a pity that I haven't grown up completely. I just entered the transformation of me, otherwise. Phoenix, tiger, turtle, what do the three beasts say? Someone asked. The saint of the white tiger is coming, the Phoenix clan is restrained by the sky, they dare not come, they will be sucked in. Someone immediately said, the black turtle will not come. They think they should obey the changes of fate. I think they are just lazy. Someone said angrily. Boom! The vibration of the entire East China Sea is getting stronger and stronger. Almost all residents and monks in the entire sea area have heard the violent vibration. The ground veins of the East China Sea have begun to be affected. After this battle, the world will have a fork, and choose one of them to rush in. I hope I won't make the wrong choice. No! It's not the road we chose, but the road we fought for. The beings in the holy lands of the Sea clan raised their heads and looked at the huge battlefield in the distance. The shaking breath even made some monks breathless. This is a war for the living, and only the living can come. No ancestors or embers can interfere. A war of living people. Behind the nursery, the Ghost Kings fell into silence. Their power, the Ghost Kings present, were not weaker than the Dragon Clan and the powerful Human Clan, and even had immortal roots. But they could not intervene in this battle at all, because even the awakened Ghost Kings might be sucked in when facing this ghost origin. They could only wait silently for the judgment of fate. This battle would determine whether Xian would make a complete comeback. If he failed, the era would return to the oldest sacrifice era, and the endless evolution of the common people, wailing, despair, pain, and mixed embers would produce a large number of new species. They knew it better than anyone else. Nowadays, 90% of the species are ghost kings that mix various creatures in that ancient great evolution era. From the Dragon Clan to the weakest river monster clan, their ancestors were all mixed ghost kings. The whole world would then become a huge yin and yang furnace, constantly tempering, fusion, and producing new life. Perhaps, this is also a good thing? Because there will be a great explosion of species, countless new races and creatures will be born in the dead era of desolation and destruction. An old man fishing sighed, Xian is born. He is not a disaster, but an anchor point, he will change the world. Ningzheng looked into the distance. In this battle, the aggregated embers that are his natural enemy, it is indeed useless for him to stay there. However, in addition to agglomerated ember incarnation, he has another form. Pseudo-human agglomerated incarnation, countless three-flower lines, countless pseudo-human bodies. The embers are sucked into his body. The pseudo-humans will be sucked into his brain. Ningzheng has already felt that several blacksmiths, who have just taken over the Dragon Clan, have been sucked into Xian's brain. Through the perspective of the blacksmiths, Xian's brain is now a neuron brain made of countless pseudo-human three-flower networks. A group of blacksmiths struggled and shouted in their brains, but obviously, they were gradually digested, like entering the stomach of a giant beast and melting quickly. He fell into deep thought. The pseudo-human blacksmiths, can enter the brain, why can't I? As long as there are enough pseudo-human brains, maybe I can. Control Xian. So, he left as the Ash clone, but he was going to secretly return as the pseudo-human three-flower clone. In this battle, he didn't intend to leave his fate to others. It's almost time to start. Soon, Ningzheng dismissed the huge edge body, and then as the Dharma figure of the original body, quietly returned along the shadow laid by the shadow-devouring dragon, sneaking close to the battlefield. As long as he sucks me in. It's just a Dharma image. It doesn't matter even if I fail. Ningzheng thought about many consequences, and finally jumped into the air resolutely. There is a chance. Temporarily control his body. They say that pseudo-humans can temporarily control the brain, so I can do it. Swish. The huge suction force instantly absorbed Ningzheng into Xian's body. He felt that he had entered an endless darkness. The consciousness of countless three flowers around him was surrendering and melting rapidly, forming a chaotic integrated consciousness. Chapter 608. Inside the brain, it was dark. The surroundings were like the tide in the dark deep sea. As the deepest part of the subconscious, countless chaotic brain waves and wailing filled the air. Countless pseudo-human three flowers were tangled together like a spider web. Where is this place? Damn it, the king sent us here to watch the battles between the dragons and the sea tribes and collect intelligence. Were we sucked in by that ancient monster? It's so warm here. Sleep, I want to sleep. After Ningzheng was sucked in, she immediately saw a lot of three flowers from the pseudo-human rebels. Obviously, this war also brought in a lot of pseudo-human spies to gather information and mix around, but they were also unfortunately absorbed by the desire of the blood. After all, as brains, they could not resist the temptation from the depths of the blood and attracted each other. But Ningzheng saw more of her own three flowers of pseudo-humans with heavenly spiritual roots, that is, the blacksmiths who had just seized the body of the giant dragon. Ningzheng felt extremely painful when she saw this scene. Her own blacksmith, who had seized the body, was also dead. These were all three flowers of heavenly spiritual roots, and more than a dozen of them cost more than 10 billion. This wave of dragons came to the dragon tomb to attack, and they were sucked here just like that. This loss is too big, but Ningzheng felt sad, and these heartless guys were ecstatic. Ga. Where is this? It must be inside Xian. Hee hee ha ha ha. Xian is in Macau Royal Casino. What hidden area is this? Everyone look. I became Xian's brain? Hey! Xian, did you hear that? Have you heard the story of Royal Casino? He is your half-father's girlfriend. I just asked Xian, and the animals from the Bone Demon sect next door said that Xian seemed to have gone crazy. Why did he go crazy so quickly? I haven't finished my story yet. Didn't you eat his brain? Ah? Don't blame us, all ghosts will go crazy, and Ghost Ancestor must have gone crazy very quickly. It has nothing to do with us. Ghost Ancestor is like this, he just needs to go crazy, and we have a lot to consider. Ningzheng sighed in his heart. These animals still have time to chat, eat melons, and brag leisurely. It's unreliable. But he didn't think much about it. The resources were already lost, and thinking again would not help, and he looked around silently. But the body is too terrible. These three flowers are being drained. This situation is like a god, suddenly occupied by a mortal's brain. The body function of the god is too terrible, and the mortal's brain is quickly drained. In front of him. Not only were these three flowers sucked dry, Ningzheng himself also felt that his Dharma image was about to be sucked dry. You know, he is a pseudo-human in the state of mind. Ningzheng's brain turned rapidly. The essence of this is nothing more than a balance problem between the ember body and the turbid brain. If I am strong enough as a brain, I can suppress the body in turn and control the body. A solution quickly appeared in his mind. To absorb more pseudo-human three flowers, to form more brains. And Ningzheng can be said to be a pseudo-human. Pseudo-humans can breed offspring. The seedlings of pseudo-human three flowers can undoubtedly cultivate a large number of three-flower armies and occupy Xian's mind. But, to cultivate a top-grade pseudo-human three flowers, you need the resources of a top-grade spiritual root, and the most critical one is the top-grade spiritual plant liquid. But now there is nothing here. Where can I get a lot of resources to cultivate the army of three-flower pseudo-humans and occupy his brain? Can I only find resources outside? Ningzheng showed a trace of hesitation, silently sensing the situation outside. Now, Xian has gone crazy. He was madly attacking various areas of the dragon tomb, plundering all kinds of resources, like a vacuum cleaner, accepting everything, and was not picky at all. Among them, there were also cultivation materials such as spiritual plant liquid. But, all of them were sucked into his body. It's a waste of natural resources. As long as I send it into your brain, I can take over your brain. Ningzheng began to think about how to send the first batch of materials for cultivating three pseudo-humans into the mind of Xian, to complete the first batch of primitive accumulation. As long as I can temporarily control Xian, even if it's only for 10 minutes, I can use Xian to continue attacking various warehouses of the Dragon Clan, strong, madly plundering materials, growing my brain, and further controlling Xian. Here is also a snowball. The first batch of original funds is too important. Sword Forging Villa. Ning Zheng opened his eyes. Everyone around him was shouting, and it took him several seconds to recover from the dark tide of shadow consciousness. In the square, the blacksmiths were excited. It exploded, it exploded. Our manor owner's Ember clone actually exploded, it's over. Forget it, the manor owner kept 80% of the Ember clone, which is probably also a help for the offering, so it's better to abandon it. Then what should we do now? I don't understand. Just watch from the perspective of the Bone Demon sect? It's not something we can interfere with, right? Ordinary saints are just there to serve as food, and only the top few can fight. This is a big plot CG animation performance. We just need to watch it. The Bone Demon sect will watch the battle situation, and Xian's brain will watch his brain. Watch the big movie from multiple perspectives. What else do you want? It seems so, we have many perspectives, and it's better to watch. Even the Fairy of Medicine, who was dizzy, was bragging here, letting their embers hang up. Ning Zheng went directly to the Fairy of Medicine and said, "Now, how many spiritual roots and materials for cultivating spiritual roots are in stock in Shiman City?" The Fairy of Medicine was stunned and said quickly, "Our city has about 3 billion resources, of which spiritual roots and cultivation materials are about 1 billion. Now that Shiman City has officially returned, with the help of the Fairy of Medicine, the forces over there can be controlled at any time, and of course resources can be obtained. As the first tourist city, Shiman City has earned 3 billion resources in 100 years, which is considered less. On average, it only earns 30 million a year. This is when Ning Zheng was in seclusion. Shiman City did not have its own fist weapon products, and relied solely on taxes, pure funds collected. Ning Zheng didn't say much, and said directly, "Think of a way to put these resources for cultivating spiritual roots into the storage ring, and throw it into Xian's brain, but don't let anyone find out." Ning Zheng threw a task to her. The fairy doctor was stunned. Although she didn't understand, she immediately realized that this might be a hidden task that would affect the entire battlefield, and it had to be done. She said happily, "Don't worry, I contact Miss Daoyu and ask her to help." "That won't work." Ning Zheng refused decisively. Miss Daoyu was not stupid. It was too weird for her to hold a storage ring full of spiritual plants, and ask to put it into Xian's brain. Everyone knows that spiritual plant materials can now allow pseudo-people to reproduce. Everyone guessed that Shirong was going to raise pseudo-people in Xian's brain. Then Fairy Medicine scratched her head. "I can't think of it for a while." "Sir, I have a plan." At this time, Jiucai Rong hurriedly said, "Since the guy likes to suck pseudo-people into his brain, we let a pseudo-person take over the embers, and take root in the earth veins. Won't it be sucked in by Xian along the earth vein pipeline? Is this feasible?" Ning Zheng frowned. "It is feasible." Jiucai Rong immediately said, "Our pseudo-dragons who took over the body were secretly counting the storage magic weapons in the other party's sea of consciousness, and they were immediately sucked in along the earth veins. The storage magic weapons were sucked into the head together with their pseudo-human bodies." Ning Zheng thought in her heart that there was a precedent, which meant that this trick was feasible. It seems that the loss of more than 1 billion by these pseudo-human blacksmiths is not too bad. At least they helped me as pioneers, and obtained a lot of effective intelligence. I knew the internal situation of Xian's mind through them, so I dared to go in. Only through them did I know what resources to send in. These intelligences are the decisive factors for the victory or defeat of the battlefield now. Thinking of this, Ning Zheng said directly, "There is no time to lose, Sword Fairy, go to Shirong City immediately, use your embers to obtain warehouse materials, and then take over the body, and put it into Xian's brain. Can you do it?" "Okay." Jiucai Rong immediately started to lead people to work. Ning Zheng took a deep look at their vigorous backs. These guys are really useful. They are quick to do things, not afraid of death, and don't ask why. They are a group of ruthless tools, who are eager to get rewards in order to complete the task. This is all because I did a good job before. Every time I gave too many rewards for the task, they were so happy every time they had a task. "Sir, don't worry, we will complete the mission. We must airdrop a large number of pseudo-human troops into Xian's head in order to control his body, which is just a shell of embers. In order to save the world, our Shirong Manor Master must become Xian and replace Xian. Let the world feel the fear of our super pseudo-human, Shirong Manor Master, as the world boss." Chapter 609. The war is far away. The sword fairy came quietly through the teleportation array, holding a medium-grade immortal storage ring in her hand. This ring can be placed in the 3 flowers of the Sea of Consciousness and controlled by consciousness. This is the highest level storage treasure in their Shiman city. Soon, after a wave of operations, they let the pseudo-human blacksmith who took over the ember refine the storage ring into his brain, and then take root in the ember as an ember. Crash! The entire ember was suddenly sucked back along the ground vein, and quickly poured into Xian's mind. What passed? Xian Shichen always felt that something slipped through, and had a bad premonition. The blockade of the earth veins is becoming less and less solid, and the nearby embers are being sucked more and more. This guy, let us have a lot of fun fighting. The 9-headed dragon emperor was fighting with a burning body. Although he is crazy, he has no consciousness, no moves. Just a huge living target. At least for now. Xian Shichen snorted coldly. What we have to do is delay, and when the White Tiger clan comes, we will decide the outcome. The current human dynasty has a lot of ancestral tomb combat power, but the only living combat power that can be used is him, Xian Shichen. The Dragon clan has 9 combat powers, so the role that the other human side can play is very weak. The White Tiger clan is different. They also have many living saints. And the White Tiger is mainly killing, and the White Tiger's magical powers are basically getting stronger and stronger with each battle, almost unlimited. It is very suitable for the current situation. I hope there won't be any accidents. Xian Shichen snorted, beat Xian back hard. He did not think that releasing Xian was a calamity or disaster. Xian would always have to see him. Only when the time saw him and knew him could the entire history be revealed. However, in this battle, Xian was too strong against Eugene, a fake person. Fortunately, the fake people of the new generation did not grow up. The powerful ancient fake people were all in the Book of Years, and were also imprisoned as earthbound spirits. However, Eugene could not take action, which almost cut off more than 70% of the powerful combat power of the entire Kyushu and the 4 seas. In the dark ocean of consciousness. My lord, I have brought it to you. A blacksmith was sucked in. Crash! Ningzheng looked at the storage ring he sent out from the Sea of Consciousness in amazement. When he opened it, it was indeed full of various materials for cultivating spiritual roots. Where did you fake people come from? The native fake people around him showed horror, as if they had completely discovered something. Get rid of them, Ningzheng said. Yes. Several fake blacksmiths, laughing strangely, began to attack. Looks like there's a mission. I said it wouldn't just be a show. What are you going to do? We are all fake. Do you think if we die you won't die? If we die, you'd be drained faster. Why don't we all carry it together? Several blacksmiths ignored him, and continued to work. Ningzheng was too lazy to pay attention to the roots and flowers pecking at each other. They were indeed going to melt. Even these fake blacksmiths were going to melt soon, but Ningzheng didn't care. Death was death. It didn't matter. It's time to multiply my fake army. And there's no need to let these blacksmiths land here again. I control all the pseudo-human armies by myself, and only by working together can we improve our control over Xian. Ningzheng silently began to reproduce the 3 flowers. In the final analysis, what she did in her head, occupying the brain, was ultimately a backup plan. If they could beat Xian, she wouldn't have to take action. If she couldn't beat him, she would temporarily control Xian. Ningzheng had a hunch that she could get a lot of enlightenment and inspiration from Xian. Because Xian was the ashes of the ancestor plus a pseudo-human. And now, he was also a ghost king plus a pseudo-human, and an unprecedented transformation could be obtained from him, and the 2 major races had the opportunity to merge into one. A super unprecedented root transformation was right in front of her. Spending so many high-level resources to cultivate spiritual roots, it is definitely worth temporarily controlling his brain, and feeling his body is an unprecedented opportunity. Ningzheng felt her body, absorbed a large amount of materials, and used her human god spiritual roots to breed a large number of lines, pseudo-humans. Hua-la-la. Endless pseudo-humans began to appear, with top-grade fire spiritual roots, mid-grade water spiritual roots, and low-grade gold spiritual roots. Ningzheng accepted all of them. Top-grade, mid-grade, and low-grade spiritual plant fluids were all used to breed the corresponding spiritual roots, and the number was increasing wildly. Ningzheng stretched out his hand. As if he was a human god back then, his 10 fingers moved nimbly, constantly weaving these pseudo-humans, stitching, pulling out the silk, and finally forming a huge ball of thread that resembled a brain. He was trying to imitate the brain that was offered in ancient times. Boom! The next second, a mysterious breath suddenly came, and Ningzheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Control was successful. Ningzheng suddenly opened his eyes as Xian. As ember turbidity, he controlled the empty brain of this ember body, with only logical loops left. Boom! He opened his eyes, and felt the world, the 9 states, and the 4 seas. It seemed that he had become the only one between heaven and earth, and became the legendary Xian. This power. Ningzheng's eyes flashed with a strange light, looking at the top monsters in the world, Xian Shichen, and Jiu Tu Long Di, who were attacking his body, and ignored them. He was too lazy to pay attention to the battle outside, and continued to take the beating silently, continuing to feel this perspective, body, structure, and deeper origin of Xian. In Xian's perspective, the whole world seemed to become strange, and the world became simple. So strong. This body simply gave people an incredible feeling. Ningzheng was completely immersed in it, and gained a lot every minute and every second. A voice came from outside. Xian, what a good target. The surrounding ground veins have been reinforced again. He can't absorb it. Keep weakening him. Boom, various attacks fell on him, attacking the world's limited time boss in the mouth of the blacksmith player. Ningzheng didn't care at all, and continued to silently comprehend his body. This guy, why do I feel that he just looked at me with eyes full of wisdom in a moment? Xian Shichen frowned. Is it an illusion? The other party has gathered the super embers of countless creatures, and it is already a chaotic monster. It is impossible to have a brain and thinking. Boom! A powerful and terrifying attack came from a distance. It is Dao Yu who has arrived here. As the strongest 7-color fairy weapon of the entire era, it bursts out with a powerful and invincible power. You are a weapon, but also a trick weapon. You are still seriously affected by him, and your combat power may be less than 30%. Xian Shichen said, you can only attack from a distance, don't get close, or you will be sucked in. Of course I know. Dao Yu smiled. Boom! The next moment, the earth-shaking smoke and shock waves evaporated the sea water into hot water, and turned into a large number of scorching bubbles, and the entire battlefield formed a white surging explosion cloud. The 5 white tiger saints launched the attack. They slowly fell to the ground, and the leading tiger said coldly, it seems that most of those who can come have come, so let's officially start. Ha! The white tigers didn't even say a word, and suddenly pounced forward fiercely. When the sound reached Xian, that is, Ningzheng's ears, the sharp claws had already dug open his belly, and the violent force directly tore his body apart. More than 30 hands on the huge aggregate ember belly were broken, and 7 ember dragon heads were cut off. The violent gold attribute tore through Xian's body. Ningzheng was like a bystander in the body, watching this scene silently. It is worthy of being the gold attribute with the strongest attack power in Jiuzhou. With a rumble, accompanied by the explosion of air waves, Ningzheng felt Xian's whole body spiraling out. This kind of recovery power is another structural mode. No, it is a deeper system that is closer to the source. Ningzheng watched Xian being beaten, the automatic energy circulation, various recovery injuries, various natural instinctive passive magical powers. His eyes were extremely bright. This information and data were too critical. Ha! With a roar, the white tigers pounced again, and their attack power seemed to have skyrocketed. Their abilities seemed to be able to strengthen themselves by absorbing the enemy's power, and they became more and more courageous as they fought. Let's do it too! Xian Shichen's flames burned wildly. Bright golden flames burned on his body, holding the entire sun and moon artifact, and began to attack quickly. Boom boom boom! In the distance, 9 dragon emperors quickly formed a formation. The 3 top races of Kyushu attacked together, and the power created was rare in history. This guy has strong resistance. A white tiger sneered, the ember is like this, rooted in the earth veins, immortal. As the ancestor of the embers, there is no time interval for resurrection, which is very troublesome. We can only kill him, and then seal him. We have to reinforce and isolate the earth veins to prevent the earth veins from providing him with more help. To completely deal with him, there are still many conditions required. The white tigers chuckled. Boom! They kept attacking and cutting, and the opponent kept resurrecting and returning. This was already a protracted war. At this moment, a white tiger suddenly stretched out its claws to grab Xian's head. Ningzheng was feeling Xian in her body, and suddenly she was startled. She controlled Xian's palm to block this attack fiercely. Huh? This guy, is he protecting his head? The head is the weak spot? It seems that he has found something interesting. Several white tiger saints sneered, as if they had discovered some big secret. Ningzheng was also speechless. This guy's ember head was empty, a logical bubble. What weakness could his brain have? I'm just stopping you from attacking my brain. After all, Ningzheng is used as a backup. When necessary, she can control a wave of Xian's bodies, cooperate inside and outside, and help kill and seal him. If you attack me, isn't it one person fighting another? But Ningzheng didn't dare to say, I'm the owner of Shirong Manor, I'm in Xian's head, don't attack me. Because Xian's head can only be attacked by a fake person. If his identity was exposed, the information that the owner of Shirong Manor was a fake person would directly explode the entire Jiuzhou, and his personality would completely collapse. Cannot recognize each other, cannot be beaten, then how to stop them from attacking the head? Ningzheng's mind was spinning rapidly, and he used his arms again to fiercely block the attack of the White Tiger Saint, and uttered a cold voice. Don't hit my head, you are disturbing my reading. Chapter 610. Reading a book? Xi and Shichen, the nine-headed dragon emperor, was frantically attacking, and they all fell silent upon hearing this. Reading a book? So you are still here? Xi and Shichen thought about it, but he was suspicious by nature and didn't believe it. The other party was not crazy, but was actually reading a book? And cooperating with everyone to kill him. It always felt a little weird and inconsistent. To be honest, he didn't really believe in Xian. Even if he committed suicide, even if he surrendered and took the initiative to cooperate, they still didn't believe in this ancient mysterious existence, the origin of everything. After all, even the bright and majestic human god was just covered with a layer of hypocritical skin to cover up the evil and calculations in his heart. Who knows if this one is the same? He didn't want to gamble, and didn't want to hand his fate over to others. He wanted to kill this variable. Xi and Shichen said, Detective books seem to please you, but please be considerate of these descendants and read less books, so that we can attack your brain in advance. Ningzheng was silent for a while, and a calm voice came from her head. Are you sure you want to do this? I will be your helper at the critical moment, and help you share the pressure. Ningzheng is just feeling her body now, and she has no control, because force control will quickly consume the brain and shrink it continuously, and the effective control time may be less than 5 minutes. But at the critical moment, you can cooperate with suicide. Sorry. Xi and Shichen suddenly took action and attacked the opponent's brain fiercely. I think you are too weak now. I don't need you to cooperate as a brain. Raising the difficulty can make this battle more interesting. Boom boom. Every move he made was extremely exquisite, trying to burn his brain. After entering the immortal route, his fire was moving towards a certain concept of omniscience, as if he could predict the future and read every attack and move of Xian in advance. Because he could burn all kinds of detailed information in the air, the smell of the other party, read everything in advance, and then simulate the future and perceive the future. He who mastered the fire of civilization was at the peak of skill. Boom boom boom. Ningzheng was constantly attacked in the brain, but he was not angry. Now there are only two ways in front of him. 1. Surrender and be blown up. He had worked hard to spend money, to build a pseudo-human army, and take over Xian's brain. He had just realized some opportunities, but he had to give up and failed. But from a personal point of view, he still wanted to study Xian's body more. Now Ningzheng was unwilling to commit suicide just to dispel their doubts. Moreover, he blew his head to prove his innocence. Without his help from the inside and outside. Can they really win? 2. Start to fight back as Xian. Since they may not have a chance to defeat Xian, it is better to take the fate into their own hands. I will control Xian as Xian. While fighting, I will penetrate Jiuzhou, attack major holy places, get more resources for planting spiritual roots, and continuously strengthen my brain. When brain and body form a balance, I may not be temporary, and I will have the opportunity to completely control the Emperor Xian and replace him. Jiuzhou gave me 2 paths, and are there 2 paths in front of me? Ningzheng thought about it, and said secretly, bet that they can beat Xian. Or I control Xian, I will change everything, I will beat Xian. Let them fight. It means letting others control the fate of victory or defeat. Letting oneself control is to control the fate of victory or defeat in one's own hands. Ningzheng essentially has the same strong idea as Xi and Shichen, which is the strength that all strong people should have, firmly believing that they can win and don't want to leave their fate to others. Then, because both sides believe that they can decide the victory or defeat, conflict is inevitable. Bang bang bang. The terrifying battle is still breaking out. Xi and Shichen, and even the 9-headed dragon emperor, also began to attack Xian's brain. They don't care whether Xian is still alive or cooperates with them. They all choose the safest way to blow up Xian's brain first and kill all possible variables. I warn you again, don't interrupt me while I'm reading, or the consequences will be serious. Xian suddenly stretched out 8 dragon claws, holding down all the opponent's moves. His entire body had lost its human form, as if a black sea urchin was constantly stretching its soft body. You can attack my body, kill me. It's alright, but attacking my brain is meaningless to you. Do you know how annoying it is to be interrupted after watching a wonderful plot? Xi and Shichen flashed a playful smile and said, "Sorry, we can't wait for you to finish reading." "Then you really piss me off." With a cold voice, the light around seemed to be distorted. This huge ancient origin demon king who swallowed a large number of strange dragons, and the ashes of various surrounding marine creatures. His limbs were soft and rolling like a thorn ball, and he slapped forward fiercely, looking for death. Bang! The sea water exploded to form white mist, and a white tiger that was attacking from behind suddenly flew backwards, fell to pieces, and exploded blood mist in the air. What is this? That person is the whole Jojo. In the distance, the sacred white dragon opened his eyes wide, staring at the battle in the sky, looking at the scene in front of him with disbelief. Instant kill? How could it be possible to kill in seconds? In the distance, the ordinary realm of the major sea clan holy places did not dare to go deep into the battlefield. Looking at the white tiger saint, who was beaten and vomited blood and exploded, his pupils contracted extremely, and his eyes were full of tension and fear. Many major forces in the whole Jojo are remotely projecting this scene. This victory or defeat will not lead to the destruction of the world, but it will completely change the direction of the times. If they win, they will seal Xian, and the young generation of this era will prove their strength. Their combat power is enough to defeat the disaster of pseudo-humans, and the ancient tomb restricted area. If they lose, the era of great destruction will come, and the Ark cities across Jojo will start sailing, avoiding Xian everywhere, and Josue will be resurrected to lead the era. Now, they watched the white tiger saint being killed in one punch on the big screen. People in the whole Kyushu and the four seas were confused and could not understand the meaning of it. But all the tomb saints and the strong men in the major forbidden areas were almost extremely solemn. This is the complete form of this monster. So what is he? It is worthy of being the origin. In the ancient tribal era, the first emperor to lead civilization is simply too exaggerated. They felt enough terrifying pressure. At this moment, an unprecedented real monster appeared because he had a self and consciousness. Unlike the previous passive beating, surrender, and brainless madness. In front of him, this most terrifying ancient mysterious creature in Kyushu, after counterattacking with self-awareness, actually showed a completely illogical horror and power. Chapter 611. The Capital City. Flowers bloom everywhere, and the bright and beautiful three-soul flowers cover the entire city. On this important day, the surrounding restaurants are full of guests. They look at the battlefield screen projected by magic tools, watching the most important battle that is breaking out in Jojo. At this time, the streets outside are also bustling. An old man in an ancient robe carries a fishing rod and walks on the busy streets of the capital city, listening attentively to the passionate explanation of the storyteller in the restaurant. Your Majesty has ordered Jojo to enter the highest level of martial law, and ordered the sun and moon of our 10th continent nursery, the strongest immortal weapon, to go to the front line to support. The Dragon Clan, the White Tiger, and even our human race have joined forces to encircle and suppress the ancient sealed ancestor Demon King, and new progress has been made. Our Jojo opened up the king of the immortal era, the first person with immortal spiritual roots, the king of the civilization, known as the most knowledgeable and strongest emperor in history, the most dazzling immortal star. His Majesty the Saint Shincho has said in person that he does not need Xian's cooperation, he wants to personally defeat Xian in his heyday. As the restaurant cheered, the storyteller shouted, "Please let us cheer for the strongest emperor who opened up the immortal era." Through the screen projected by the immortal weapon, the storyteller in the restaurant temporarily took on the role of host of this passionate speech. The old man with the fishing rod saw these speeches, scratched his messy hair, and said, "This is too much exaggeration. The white tiger was killed in a second. They don't know what this means. The despair, fear, and pain of more than 10 million years ago will reign over the entire earth again." A voice came from the side. "I also think their faces will be swollen soon, right, Mr. Anchovy?" The old man with the fishing rod turned his head and saw the beautiful woman from the forest yesterday, holding a cute little girl in her arms. "It's you." The old man called. Anchovy scratched his chicken coop hair again. "It's me." The beautiful woman said, "Why do you always hold your fishing rod? Why do you always fish for a fish? First of all, I'm not a fish, I'm just a hybrid of a human, a fish, and a phoenix. Secondly, I'm fishing for people." The old man with the fishing rod is the leader of the Guiwang lineage behind the nursery. He is known as the Neutral Tomb. He survives behind the nursery, and has lived in the peaceful paradise for a long time. If the times hadn't changed too much, he really didn't want to be born. What do you think of this guy? The beautiful woman pointed at Xian, who was fighting in the projection of the restaurant. Hee hee. The old man with the fishing rod laughed. I think the times have been silent for too long. The rebirth of that person is enough to stir up the whole world. In recent years, the so-called emptying of the pseudo-people in the Emperor's tomb and fighting with the ancients in the ancient tomb, forbidden area. The human race claims to have cleared the obstacles to the advancement of history, but these are just local racial wars launched by the human race. Whether it is the pseudo-people in the tomb or the dead in the forbidden area, they are all considered human in the eyes of outsiders. When all the power and discourse power in the world are concentrated in the hands of one human race, the arrogance and strength of the human race itself is the biggest obstacle to history. What do you think? The beautiful woman bought a string of candied haws with a little girl in her arms, and said coldly, It makes sense, but I'm not asking about these so-called meanings, backgrounds, and far-reaching things. I mean, Xian, how come you are still conscious even though you are crazy now? How do I know? Mr. Anchovy swung his fishing rod with a helpless expression. We couldn't understand it back then, and we are no longer the same as we were back then. We are just empty shells left over from the ancient times, the self-consciousness generated by those prehistoric suicide notes. It was not us who experienced that battle back then. We are just new consciousness born on their corpses thousands of years later. They will never forget the scene they saw before they died. The whole world encountered unprecedented terror. Countless land animals, plants, fish, and birds were all hunted by the immortal corpses that came back from the dead, which is now the ghosts. The whole world is full of strange creatures. The tribe was destroyed, the earth was torn apart, and countless creatures were eaten alive by the terrifying ghost disasters, which almost wiped out all the creatures in the world. More than 100,000 years of civilized tribal history ended at that moment, and formed an unprecedented evolutionary storm. Just when this world sank into hell, and there were almost no living things in the world, the awakened ghost kings finally realized that this was not a solution. They built a nursery high in the sky, isolated the terrifying Xian below, and tried to wake him up. Every time she thought of that terrifying figure, the existence that ended civilization, the beautiful woman's body couldn't help but tremble from the bottom of her heart. That was a really bad time. The old man, with the fishing rod, smiled. A deep sadness flashed in the beautiful woman's eyes. Now, as long as we are still in the nursery, we are safe. We have proved countless times that Xian, who has gathered to the extreme, cannot jump onto this land above countless clouds. The old man with the fishing rod smiled. It's good to start all over again. The world should be overturned. The world should not be ruled by the human race. I am looking forward to what kind of new powerful race will be produced by the new biological explosion under the mutual devouring and suturing. Just when the two historical remnants fell into and recalled the past sorrow again, a passionate and hot-blooded voice came from the distant restaurant again. Everyone. Not only our great Emperor Shinho has said that he would defeat the ancient demon king, but even the owner of Shirong Manor, who just swept the dragon tomb, also said that he would re-enter the scene. The person in charge of Shiman City, the Sword Fairy, said, but before that, they need some small help. In order to save the world, all young heroes, geniuses, and talents, please go to Shiman City to contribute. Worship the statue of Shirong. Prick your finger to offer your bubbles, and offer your blessings. Let us cheer for the human race to have such a passionate and brave hero. The Sword Fairy took advantage of the fire, and continued to start the great cause of deceiving. Add 1 million. Add 1 million. Apparently, the hero who saved the world has reached the stage of repaying a favor. The two frowned, not caring about the matter of Shiman City, because it was already a routine before, asking people to pop bubbles and dedicate themselves, and they only guessed that it was related to some kind of magical power. But the old man with the fishing rod frowned and looked at the projected battle screen. Why do I feel that Xian is stronger? The voice of a passerby came from the side. No, why does Xian feel a little stronger? I have to use the teleportation array to help the legendary Shirong Manor master. Many people have already gone. Wait, Xian has become stronger again, but don't worry, we will make Shirong Manor master stronger. The streets were full of conversations. In order to save the world, their eyes were full of warm and fiery spirits, and they kept preparing to use the teleportation array to go to Shiman City. Chapter 612. Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. It is no longer a dragon palace. A large number of dragon tombs and dragon palace buildings have collapsed. Millions of years of ancient buildings collapsed like building blocks at this moment. Not good. Go! Why don't you retreat? Shouts are still spreading outward. The sacrifice is expanding rapidly every minute and every second, and even places more than 100 kilometers away are not safe. Countless evacuated strange dragons, dragon servants, turtle prime ministers, and even the sea tribes of the major affiliated dragon tribes are crowded together. The deep earth behind them constantly draws out the earth veins, slaps the earth, and sweeps away the embers. Help! No! The soft earth vein tentacles are like a towering red and black forest, forcing the monks behind them to run painfully, like garbage on the coastline driven by the tide. No! Some living sea creatures cried bitterly, watching the ashes of their parents, and even the ashes of their wives, being swept away alive, facing the separation of life and death again. Some monks were maintaining order, but they were still swept away by the tentacles of the earth veins that came out from nowhere. The voices of grief, screams, and wails were crowded together, as if the end of the world was coming. If it weren't for the 8,000 Dharma images of the shadow-devouring dragon, which had enough ability to pull out the surrounding ancestral tombs, and even escort the surrounding young generation of the dragon clan to retreat, I'm afraid that the ancestral tombs of the dragon clan would have been basically wiped out. But even so, the situation is not optimistic. Boom! Gung Jindi, that guy, was killed in seconds. All the top monks in Jiuzhou looked heavy. Such a terrible power. The terrifying sense of oppression came from Xian's body, causing many beings to break out in cold sweat unconsciously, fear raging in their hearts, and even their breathing seemed to stagnate, not daring to disturb the ancient demon king in front of them. This sense of oppression, this momentum, is simply unheard of. Xian with a brain is completely different from Xian without a brain. When it is without a brain, it is a pure beast, and with a brain, it seems to have turned into the most perfect ultimate demon king in the world. No one knows what the origin of Xian is, but Xian is the immortal of the sacrifice era, the supreme emperor worshipped by countless tribal creatures, and his fall is divided into the disaster of embers and the disaster of pseudo-humans. Someone whispered, hesitant to speak, transformed into my realm, close to rebirth by dripping blood, not to mention that the guy's defense level is not low, and he was beaten like this in an instant? Humph, he is arrogant and thinks he can resist. The Dragon Clan is still arrogant. Although the Phoenix Clan could not come in person, they were constantly analyzing. No. Only the human race's Rose lineage, or the Xuanwu divine beast, can withstand this level of attack. In other words, do we have to start avoiding its attacks? Without a meat shield, this battle is a bit troublesome. It's all because the Xuanwu clan didn't come to participate in the battle, and the previous human god temporarily cut off the inheritance of the Rose King lineage. Listening to the voices around him, looking at the white dragon under his feet treating the seriously injured white tiger Gengjin Saint, Xian Shichen's expression was cold. This is troublesome. As a ghost king, he was not absorbed by Xian instinctively because he had killed Xian once and had some of Xian's talents, which could resist the opponent's ember suction. So, he had enough confidence to completely strangle the opponent, seal it, and even replace it, and become a small Xian. For him, although Xian was growing, this battle was not more disadvantageous the longer it was delayed. The fire of his civilization was constantly deducing and perfecting his skills, and even using the power of Xian to defeat this brainless Xian. Just like Ning Zheng was confident in his way of defeating Xian, he was also confident that his way could defeat Xian. But this was all based on the fact that the other party was brainless. Now he has wisdom, and he also has variables. Xian Shichen's heart couldn't stop sinking. In fact, if Ning Zheng hadn't interfered, he would have been very sure to kill this Xian, because no matter how much he could gather in his eyes, it was just a huge mixture of souls that kept piling up. But he was sure to win, and Ning Zheng was also sure to win, and no one believed in the other. Both sides were destined to fight against each other, and both chose to rely on their own way to defeat this Xian. Boom boom boom, at this time, Xian, which had transformed into 30 kilometers, covered the sky and the sun, like a huge mountain of flesh and blood, with countless short limbs, trunks, dragon whiskers, dragon claws, human hands. All shaking, forming a huge ember limb aggregate. A pair of eyes with extremely deep eyes, densely packed to form a grid of soft big eyes, giving people a sense of horror that one look will make them lose all their sanity. At this time, Xian was running rampant, and the roots of the earth veins under his feet were still extending yearningly. Xian was like a collapsed giant tree of 30 kilometers, surrounded by countless steam, flesh and blood squirming, and the roots underneath were overlapping, like blood vessels transporting a large amount of nutrients. This scene gave people an extreme visual impact, a feeling of faith being torn apart and the worldview collapsing. Add 1 million. Add 1 million. Add 1 million. The body expanded too fast, and the brain was a little bit out of control, and was being rapidly consumed and drained. However, so much luck value comes at the right time. Ning Zheng concentrated on sensing Xian's brain. This is Shiman City in action, and he couldn't help but sigh that his blacksmiths are really good helpers. They are so good at dealing with things and taking advantage of every opportunity. The empty luck value suddenly increased, which gave Ning Zheng some confidence. With the logistical help of this group of blacksmiths, it is not impossible to give it a try. Ning Zheng even had the idea of continuing to cheat the luck value in his mind. Since he decided to take the path of controlling Xian, he would go all the way. How can he defeat Xian? There are probably 3 points. 1. Cheating the luck value. Only with more luck value can he turn the impossible into possible, completely seize Xian's brain and control it. Sealing him is not the best choice. Controlling him is the most exciting and huge opportunity. And how to cheat the luck value? Fear and the oppression of death can make the people more pious. Therefore, perhaps they should show themselves to be more powerful and more terrifying, to be the ultimate existence that makes the whole of Kyushu and the 4 seas tremble. They can only pray to the owner of Shirong Manor. It should be noted that every time there is a war, all kinds of prayers to gods and Buddhas will increase by hundreds of times. 2. Strengthen the pseudo-human army of the brain. Control Xian by yourself, find more spiritual plant liquid, cultivate various spiritual roots, and increase the degree of control of brain power. Top grade, low grade, and medium grade yin-yang and 5 elements spiritual roots, all kinds of comers are accepted, turning this place into a sea of pseudo-human spiritual roots. 3. Weaken Xian's body. Strengthen brain turbidity, and weaken body embers. This will increase and decrease, and your pseudo-human army can be better controlled. Otherwise, if Xian becomes completely stronger, the pseudo-human who sucked the entire Jiuzhou dry, the embers, the huge and vast body of tens of millions of kilometers, no matter how many brain armies he has, he can't control it. It's like the brain of an ant can't control the body of a dinosaur. And how to weaken Xian's body? Naturally, he will be beaten. Xi and Shichen and others are the best whetstones. Let them cut him, and reduce his size. Ning Zheng is not brainless, nor does he fight a battle without confidence. He quickly simulates repeatedly in his brain, and calculates the final strategy. Kill! Boom! The outside world is still fighting. The 9-headed Dragon Emperor leads 8 Dragon Saints to attack at a medium distance. They form a formation and gather their strength on the 9-headed Dragon Emperor. Wind, fire, thunder, lightning, and various attributes of power are mixed, bursting out terrible light and heat. Several white tigers are the strongest melee fighters. The huge and smooth tiger body of thousands of meters is constantly leaping, bouncing, climbing on Xian's body, waving claws, waving, and waving again. The sharp claws cut the flesh and blood crazily. The White Tiger clan is all about fighting to support fighting, and there are also several populations. Some white tigers become stronger and stronger in battle, constantly swallowing ghosts, creating a large number of minions to bless themselves, and their combat power becomes more and more fierce. Some white tigers absorb the flesh and blood extended by the embers, and the huge yang energy becomes the nemesis of ghosts. Wherever they go, the ghost energy is completely melted. Among them, the Gingjin tigers swallow the metal power of various immortal weapons, have a strong physique, extraordinary combat power, and the gold system lethality is the first, but they dare not resist the opponent's attack. And Xi and Shichen retreated to a long distance to fight. Chapter 6:13. Wait for me a little longer, delay time. Xi and Shichen held the sun and moon artifact in his hand, and said coldly, "Next, I will help other ghosts to research a method to help resist Xian and resist his restraint on ghosts. In this way, some ghost ancestors can barely get close, attack at a super long distance, and assist in output. Only living beings fighting will cause them to face difficulties. If all the ghosts gather together, each showing their magical powers, seal him around a circle, and isolate the external earth veins, it will not be difficult to win the opponent." The 9-headed Dragon Emperor fired various energy cannons one by one, then you have to be faster. This guy seems to be learning to move, and his speed is increasing, so... Where is he going? To find 2 new books? Then we should throw a few second volumes of detective books to him. The female white dragon with a gentle voice said, maybe it can stop him. Anyway, there is no harm in trying. What a joke. The 9-headed Dragon Emperor heard what the other party said, and said angrily, "We, the Dragon Clan, still have to rely on the books of the Bone Demon Sect rebels to hold this big guy back?" The Gingjin Emperor of the Tiger Clan sneered at this remark. What a false arrogance. Do you know how terrifying this guy will become if he runs out of our seal? How much disaster will he cause? Once out of the range, it will quickly absorb the tumor on the ground vein at a speed 1,000 times stronger than it is now. The embers, just by moving, are enough to cause a rare flood in the East China Sea in 1,000 years. Its footsteps will cause dusty sea pits on the ground, and the Earth's plates will vibrate, shaking the nearby seabed cities several meters high. It is worth mentioning that I suspect that the 9 continents and 4 seas that are now falling apart were all trampled by this thing back then, causing the movement of continental plates. So, the current 10th continent of the nursery is probably made of the fragments of the 9 continents that were crushed by Xian, pieced together in the sky to avoid this weird thing on the ground. The faces of everyone changed slightly, which means that this super big thing that is so chaotic that it is difficult to describe will make the entire 9 continents and 4 seas unsafe sooner or later. Only the 10th continent in the sky is safe? At the same time, this huge mess of ember bubbles will instinctively fill with flesh and blood. Countless sea fish along the way will be drained of flesh and blood, and the entire East China Sea will become a Jedi and fall into darkness. Humans, the 4 great beasts, and all races in the world will be driven crazy by him, and become a great threat to death. Damn it! The 9-headed dragon emperor's face was ashen, and he fell into silence. He said coldly, "I know, throw those books over and try it. Doesn't he like reading? Let him read." The white dragon made a gentle voice. "I suspect that although Xian is still conscious, he has fallen into a semi-crazy state. We shouldn't have angered him before, and tried to meet his requirements. After all, as a ghost, his madness condition may be to stop him from reading books. We stopped him, so he went crazy." Boom boom boom, and, at this time, Xian was moving quickly. Soon, books were thrown in front of Xian. "This is the book you want." Ningzheng stretched out countless small hands, and quickly picked up the books. "Now, can you stop?" The white holy dragon tried to make a gentle voice to appease the blank giant monster. Ningzheng said lightly, "No, my brain is almost gone. I have to grow my brain to continue reading. Fake people. I need more fake people." Ningzheng pretended to be crazy and stupid. At this moment, he seemed to have completely adapted to this body. He began to take big steps, and walk towards the distance firmly. He needed more spiritual roots, more resources, and more brains. Boom! These embers are very rich. There are some spiritual plant resources in the storage ring. Various resources are swept up, and a large number of spiritual roots are plundered and poured into the mind to forge new pseudo-human 3 flowers. Fire spiritual roots, water spiritual roots, gold spiritual roots, wind spiritual roots. The brain is crowded, very hot, very dense, as if the brain is returning to chaos and completely controlling the body. At this moment, Ningzheng fell into a mysterious state, as if he saw the root of everything and returned to the most primitive chaotic period. Boom boom boom. Various attacks came again, trying to stop Ningzheng's steps. "Are you guys the strongest people of this era? You can continue to chop me. But your strength is a little weaker. You really didn't even take off my skin." The brain is growing wildly, and the body is also growing wildly, making Ningzheng still unable to control his body. This guy is actually mocking. "Geng Jinhu, go and stop them. Damn it! Stop him. It's getting bigger and bigger. Go and carry those old Xuanwu over. They can be used as shields. You embers who can't do anything, go to the Xuanwu clan and help us carry the Xuanwu over. We need them to hold the front." Countless conversations continued to break out. Their attacks continued to hit Xian's body, breaking his skin and shattering his bones, but they were just a drop in the bucket for that huge body. But soon, the black tortoises, which were like huge islands, were carried over and supported by the white tigers. As they moved forward again and again, Ningzheng's figure became larger and larger, and gradually the 17 heads at the top surfaced, and half of her body emerged from the sea. The earth sank and floated under her feet, and the starry sky changed above her head. The huge suns and moon shone together, but she did not dare to approach, full of great fear of the prehistoric monsters below. Ah! The 9-headed dragon emperor continued to attack from a distance, looking at the damage he had caused with an expression of disbelief. I could cut off his body at first, and then I could cut a huge wound, but now, I can only cut his skin? This hopeless and despairing feeling of oppression made the 9 heads of the 9-headed dragon emperor droop limply. I have other tricks. There must be more. No, this combination won't work either. If you use the Yang attribute plus the Thunder attribute plus the Fire attribute. No, it still won't work. Xi and Shichen snorted coldly. Don't deceive yourself, you can't beat him anymore. You can only rely on me next. The human race is the hope to save this world. The 9-headed dragon emperor looked confused and desperate. You can't beat him. You can't beat him at all. He has updated the modern brain and body, and sucked all the people. Hearing the words of the nine-headed dragon emperor, all the strong men present were shocked. Who is the nine-headed dragon emperor? He is one of the strongest overlords in the entire Kyushu and four seas. He has an absolutely powerful attack and 9 overlapping attributes. Even Xian Shichen in those days was not as good as him. He can be called the strongest in the history of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon King among Dragon Emperors, an undefeated myth. But this extremely arrogant guy is now too weak to say anything? Damn it, is our era really going to return to the sacrifice era? And we can only hide in the nursery and watch the new biological explosion era in the 9 provinces and 4 seas below? A deep fear enveloped everyone's heart. People can accept the Big Bang evolution era, but they cannot accept being defeated by sacrifice in this way. This is to rub the self-confidence of the most arrogant dragon clan on the ground. The dragon clan is not good, so next, let me beat him. Xian Shichen said coldly. I have collected all the information. His whole body structure, growth principle, and circular logic are basically clear. Through the burning of the fire of civilization, the information analysis is complete. I know him better than him. He is dead. Just like I used to deal with the embers of the burned tomb forbidden area. He threw out a forging furnace on the spot, and began to wield a high-grade fairy forging hammer to forge a fairy weapon. Ding, ding, ding. He wanted to create a formation to block this thing from absorbing the earth veins, and put it on its head and follow it, which would reduce its speed of absorbing the earth veins wherever it went. Moreover, this shield covering his head could also weaken the opponent's attraction to the ghosts, so that some ghost emperors could attack it remotely through the protective shield. In this way, the ghosts in the entire Gyoujo could attack remotely. The strength of the human race is the strength of wisdom. The brute force of the human race is not as good as that of the beasts, but knowledge and skills are the reason why the human race has reached the peak. Why use brute force to defeat it? Use your brain, a bunch of stupid dragons. Ding, ding, ding. The iron hammer swings. Xian Shichen felt that his knowledge, skills, and will had all reached their peak, and he fell into enlightenment under the burning of the fire called the fire of civilization. He knew clearly that as long as he could research the corresponding magic weapon, restrain it, and limit it, he would eventually win, just like the dragon-slaying sword of the Dragon Clan. It turned out that the opponent was a beast without wisdom, and he would definitely win. Now even if he had a brain, it would be difficult to resist these restraining magic weapons. In the primitive era, they couldn't win, because that era was too primitive. Xian Shichen said to Daoyu, now, everything is different. This big guy can only be our opportunity to study the truth of history, and the roots of the major systems. While swinging the iron hammer, he turned his head to look at the nine-headed dragon emperor and said, before my immortal weapon is forged, I will give you a chance to defeat Xian. What chance? Said the nine-headed dragon emperor. Die once. Xian Shichen said, I also master the awakening technology of the Pseudoghost King. As long as you die once, each head of the heavenly spiritual root will become a head of the fairy spiritual root, and your combat power will be increased by at least 100 times. You want me to die, and then artificially awaken as a ghost king, and step into the level of fairy spiritual roots? The nine-headed dragon emperor was silent. If it was before, he would definitely not want to, but now, he is no longer willing to worry about the consequences. His 9 heads are all independent heavenly spiritual roots. If they are all upgraded ones. Moreover, only 2 of his heads are yin and yang, and the remaining heads are either 5 elements, or variant 5 elements such as wind and thunder. That is, 7 heads have to go through the most difficult 5-element cycle. Do you dare to bet? Pseudo-awakening is still a life and death struggle, and you have to rely on your will to survive. But when you become a pseudo-ghost king, I will also prepare a shield to isolate him from swallowing ghosts, which is enough to prevent the ghosts of the entire Gyoujo from attacking, including you, the ghost king. Xian Shichen's voice was like the temptation of a devil. Don't worry too much, it's just a pseudo-ghost king. It may not be a bad thing to seize the opportunity first. The immortal era has erupted. In the future, there will always be unknown immortal tools and powerful magical powers that can turn you from a flawed pseudo-ghost king into a real ghost king. I accept it. The 9-headed dragon emperor deeply knows how powerful he is. As a perfect biological dragon, his foundation is unmatched by the entire Gyoujo. Once he breaks through to the immortal root, he will usher in an unprecedented qualitative change, and even step into the immortal supreme of Gyoujo, and become the supreme emperor of the next era. He has this confidence. It may not be impossible to break through in advance. Then, come to commemorate my breakthrough. The 9-headed dragon emperor committed suicide decisively with a bang, and a head exploded. Puff. The head exploded, but the embers have not been reborn. Soon the head recovered and continued to explode. Several times in a row, with the help of the precious medicine that strengthened the embers, his first head turned into embers. The first one, and then the second one. The nine-headed dragon emperor said coldly, "This guy can die in turns, and he can turn into ashes perfectly 100%. Xi and Shichen looked a little unbelievable. With such a supernatural power, it's no wonder that he can crush shadow-devouring dragon emperor and others, and become the real dragon emperor. This level of heavenly spiritual roots is too extraordinary. Even Shirongzi and Crocodile's spiritual roots feel far inferior." Puff puff puff. The nine-headed dragon emperor eventually became the Ghost King, and a trace of turbid air spread across the sky. If we have such power, the immortal level nine-headed dragon emperor is born. How can we not win? Xi and Shichen's mouth curled up a little, and quickly grabbed the wisp of turbid air and residual soul, using a secret method to pull him into an illusion and help him to pseudo-awaken. Chapter 614. In the distance, the fearless bone demon sect left behind a group of death squads, mixed in with a group of intelligent scouts to watch the battle. Geo 2. If we can get his magical powers and log into this character, wouldn't we not eat beef? So strong, Geo 2 dies for him, 100% of the embers? I've been dreaming of getting this character. It's probably a heavy Krypton Gold VIP character for the big guys, 9 times the resources, who can bear it. On the other side, watching the nine-headed dragon emperor falling into an endless illusion and about to awaken, Xi and Shichen cast his eyes on the monster in the distance, thinking, they have delayed for so long, my skills should have no problem breaking this monster. As long as the embers of our Xian family are burned once, after using the fire to get information, we can easily defeat him. Become our books. Now, Xian, it should be the same. I have fully understood his basic structure. Xian will be defeated by me soon, and will become the most precious book of origin treasured by our Xian dynasty royal family. In the future, our descendants can regularly burn the resurrected Xian once, and the knowledge obtained by their descendants will become one of the eternal inheritances of our human royal family for thousands of years. He looked into the distance. The reason why the human race stands at the top of Jiuzhou is because of their powerful wisdom, and he, who has the fire of civilization, is the symbol of the most powerful wisdom and knowledge. Duong Duong. His breath is rising steadily, and he continues to swing the hammer and hit the fairy weapon fiercely. Time is urgent. A large amount of precious materials were integrated, and with continuous hammering, the soul bubble split and merged, and the red molten golden lava embryo appeared. He stretched out his hand and made a stroke, and the mysterious fire burned through the weapon embryo. The steaming golden flame seemed to contain the data and words of millions of human beings, and the flame of the words was quickly engraved into the magic weapon. The fire of thought in his heart was boiling and stirring. The fire of the weapon in his hand also resonated with it. Gradually two combined into one. Boom! In the forging furnace, the weapon was instantly completed. Is this the real power of your majesty in these years? It only took 90 seconds to forge a fairy weapon. Next to him, Dao Yu was shocked and couldn't help saying, when the fairy era began, the record of the strongest blacksmith in human beings was 23 hours to forge a low-grade fairy weapon. This more than a minute simply subverted common sense. It was thousands of times faster than the fastest record of human beings, and it was not an exaggeration to describe it as incredible. As expected, during the battle just now, your majesty has been hiding your abilities? Watching the battle from the sidelines? Miss Dao seemed to know how despicable Xi and Shichen was. It turns out that your majesty's magical power is so terrible after advancing to the immortal path. Xi and Shichen shook his head, picked up the golden bell cover magic weapon, and looked at it, saying, I was indeed hiding my abilities just now, but it was not intentional, but my magical power was to strike back. Clang! He pushed hard, and the bell cover stood on the top of the Ember prehistoric giant's head, forming a huge isolation zone to isolate the Ember from absorption. My civilization fire is full of words, formulas, and theorems. He stretched out his hand, and dragged a ball of firewood. The words on the flame swam like tadpoles, giving people a deep and ancient atmosphere. Do you know why I burned the offering at the beginning, but I was not afraid at all afterwards? Because I only need to burn the opponent's data and collect the opponent's information, and then I will definitely win 100%. Because I can use all the existing power of mankind to forge immortal weapons, cultivate spiritual roots, plant poisons, all theoretical and scientific methods to defeat him. He said lightly. He can forge immortal weapons that can restrain the opponent in more than a minute in the battle. He can also cultivate spiritual roots that can restrain the opponent, research various poisons, and create powerful skills to restrain the opponent's flaws in more than a minute in the battle. Theoretically, no creature in this world can defeat him, the emperor of the strongest civilization. In his eyes, there is no fighting in this world. Only reckless people will fight. Any enemy is a test question to be solved in the eyes of this scholar. He seemed to be sitting on the desk, burning the opponent and getting a thick stack of white paper data on the opponent's body structure difficult problem. He, a scholar, only needs to solve the problem and use the existing knowledge of various human civilizations to find the corresponding flaws. Xinhua, this is the best manifestation of human power, the power of thought. He held the bell-shaped magic weapon in his hand and suddenly smiled lightly. Now, I have solved this problem. Use this magic weapon to isolate those strange emperors, who come one after another. If they attack together through this layer of protective shield, the other party will die. However, this solution to siege is too simple. He seemed to be unsatisfied. Suddenly, a square table was placed in front of him, and he smiled slightly. For this problem, I am willing to come up with a second solution. Solution. He wrote down the first word. After that, he began to write dense and complex data, like astronomy. This made Dao Yu, who was standing next to him, dizzy. She only understood the word solution, which scored 2 points in the current scholar examination, and she didn't know the rest. Russell. He kept writing, concentrating, and soon came up with a second plan to kill Xian. To attack the dragon clan, there is a dragon-slaying sword. And now, he is going to make a sword to kill Xian, specifically. Let the strange emperors of Jiuzhou not be afraid of Xian, and besiege him from a distance is one way. He is now studying a way to kill him alone. With this 4 swords to kill Xian, killing him is like killing a chicken, specifically restraining his regeneration magic and defense. He will definitely not be able to defend against it. He stopped writing, shook the paper with the answer, and showed satisfaction. Although, I can still be a poison master, poisoning him to destroy his body, and as a scholar, researching skills to overcome his supernatural powers. Even, as a spiritual farmer, cultivating spiritual roots, and using these spiritual roots to kill him. But it's no longer necessary. I have come up with 2 answers for the profession of blacksmith alone. He spoke with a calm tone of confidence, then slowly stood up and swung the hammer again. He hammered it with a loud sound, and put various divine golds, immortal stones, and spiritual objects from the storage ring, constantly merging them and burning them with the fire of civilization. Clatter. In less than an instant's stick of time, the glittering 4 swords of Zhu Xian were formed. He glanced at the 9-headed dragon emperor next to him, and said in his heart, "This guy hasn't awakened yet." "Then don't blame me, I just gave you a chance to beat him, but you can't catch it." He wanted to give these arrogant dragons a hard time, and then take down the offering before he woke up and win. I guess he must have been stunned when he became the pseudoghost king, awakened and returned, and was about to show off his skills, but saw the huge corpse lying on the ground? "Let's get started," Xian Shichen said to the empty sky calmly. "Everyone, you don't have to be afraid of offering, sucking you old ancestors, come and besiege him through this layer of protective shield." At this moment, there was a sudden rustling sound between heaven and earth. One after another, powerful and fierce Dharma images of the One-Heart Realm and the Transformation Realm appeared. "Others are dead, but I am not dead. I came to help because the situation is good." "Bah, you are a dead person who keeps saying that you are not dead." "I just came to help." In an instant, there was no fear and restraint in the blood, and countless powerful and strange ancestors emerged. The owner of the hostile restricted area of the tomb forces of the neutral nursery, the strong men of the human race, and the overlords of the holy lands of the 4 seas appeared one after another, standing in the same camp unprecedentedly. They started to act quickly like an army. Dong dong dong. The sky was muffled, and everything was distorted. Countless powerful attacks hit the ancient demon king, who was walking on the sea, and plundering resources everywhere. Crack! One of his legs was as huge as the Dinghai Shenzhen, piercing through the seabed to the sky, but it broke in an instant, and then his whole body collapsed fiercely, setting off an unprecedented tsunami. It can be done. Ha ha ha, one of his legs is broken. Before, only a dozen living guys attacked him, which made him so proud. Now we have thousands of historical overlords, at least masters of the state of one mind. How can he still be proud? Don't worry, it's not enough. This guy has a strong regeneration ability. Attack! Kill! This Xian Dynasty Emperor has a great skill. Our ghost body will be absorbed, and our ghost energy will be swallowed up when it hits him. But now, after the change of the properties of this shield, it can actually cause damage to him. On the clouds in the sky, countless powerful beings in different forms, like heavenly soldiers and generals. At this moment, the entire East China Sea has completely turned into a Jedi, and is about to fall into a terrifying storm of surging power. Crack! The loud sound of the body collapsing broke into everyone's ears. Dead? A thought came to everyone's mind. The next moment, the entire huge body completely split apart, and endless energy exploded, turning into endless embers and limbs, and all kinds of messy bodies burst out. The first answer sheet, most of the strong men in the whole Jiuzhou besieged together, which is enough to kill him. Xian Shichen smiled, and waved the second answer sheet in his hand, for transparent colored glazed swords. According to my perfect analysis of him, this guy collapsed, but is still slowly recovering, and he must be dealt a fatal blow again. The second answer sheet can also be directly finished. One question, two perfect solutions. He did not lose to me, but to the historical accumulation of mankind fire of civilization, he is also proud enough. The four swords continue to expand, extracting the overflowing energy of Xian's collapse in the surroundings, perfectly restraining Xian, and turned out to be the peerless evil soldiers that absorbed Xian and grew. At this moment, the ability of Xian was continuously extracted, and through energy conversion, a pure and terrible force condensed and turned into four magic weapons hundreds of kilometers long, falling fiercely from the sky. Dragon Emperor, you are arrogant and reserved, I can't kill you. The white tiger is reckless, the black turtle is lazy, and the Phoenix clan dare not show up. I am the first human in Jiuzhou, the first emperor of the immortal way. Crack! Xian seemed to have sensed the unprecedented crisis, and instinctively raised countless hands to clamp the magic weapon in the sky. Boom! Xian Shichen wielded the huge fire of civilization to wrap the sword body, and continued to press down fiercely. Xian, go back to the past. Those who stand in my way will die. I, who have the fire of civilization, how can I let you, a barbaric person, run rampant? At this moment, the fire of civilization erupted, the sky was full of flames, mountains flew up, volcanoes erupted, seawater evaporated, and a huge shadow covered the entire sky. Xian's entire body was cut in half. Seeing this scene, the entire Jiuzhou, the capital, and the restaurants in the world were cheering. Sure enough, he won. Your Majesty is worthy of it. It was too easy to win. Your Majesty easily created two immortal weapons and won. In my opinion, Your Majesty could easily win at the beginning, and deliberately made the dragons look bad. You are worthy of our strongest human race. Only with comparison can the gap be revealed. Ha ha ha, we are saved. The sound of mountains and seas rang out in Jiuzhou. Countless people were celebrating, excited to have this unprecedented powerful emperor. Some impatient people even took out firecrackers and ran outside to light them, making a crackling sound. At this moment, the guests in the restaurant suddenly fell silent again. Damn it! What is that? But the next moment, all the strong men near the battlefield felt their hairs stand up suddenly, their hearts contracted in an instant, and they felt that something really terrifying had come. After the giant squirming monster was cut open, it looked like a cracked giant egg. In the middle of its brain sat a god who dominated the world, the devil of the origin of all things, surrounded by countless black air, churning around. My body swelled due to the huge distortion that my brain couldn't control. After you chopped me off, I was finally able to regain control of my body. You chopped off 99% of my body, but I regained my true power. Are you ready for the next step? It was a pair of crystal white, exquisite hands, broad and powerful, as if containing the most terrifying power in the world, and they grabbed the four powerful swords fiercely, and the swords quickly cracked and shattered. The farce is over. Have you seen The Origin of Life? Chapter 615. Amid the horrified gazes of the crowd, a beautiful subhuman creature slowly stood up. He had dragon horns on his head, wings on his back, and turtle shell discs on every joint. His dragon tail was constantly swinging, exuding an extremely ominous aura. It was as if all the excess embers that had just been absorbed had been removed, achieving a perfect form. It was thanks to the combined attacks of most of the powerful armies in Kyushu that weakened the body of the embers that had been absorbed instinctively, and Ning Zhang's continuous strengthening of the brain inside. With the help of both inside and outside, the current barely balanced brain and body could finally control the body, and begin to achieve new evolution. The expanded and deformed Xian was not the real him, because that was no longer a creature, and the one that appeared now was the real prehistoric overlord. Sure enough, my route is right. Ning Zhang stood up slowly, looking at the entire Jiuzhou coalition army besieging him. They weakened his body, I expanded his brain. This guy. Xian Shichen glanced at him, cold sweat broke out. A kind of outrageous fear in his heart was boiling rapidly, looking at that figure, just standing there. There was a mysterious feeling of being integrated into the world, unfathomable. He began to burn the air, burn the surrounding information, and read the other party's body structure. It's different from the past. He doesn't have to burn the other party to get information, whether it's the hair and dandruff that fell in the battle, or some skin tissue excreted with breathing. He can burn the other party's ability. Changed, all changed. This guy is no longer the same Cien as before. His structure, breath, and flaws are completely different. It is completely different. The answers summarized before are no longer applicable. At this moment, Xian Shichen was a little silent. Just with the initial scan, this guy's body has been reintegrated into the organizational structure of the Dragon Clan, the Black Tortoise, the White Tiger, the human race, and various marine creatures. Now we can only reanalyze and scan him to obtain the corresponding data again. It is very interesting that you can do this in this era. The Cien in front of him seemed like an emperor in the dark night, but he exuded a faint silver light. He strode calmly, and every step formed a storm in the hearts of countless strong men. Is this the last battle of your era? After Ningzheng said this, he stretched out his hand and swept it. A powerful and pure force burst out. The sky suddenly shook, and all the human coalition forces were swept away, like a rain of flowers, falling in pieces. The mocking mode has been turned on. Ningzheng's idea was very clear. Let the opponent continue to attack him, weaken his body, and then his brain would be strengthened. Boom! Go collect resources for me. He stretched his body, and a large number of embers in the distant earth veins began to deform and regress. Those who returned to the most primitive chaotic form began to devour each other, sowed various limbs, entered the form of no original form, and began to fight for Ningzheng, plundering various spiritual root cultivation resources. A huge plundering army began to attack the holy places of the Sea Clan and ancient sects everywhere. This guy? Changed, completely changed. Is this his second form? No, we can think that we cut off his body, his madness ended, and he became a rational ghost again? This ancestor ghost cannot be measured by the killing conditions of ordinary ghosts. But now it seems that he has regained his sanity? Boom boom boom. Ningzheng controlled this perfect creature, stretched his body, continued to cross the sea, and continued to collect and expand his brain. Because what made Ningzheng very headache was that the excess tissues and bodies that had just been cut off were instinctively sucked back through the earth veins and began to expand again. This damn body is not my own after all. I can't control my body's self-instincts after temporarily taking over the body and absorbing those things. My brain is going to be suppressed by the huge body again. Stop him. I must stop him again. No matter what he wants to do, we must stop him. Countless armies swarmed in and attacked again, and various monks who assisted in restoring the Dharma image healed the Dharma image behind them. Boom, focus again. But the attack that was enough to evaporate any powerful being in the transformation realm did not leave even a trace on this creature. Instead, it was like a smooth streamlined sphere, spreading most of the attacks. Those attacks fell on the sea, causing a large-scale disaster. And old Xuanwu was held in front, bleed heavily. I said it was impossible to win, but you insisted on coming. You still said we were cowardly, but you didn't know that we Xuanwu are the bravest race in the entire Jiuzhou, because accepting the upcoming fate is also a kind of bravery. A powerful Tomb Forbidden Zone Weird Emperor said, "This guy is too outrageous. If our attacks caused any damage, it would not scare me so much, sliding away the attack, and not being affected by anything. What the hell is this thing?" Countless attacks fell, but there was no reaction at all, which made the entire Jiuzhou coalition the most desperate. The leader, Emperor Gengjin, was panting in the distance. Even if we are all full of energy and have fought one battle after another until now, we are almost unable to hold on. Xian Shichen, what are you doing? The Phoenix Queen in the distance has also joined the battlefield. We are still attacking from a distance and cannot get close. Most of us are useless. Xian Shichen, the fate of the whole world is in your mind. You have no choice. Hurry up. Xian Shichen continued to re-enter the thinking mode. This is his second form. What you have to do is to continue to attack his surface, knock down the embers and limbs he absorbed back, and prevent him from turning back into the first form of a tens of thousands of kilometers of stitched giant, so that we will start attacking again. I need time to reanalyze. 10 minutes, just give me 10 more minutes. I can break the second form. His brain entered an unprecedented overclocking world. Countless flames were steaming on his body, and golden words were flowing rapidly. This great emperor who led human civilization, at this moment, had a desk in front of him, sitting on a chair and writing. Pick up the pen. Solution. It was like the last 10 minutes of the college entrance examination. The rustling sound of the ink falling, and the crazy battle in the distance were out of tune. But apart from the word solution, he couldn't write anything else. He was a little stuck, as if he was facing the last question beyond the syllabus of the college entrance examination. At this moment, a terrifying aura of the Ghost King suddenly burst out from the side. At this critical moment, the nine-headed dragon emperor finally opened his bright red dragon eyes, and a more powerful aura burst out, sweeping across the East China Sea. Waste human race, let me do it. Chapter 616. Time goes back to the past. The nine-headed dragon emperor came to the most painful moment of his life in his dream. Get out, you big-headed dragon. Your head is swollen like a big blister, disgusting. Monster. Why is your head so big? Why is your head so big? Beating, abuse, cold violence, filled his entire childhood. When he was 18 years old, at night, a group of young dragons hit his head hard with sticks. Bang, 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 blood spread on his head exploded, and his brain lost consciousness. Only vaguely heard a cry for help. How did his big head split? How did it become 9 petals? Why is it biting me? Help, someone help me. My head. When he woke up again, there were 8 headless bodies of young dragons on the ground. From that moment on, he realized that it was not that his head was big, but that his head could split into 9 necks. Where is this? I'm thinking of the past again. The nine-headed dragon emperor slowly opened his eyes, and looked at the white surroundings, which were empty and void. Behind him, the young headless dragons were talking. Are you awake? Do you remember us? We just knocked your head and begged for mercy, but you still killed us. Did you finally remember us? Another group of powerful dragon emperors of all generations walked out. You killed us. Did you feel guilty for taking our heads? Or did you feel lonely? The nine-headed dragon emperor said coldly, No, I have long forgotten who you are. From the moment I discovered my power, I knew that I was born to be the synonym of despair, the supreme king, killing itself, the king of the dragon clan standing at the top of the food chain. I let the sea area under my control fall into an endless food chain. Only when creatures kill each other can the cycle be realized, and the world become beautiful. The voices behind me kept coming one after another. Hee, you are just afraid of loneliness. Pride is just a mask for a coward like you. You long for friends and us. You were a coward when you were a child and wanted to play with us. You were shrouded in loneliness and longed to get rid of loneliness. It was loneliness that destroyed you, but you didn't dare to face it. The nine-headed dragon emperor looked at them coldly, and didn't speak. Face yourself. When you know who you really are, you will wake up. A coward who deceives himself with arrogance. Know who I am, hee. See me when the flowers bloom, hee. The voices kept coming one after another. I don't know how long it took, and how long it was infected by the noise. The nine-headed dragon emperor began to have hallucinations, a new split personality, and kept talking to himself. Countless childhood shadows were replayed in his mind. After an unknown amount of time, he finally began to face loneliness. I am. The nine-headed dragon emperor slowly opened his eyes, and sneered, a coward? Ha, what an interesting dream, and interesting me, those damn guys actually wanted to mislead me. When the flowers bloom, they will see me, and know who I am. I am not afraid of loneliness at all, I just don't know how to enjoy loneliness. A mysterious breath slowly erupted from him, shaking the world. This was the birth of a strange king. The king is born lonely. He recalled the past of his life, and remembered how cowardly, pathetic, and childish he was when he was young. Have I just realized the real me now? No, the obstacle that prevents me from recognizing who I am is indeed because I am a coward. Enjoying loneliness and standing alone at the top is the real loneliness. But before, Josue was always above me, which prevented me from enjoying the loneliness at the top and the freedom to run rampant. So, start changing from now on, enjoy loneliness, embrace loneliness, and become loneliness itself. This is the position that the strongest peak in Jojo should have. Now, I want to defeat Cien, defeat Josue, defeat all enemies, and welcome the loneliness that belongs to the king. Endless shock waves flowed through him. He looked coldly at Xi and Shichen in front of him, as well as the bell cover magic weapon on his head, and the crushed 4 swords of Zhu Xian, and said lightly, the human race is really despicable. They actually want to plot against me. What a pity. You still have to rely on me. The voice was like a terrifying whistle, resounding through the world. He threw out the storage ring. As the richest dragon emperor, he took out a large number of matching heavenly spiritual roots, and even some of them were the difficulty of the 5-element cycle. A weak cultivator cannot defeat that kind of backlash. But he is the strongest dragon emperor in Jiuzhou. If he can't bear it, then no creature in this world can resist it. Hula la! A large number of spiritual roots were implanted. There were dozens of spiritual roots, which was an unprecedentedly large number. One head was gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. One head was thunder, wind, fire, ice, and hell. One head was yin and yang, and one head was light and darkness. The 9 heads seemed to contain all the power of the world. Sacrifice? Let me meet you. Roar! The amazing dragon roar resounded throughout the East China Sea. This terrifying wild dragon was born. Every meridian was twisted like steel bars, and the strong wind was blowing. Energy overflowed, as if it contained all the 5 elements between heaven and earth. Offer! A violent and overbearing will came over him, and the furious dragon roared. The flow of energy, the 5 elements, yin and yang, the creation of heaven and earth. At this moment, he seemed to have everything. At the same time, he had 9 immortal spiritual roots, and he felt that the whole world had become so simple. Every time he stretched his body, it would cause energy resonance and vibration. Boom! Each of his heads was circulating, emitting explosive mixed energy, as if he had turned into the only sun between heaven and earth. What immortal weapon do you want? What technology do you want? The fire of human civilization? Fussy! Bang! The angry roar turned into a surge of 5 elements energy particles colliding, and the yin and yang particles collapsed, just like a nuclear reaction, blooming with endless light and heat. He punched Xian and sent him flying. He instantly appeared behind him. Endless golden light rose up again. He punched him hard and broke his spine, tearing his wings. Weak creatures need skills, while perfect ultimate creatures only need to push. The Chaos 9-headed Dragon Emperor laughed grimly, and his aura exploded wildly. Next, I show you what the era of immortal roots is like. Boom boom boom. The terrifying aura surrounded it, and the mixed and intertwined attributes surged like a tidal wave, almost condensing into substance. Kill 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 kill. For my loneliness, to experience the loneliness of me sitting on the throne of clouds and overlooking all living beings, that is the most perfect time to enjoy loneliness. Each claw directly exploded a cycle of energy, and the alternating breath of each head smashed Xian's body into pieces, bursting out dense yin and yang particles and 5 elements of energy. In the distance, there was a roar like a tsunami. Come on! Lord Jiu Tu Long Di, for survival. To save our civilization. To save the whole world. Yes! You can win. Your 9 heads represent a heavenly immortal power. The common people shouted. In Jiuzhou, strong men couldn't help shouting. As expected of the rebels in Jiuzhou, the book method of Emperor Xinqing blew up the first form, and the absolute strength of Jiu Tu Long Di crushed it, and the second form of Xian is already weakening. We can win! As expected of the strongest overlords in Jiuzhou. Each form was broken. Boom boom boom. The Jiu Tu Long Di couldn't help sneering when he heard the shouting. Protect the world? Save the people of the sea. When can such a ridiculous term of saint be used on him? He is the absolute overlord who brought destruction to the East China Sea, a monster feared by the people, who has been on the road of destroying cities and countries and genocide all his life, a forbidden dragon with endless blood on his hands. These guys actually asked me to protect the world? Very good, protect the world. A trace of vicissitudes flashed in his eyes. Yes, I should indeed be a superhero who saves the world and protect the world. Boom! The colorful light rose from the 9-headed Dragon Emperor again. He squeezed out all his potential and strength and roared angrily. Yes! How can I let you destroy the world and bring about a messy ancient evolution period? Protect the world? Then I really have to protect my world, protect my 9 states and 4 seas. You kid, you actually dared to attack my future private property. He risked everything with his crazy bombardment, which collided, exploded, and shook, unforgivable. That is a country that only I can destroy. Boom! With a fierce leap, the 9 heads of the 9-headed Dragon Emperor seemed to turn into fists, and the 9 fists smashed fiercely on Xian's forehead. That is a tsunami that only I can launch. Bang! Flashing behind him, the moment the head dragon fist fell, the domineering power exploded in the dragon's mouth in a completely unreasonable way. Boom boom boom. The body continued to weaken. Ning Zheng kept muttering in her brain. That's it. Completely angered them. So fierce Xi and Shichen, so fierce 9-headed Dragon Emperor, the chain of attacks. This is how they hit a body, weakening and continuing to weaken. Outside, it was like a giant craftsman, hammering the body with 1,000 hammers. Inside, Ning Zheng kept expanding his head, countless three-flower brain threads merged with each other, low-grade spiritual roots merged with low-grade spiritual roots to form low-grade fairy spiritual roots, medium-grade and medium-grade merged, and high-grade merged, intertwined with each other, and a majestic force burst out. Evolution. Evolution. The next second, the Xian in front of him completely turned into a tall subhuman creature with an extremely perfect physique and a fascinating evil spirit. Just looking at it made his mouth dry, and he felt like he wanted to be in his arms at any time. Fairy spiritual roots like me? Ning Zheng pinched one of the dragon heads of the nine-headed dragon emperor fiercely. You? The nine-headed dragon emperor's pupils dilated. What a joke. You are a primitive creature. How come you also have fairy spiritual roots? Ning Zheng's brain has formed a basic cycle, glanced at him, and said lightly, my mind is full of those things. This is not surprising. Then, let's stop the farce here. Ning Zheng's brain suddenly burst out with strands of thread, wrapping her body like a cocoon, sealing herself up. I have also collected all the books, enough to read for a while. Walala. Ning Zheng sealed herself up, because the opponent's attack was indeed a great contribution, and their human coalition had indeed won the sacrifice. This guy? He made such a big fuss, just to read books? The pupils of the guys in the distance shrank, and they suddenly reacted. So, this guy really wanted to commit suicide from the beginning, and he really crossed the sea and plundered everywhere just to collect those detective books. Their minds were full of disbelief, blank, and they felt like clowns, performing a ridiculous farce. So what did we, the heroes of the 9 states and the 4 seas, protect? Speed up the seal. Yes, he is trapped in his own cocoon, and he must be sealed. Ha ha ha, we won, and he really won. He is cooperating with us to kill him. Some people cried and laughed, obviously not daring to imagine this fact. On the other side, no idea to solve the problem, no. Xian Shichen opened his eyes, scratched his messy hair, and pondered, no longer calm, like those small-town test-takers who stayed up for 3 days and 3 nights to write questions. He looked at the outside world again, and the whole person was stunned. The answer to defeat him. Looking at the detective book, it turns out that I thought too much. The solution to this problem, the answer has always been on the title. Chapter 6:17. Before, Xian repeated the question several times. I want to read a book. It turns out that the answer has always been on the question. Just let him finish reading the book. If he is regarded as a living person, it seems absurd that he has gone to such great lengths to destroy Kyushu and travel through mountains and rivers. But as a ghost, following the circular logic of his life, it seems that there is nothing special about wanting to read a book. And this may be something that Xian Shichen can't think of? He has thought of it a long time ago, but he just doesn't want to put his fate in the hands of others. He has other full-mark answer sheets. Why try to choose this one? Who dares to bet whether there is a conspiracy? They can only attack each other's brains and take the initiative in their own hands. Turn off the projection. Xian Shichen suddenly spoke. Click. The entire atmospheric projection from high altitude disappeared. The battlefield scene seen by restaurants, tea houses, and major forces throughout Kyushu, and the world disappeared instantly. No more. The last scene. This is too exaggerated. Is this battle over? Why not continue the projection? We, the people of Jojo, have the right to know the truth. Yes, the court is trying to hide something. Parade them in the streets. We have the right to know the truth. Some scholars shouted. The young generation of the human race is well-fed and well-drinking, and some troublemakers are obviously bored. The sea people have never been paraded in the streets, because once they go out on the streets, they will be beaten to death. In any case, seeing the last scene of the East China Sea being broken, some people fell into panic, and they couldn't wait to discuss the process and final result of winning this battle. Some people were in a state of complete panic, extremely anxious, because the victory in this battle was not won by their own strength, but by charity. Self-sealing. Does this mean that Xian may reappear at any time? The scenes completely shattered their outlook on life and values, and a huge nameless anger rose in their hearts. This was the anger and fear of their own weakness, and the fear of death at any time. In the center of the battlefield. Just to read a book. At this moment, a phoenix showed a confused look at this moment. Reading a book, it turns out that it was reading a book. Thinking back to the shocking battle just now, this reason gave them an extremely unreal feeling. Feeling that they were a joke. The 9-headed dragon emperor on the side quickly responded with an annoyed look. That's what weird is. Messy, moody. Following the logic of life before death, and has inexplicable killing conditions. Just reading a book. For a moment, even the proud man was speechless, and murmured in disbelief. So, we were defeated by such a selfless guy? He didn't resist at the beginning, and was preparing to commit suicide. Someone added. They recalled the behemoth that caused panic among the people of the world, just because he was looking for a book. Just like a human who goes to the library to read a book, would he care about the few little ants trying to stop you? Just step on them to death when they pass by. A powerless thought emerged in his mind. What does it have to do with you to destroy you? Is this the power and fearlessness shown by the strongest taboo existence in ancient times? It's obviously a dead man, a logical shell. Reinforce the seal. The White Tiger clan snorted coldly. I don't want to stay here anymore. Let's end the farce like this. Although they have won, they are not happy at all, but very angry. Because the human race shines, the dragon race shows unparalleled strength. The Xuanwu has strong defense, and what about them? The phoenix can't attack with all its strength, and now they look like clowns when they attack with all their strength. At this moment, an extremely urgent thought burst out in the hearts of the White Tiger clan. Immortal Spirit Root, Immortal Tao, they, the White Tiger clan, should really speed up. The war ended in such a very special and unexpected way for everyone. Just as Xi and Shichen and others were constantly discussing. In the center of the ruins of the war. In a giant egg with mysterious patterns. I'm so sorry. I feel that those guys outside are fighting to death, and they are about to collapse in their Tao hearts after such an ending. Having said that, Ningzheng looked very calm. Why fight? They can't win. If Ningzheng continues to fight, it won't end well. He decisively chose to close himself in the most perfect state, and study the body of Xian. After all, he defeated the nine-headed dragon emperor with a few moves, so of course he could win and continue to sweep the world. But what happens after winning? He is invincible in the world, and continues to absorb the embers everywhere to expand his body. Turn into a giant monster with tens of thousands of hands and feet and a sewn torso. My brain can't be suppressed again. People have helped me to chop to this extent, and I have the ability to cooperate with each other. I can't let down the efforts of Xi and Shichen and the nine-headed dragon emperor. If I continue to be reckless, my body will continue to grow. Isn't that stupid? Ningzheng controlled such a terrifying power at that time, but he still didn't expand. He was self-righteous and complacent, and he went everywhere to suppress those strong men in Jiuzhou. Because this power is not his own. Xian's body was only temporarily controlled and taken over. Ningzheng couldn't even control Xian's body instinctively to expand. He was self-righteous. After defeating the nine-headed dragon emperor, he continued to attack them. That was a fool's behavior. People should know themselves. Ningzheng closed his eyes. Controlling the entire super-evolved perfect body, as delicate as white jade, he squatted cross-legged and felt the endless darkness around him. This terrible body is incredible. I am a little too strong now. If it continues like this, the whole world may be destroyed by me. Even after death, there is still incredible mysterious power. It is worthy of being the first generation of ghosts and pseudo-humans. Something is still wrong at this moment. Even if my brain overwhelms Xian's body, his body is still gradually consuming the brain. It's like a mobile phone with a battery. The battery is still slowly consuming. He estimated a time, if it doesn't change. About half a year later, his brain will be sucked dry, and Xian's brain will be empty again, returning to its previous state. However, this time is enough. Enough for Ningzheng to study Xian's body, and form a cycle between the brain and the body. If Ningzheng can't do it himself, he can accumulate luck to do it. As long as there is enough luck, nothing is impossible. If I can completely control Xian, even if he is just a dead man, an empty shell, it will definitely be the greatest opportunity in history. It will be enough for me, a small master of the one-mind realm, to completely possess the power to dominate the world. Ningzheng secretly calculated. Chapter 618. Splash. In the distance, the endless blue sea water poured back into the ruined battlefield. The waves were surging, and the splashing sea water was covering the feet of Xi and Shichen and others. The evaporated sea water has risen again. Miss Dao said, Your Majesty, we should leave, but the sea level of the entire East China Sea may have dropped by several centimeters. A large amount of sea water evaporated and rose into the nursery. Our capital may face a small flood. Just take flood prevention measures. Xi and Shichen looked at the huge mysterious cocoon in the distance and said meaningfully, I have to remind you that the existing technology may not be able to completely seal him. What do you mean? The holy white dragon gave a gentle female voice. Isn't my meaning simple? Xi and Shichen said, We seem to have sealed it heavily, as long as he wants to come out. He may come out at any time. So, this world-destroying disaster is not over at all? Someone suddenly spoke. That's for sure. Xian Shichen put his hands behind his back and said lightly, haven't you discovered it yet? Xian has already released the first generation of the weird disaster virus. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it. With a splash, a weird creature from the seabed thousands of kilometers away burst from the sky and landed in his hand. This weird creature was obviously a common fish ember. But now it has several fins sewn together, messy scales, and 2 heads. It's like a deformed fish product of nuclear wastewater. What is this? The disaster has already broken out. It's the first generation of the ember virus, spreading in all directions. The expressions of the powerful men changed. The current ember virus, hidden in the body of organisms, has become very weak. This diluted ancient immortality virus will only resurrect you with a very low probability after your death. The mortality rate, lethality, and evolutionary ability are greatly reduced. Only the dragon clan still retains the evolutionary ability of embers. The 9-headed dragon emperor frowned. Is this the first generation of unstable ember virus? What is the death infection rate? The death infection rate has reached an astonishing 50%. Xian Shichen coldly broke out a terrible news. That is to say, 50% of organisms will become ghosts after death in the future. Very interesting, right? Ember disaster. Everyone changed color. In the past, the natural generation rate of ghosts was 1 in tens of thousands. In a city with tens of millions or hundreds of millions of people, this ratio can only be said to be just right. Hundreds of ghosts are born every day, and the law enforcement agencies in the city can also manage and deal with these monsters. But what does 50% mean now? When a butcher on the street slaughters a pig, 50% of it will become strange, and the strange pig will attack people. In a restaurant, if you eat sashimi, the fish may jump up and attack you. If you step on an insect on the roadside and kill it, it may also become strange and bite you in return. The most outrageous thing is that these first-generation ember viruses have an unstable attribute that can devour and sew up the limbs of other creatures to become stitched monsters. The world is going to change. No, it should be said that a new era is coming. Xian Shichen sneered. The 2 disasters have come together. The only thing we can be thankful for is that this unconscious ancestor has been sealed, leaving these strange disasters without a leader and becoming headless flies. The 2 disasters finally happened. At this moment, high-level monks from all over the world began to discuss the impact and terrible consequences of this. It is disgusting that a fake person takes over another's body. You kill a creature, and it explodes embers. For example, I kill an enemy of equal strength. After finally killing him, I am exhausted and suddenly find an ember crawling out of his body. This ember continues to roar, I am not dead, you are dead, I want to continue fighting with you. How ugly will your face be? Then, you can only struggle to death and continue to fight with him. The worst result is that you are also beaten to death, and the corpse also crawls out of the ember, and also shouts, I am not dead, I want to continue fighting with you. The embers of both sides continue to fight. Life and death depend on each other. This is a joke of the hell-level embers in the new era. And is this probability low? Not low at all. It is almost foreseeable that it is the norm. Outside the city wall, it will become more and more terrifying. When you go to the wilderness, you can see pairs of ember monks in the wild, maintaining their logic in life, and fighting like crazy. Even during the fight, 2 embers merge together because of structural instability. Think positively. The sword fairy couldn't help but say, everyone, the appearance rate of ancestral tombs will be 50% in the future. If you add some good things that increase the probability of embers, it will be almost 100%, which is worth celebrating. Although when you find the ember of your dead ancestor, he may have merged with the ancestor of your hostile forces. At that time, you may argue with the enemy forces on the opposite side about whose ancestor this fused ancestor is, and who should take it back to their own ancestral tomb. Then the 2 sides fought to the death for the sake of argument, and then died in the battle. The dead from both families continued to merge into this ancestor, and they completely loved each other. Achieve the super unity of the 2 enemy families. The sword fairy's cold joke made everyone silent. Just thinking about it makes me get goosebumps for no reason. This scene is already in the category of horror movies. But the most outrageous thing is that this situation is very likely to happen. Pseudo-human disaster, ember disaster, think about it carefully. Xian Shichen said calmly. Just like the sword fairy said, I think it may not be a bad thing. The appearance of the ancestral virus is the era of biological evolution. Anyway, we have sealed Xian, so the disaster will not explode out of control. Besides, I have restudied this Xian based on his structure and created several targeted sealing immortal tools. The fatal weakness is restrained, 100% targeted at it, and the seal is perfect, so you don't have to worry. Next, the Dragon Clan can take Xian back to your ancestral tomb and reseal it, which is considered to be returning the property to its original owner. Xian Shichen took out 7 or 8 high-grade immortal tools he had created during the conversation for free and gave them to the Dragon Clan to strengthen the seal. The 9-headed Dragon Emperor sneered, "That's not necessary. It's fine to leave it to your human race. The damn human scholar scum emperor, who only knows how to do questions all day long, and now he has cracked 100% and handed in a perfect answer sheet, who would believe it? It is said that some children in the human race will add a 0 to the 10-point test paper to make it a full score of 100 points for the sake of face." He seriously suspected that Xian Shichen was such a person. Anyway, he didn't believe it. The human race was cunning and dirty, especially their scholars, who were full of courtesy and integrity, but secretly thieves and prostitutes. It would be best to let you go to the capital, together with the history book of time. The 9-headed Dragon Emperor said coldly. There is no need to move back to the capital. Xian Shichen saw the dragons refused, thought about it, and looked around, who is willing to take on this great responsibility of protecting the world. The 4 great beasts were silent. The 9-headed Dragon Emperor said lightly, "Your Excellency, the Emperor of the human race, has restrained Xian so much that he has even become a small Xian. Naturally, it is most appropriate for you to seal it yourself. We have suppressed the history book of time, and we are powerless." Xian Shichen said, "Then stay where you are and seal it." "I agree. We agree too. Everyone knows that there may be problems with this seal. As long as Xian wants, he may be able to crawl out again at any time. Although in theory, offering is a circular logic, there will be no extraordinary behavior, and no going out. But who can be sure? Maybe he wants to read again." Although the seal completely isolates the information from the outside world, everyone feels that a strange information brain wave seems to be appearing here. It is a unique wave frequency from the brain of the Earth vein, which is gathering some strange creatures and inexplicable embers here. I am afraid it will take less than 10 days. This place will become the most terrifying ancient tomb restricted area in Jiuzhou. Offering a tomb. This unprecedented largest new tomb is about to be born here. At that time, countless second-phase cultivators and even other masters will tentatively explore this tomb. Everyone knows it now. Xian, that is, a heavy mountain in the hearts of the powerful people in the whole Jiuzhou, may destroy the world at any time. They must speed up the opening of the immortal way, resist the double disasters, and solve Xian as soon as possible. After their last wave of discussions, they retreated. Back to the capital. Xian Shichen held a golden flame full of complex and densely packed words, in which a small Xian was floating. It was the treasure he got when he burned Xian for the first time. With this thing, I can study this ancient source more deeply. In this battle, he was the one who benefited the most. Burned Xian and retreated unscathed. However, Dao Yu didn't help much. There are only 2 reasons. 1. As a ghost, it was too restrained and dared not get close to Xian, so it could only attack at a super long distance. 2. Too weak. In 100 years, Xian Shichen had enough time to research his own powerful immortal magic. But in the past 100 years, Dao Yu has practiced from immortal to the present, and although it is considered as forcing the growth of seedlings, she has barely reached the threshold of the transformation of myself. But the strength of her 7-color spiritual roots can't be exerted at all. After all, she is 100 years old. Except for Ning Zheng, who has a high ability of enlightenment, which genius can make up for the foundation, she is like Ning Zheng before, with blank attributes and can only attack. This is still the case when Xian Shichen helped her develop the corresponding magical skills and moves, and taught her carefully. But because she is a pseudoghost king, she is very rigid and her learning ability is still a bit low. Xian Shichen pondered. She has poor learning ability. If she is given tens of thousands of years, she can probably keep up with the normal level, but we still have to find a way to make her change from an artificial pseudoghost king to a real ghost king. In this way, the potential can be improved. In the future, the immortal era will continue to progress, and various immortal tools, immortal pills, immortal farmers, and immortal doctors will continue to be born. There must be a way to make up for the foundation of the pseudoghost king. That 9-headed dragon emperor probably thinks the same. He murmured. Chapter 6:19. Somewhere in the East China Sea. On the top of a barren mountain under the sea, the young Su-human king had a cold look on his face. He sat on the cliff, gently stroking a fish in his hand, and looked at the direction where the disaster broke out. Splash! On the sea above his head, statues of Dharma flew across the sky, and as the battle ended, they were returning to their ancestral graves. Any one of them was in the state of one mind, and had the terrifying power to easily crush him and kill him, the strongest emperor of the pseudo-human race. And these are just cannon fodder offered for the encirclement and suppression, and can be easily killed. He lowered his eyes. They are too strong, and we pseudo-humans are still far from the top class of strong men. The pseudo-human disaster has only broken out for a few months. As the strongest man, he cannot reach the level of one mind no matter how powerful he is. It is already very good that he can secretly attack some Sea Clan holy places and infect them. It takes time to grow. A race cannot return to its peak overnight. He whispered softly. The outbreak of the embers was actually a good thing for them, making the world more chaotic. The embers infected dead things. The pseudo-humans took over living things. The two disasters have taken over the whole situation. Xian, one day, I will return, get you, and become your brain. A strong thought broke out in his mind. The back of the nursery. The old man holding the fishing rod held the fishing rod, and looked at the huge fog rising. What a thick fog rising from the East China Sea. It is most suitable for fishing. Xian really committed suicide. The beautiful woman in the forest of yesterday looked calm. Xian's power grows with the growth of the embers and pseudo-humans of the past generations. The embers differentiated from his body, the pseudo-people differentiated from his brain. Cruel and cold-blooded, with destruction and greed as the core. In the next few decades, we will fight against them again. Aren't we one of them? The old man with the fishing rod said, and this is just the beginning. When these pseudo-people and embers grow to a certain extent, they will become ambitious people and want to retake their most powerful treasures. Xian, take over his body and gain his great power. What did the Dragon Clan want to do by sealing Xian for so many years? They just wanted to take over Xian's great power as a strange clan and become Xian, but they just didn't succeed. But with the opening of the immortal era, it is no longer impossible to take over Xian's body. Alas, everyone desires that power. The beautiful woman fell into silence. Xian, after all, is an ancient dead man, an empty shell without needs. Such as Xian is the easiest to deal with. However, when some powerful beings try to control Xian and become Xian, that is the most terrifying thing of the era. No one can imagine what kind of terrible disaster a greedy and lustful Xian will bring to the whole world. So, do we also want to join the ranks of seizing Xian? The beautiful woman said softly. Humph, that is the most magnificent treasure in the world, a treasure for exploring the origin of the world and impacting a higher realm. Who can let it go? The old man with the fishing rod showed a trace of fanaticism that only seekers have, and said, the strange disaster has broken out, the spread of the ancestral virus, and the unstable properties can also allow us to correct our bodies. Let us go further and become stronger. That's right. The beautiful woman turned her eyes. It's better for us to seize Xian than for other creatures to seize Xian. They are the neutral tomb camp with no desires. They themselves are the best choice to inherit this power. The whole Kyushu and the four seas are surging. Xian seems to be just the horn of an era, blowing the music of the immortal era and opening the golden age. The entire history has almost revealed most of the main lines. Sacrifice era. Xian led the tribal era, led the monsters of all races, accepted their worship, and finally watched the people grow old and die, and began to study immortality, and finally the immortality virus appeared. The Ember virus. After an unknown mysterious war, Xian fell, and his brain differentiated into a pseudo-human, and his body differentiated into embers. Melting Dragon era. After the endless war of ember fusion, the ultimate perfect creatures fused by the ember virus, the four sacred beasts, the white tiger, the black tortoise, the phoenix, and the dragon clan. Led by the dragon clan, they began to rule the era. In this era, the ember virus is the most powerful. The ultimate body of the fusion of various races makes the four perfect creatures has supreme power and magical powers at birth. Rongtian era. The pseudo-human virus begins to work. As three flower brains, they secretly found the most suitable creature to take over, the ancient ape. The pseudo-human took over the ancient ape. The ancient ape clan defeated the four divine beasts and became the new master of the earth. In essence, it was the pseudo-human who defeated the ember. The pseudo-human had a low starting point and high potential. Through cultivation, he became stronger step by step and defeated the perfect creatures who stood at the top at birth and almost did not practice. This made the era of brute force divine beasts relying on physical talents enter the era of cultivation. The human god began to use the thread of the pseudo-human to correct the hair, and the human race was born. The history after that is the change of the human dynasty. The history is clear, the history is clear. No, there are still some puzzles. In the sacrifice era, we only know the result of Xian's fall, but we don't know how Xian died. From the result, Xian seems to be a good person. He chose to commit suicide? So where did Xian come from? Is there a more distant era before Xian? All the top forces are analyzing and obtaining information, and have obtained more or less benefits and intelligence. The whole era is excited, and countless readers are deducing the past and looking forward to the future. We are facing an unprecedented golden age. I don't know how many geniuses will emerge in the future. This big melee of Xian does not seem to be the destruction of the world, but a signal, which has brought explosive development to the civilized era. The appearance of Xian, like a raging fire boiling oil, dragged the entire era into a high-speed period of immortal enlightenment. This is destined to be a great mythological era where people and ghosts live together. After death, one can easily live a second life, and even have the possibility of dominating the second life. There are even top scholars in the academy who published articles that caused the whole era to boil. New era system, Gui Xiao. My life will be reborn after death. Some ordinary creatures with congenital deficiencies can choose to commit suicide and become a Gui, take the path of swallowing and fusion, gather the strengths of hundreds of races, and if awakened, they can become the ancestor of a new era. Just like the four great beasts. Is Gui Xiao a way for those with insufficient qualifications? A Gui cultivator must die first, and the most important thing is how to die. The more resentful a person is after death, the more fierce his Gui will be. Becoming a Gui cultivator can plan your own death. The scholar Gui who was bullied and humiliated by a bully died unjustly. The bride Gui who hanged herself in a red wedding dress on her wedding day. These are paths, choose your death, and welcome your rebirth. Even further, solidify your daily habits to subtly set your killing conditions. This article has thousands of words, and discusses a possibility. For some cultivators with weak qualifications, is Gui a way? 50% resurrection rate, use a little to increase the ember treasure, and there is a high probability that it will appear. Today's Gui can also devour and fuse to become stronger. As long as you awaken, you will be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, ascending to heaven in one step, and becoming the ancestor of a clan comparable to the four sacred beasts. As for the fact that after suicide, the person is already dead, and the ashes are just an empty shell, then what basis do you have to determine your death? The body with your logical consciousness is still alive. How can it not be considered alive? When your body awakens, the consciousness that is reborn is no longer yourself, even. Some people compare the human race to a tree. The soul consciousness is the trunk that has been cut off, and the soul body is the stump. When your vegetative body stump sprouts again and grows consciousness, it is no longer yourself, a new era, a new concept. Countless thoughts are colliding, and the great era of 100 schools of thought has begun. Sword Forging Villa. At this time, it has arrived at the destination and fallen into the abyss. Ning Zheng came to his senses, and no longer paid attention to the hustle and bustle of the outside world, nor did he bother to read the heated discussions of blacksmiths on the forum. He looked down. It's time to sort out the huge gains from this battle. The luck value harvested in this wave is simply a bloody profit. He looked at an astonishing and terrifying number. Current luck value, 112 million. God knows how wicked the sword fairy is. She is so skilled at making money from national disasters. Chapter 620. 110 million. Even if the success rate is several hundred to 1, I am afraid that there are tens of billions of people who have opened the teleportation array and headed to Shiman City to worship the statue. What an exaggerated flow of traffic is this? It can only be said that every time a catastrophe comes, there will be a group of people kneeling madly and praying that God can save them. Others are fighting to death in the East China Sea. Shiman City is defrauding the human race everywhere. We are a bit unethical. Ning Zheng felt that this battle was indeed a win-win for him, winning twice. Shiman City cheated the luck value. Dong Hai sneaked in and replaced it. After digesting these two huge fortunes, I am afraid it will take off, soon. Ning Zheng thought about what to do with this huge sum of 110 million yuan. It seems that there is no place to spend the money. He thought about it. 1 heart and 2 acupoints realm. 5 million luck value. First click a realm. This should not be a big problem. But after thinking about it, Ning Zheng found a bigger problem. I don't have the resources to practice anymore. I can't reach the next realm with just the luck value. The savings of the villa were basically spent when Ning Zheng broke through the first state of mind. Then, in order to sneak attack the Dragon Clan tomb, he squeezed out the old bottom and got more than a dozen heavenly spiritual roots, cutting off the firewood from the bottom of the pot, preparing to seize the body and become the ancestor of the Dragon Palace. Then an accident occurred, and more than a dozen heavenly spiritual roots failed to seize the body, and the capital was completely lost. Although this battle lost a batch of heavenly spiritual roots, and got the sacrifice, 110 million luck value is a blood profit. But in essence, he still has no money. I have spent too much during this period. I have to find a way to make money, otherwise, I can't even spend 5 million luck value to improve my realm. A power cannot only go out without making any money. We have to start over and make money. Ningzheng did not use the luck value to exchange for a batch of resources and wealth. How expensive is the luck value? How can it be used to earn money in the secular world? It's not like I don't have a way to make money. Let the blacksmith go out and make iron, and the money will come, right? After roughly sorting out the future development ideas, in order to check for omissions and fill in the gaps, Ningzheng opened the game forum. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, which was the time to go offline. Countless people went offline and ate while frantically brushing posts and posting. In just half an hour, a large number of new posts poured out and were pinned. Obviously, this big plot touched their hearts very much. New plot, cool, so cool. All-round perspective. I watched a super large myth battle all day today. So cool. You can't see a few people in the state of one mind and the state of transformation in your life. It's worthless to gather here. All of them were talking about some lines like this. Various video recordings and screenshots almost dominated the entire forum, and everyone was showing their own perspectives. Everyone was discussing enthusiastically, and Ningzheng could even imagine the rendered expressions of these foreigners in front of the forum screen, watching the details in the video and analyzing them frantically. They even analyzed every NPC's clothes, dress, boots, and accessories, looking for details, because they thought the planner was a detail freak. This was a bit outrageous. Ningzheng ignored them and clicked on a post. The God of Cookery, losses and profits of the Battle of Dragon Palace seizing the body. Hello everyone, I am the God of Cookery, the #1 chef in Jiuzhou, the super boss, who made the rebel elders eat so much that their crotches burst. I heard that the few strange dragons with heavenly spirit roots, who seized the body of the dragon clan died suddenly after logging in for a while, which was a huge loss. But, it seems that Xian succeeded in taking over the body? Not sure. Let's ask the old steward next time he comes to the villa. Ningzheng took a look and saw that everyone was discussing Xian's possession, and the failed possession of the body in the Dragon Palace. There was basically no nutrition. But one piece of information they revealed was worth Ningzheng's attention. God of food, haha. The Bone Demon sect ran away, haha. Those giant shell elders, who wanted to fight the Dragon Clan, before finally realized the gap between themselves and the Dragon Clan. They thought that the countless holy places in the 9 provinces and 4 seas, combined, could fight against the Dragon Clan, and quantity defeated quality. The result was funny. There was also a gap in the same realm. A 9-headed dragon emperor of the same realm single-handedly defeated all their holy places. Now that I see their true background, I'm scared to death. However, even if they run away, I guess the Dragon Clan won't look for them. After all, disaster is coming, and it's a big deal. Also, I, the God of food, have become the royal chef. I guess many big guys come to my Bone Demon sect to eat. I'm considering opening a high-end restaurant. Do you have a blacksmith to help? I've already thought of the signature dish of my Bone Demon Hotel, braised pork ribs. Boil the bones into soup. Are there any Bone Demon friends willing to join our big kitchen and cook together? Ningzheng almost forgot if she didn't say it. The Bone King ascended the throne. On the surface, he is also a Sea Clan Emperor. As for the people of the Giant Shell Elder, whether they will be timid or continue to make trouble, we have to wait and see. To be fair, Ningzheng wants to establish a Sea Clan dynasty. Because he is too short of money. In Shimen City, Shi Rong is still being captured as a son-in-law, so it is not easy to show up. As for Xian, he is still studying control, and is also short of money. He needs to continuously invest in spiritual root cultivation resources, grow Xian's brain, and increase control. Xian is also a bottomless pit of resources. Only one Bone Demon sect is left, which is the most suitable channel for making money and plundering. Xian Shichen is the emperor of the human race. If he succeeds in becoming the emperor of the sea race, the benefits will be unimaginable. In the final analysis, it is just a lack of money. As long as there is money, my realm will break through quickly. As long as there is money, I will strengthen the control of Xian's brain and make it one of my clones. See what the blacksmiths think of the future of the Bone Demon sect. He thought about it, exited the post, looked around at several popular posts with high clicks, and smiled. Sure enough, There is an analysis post. He clicked on a post. Yin Xuanying, as the general who defends the country, I speculate on the rise of our bone demon country. Yin Xuanying, it seems that the various forces of the rebellious sea tribe in this battle are like little sea worms dancing, not knowing whether to live or die. In fact, they really made a lot of money. Do you think they are stupid? I don't think they are stupid. They openly seduced the dragon tribe's attention, and secretly colluded with Xi and Shichen to let this emperor dig out the dragon tribe's ancestral tombs. The result is perfect. After all, the dragon tribe's ancestral tombs have been blown up, and the dragon palace has also been blown up. In addition to the 9 dragon emperors, the weaker 2 phases, 80% of the ancestral graves of Eason were cut down by the owner of the manor, and then pulled up by the shadow-devouring dragon emperor. They are extremely weak, and need some time to recover. These are a group of 2 phases, the backbone of the dragon clan. So, there are only 9 commanders left. How can they suppress the rebels? In this world, individual strength is important, but subordinates are also important. Without intelligence, power, no one will help you manage your industry and mines. What is the most important thing? The 9-headed dragon emperor can't just act casually. He is now a pseudo-ghost king, and he will have the conditions to go crazy. If he shows up casually, a group of people will frantically collect information about him. If he is caught in the conditions to go crazy, it will be a big problem. For example, when Xi and Shichen was still a ghost, someone triggered his killing conditions, and he went crazy in the capital. How terrible is that? Even a wicked scholar like Xi and Shichen can't escape the rules of ghosts going crazy. So, the dragon clan must be escorting the pseudo-ghost king, the 9-headed dragon emperor, to prevent others from spying on him and discovering his ember's flaws. The conclusion is that the dragon clan can't care about us. 8 dragon emperors have to give up a large area of land to escort the 9-headed dragon emperor. We may become the emperor of the sea clan in public. Ning Zheng raised her eyebrows. This analysis is quite interesting. If it comes true, then it is not double happiness, but triple happiness. Shiman 110 million, possession of the body, Bone King ascends the throne. This EC, I have a place. Scholars are mean, Xi and Shichen did a bad thing and pitted the 9-headed dragon emperor. The human heart is the most terrifying, turning living people into ghosts. Ning Zheng sighed. The dragon clan will be restricted by this. The best way for the dragon clan now is to hide from the world, recuperate for a few years, protect the 9-headed dragon emperor, and help him fully awaken to the real ghost king. Then stage a wave of dramas. The 3-year period has come, and the dragon king returns. After all, this is an era of personal bravery. As long as they still have the strongest military force, they can take back the country at any time, and let that group of rebels manage it. What does it matter? A few years to restore the ancestral tomb and revive the 9-headed dragon emperor is very short for their long lifespan, but for me, a few years, being the emperor of the sea clan is enough for me to grow. Enough for my blacksmiths to build the East China Sea upside down. Ning Zheng was happy in her heart. The infrastructure of the sea clan, start. Wait for their dragon king to return, they will see a very interesting scene.